Hey, what's up, guys? This is Tarvati. How are you all? Please support, subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter was raised in the darkness of Voldemort's shadows? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support, subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Taken from his parents and delivered to Voldemort, Harry grows up molded by darkness. With no light to guide him, will he rise as the Dark Lord's greatest weapon, or forge his own path from the shadows? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Damien heard many gasps around him. Hermione was watching with her mouth hanging open in a very unladylike way. Ron and Ginny were opening and closing their mouths, unable to utter any compliment that was worthy of the magic they just witnessed. But the best reaction was from the four Daywalkers. Damien watched as they all took a step back in fear and looked at Harry, fully understanding that he was not a normal wizard child. Harry smirked at their fearful reactions and held up the sword, letting the sunlight reflect off its shiny sharp edge. As the four teens watched, Harry swung the sword and aimed for the Daywalker nearest to him. Harry only scratched the surface of the Daywalker's neck, but it was enough to get a reaction from them. The Daywalkers ran at Harry and pulled out their own weapons. Harry saw one pull out a whip-like weapon while the others pulled out various items such as daggers and knives. The leader stepped up in front of Harry and pulled out a sword as well. He looked at Harry with hate evident in his face as he locked his blue eyes with Harry's emerald ones. "You boy, are going to pay for that insult." He spat at Harry. Harry shrugged his shoulders and replied back calmly. "I haven't even insulted you yet. But the truth can hurt. Don't worry though, my actions can hurt just as much as my words." With that said, both Harry and the Daywalker made a leap at each other. The two swords clashed together and Damien closed his eyes as he saw the Daywalker's sword slash at Harry. Harry stepped away and saw the small cut in his hoodie. Harry smiled back at the Daywalker. He had only cut the clothes. The blade hadn't even touched Harry's skin. "Thanks, I hated this top anyway," Harry teased as he swung the sword and caused a huge cut on the Daywalker's arm. The Daywalker howled in pain and let go of his sword. Instantly the three Daywalkers came towards Harry and started fighting. The Daywalker with the whip-like weapon took the first strike and caught Harry around the wrist. Damien watched in horror as Harry doubled over with pain, and with his sword still in his hand, Harry clutched at his chest. "Oh Merlin, what's happening to him?" Ron asked in a terrified voice. "I don't know," Damien replied, equally terrified. They saw Harry bring up the sword as another Daywalker tried to attack Harry with a knife. Harry shook the whip away from his wrist and stood up. Even at a distance, Damien could tell that Harry was breathing heavily and appeared to be in a lot of pain. Harry cursed Moody under his breath. The whip had caught the Bartra bracelet and Harry had nearly screamed out in agonizing pain. He stood back up after releasing himself from the whip and tried to steady his breathing. Harry looked at the Daywalker holding the knife. Harry took aim, and as soon as the Daywalker came at him, Harry swung around with the sword and dodged the knife easily before swinging the sword at the Daywalker's head. Ginny and Hermione both let out a scream as they saw the vampire's head come clean off his body. For an instant the headless body stood still before turning to dust. The head that had hit the ground also turned to dust. Harry didn't have time to see why the girls had screamed. He was too busy dealing with another attack. The Daywalker with the whip came back at Harry and this time caught Harry around the neck. Harry struggled, trying to free himself with one hand when the Daywalker mercilessly pulled on the whip, causing Harry to be pulled towards the Daywalker. Harry fell to his knees and felt the whip come away from his neck. Harry felt the searing pain as the whip connected with Harry's back. Harry hissed in pain and brought up his hands to protect himself. He had dropped the sword when he had fallen to the ground. Harry felt the whip come down onto his shoulder and he bit back another cry. Harry grabbed the whip at the third strike and pulled at it. The Daywalker came toppling over and Harry slammed his head into the Daywalker's face, causing the whip to fall from the Daywalker's grip. Harry struggled to his feet. Exhaustion was beginning to engulf him. Harry swung the whip around the Daywalker's neck and pulled at a different angle, causing the whip to pull against the Daywalker's neck. In one fluid motion, Harry pulled the whip towards him and the whip cut through the Daywalker's neck. The head slid away from the neck and turned to dust before it hit the ground. Harry threw the whip to the ground and went to pick up his sword. Before Harry could get to it though, he felt something slam against his head. Harry fell to his knees and grabbed his head. One of the Daywalkers used the handle of his dagger to hit Harry in the back of his head. Harry's vision blurred and he desperately tried to get to his feet. However, something had grabbed Harry's arm and had thrown him viciously to the ground, so that Harry was lying on his back. Harry blinked away the spots blinding him and saw the two remaining Daywalkers standing over him. Before Harry could get up, one of the Daywalkers had pinned Harry down with his foot. Harry tried desperately to free himself, but the force of the foot on his chest had rendered Harry helpless. Harry brought up his hand and tried to wandlessly blast the Daywalkers away, but the spell didn't seem to work on them. Harry realized that they must have developed some sort of immunity towards common spells. The leader Daywalker stooped over Harry and grabbed him by his hair. Harry winced but didn't let out any sounds of pain. "Game over, boy," hissed the Daywalker in Harry's ear before baring his fangs and ripping into Harry's shoulder. Harry let out an agonizing scream as he felt the Daywalker's fangs sink into his shoulder. Harry tried to free himself, but was unable to move as the other Daywalker was holding Harry in place with his foot, all the while laughing at him. Harry never heard the scream that accompanied his own, as his younger brother dashed forward to help. Damien hadn't realized what had happened until it was too late. He saw the vampire standing over Harry and was trying to get out of Ron and Hermione's grip, trying to tell them that Harry needed help now. The grip on Damien had loosened when they all heard Harry's piercing scream. Ginny and Damien both let out a cry and moved to help Harry along with the other two Gryffindors. None of them knew exactly how to help but found that they couldn't just stand back and watch Harry being killed. Ron and Hermione grabbed at the Daywalker that was keeping Harry pinned to the ground. Damien flung himself at the Daywalker that was biting into Harry. Ron and Hermione managed to somehow pull the Daywalker away, thus freeing Harry. Damien and Ginny both started pounding their fists into the Daywalker's back and head, trying to get him to release Harry. Ginny picked up a rock that was lying near her and swung it hard at the Daywalker's head. The Daywalker let go of Harry and howled at the pain. He grabbed Ginny and threw her across the roof. Ginny slammed against the ground and lay still. Harry felt the fangs pull out of him and instantly put his hand over his wound. He looked down and saw the blood, staining the ground and his clothes. Harry sat up at once and was forced to stop moving by the wave of dizziness that washed over him. Must be the blood loss, his befuddled mind told him. When Harry managed to observe his surroundings again, he saw Ginny being thrown across the roof. Harry saw the Daywalker grab Damien around the neck and was pulling him off the ground. Damien tried to free himself but was unable to do anything except thrash around as his oxygen supply was being cut off. Harry was instantly on his feet again. He ignored the throbbing pain in his head and shoulder as he picked up the sword again. The Daywalker was speaking to Damien in a low voice. Harry approached him from behind, but couldn't attack him. It was another one of Harry's battle rules. Never attack an opponent from behind, no matter how revolting they were. "Let him go," Harry yelled. The Daywalker let go of Damien with a smirk in Harry's direction. The 13-year-old fell to the ground gasping for air. The Daywalker looked at Harry and continued to smile at him. "You really are something special, aren't you? Anyone else would not have been able to get back up after such an attack. I think I will reconsider my decision to kill you. You will be a good addition to my family." He smirked at Harry as the raven-haired boy held up the sword. "Sorry, but I already have two families fighting over me. I really don't need a third." Harry swung his sword around and stabbed the Daywalker through the heart. The Daywalker stumbled back but remained standing. He looked at the sword sticking out of his chest. The Daywalker made no attempt to pull the sword out of his chest. He looked at Harry with a bored expression on his face. "Come now. I thought you knew better than that. Stabbing me through the heart with a sword isn't going to kill me," the Daywalker informed Harry. Harry smiled back and replied, "I know, but this might do the trick." Harry clicked his fingers and the sword changed back into Harry's wooden wand. The Daywalker's blue eyes widened as he realized what had happened. The sword that was piercing his heart was now replaced with a piece of wood, embedded in his heart. With a last look at Harry, the leader of the Daywalkers exploded into a cloud of dust. Harry turned his attention towards the last Daywalker. He was standing near the edge of the roof with his hands around Ron's neck. But he had been watching Harry and his leader fighting. He now realized that he was left alone. Harry cocked up his eyebrow at the lone Daywalker. The Daywalker instantly let go of Ron and turned his fearful eyes on Harry. Harry had taken one step towards the remaining Daywalker, when the vampire turned and jumped off the roof. Ron and Damien peered over the edge of the roof and saw the vampire land very ungracefully on his feet. The Daywalker was already racing away by the time Harry came over and looked in his direction. Harry shrugged and turned around to face the four teenagers. Ginny had been woken up by Hermione and was now standing near Ron and Damien. Harry looked at them a little uncomfortably. "We should get going," he said at last, and without waiting for a response Harry headed towards the door. Before Harry could reach the door though, Damien had thrown himself around Harry. The emerald-eyed teen looked shocked at Damien's reaction and tried to pull him away, but the 13-year-old wouldn't let go of him. "Oh Merlin, Harry, I'm so sorry for shouting at you. I shouldn't have said all those nasty things I said, and I should have made up with you when Ginny told me to, but I was just so mad at you. Harry, I'm so sorry. Please Harry, don't be mad at me. Please." Damien was nearly in tears as he said all this into Harry's chest. Harry finally managed to pull Damien away and saw the small tears glistening in Damien's hazel eyes. "I'm not mad at you," Harry almost whispered to Damien. Damien looked at Harry and saw that he was telling the truth. Harry didn't know why he said that to Damien. It would have been more fun to say that he was mad at him and that he was never going to forgive him. But for some reason Harry found that he just wanted to be truthful with Damien. After all, the boy did help Harry when that foul creature had bitten him. Harry gave Damien a weak smile and then turned to face the door. "Harry, wait, your wand," Damien said as he picked up the dusty wand and handed it back to Harry. Harry took it and gave it a weird look. "Never thought this thing could be so useful," he muttered, causing Damien to smile at him. Suddenly Damien's smile faltered as he took in the blood on Harry's clothes. His hazel eyes traveled up to the wound on Harry's shoulder. "Harry, you're really hurt. We should go up to the castle quickly," Damien said as he examined the extent of Harry's injuries. "Really? You think?" Harry said, but he only half meant it. He had been trying to go back to the castle for the last 5 minutes now, and it was Damien that was holding him back. Damien gave Harry an apologetic look and started to walk with him towards the door. Damien had Harry's blood all over him. How did that happen? Damien thought to himself. Then he remembered. When the Daywalker had let go of Damien, he had inadvertently dropped him in the pool of blood that had come from Harry's bite wound. The other 3 teens were still standing near the edge of the roof, wanting to give the 2 brothers some privacy to talk. Suddenly the door slammed open and Moody came rushing inside, followed by 4 oars. Moody took one look at the wand in Harry's hand, the blood on Damien's clothes, and the severely injured-looking 3 teens standing, huddled towards the edge of the roof, and Moody jumped to the wrong conclusion. Moody attacked without thinking and threw an Expelliarmus spell at Harry, causing the wand to come flying out of Harry's hand and in the process, throwing Harry back violently to the ground. Harry hissed in pain as the burning welt on his back, caused by the whip, erupted with pain when he slammed onto the ground. Before Damien could do anything, he was grabbed by one of the oars and dragged to the other side of the roof. 3 oars were running towards the confused-looking teens at the edge of the roof. The oars grabbed the teens and pulled them over to where Damien was being restrained by an oar. The 4 teens were completely confused by the oars' reactions. Couldn't they see that Harry was the one that was severely injured? Why were they hurting him? Before any of the 4 teens could ask any questions, they saw Moody approach Harry. Harry tried to get back up but was violently kicked in the ribs and was forced to fall to the ground again. Damien cried out at this and struggled against the oar holding him, who was running his wand over Damien, trying to see where the wound was that was causing so much blood loss. "Stop it. Stop hurting him. He didn't do anything. Stop it." Damien's cries were joined in by the other 3 teens as they tried desperately to get away from the oars and tried to explain that Harry was innocent. The Oars didn't pay any attention to their cries and continued to examine them for any serious injuries. Damien saw Moody point his wand at Harry's left wrist and mutter a spell. At once Harry cried out in pain and clutched at his chest, exactly like he had when that whip had connected with Harry's wrist. Damien couldn't understand why Harry was reacting like that. What was Moody doing that was causing Harry so much pain? Damien tried to bite the hand that was holding him, but the Oar just moved his hand away and gripped Damien's arms tightly. The truth was that all of the Oars, accompanying Moody right now, were of the same opinion about Harry as Moody was. They were frustrated about the fact that Harry had hurt plenty of people and had not been punished for that. The Oars thought that the 4 teens must be afraid of Harry and didn't want to get into more trouble with him, which is why they were trying to claim that he was innocent and that the vampires had been the ones who attacked them. As if they could survive a vampire attack. Other than Harry, no one else had a wand. Even the idea of the Dark Prince actually saving someone innocent was laughable. So they all ignored the desperate cries and pleas of the 4 anguished teens and let Moody teach that brat a little lesson. Moody kicked the injured teen repeatedly in the ribs as he held the curse in place. Harry was finding it difficult to breathe as he tried to protect himself from the vicious attack. The pain in his chest was making Harry unable to think clearly, let alone do anything to protect himself. Moody finally lifted the curse and glared hatefully at Harry as he shouted at him. "You think you can get away with hurting Hogwarts students, I'll show you." Moody made to kick Harry again, but Harry brought up his right hand and made a sweeping gesture with it. Moody flew back and slammed into the wall. He collapsed onto the ground. Harry tried to get to his feet, but the pain in his chest, shoulder and head was beginning to pull Harry into the realms of unconsciousness. Harry fell back onto the hard ground and tried to fight the unconsciousness that was slowly engulfing him. Suddenly Harry was flipped over so that he was on his stomach and Harry felt his arms being grabbed and pulled harshly behind his back. Harry gasped at the pain that shot through his shoulder, due to the beep force that was used to tie his arms behind him. Harry felt himself being dragged to his feet by his injured arm. Harry couldn't hold back his cries of pain anymore and cried out as Moody roughly hauled him to his feet. Damien was now thrashing wildly in his captive's arms. "Let him go. You're hurting him. Let Harry go. Stop it." But his words were having no effect on the Oar. "You're coming with me, boy," Moody shouted at Harry before dragging him through the doors and down the stairs. The 4 Oars followed Moody, dragging the screaming teens with them. At the top of the stairs, Harry began to regain some consciousness and tried to get out of Moody's grip. However, the sudden movement from Harry made Moody let go of him unexpectedly, while they were in the middle of going down the steps. Moody and Harry both lost their footing and Moody grabbed onto the banister to keep himself from falling. Since Harry had his hands tied behind him, he couldn't do anything to save himself and went tumbling down the concrete stairs. Harry felt his arm snap as it made impact with the hard stairs. Harry's injured body slammed against the ground after the last step. He couldn't move. He lay on the ground, gasping desperately, trying to fill his lungs with air again. Harry could feel the trickle of blood run down his temple and the side of his face. He opened his eyes and tried to get them to focus on what was happening. He could hear screaming and words being said, but he couldn't make sense of anything. Ginny and Damien both had managed to get out of their captive's grips, and had ran down the stairs screaming out Harry's name. Damien came and knelt down beside Harry, tears streaming down his face as he looked at his semi-conscious brother. "Harry, are you okay? Oh my God, are you okay?" Damien cried out as he pushed Harry's bangs away from his face. When he pulled his hand away, Damien saw it soaked with blood. Damien turned around to face Moody angrily, who was standing at the stairs looking down at Harry's motionless body. "Look what you've done. You son of a bi.ch. I'll kill you." Damien was about to get up and attack Moody when Ginny grabbed at him. "Damie, no, we have to help Harry." Ginny was crying as well as she saw how labored Harry's breathing had become. Moody snapped out of his daze and walked down the stairs. He made to grab Damien, to pull him away and see how injured Harry was when something slammed into him, knocking Moody away from Damien and Harry. Damien swung around to see his dad, James, holding Moody by the front of his robes and pinning him to the wall. The fury that was on James's face was of such intensity that Damien was sure his dad was going to murder Moody. James slammed his fist into Moody's gut before repeatedly slamming his fist into Moody's disfigured face. If you ever lay your hands on my son again, Alistair Moody, I promise you. You won't even live to regret it. James slammed his fist into Moody's face one last time and Moody instantly collapsed onto the ground, holding his bleeding nose in agony. Let them go. James barked at the oars holding Ron and Hermione. The two oars obeyed and Ron and Hermione came belting down the stairs. Damien noticed that Harry was being lifted up by someone. Damien turned around to see Sirius holding Harry in his arms. Damien looked at his uncle Sirius' face and saw the look of hurt and pain as he looked down at Harry, who was now unconscious. Harry's arms had been untied, and that was when Damien noticed the red beam of light around Harry's wrist. Damien didn't understand what that was but knew that it was responsible for the pain that Harry had felt earlier. James came over hurriedly and took the bloodied body of his eldest son from Sirius. James glanced at Damien and saw that his youngest son was not harmed. James took off towards the third floor to go through the secret passageway and get to Hogwarts Infirmary as soon as possible. The rest followed quietly, not knowing what to say. James sat next to Harry's sleeping form and watched Harry's chest rise and fall in rhythm with his breathing. James couldn't believe how badly injured Harry was. Madame Pomfrey had nearly ripped James's head off when she saw him rushing into the hospital wing with Harry's bloodied body in his arms. Harry had suffered a broken arm, bloodied wrists, a large bruise on the back of his head, and a very nasty bite on his shoulder. Not to mention the deep welts on his shoulder and back. Damien, Ron, Hermione and Ginny had rushed through the explanations of what had happened. How they had gone into the Shrieking Shack, how they were attacked by vampires, how Harry had found them and had risked his life to save them, how Harry had killed 3 vampires and the 4th had ran away in fright. James listened to the recount of Harry's battle with the vampires in awe. Harry had killed 3 vampires. Hermione had told James about how Harry had wandlessly transfigured his wand into a sword and how he had used that to kill the vampires. James was astounded. Harry really was very talented. James felt a hand rest on his shoulder and looked up to see Lily. She handed him a cup of coffee and James took it gratefully. Lily sat down next to James and took Harry's hand, as she softly ran her thumb over his hand. She couldn't believe her son had been injured while he was under his parents' care. What kind of parents were they? Both their sons could have died yesterday. She shook her head as she fought back the tears. Everything was okay now, she told herself. Poppy had said that Harry was going to be fine. It was now the early hours of Sunday morning, but the two parents hadn't left Harry's side all night. There was a gentle knock on the door and James and Lily looked around to see who was visiting the hospital wing, in the early hours of the day. The door opened and Professor Dumbledore came inside. James and Lily gave the headmaster tired smiles. However, their smiles vanished when they saw the second person that had entered the hospital wing. Alistair Moody came inside and stood awkwardly beside the headmaster. James's hazel eyes flashed dangerously. James had arrived at the Shrieking Shack and was in the process of running up the stairs when he saw Moody dragging a severely injured Harry down the stairs. Before James could reach them, he saw Moody and Harry lose their footing and James saw his son come crashing down the stairs. If that wasn't enough to enrage the father of 2, James had seen the bonds holding Harry's arms behind him, rendering the poor boy defenseless. At this point James had lost his ability to stay calm and had crashed into Moody. All James wanted to do was to hurt the fellow Auror as much as he could. James was still feeling this emotion and had to look away from the 2 men standing at the door, as the urge to rip out Moody's throat was becoming unbearable. James, Alistair has something he wishes to say. Dumbledore sounded like a teacher in a typical playground, making one student apologize to another after a fight. James did a perfect imitation of his son, and ignored Dumbledore. Moody stepped forward and spoke to James, nonetheless. Look, Potter. I'm really sorry. It was a misunderstanding. I came in and saw a wand in his hand and the blood on your young one and the other 3 children were huddled against the side of the roof and I just jumped to a conclusion. It was the wrong conclusion and I'm really sorry. James still didn't turn around. He knew that for Moody to apologize was something really rare, but James didn't particularly care right now. James had been told by Damien how he and the others had shouted and begged Moody to let Harry go. Damien told James that the Aurors and Moody didn't want to know that Harry was innocent. He told James how Moody had kept on hurting Harry, even though the 4 teens were shouting at Moody to stop. James had barely controlled himself at that point, and if it hadn't been for Sirius and Lily, James would have killed Moody last night. Lily looked over at Moody in disgust as well and turned her emerald eyes on the still sleeping form of Harry. When it became apparent that no one was going to speak, Dumbledore tried to make peace between the Aurors. James, was all Dumbledore managed to say before James interrupted him. Dumbledore, please tell Moody to leave, because I don't think he'll be able to control the impulse to kill him any longer. James had said this in a quiet voice, but the threat wasn't lost on Dumbledore. He looked sadly at Moody and told him that perhaps it was best if he did leave for the moment. Moody looked over at James and made to leave before a voice called over to him. Before you go, Moody looked around to find Lily standing up. I think you should remove that foul thing from my son's arm. Lily's eyes were shining with anger and she had her fists tightly clenched. Moody remembered the Bartra bracelet and went over to Harry grudgingly. He stood as far away as possible from both Harry and James. He muttered the releasing spell and the red band of light circling Harry's wrist came away and zoomed towards Moody's outstretched hand. Moody pocketed the bracelet and left the room without uttering another word. Dumbledore left as well, not wanting to upset the distraught parents any further. Harry opened his eyes and took a moment to let his blurry eyesight clear up. Harry looked around him and realized that he was, once again, in the Hogwarts Hospital infirmary. Harry felt like his entire body was made of lead. He couldn't move. Harry lifted his left arm, gingerly, and the first thing he noticed was the absence of the Bartra bracelet. Harry let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, that blasted thing was taken off him. But who took it off and why? Harry pulled himself into a sitting position. He looked around and found the hospital wing deserted. Harry could hardly speak. His throat felt raw. Probably because of all the potions that Poppy threw down my throat while I was knocked out, thought Harry. He tried to see where the school nurse was, but he couldn't see anyone. Just as Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed, the hospital wing door opened and James and Lily walked in carrying a small plate of breakfast. The sight of Harry awake and trying to get out of bed made both parents rush over to his side. Harry, oh thank Merlin you're awake. No, Harry, don't get up. Lie back down, you're not fully healed yet. Lily said while trying to gently push Harry back into bed. James rushed over and was speaking to Harry as well. You should really stay in bed. Poppy said that some of the wounds would take a while to heal. You don't want to aggravate them. Lie back down. Harry, however, shrugged Lily's hands away from himself and continued to get out of bed. Both parents shared a frantic glance with each other before turning their concerned looks at Harry. Harry tried not to wince at the pain in his shoulder and back, as he stood up. He moved away from Lily and James and looked around for his clothes as he was currently only wearing hospital clothes. He spotted a fresh pair of school robes, in the corner of the room. Harry made his way over to the clothes and picked them up. He was starting to feel a little dizzy. Must be the blood loss, Harry told himself. As Harry turned around to go to the bathroom, to get dressed, he found James and Lily blocking his way. Harry sighed. He really didn't have the patience for this right now. What? He asked irritably. Harry, you need to lie down. You shouldn't be moving around right now, you could cause yourself more injury. James told Harry, as the teen gave James a look that had disbelief written all over it. What? So all of a sudden you have my welfare at heart, do you? You're so pathetic. Harry tried to go around James, but the Auror blocked Harry's path. What do you mean by that? Of course I have your welfare at heart. Why shouldn't I? Maybe you should think about what you're saying, Harry. I am your father, and it's my job to care for you. The look on Harry's face was frightening. Harry was looking at James as if he were ready to rip out James's throat. His emerald eyes were devoid of any warmth, instead there was nothing but cold fury in them. Harry took a step towards James. Firstly, you are not my father. How many times do I need to say it? Secondly, You're the one who should think about what you're saying and to whom. Your job to care. You have no right to say that, especially to me. Harry's eyes flashed at James and he caught the look of hurt in them before Harry tore his eyes away. What are you talking about, Harry? You're making no sense. Why can't I care about you? James was adamant that he was not going to let this matter go, like the last time. He was going to find out the reason for Harry's resentment towards him. Harry gave James a funny look before walking around him and making his way towards the bathroom. Before James or Lily could say anything to him, Harry turned around and had a much calmer look on his face. He spoke to James in a much more controlled voice. How about this, Potter? In all the time I have been with my father, he has never let a single scratch come to me. I have been with you for less than 3 months, and I have ended up in Poppy's care more times than I care to remember. Maybe that's something you should think about. With that said, Harry went into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. When Harry came out of the bathroom, he was annoyed to see the Potters waiting for him. Harry ignored their questions and tried to leave, but just then Madame Pomfrey entered the hospital wing and the look on her face was priceless. James and Lily were shocked at the sudden change in Harry's mood. He looked at Poppy and his handsome face broke out into a sheepish smile, very similar to the sheepish smile that Damien gave when he knew he was in trouble. Lily couldn't believe the similarities between her two sons. Harry, explain yourself, Poppy said, while standing with her arms on her hips and a very motherly stern on her face. Lily felt a twinge of jealousy as she saw Harry react to Poppy. Harry's smile grew and he faked fear as he responded. It wasn't me, honestly. I try and stay out of trouble, but the darn trouble always finds me. Harry laughed at the look of annoyance on Poppy's face. That's not what I'm talking about, Harry. Now back into your hospital clothes and into bed, she ordered. Poppy. Harry sighed, but the school nurse was having none of it. Harry, please, you have to rest in order to heal. I can't let you go until your wounds are completely healed. Poppy was talking to Harry as if James and Lily were not even in the room. I'm a fast healer. You know that. I'll be fine. Harry tried to go around Poppy, but the school nurse was still blocking the way. Harry, that horrible bite wound still hasn't even closed up properly. It is too dangerous to let you leave just yet. At least stay until that wound heals. She tried to take Harry's hand and gently pull him towards the bed. Harry pulled his hands away from her and gave Poppy a small smile. It won't heal. I mean, not so fast anyway. It's a daywalker bite. They can take up to weeks to heal, and that's with magic. James, Lily and Poppy were all staring dumbfounded at Harry. Weeks to heal? How was that possible? With magic, wounds would take the most 3 or 4 days to heal. It never took more than 1 week for any type of wound to completely heal. And how did Harry know this? Before James could ask this question, Lily beat him to it. How do you know that? She asked in a voice that was barely louder than a whisper. James observed how Harry looked at Lily, the scowl reappearing on his face, but he still answered her. If that was James who would have asked, he would have not gotten any reply. The fangs of a daywalker have a unique poison, Hokoden. It stops the wound from closing. If the treatment was non-magical, the victim would die in a matter of 2, maybe 3 days. With magical treatment, the effects of Hokoden can be reduced, but it takes much longer to heal than normal. Harry answered. Lily was looking close to tears again. Harry had been poisoned. He was going to be in pain for weeks. It was too much for her to bear. Poppy looked at Harry and asked in a stern voice. You knew that, and you were just going to leave without informing me. She shrieked at him. Harry looked taken aback. I didn't know that you never knew about Hokoden. I just presumed that you would have the same knowledge as me. How do you know this? James asked and prayed that Harry would answer him. Harry seemed to have noticed this as he merely glared at James before turning his attention back to Poppy. Poppy waited for Harry to answer, but when she saw that Harry was making no effort in answering James, she prompted him. Harry. Harry sighed and looked at Poppy, completely ignoring James. I've been studying daywalkers for the last year or so. They are a relatively new species of vampires and are still in the process of being investigated, but what we do know is that they are much more powerful than most vampires. They can walk around in the daylight, have Hokoden in their fangs, and are immune to most magic. James gasped. That's why it was so difficult to fight them in Hogsmeade yesterday. The Aurors had only just managed to get rid of them. Before anyone could say any more, the hospital doors opened and a very embarrassed looking Moody entered the wing. Everyone in the hospital wing stared at Moody as he apprehensively came into the large room. Moody looked straight at Harry. The raven-haired teen was trying to restrain himself from killing Moody with his bare hands. Potter, I just wanted to say, Moody never got a chance to finish his apology to Harry. Poppy strode towards Moody and slapped him in the face. If the situation hadn't been so tense, James would have laughed at the sight. Moody was staring at the school nurse in shock. Poppy was looking at Moody with so much hate and disgust. She was holding her hand, as if physically stopping herself from hurting Moody again. If you ever hurt Harry or any of my students again, or Alistair Moody, then I swear on Merlin himself, you won't even get the chance to come to a hospital. Poppy spat at the shocked Auror before turning around and marching towards Harry. She took the grinning boy and led him to his bed before pulling the curtains around them. Moody took one look at the Potters before leaving the hospital wing. Moody made a mental note to avoid running into Madame Pomfrey for a few days. James and Lily looked uncomfortably at each other as they were left standing alone in the hospital wing. They waited patiently for Poppy to complete her observation on Harry. When she finally opened the curtains, Harry was standing beside her. Poppy gave Harry another pleading look, but the raven-haired boy just shook his head at her and walked away from her. Harry didn't spare a single glance at the two worried-looking parents as he walked out of the hospital doors. Damien was sitting uncomfortably in the Gryffindor common room. The story of the vampire attack on the 4 Gryffindors had spread through the school like wildfire. Everyone had come to the 4 teens and asked for a thorough account of what had happened and how it happened. Ron loved retelling the tale. He was the only one. Hermione and Ginny kept getting too upset about what had happened to Harry, so Ron had to finish off the story. The 4 teens had been instructed, by Dumbledore, not to tell anyone about Moody's unprovoked attack on Harry, as it would have been too difficult to explain. Damien didn't want anyone to talk to him. He was too worried about Harry. His parents had told Damien to rest and not to worry, but all Damien wanted was to be with Harry. Damien had already tried to sneak up to the hospital wing, but was caught by his dad and was sent straight back to his dorm. Damien needed to see Harry, to ensure that he was okay. Harry had lost so much blood. Damien had never seen anyone so badly injured. Damien sat quietly as a group of 4th-year students were sitting with open mouths at Ron's tail. Damien wished they would all just go away. Is Harry okay? Asked one of the girls, listening to Ron. That was the question that everyone asked, after Ron finished his story. At this question the 4 teens would get visibly worried. They kept on replying that they didn't know, since he was in the hospital wing, suffering from the bite wound. That was another thing that was bothering Damien. What would happen to Harry now? Would he turn into a vampire as well? He didn't ask Hermione, as he knew that she would no doubt know the answer, but Damien didn't want to know the answer. He was too afraid of what the answer might be. Damie, coming? Asked Hermione. Damien looked up to find the common room empty except for the 4 Gryffindors. Everyone else had gone to breakfast, and from the looks of things that's where the other 3 were headed as well. Damien shook his head and replied, "No thanks, you guys go ahead. I'm not hungry." Hermione sat down next to the 13-year-old. Damie, don't worry. I'm sure Harry will be fine. We can all go visit him later on today. You really should have something to eat. You didn't have any dinner last night either. Please come and have some breakfast. Hermione tried to convince the depressed teen. Damien shook his head again but gave Hermione a small smile. I'm really not hungry, honest. You guys go. I'm going to stay here for a bit. I'll see you guys later, okay? After giving up trying to convince the stubborn teen, the other 3 left to go get some breakfast. Damien remained seated in one of the comfy chairs near the fire. Damien was lost in his thoughts when the portrait door opened and Harry came into the common room. Harry hadn't seen any of the students and had figured that most had been at breakfast or were outside on this Sunday morning. Harry wasn't expecting anyone to be still in the common room, and least of all it being Damien. Harry stopped at the entrance and stared at the teenager in front of him. Damien was sitting with his head in his hands. Harry walked quietly towards Damien and was standing directly in front of him, but Damien still didn't look up. Either the 13-year-old was ignoring everyone or he was so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed someone standing before him. It was obvious to Harry that Damien was upset and was trying to stop himself from giving in to his emotions. Merlin, who died? Asked Harry, making the teen before him jump at his voice. Damien looked at Harry and it took him a moment or two to react. Damien shot to his feet and was staring at Harry as if he were the world's biggest miracle. Harry laughed at the stupid look on Damien's face, but Damien didn't seem to notice. He continued staring at Harry before realizing that he hadn't said anything to him. Harry, oh Merlin, are you okay? He stammered out, as seeing Harry standing before him, perfectly fine, was a miracle to Damien. Harry shrugged and replied, I'm as fine as can be expected while I'm stuck in this place. Harry looked around him and noticed that Damien was sitting alone in the common room. That was a strange thing, since the boy had so many friends. Why were you sitting here alone? Harry asked, before he could stop himself. Damien shrugged as well and looked away. Everyone's gone to breakfast and I wasn't hungry. Damien told him. Harry noticed Damien's discomfort and asked him another question. Why were you not hungry? He asked. I guess I was just worried, about you. Damien seemed to get a little embarrassed at his revelation. Well, you don't need to. I'm fine and I don't need anybody to worry about me. It would be better if you worried about yourself and not went looking for trouble. Harry still felt annoyed that Damien had gone to the Shrieking Shack. Damien studied Harry's face for a moment. He was still really pale and the exhaustion was evident in his green eyes. Damien knew that Harry wanted him to explain about yesterday, but Damien wanted to forget everything and just concentrate on repairing his relationship with Harry. The near-death incident yesterday had showed Damien how trivial some matters were, like Quidditch and competition. It also showed Damien how much Harry really cared about him. Damien was truthful about the fact that he was angry with Harry's betrayal of his trust more than the intentional sabotage of the Quidditch match, but after yesterday Damien didn't need any more evidence that Harry cared about him. Damien ignored Harry's annoyed expression and just shrugged his shoulders in response to Harry's harsh remark. Both Harry and Damien decided that they were hungry, so made their way to the Great Hall. As soon as Harry had entered the Great Hall, the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry was taken aback by the loud noise being echoed around the hall. Soon the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables started to join in the applause. Harry looked around him and was at a complete loss as to why everyone was cheering him. He looked at Damien with a questioning look. They all know what happened yesterday. I guess to all of them, you're a hero. Harry felt his face grow red as the cheers grew louder. He looked over at Draco Malfoy and watched numbly as Draco gave Harry a discreet smile. The Slytherin table was the only one that wasn't joining in with the applause. Harry wanted to turn around and leave. He felt his heart thump wildly as he heard some of the praise that came his way. Harry and Damien quickly made their way to the roaring Gryffindor's table and Harry sat down. He was instantly bombarded with congrats and well done praises. Some of the girls that Harry recognized as the ones constantly looking at him and giggling were now looking at Harry with even more admiration. Great, thought Harry. Way to go, Harry. They'll all definitely leave you alone now. He thought to himself angrily. After the hall settled down, Harry was approached by the head of his house, Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you after breakfast. Please make your way to his office. Harry only nodded at her and watched her leave. He looked at the staff table in time to see Professor Dumbledore getting up from his chair. Harry went back to eating his toast and wondered what the headmaster was going to say to him. It was the first time since coming to Hogwarts that the headmaster asked Harry to meet with him. This should be fun, Harry thought dryly to himself. Harry tried to ignore Ron, Hermione and Ginny as they tried to talk to him. They tried asking how he was feeling, but Harry just ignored them. He knew that he was going to have to explain to them, all of them, that he didn't have any intentions of saving them. He only went looking for Damien. Harry decided that he would talk to them later. His mind was too occupied with why Dumbledore wanted to see him right now. After breakfast, Harry left for the headmaster's office. He came to the entrance and found that the stone gargoyle, leading to the headmaster's office, was already moved aside, permitting Harry entrance to the office. Harry didn't knock on the door, instead he opened the door and walked in. Harry was starting to feel the shooting pains in his shoulder and wished that he had either stayed in the hospital wing or he had gone straight to his bed in his dorm. Professor Dumbledore was sitting in his chair behind his desk, as usual. He welcomed Harry into his office and politely asked Harry to take a seat. Harry remained standing. "Why have you called me here?" Harry asked impatiently. "Harry, I wanted to thank you and apologize to you," Professor Dumbledore replied. When Harry didn't reply, Professor Dumbledore continued. "You risked your own life to save the lives of 4 Hogwarts students. For this I must thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will be forever grateful to you. It pains me to no end that after doing such an act you were rewarded by Moody's repulsive behavior. I must apologize greatly to you. I hope you accept my sincerest apologies." Harry was so shocked by Dumbledore's words that he momentarily forgot to argue with him. He just stood staring wide-eyed at the headmaster. "Although I must say, you took quite a risk in going after those vampires, or daywalkers, as they like to call themselves. I would like to say to you, Harry, please don't put yourself in such danger again. If it wasn't for Professor Snape, James and Sirius may not have found you so soon." At these words, however, Harry snapped back to reality. "Professor Snape? What do you mean? What does he have to do with all of this?" Harry asked as curiosity got the better of him. "Well, it seems that your friend Mr. Malfoy informed Professor Snape of your disappearance. Professor Snape managed to get to Hogsmeade and find your father and godfather in time to tell them that you had gone looking for the missing students. How they managed to locate your whereabouts, I do not know." Harry was a bit annoyed at Draco. Why can't he keep that mouth of his shut? Harry thought to himself. Suddenly Harry felt a familiar tug in his mind. He quickly looked away from Dumbledore and concentrated in bringing up his mind shields. Harry wished he'd paid more attention to occlumency now. Harry heard Dumbledore chuckle softly. Harry's insides burned with rage. "How long do you think you can keep this up, Harry? You will get tired. I'm only trying to help you. Please open up to me, let me help you." Harry stepped away from Dumbledore, and only when Harry was sure that his mind shields were in place, did Harry make eye contact with the headmaster. Fierce emerald eyes locked with midnight blue ones, and Harry had to mentally tell himself to calm down, as anger made the shields weaker. "Help me. You want to help me? Is that why you let Moody put that foul bracelet on me? Is that why you let Moody do pretty much whatever he wants to me? You keep me here, against my will, humiliate me by giving me a tampered wand, force me to be with Potter every day, and then you try to force your way into my memories so that you can use them against me. Doesn't sound like help to me, headmaster." Harry finished sarcastically. "And just so that you don't go around with crazy ideas, I want you to know that I didn't intend on saving anybody. I only went to have a little fun with the daywalkers. Being cooped up in this place for so long had me going crazy, so I wanted to vent off some anger. The idiot Gryffindors only happened to be there at the same time." Professor Dumbledore smiled at Harry's obvious lie. Dumbledore didn't have to read Harry's mind to see that he was lying in order to keep up his act of the Dark Prince. "Harry, you don't have to lie to me. I know why you went there. It's not something you should be embarrassed about. You did a good thing. You should be proud of your actions." Professor Dumbledore was trying to get Harry to accept that what he did was not something to hide from. But to Harry, Dumbledore was only patronizing him. "Don't you dare tell me what I should be proud of. What gives you the right to talk to me like that? I'm not one of your Hogwarts students, Dumbledore." Harry turned to leave the office. He couldn't control his temper anymore, and that was weakening his mind shields. He could actually feel them cracking. Just as Harry got to the door, Harry turned around to face Dumbledore. "I'm thankful that I'm not one of your students. After all, look at what you're doing to Longbottom. When he finds out that you made him share a room with his parents' murderer, you will hopefully learn that meddling with other people's lives can be detrimental." Without giving the headmaster a chance to respond, Harry left his office. Lord Voldemort stood at the window, looking at the pouring rain through his blood-red eyes. He was listening to Lucius Malfoy. drinking in every word he was saying about Harry. Lucius had seen Harry at Hogsmeade. He told the Dark Lord that Severus Snape had sent word that Harry would be coming to Hogsmeade and that Bella had made arrangements to ensure Harry would be rescued. However, the Bartra bracelet had ruined their plans and Harry was forced to go back to Hogwarts. Lucius didn't know how to keep out the part about the pain Harry felt when Bella tried to take the bracelet off. So he told Lord Voldemort that Harry had told Bella that he felt uncomfortable when the bracelet was tampered with. At these words, Lord Voldemort turned around to face his loyal Death Eaters. Bella stood with her head bowed in shame. What do you mean by uncomfortable, Lucius? Lucius gulped and tried to steady his voice. My lord, the Dark Prince said that the bracelet would be taken away after the trip to Hogsmeade was over and that if he tried to leave while the bracelet was on him then it would, my lord. Lucius bowed his head and tried to summon the courage that he needed to tell his master that Bella and he had left his son in the hands of people that were inflicting physical pain to him. Lord Voldemort watched as Lucius struggled to find the words he needed to say. Lord Voldemort almost lazily cursed Lucius. After holding the Crucio curse for only 20 seconds, Lord Voldemort asked him, "Did that loosen your tongue, Malfoy?" "Why, yes, master." Lucius stammered out and tried to look at his master before continuing with his explanation. "Master, the Bartra bracelet, it causes the Dark Prince physical pain if he tries to go out with the barriers placed on the bracelet." Lord Voldemort stood with his wand held tightly in his hand. He walked over slowly to the blonde-haired man standing, shaking with fear. Lord Voldemort stood before him and placed his wand directly at Lucius's heart. "You left Harry with those who were hurting him?" Lord Voldemort asked with venom. "My lord, there was nothing we could do. Bella tried to get the bracelet off, but it wasn't possible." At these words, Lord Voldemort turned to look at Bella. He approached her in 3 long strides and burned his red eyes into Bella. The dark-haired woman was still standing with her head bowed, whispering her apologies to her master. "Bella!" Lord Voldemort hissed, and at once the dark-haired woman fell to her knees. "My lord, I'm sorry I failed you. I tried everything I could. Please, my lord, give me another chance. Once the wards come down, my lord, I will bring Harry back. I promise, my lord." Lord Voldemort commanded the sobbing woman back on her feet. As soon as Bella was standing up again, Lord Voldemort grabbed a hold of Bella's face and pulled it sharply so that he could see into Bella's dark brown eyes. Lord Voldemort invaded Bella's mind and brought up the memory of meeting Harry in Hogsmeade. As Lord Voldemort watched the meeting, he felt a pang on emotions as he looked at his son. The boy that Voldemort had raised, standing in the filthy Muggle attire, looking exhausted and underfed. Lord Voldemort had so far managed to keep his temper in check. He was blocking all his emotions, trying to prevent them from hurting his only son. However, when Lord Voldemort saw Harry's reaction to Bella attacking the red, fiery-looking band around Harry's wrist, Lord Voldemort lost the battle with his anger. As he saw Harry clutch at his chest, eyes watering at the obvious pain, Lord Voldemort let out a cry of anger. He wanted to pull away and not watch the rest, but for some reason he watched Bella's entire encounter with Harry. All the while growing angrier. Over 100 miles away, a raven-haired boy let out an agonizing scream, while grabbing his forehead as it erupted in burning pain. Harry had managed to get back to his dorm room, as the pain in his shoulder was beginning to throb very painfully. Harry had just gone into his room when all of a sudden the dull pain in his scar intensified. Harry grabbed at his scar and cried out. Harry always felt that his scar couldn't possibly hurt more than the last time, but this time it was unbearable. His head felt like it was surely going to split down the middle. The pain built up to such point that Harry felt physically sick. Harry blindly made his way over to his bed and grabbed the covers to pull himself up onto the bed. He had his eyes shut tightly and he was furiously trying to keep his screams in. He didn't want any of the students to hear him. Not only was it embarrassing, but it would be very awkward to explain. "Please, don't pass out, please don't," Harry told himself. He felt terrible the last time this happened. He had collapsed. Harry had to learn how to deal with this. He couldn't afford to collapse again. Just as Harry managed to climb onto his bed, the dorm room door opened and Damien walked in. "Harry, are you in here?" I wanted to. Damien stopped talking as he saw Harry on his bed, clutching his forehead and moaning in agony. Damien was at Harry's side immediately. Harry, what's wrong? Oh, it's your scar again, isn't it? I'll go get help. Just as Damien made to go and get help, Harry grabbed onto Damien's arm. No. Damien, don't tell anyone. Harry gasped as the pain intensified. Harry didn't want anyone to know, especially Poppy. The school nurse would keep Harry in the hospital wing forever. Damien watched in horror as Harry bit his lip to keep the screams in. Damien realized why Harry was doing this. Damien took out his wand and cast the Silencio charm on the dorm room after locking it. Harry let out the screams that were building inside him. Damien wished there was something else he could do for Harry, but he couldn't think about anything else that would help Harry just now. After a few minutes, but what seemed like hours, the pain began to dull, until it was back to normal. Harry opened his bloodshot eyes and looked around him. He was glad he hadn't passed out. Otherwise Damien would have called Poppy and Harry would have to listen to her long lectures about taking care of his health. Harry sat up and grabbed his head as it felt like it was going to fall off at any time. How are you? Damien asked as he passed a glass of water to Harry. Harry took it gratefully. His throat felt dry, from the screaming. Harry would have thought that showing pain in front of Damien would be embarrassing for him, but he was surprised that he didn't mind Damien being there. Actually, it felt kind of nice that Damien was helping him. I'm fine, Harry answered. Yeah, sure you are, Damien said sarcastically. Harry looked at Damien through his bloodshot eyes. You won't understand, Harry said softly. Then make me understand, Harry, Damien said, his tone considerably softer now. When Harry continued to look at his hands, Damien pushed further. Why do you have to put up with this? I know that everyone finds it weird that you consider you know who to be your father, but I don't. At this Harry looked up in surprise at Damien. You don't? Harry asked. No, what's weird about it? He's the one that brought you up, so naturally you'll consider him as your father. What I find weird is how you can justify the pain he causes you. Harry looked away from Damien. Harry knew that talking to Damien was going to be pointless. He wouldn't understand. No one could fully understand. He doesn't mean it, Harry said in a voice that was a near whisper. Doesn't mean what? Damien asked, hoping that Harry would open up and share something about his past. The pain, he doesn't want to hurt me. It just kind of happens. Damien kept quiet and let Harry explain how and why the pain in his scar happens. Damien watched how Harry's expression changed when he talked about you-know-who. You really care about him, don't you? Damien asked. Yeah, I do, and I know what everyone thinks, but they are wrong. Father cares about me too, Harry said, wanting to stop Damien from arguing the point. Damien smiled at Harry. That's good, it's cool you have a good relationship with him. At first I felt really bad that you grew up without dad, but it seems like you had one as well. Damien couldn't believe he was saying this to Harry. The very idea of the most evil wizard, acting like a loving father, was suspicious as hell, but Damien had finally got Harry to open up. He didn't want to make Harry angry by arguing with him. Besides, Damien figured that Harry wouldn't have the need to lie. If Harry said that you-know-who had a good relationship with him, then Damien was going to believe him. Damien noticed how Harry's expression darkened as soon as James was mentioned. Why do you hate him, Harry? Dad really loves you. He really does care about you. Damien felt that it was important to make Harry understand this. Harry snorted and gave Damien a funny look. Yeah, sure he does, Harry said quietly. He does. When Dad saw what Moody did to you, he completely lost it. He grabbed Moody and gave him a good thrashing. He told him that if he ever touched you again he would not even live to regret it, or something like that. No, he didn't, Harry said quietly. Damien saw the look of sadness in Harry's face, before Harry hid it behind his usual mask of indifference. What do you mean? I was there. I heard him, Damien exclaimed. So did I, Harry said, and this time he looked into Damien's eyes as he spoke. He told Moody that if he ever touched his son again, then he wouldn't live to regret it. He didn't say anything about Moody hurting me. Damien was lost for a moment. Harry wasn't making any sense. Harry, what are you talking about? Moody was coming towards you. He was going to pull me away so that he could grab you again. When Dad grabbed him, Damien trailed off. He understood what had happened. Harry must have been conscious enough to hear his dad screaming at Moody. When his dad said that Moody was not to touch his son, again Harry assumed that he was referring to Damien as Moody was about to grab Damien when James had arrived. Damien looked at Harry desperately. No, Harry. You don't understand. Dad was not talking about me, he was talking about you. You have to believe me, Harry. Mum and Dad both really love you. You have to believe me. Harry shook his head as he looked away from Damien. Even as the 13-year-old tried to convince Harry, Damien could see Harry shutting off again. Damien was so close to getting Harry to open up, but the topic of James and Lily Potter made Harry distance himself again. Damien, I'm really tired. I've had a rough couple of days. I'm going to sleep now. Harry slid down onto his bed and turned his back on Damien. Damien told Harry to rest and made his way out of the room. Damien had to get Harry to believe him. He could see how affectionate Harry was towards you-know-who. Damien decided that he had to get Harry to consider himself as a big part of the Potter family, before it was too late for Harry to come back to them at all. After his duel with the Daywalkers, Harry realized how popular he had become. Harry tried to keep himself away from the other students, but this was becoming more and more difficult. Harry was constantly bothered by many students, either praising him for his bravery, or annoying him to explain exactly how he dueled with 4 vampires. The girl students were the worst. They would give Harry such loving, admiring and attentive looks that Harry wished he could just make them all disappear. Damien loved the attention Harry was getting. He was, once again, constantly by Harry's side. The only students that were less than happy about Harry getting so much attention were the Slytherins. Draco had to keep up pretenses. If anyone realized that Harry and Draco were actually best friends, it would cause too much hassle. Gryffindor and Slytherin were enemies from the beginning. It would not do well for anyone to find out the truth about Harry and Draco. The only students that knew about the bizarre friendship were Damien, Ron, Hermione and Ginny. They all knew better than to tell anyone else, so the secret was safe with them. One evening after dinner, Harry was making his way up to the dorm, with Damien, Ron, Hermione and Ginny. Harry was too busy talking to Damien and didn't see the group of Slytherins walking down the stairs. As Harry walked up the stairs, one of the Slytherin boys knocked against Harry on purpose. The skinny Slytherin's shoulder smashed into Harry's injured shoulder and Harry gasped at the pain that shot through him. Harry instantly brought up a hand to grab at his shoulder while the other hand shot out and grabbed the Slytherin boy around his throat. Damien, Ron, Hermione and Ginny had their wands out and were pointing at the group of Slytherins, who also had their wands resting on the Gryffindors. Harry's eyes flashed at the boy in his grasp, before he recognized the skinny boy. His surname was not. Harry knew the boy's father, as he was one of Lord Voldemort's inner circle Death Eaters. This didn't do anything to calm Harry, as Senior Knot was one Death Eater who Harry had many problems with. The skinny boy hadn't the chance to take out his wand and was therefore terrified that Harry would hurt him. Harry only gave Knot a dirty glare before pushing the boy away from himself. He wasn't going to retaliate against the attack, it wasn't worth it. Damien, however, was screaming abuse at the Slytherins. You bunch of low lives. Can't you even walk without causing trouble? Sawed off before I deduct points for intentionally disrupting peace. Ron added. The Slytherins were about to argue when they spotted James making his way over to them. They quickly walked away, all the while whispering threats to Harry and the rest of the Gryffindors. Harry couldn't care less about the threats. He would see to them later. Harry pulled his hand away from his aching shoulder and cursed when he saw the blood staining his fingers. Shit, he whispered when he noticed the dark stain covering his clothes. He tried to get away from the others quickly, before they noticed, but he was too late. Ginny had already seen the blood and had rushed over to him. Merlin. Harry, are you okay? She seemed to be lost for words as she looked at the blood staining his school robes. I'm fine, Harry replied and turned around to go back up to his dorm. He would fix up the wound by himself. However, Damien had grabbed onto Harry's arm and turned him around to see the damage done. Harry, you need to see Madame Pomfrey. Come on. Damien tried to pull Harry in the other direction, to go to the hospital wing, but Harry stopped him. I'm fine. Damien, let go. I'll be fine once I can get to my room. Harry shook himself away from Damien, wincing at the jolt of pain that this caused. Just then James arrived and was puzzled at why everyone was looking so worried. Hey guys, what's the matter? He looked at Damien and then his eyes traveled up to Harry and rested on the blood-covered robes. Harry, what happened? James asked as he instantly came over to Harry's side. Harry shook his head at him and replied, nothing. Doesn't look like nothing. Come on. We're going to the hospital wing. James tried to take Harry's arm and led him up to the hospital wing, but Harry recoiled away from him at once. Leave me alone, Potter. I don't need your help. Harry took off before anyone else could stop him. James stood at the stairs, completely lost as to why Harry reacted like that. Why does he hate me so much, that he can't even stand me touching him? He looked sadly at the 4 teens standing beside him. The 4 teens walked away from James, reassuring the distraught parent that they would make sure Harry was all right. Harry was in his room. He had removed his school robes and was currently sitting on his bed, surrounded by the supplies he needed to clean and dress the wound. It had only been 4 days since he was bitten and Harry cursed the Slytherin boy for attacking him. Harry had only managed to take off the old dressing, when his room door opened and Ron, Ginny and Hermione walked in. Hey, I thought I locked that. Harry said at once. Harry saw Hermione and Ginny blush as they saw Harry sitting topless on the bed. Ron and Damien also were staring at him, but they were staring at the wound on his shoulder. You did, but we unlocked it with this. Damien replied as he waved his wand in front of Harry. Harry looked away from Damien and noticed that both girls were still staring at him. Harry smirked at the looks that Hermione and Ginny were giving Harry. They couldn't peel their eyes away from Harry's chest. Only when Ron noticed, and gently elbowed Hermione and gave a stern, brotherly sort of stare at Ginny, did the two girls look away. What do you want? Harry asked as he continued with his task of redressing his wound. To help, Ron said while taking a seat in front of Harry. Harry gave Ron a weird look, as if even suggesting that Ron could help Harry was laughable. I don't need help, Harry said as he pulled away the cotton cloth that was stopping the wound from bleeding. No matter how many times Harry had his wound looked at, it continued to bleed. Harry was actually starting to get a bit worried. The antidote that Lily had made for Hockaden should have stopped the bleeding, but for some reason it was still bleeding as if it were a fresh bite. Harry put another cotton cloth on his wound to try and sustain the bleeding. It had to calm down a bit before he tried dressing it. Harry didn't notice the look of concern and grimace that crossed the faces of the 4 teens standing in the room. Harry pulled away the cloth and saw that it was completely soaked through with blood. This is so not good. Harry thought to himself. Harry, don't you think you should go to the hospital wing? It really shouldn't still be doing that, Ginny said while eyeing the 2 blood-soaked cloths. Harry ignored her and put a third fresh cloth to his shoulder, wincing as he applied a little more pressure, to help force the bleeding to stop. Hermione came towards Harry and tried to take a closer look at the wound. Have you tried a pisky on it? She asked quietly. Harry opened his mouth to reply with a snide remark, but stopped when he realized that he hadn't even thought of using the simple healing spell. Harry didn't think it would work anyway. This was a daywalker bite, it wasn't going to be healed by such a simple spell. No, Harry replied as he pulled the third cloth away and examined the wound. Hermione took a breath and moved closer to Harry. She took out her wand and pointed it at him. At once Harry tensed away from Hermione. What are doing? He asked Hermione with an unbelieving look at her wand. If you've not tried it, how do you know it won't work? Hermione asked as she aimed her wand at the wound. Harry, you helped us, let us help you in return, Ron said to Harry as Hermione aimed the wand at Harry. I didn't help you. I couldn't have cared less if you all were hurt by the daywalkers. Harry had wanted to tell them this ever since he woke up after the attack, but he never got a chance. The 4 Gryffindors looked at each other, seemingly lost as to how they should respond to this revelation. Hermione was the first to speak. Whether you meant it or not, you did save us. It doesn't matter if it was directly or indirectly. Hermione said as she took aim and spoke softly. A pisky. At once the wound stopped bleeding and a funny tingling sensation spread into Harry's shoulder. Harry looked at his shoulder and saw that the blood had indeed begun to coagulate. He looked at Hermione with a surprised expression. He had not even thought that such a simple spell would have helped him. I didn't know that would help, he said quietly. Sometimes it's the simplest of things that can help. You just have to be ready to accept it. Hermione responded softly. Harry looked away from her and wished he could just be alone. It was easier when he had no one being friendly towards him. With all the attention Harry was getting and the Gryffindors being friendly towards him, Harry was finding it harder to distance himself. Damien was one thing. Harry made allowances for him, since Damien was the only one that didn't judge Harry. Damien was the only one who didn't try and change Harry. He accepted Harry as the Dark Prince and never asked him to explain his actions. But Harry didn't know why everyone else, who knew Harry's true identity, was being so nice to him. Harry couldn't deal with that. Especially Hermione, who Harry had a prejudice against from the very first day, was helping him. Harry knew that Hermione was an intelligent witch, but he would never admit it out loud. Harry didn't object to the rest of the Gryffindors helping him. Ron dressed the wound after Ginny cleaned it. Damien had told Harry in the passing that Ron wanted to be a healer, and from what Harry could see, Ron would probably become quite a good healer. After Harry's wound was cleaned up and dressed, Harry sat back and watched the other 4 teens chat about the current happenings at Hogwarts. Harry had never really paid much attention to Ron and Hermione before, but as he sat back and watched the two interact with each other, he could see how close they were. Harry twirled his black and silver ring around his finger absent-mindedly. Damien had noticed Harry do this a number of times. Damien found Harry's ring very interesting. It seemed almost alive. Cool ring, Harry, Damien commented. Harry looked at Damien at first in surprise, then looked at his ring. A bizarre look of affection filled his emerald eyes. Yeah, it's cool. It's kept me sane at times. Harry said the last part to himself. Harry looked up and gave Damien a sad smile. Damien made a mental note to ask Harry about the ring afterwards. Harry, I wanted to ask you this before. Damien gave an uncomfortable look at the other 3 Gryffindors, but carried on talking. Since you were bitten, does that mean that you'll, turn into one of them? Damien asked. Harry just looked at him for a second before Harry, Ron and Hermione all burst into laughs. Ginny and Damien looked at each other, confused at why the 3 were laughing so heartily at Damien's question. Oh Damie, I can't believe you would think that, laughed Hermione while Ron tried to catch his breath. Harry also managed to stop laughing at his brother and turned to look at the other 2, who had joined him in laughing at Damien. No Damien, I won't turn into a daywalker, or a vampire. Harry added as he saw the younger boy open his mouth to ask another question. Damien closed his mouth again and couldn't help the smile of relief that came onto his face. Harry noticed and asked him. If I had, what difference would that have made to you? Harry simply meant that he would not be living with Damien, so what difference would it make if Harry had turned into a vampire or not? He didn't expect an answer from Damien. It would make no difference to me, you would still be Harry. Harry didn't quite know how to respond, so he settled for giving Damien a funny look. Harry knew Damien was lying. How could it not affect you? Harry's father had always told him that being a half-breed was worse than being a mudblood. Half-breeds were only to be used at the forefront of the war, and then disposed off. Harry mentally shuddered at the thought of becoming a half-breed. Harry caught Ginny's eyes a couple of times, but he tried to ignore her as much as possible. Eventually, the 2 girls and Damien left for their respective dorms, leaving Ron alone with Harry. Let me know if you need the dressing changed at all, Ron said to Harry as he crept into his bed. Okay, Harry responded, not knowing what else to say. As sleep came to the raven-haired boy, he wondered what he had got himself into. The 1st of December arrived, and with it came a notice about the Christmas ball. Harry didn't pay any attention to the notice. Harry hoped that the wards would be worked out soon, so that he could return home. The ball was to take place on the 20th of December, one day before Hogwarts stopped for Christmas break. Harry was having his breakfast one morning, surrounded by the usual crowd of Gryffindors, Damian, Ron, Hermione, Ginny and much to Harry's discomfort Neville, when the swishing of owls arriving broke the chatter in the hall. Harry didn't bother looking up, who would write to him? So when the first brown-colored owl landed in front of Harry, the raven-haired boy thought that it was a mistake. Harry ignored the owl, thinking that the owl would find the rightful owner. There was a loud clatter as another brown-colored owl came and landed in front of Harry, knocking the jug of pumpkin juice over. Harry looked at the two owls in front of him and looked around the table. Harry saw a similar owl in front of Damien as well. Damien was looking at Harry with a curious look, but everyone else was too busy with their post to notice anything. Harry reached over and took the small roll of parchment from one of the owl's legs. He quickly opened the letter and saw that his name was in fact written, in very small, neat-looking handwriting. Next to his name was the Hogwarts insignia. Harry was confused, the letter seemed to come from Hogwarts to Hogwarts. What was this all about? Before Harry got a chance to open the letter, 4 more brown-colored owls swooped towards Harry and landed very nosily in front of the puzzled-looking boy. Damien was looking at Harry and the small army of owls around him. Soon the surrounding Gryffindors noticed the odd number of owls around Harry as well and began sniggering and laughing. Soon there were another 6 owls fighting to deliver their letters to Harry. The emerald-eyed boy was now looking positively confused. All the owls were brown-colored and as far as Harry could determine, the parchments attached had the Hogwarts insignia next to his name. Harry looked at Damien and saw the younger boy had tears in his eyes, caused by laughter. He and Ron were laughing heartily at the confused-looking Harry. What? Harry snapped at Damien. Well, Harry, aren't you popular? Damien said before he and Ron dissolved into fits of laughter again. Hermione and Ginny were fighting their laughter as well. By this time the entire Gryffindor table was eyeing the many owls in front of Harry. What is this? Harry asked as he tore the parchments away from the owls, so that they could fly away and not cause any further embarrassment to him. They're invitations, Damien said as he tried to control his laughter. Invitations? To what? Harry asked. The Christmas ball. What else? Look, this is how things are done at Hogwarts. If you want to ask someone out to the Christmas ball but you don't want to ask them in person, you send them a Hogwarts invitation. That's why they have the Hogwarts crest on the parchments and they are delivered by the school owls. See? Damien pointed to many students that had similar owls sitting in front of them. Harry looked around and saw that many students had only 1, maybe 2 owls in front of them. Some had 3, but Harry had at least 12. Harry looked at the different parchments lying across the table. He picked one up and opened it. Sure enough, inside there was a neatly written invitation, asking Harry to come to the Christmas ball with someone named Veronica Hahn. Harry looked at the many students looking at him. Some had smiles on their faces while many were giggling at his obvious embarrassment. Harry quickly tore the many parchments from the school owls and left them lying on the table. He had no intentions of opening them. He couldn't care less if the invitations were left in the Great Hall. Harry could feel his face heat up. He glared at Damien, making the younger boy stop laughing instantly. Just as the 12 owls left, another 8 came zooming towards Harry. They all landed in front of him and began fighting to deliver their invitation first. Oh bloody hell, Harry whispered as he tried to get away from the owls. Damien and Ron reached over and began removing the parchments from the owls, so that this embarrassing nightmare was over for Harry. By this time the entire Great Hall was looking at Harry. Some of the boys were looking at Harry with awe and admiration, while others had clear looks of envy. Draco was thoroughly enjoying Harry's embarrassment. He knew that most girls in Hogwarts fancied Harry, but because of his cold exterior, which the girls stupidly misunderstood for shyness and mysteriousness, no one could ask him face to face. He had expected Harry to get a few owls, as he himself had received 3 invitations, but Harry had possibly broken the record for receiving so many owls. Harry quickly got up and left the hall. He saw many girls with pink faces, giving Harry embarrassed, apologetic looks. Harry knew that these girls were probably the ones responsible for the invitations. Harry was quickly joined by Damien, who had collected the invitations and was in the process of putting them in his bag. What are you doing? Get rid of them. Harry snapped at Damien. Damien just laughed and responded. No way. This is going to be fun. If you don't want to know who all your admirers are, then that's fine. But I want to see who all these girls are that are crazy enough to ask you out. Harry only glared at Damien but let him put all the rolled up invitations into his bag. Harry knew that he was popular with the female students, but he had never expected something like this. It didn't really matter anyway. Harry wasn't going to the Christmas ball. He hoped that he was not still at Hogwarts in 3 weeks' time. As if the invitations from the owls weren't embarrassing enough, Harry kept finding himself surrounded by girls that wanted to ask him out to the ball. Harry wasn't careful to be rude to them. He blatantly told them all to piss off and leave him alone, but for some reason, this just made the girls more interested in him. Harry heard one girl make a comment about Harry playing hard to get. Harry ended up just running from the girls as much as possible. It was just as a bunch of girls were leaving for dinner that Harry bumped into Neville Longbottom. The Wizarding World's savior was sitting by the lake, apparently waiting for Seamus. Harry had been so engrossed in avoiding the girls and he didn't see Neville sitting by the lake. Harry nearly toppled over Neville and only just managed not to fall flat on his face. You all right? Neville asked as Harry straightened himself out. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see you there. Harry spoke before he realized who he was speaking to. That's okay. Neville smiled at Harry's bewildered expression. Harry tried not to show his obvious discomfort but Neville picked up on it. Harry, are you okay? You look a bit worried. Neville was not aware that he was the reason for Harry's awkwardness. It's just, I've had a long day. Harry responded as he tried to get away from Neville. Harry had done a good job of ignoring the boy savior so far. Apart from everything else, the boy was a spitting image of his mother. The same round face and twinkling eyes. Harry tried not to think about it and desperately wanted to leave. However, Neville had successfully managed to corner Harry. Harry, can I have a quick word? Harry cringed. Why did Neville want to speak to him? Sure. Harry reluctantly sat down next to Neville, and mentally braced himself. I just wanted to see if everything was okay, between us. Harry looked at Neville in surprise. Why do you ask? Harry responded. I don't know, you just seem a bit off with me. I know that you're a bit reserved and everything, but I don't know, I just get the feeling that you're uncomfortable around me. Merlin thought Harry. Does he really need every single person to be his friend? Why would I be uncomfortable around you? I don't even know you. I haven't spoken to you for the simple reason that we don't have anything in common. Harry answered. You and the rest of the Hogwarts population, Harry added snidely to himself. I think you and I have a lot in common. Neville said quietly, and Harry found himself taken aback by the coldness in Neville's tone. What? Harry asked, unable to keep the curiosity away from his voice. My parents, Harry, Neville said simply. Harry felt like his entire body had gone cold. His heart thumped wildly in his chest. So Neville found out. It was only a matter of time, but Harry had sincerely wished that Neville hadn't found out just yet. What do you mean? Harry asked, keeping his voice as quiet as possible. We both lost our parents because of the one person. I mean, you didn't actually lose them, but you spent a good part of your life away from them. Neville explained. Harry let out a sigh of relief. Neville was referring to the lie that was told about Harry's disappearance. Neville, and the rest of Hogwarts, had thought that Harry had been sent to live abroad by his parents, because of the threat of Lord Voldemort. Oh, yeah, Harry replied lamely. Both of our lives have been affected by Voldemort. He was the reason you were sent away from your parents, from your family. And he's the reason that I lost my parents. Neville stopped talking and looked momentarily embarrassed by his words. Harry felt his blood run cold at Neville's words. What would Neville say if Harry were to tell him that Lord Voldemort was not the one responsible for the absence of Neville's parents from Neville's life? That it was in fact Harry who had taken Neville's parents away from him, forcing Neville to live with his grandmother. Harry looked away from the round-faced boy and tried to get his heart to stop beating so fast and become normal again. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. Neville apologized. No, don't apologize. Harry wished he could say more but didn't think he would be able to comfort the boy for his loss, especially since Harry was responsible for it. Harry saw Seamus come over to them and mentally thanked him for taking Neville's attention away from himself. Harry quickly slipped away, cursing Dumbledore for his meddling and manipulation. Angelina had the Gryffindor team trained up for the big game with Hufflepuff. Harry was finding the topic of Quidditch hard at first, since he didn't really want to play. He told Damien that he intentionally sabotaged their first game, in the hopes that maybe Damien would ask Harry to leave the Seeker position. However, Damien replied that he already knew that Harry had let Slytherin win, since Malfoy could never have caught the snitch if he was racing against Harry. Damien told Harry that all quarrels regarding the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match were long forgotten and that Harry should just concentrate on the upcoming match. Harry had decided that he was going to play sincerely this time. He had wanted Slytherin to win when against Gryffindor, but now that the match was against Hufflepuff, Harry decided that he wanted to win the match. So Harry paid attention to all the coaching from Angelina, not that he needed it. All Harry had to do was to ensure that Gryffindor was at least 7 goals ahead from Hufflepuff, before catching the golden snitch. The day came of the match and even the freezing wind of December did nothing to cool the tempers of the Gryffindor team. Everyone was so worked up that they kept on shouting and arguing with one another. The Weasley twins kept on waving their beaters bats at anyone who dared argue with them. In the end, Harry had to smack them upside their heads to shut them up. Even the Weasley twins knew better than to retaliate against Harry's attack. After everyone had calmed down, Angelina led them out onto the frozen grounds of the Quidditch field. Harry tried not to pay any attention to the cheers shouting out Harry's name. Instead, Harry focused on the two teams standing facing each other. The Hufflepuff Seeker was a 6th-year boy called Paul Peterson. He was a fair bit taller than Harry and definitely more bulky than Harry. Normally, Seekers were better if they were smaller and lighter, as it helped them to fly better and it was easier to turn their brooms around sharp corners. However, in the current weather condition, Paul had a definite advantage, as he was less likely to be swept off course by the strong winds. The whistle was blown and Harry shot off towards the sky. The game started off really badly for Gryffindor. Hufflepuff had scored 2 goals in the first half an hour, making the score 20-0 for Gryffindor. Harry had actually located the snitch twice in this time, but he remembered that Gryffindor needed to be 7 goals ahead before he could catch the snitch. The hardest part was to try and keep Paul away from the snitch. Harry kept on flying around the pitch, occasionally taking a burst of speed towards the other direction of the snitch, keeping Paul away from the snitch. Thankfully, the Gryffindor team decided to start playing, and within the hour the score had changed to 50-20, making Gryffindor in the lead. Harry started to watch the game, waiting to be 7 goals ahead, so that he could catch the snitch. His eyes were following the golden snitch discreetly. Finally, the Gryffindor team hit the mark they wanted. They had managed to score 9 goals and Ron had successfully saved the goals made by the Hufflepuff team, meaning that the score was now 90-20 to Gryffindor. This was it. Harry could now catch the snitch. They were 7 goals ahead. Harry zoomed off towards the snitch. They had been playing for nearly 2 hours in the horrible cold weather and Harry wanted the game to end now. Harry zoomed towards the snitch, Paul following him closely. Harry had no worries about the other Seeker. There was no way the Hufflepuff Seeker was going to compete with Harry. Harry was zooming towards the snitch and it was almost in Harry's grasp when suddenly Harry's scar erupted in pain. Harry nearly collapsed off his broom and only just managed to stay upright. One of Harry's hands was grasping the handle of the broom, tightly, while the other hand was clutching at his scar. Not now. Please, not now. Harry pleaded as he tried to bite back the pain. The rest of the Gryffindor team had noticed Harry's unusual behavior, but only 2 team members recognized what the problem was. Damien and Ron looked at each other in panic. What was going to happen now? Damien tried to get to Angelina, to ask her to call timeout. Damien knew that Harry was probably going to fall off his broom, if they didn't help him soon. But at that point Angelina had just got the quaffle and was zooming towards the hoops, to score another goal. Damien knew he shouldn't leave the playing field, in the midst of a game, but Damien didn't feel he had a choice. Damien zoomed towards the referee, Madame Hooch, who was on the ground, watching the game with her hawk-like eyes. Damien flew speedily towards her and landed in front of the shocked referee. "Mr. Potter, what do you think?" Madam Hooch started, but was cut off by a frantic Damien. Madam Hooch. Madam Hooch. You've got to stop the game. Harry can't play just now. Damien knew he wasn't making any sense, but he didn't have time to explain what was wrong with Harry. He just wanted the game to be stopped. Madam Hooch looked utterly confused. She looked up at Harry and saw the Gryffindor seeker in obvious pain, clutching his forehead with one hand and trying to fly the broom with the other hand. Before Madam Hooch could call timeout, she saw Harry zoom forward unexpectedly. It looked like Harry had just recovered from whatever it was that had stopped him playing. Madam Hooch had the whistle in one hand, ready to use it if Harry showed any sort of discomfort. Harry felt like his head was surely going to split open. The pain was shooting through him, his eyes watering with the effort of keeping the pain away. For one fleeting moment the pain dulled and Harry opened his eyes just in time to see Paul zooming towards the golden ball. Harry zoomed towards him and willed himself to go faster. Harry couldn't afford to lose, not now, when he was so close to winning. Within seconds Harry was flying next to Paul. The Hufflepuff seeker looked at Harry and tried to go faster. The golden snitch was just in front of them flying at an incredible speed. Harry felt the pain build up in his scar once more. Harry bit his lip to stop himself from screaming. Harry could just make out, from his blurry vision, Paul's arm reaching for the snitch. Harry had no other choice, he wasn't going to lose to Hufflepuff. With his quick reflexes, Harry reached out and swiped the snitch from Paul's outstretched fingers. This action made Harry lose his balance and he fell from his broom. Luckily, Harry was flying quite close to the ground and so didn't have much of a fall. Harry slammed onto the hard ground and cried out in agony as his back erupted in pain. Harry clamped his hand onto his scar. It was as if a white-hot poker was placed on his forehead. The pain was burning with such ferocity that Harry had never felt before. Harry barely heard the crowd erupt with cheers. Harry felt the golden ball in his hand, struggling to become free from his grasp, before his vision blurred and Harry felt himself plunge into darkness. Harry opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling and cursed. How many times was he going to wake up in the hospital infirmary? Harry sat up in bed and found that he had woken up alone, again. Not that this bothered him. Harry had been alone most of his life. Harry sighed and got out of bed, wincing at the throbbing pain in his head. He hated these stupid headaches. As soon as Harry stood up, the door opened and Damien came in. He was still in his Quidditch robes and looked extremely pale. Harry smiled at the look of surprise on the younger boy's face. Harry, what are you doing? You shouldn't get up. You fell from quite a height. Get back in bed before Madame Pomfrey sees you. Harry laughed at the look of terror on Damien's face as he said Poppy's name. What happened? Harry asked as he sat back down on the bed. Well, you sort of collapsed. Damien said, looking worriedly at Harry. Harry rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, I kind of figured that part out myself. I meant what happened afterwards. Did we win the match? Harry asked, hoping that he didn't suffer in vain. Yeah, we won. Damien said, and an insanely wide smile covered his face. The whole of Gryffindor is going crazy with joy. Gryffindor have actually got a chance at winning the cup now. The final score was 250-20. Angie scored just before you caught the snitch. Harry smiled at Damien's excitement. Harry sincerely hoped that Damien won the Quidditch Cup this year, but at the same time prayed even harder that he was not still here at Hogwarts for the final match. Harry and Damien talked about the match until Poppy came in. After a thorough checkup and much pleading from Harry and Damien, Poppy let Harry go back to the Gryffindor Tower. As soon as Harry stepped into the common room, the entire room erupted in cheers and several people clapped Harry around the back as a gesture for well done. Harry looked around all the beaming faces, unsure of how to react. He didn't like anyone touching him. He fought his way through the crowd and had just reached the stairs to go up to his dorm, when Ron put a hand on his shoulder. Harry turned around to look at Ron. You have a visitor. Ron whispered to Harry. Harry frowned and looked around the common room. Not in here, he's outside waiting for you. Ron said and then turned away from him. Harry made his way back through the crowd and went to the portrait door, to leave. He caught Damien's eye and gestured that he'll be right back, not wanting the younger boy to follow him outside. As soon as Harry had left the common room, he sighed with relief. The amount of noise that the Gryffindors were making was causing Harry's thumping headache to worsen. What's the matter? Not enjoying the celebrations? Came a cold voice. Harry looked around and saw the blonde Slytherin standing to the side of the corridor. Harry quickly looked around. No one seemed to be around. Harry quickly walked over to Draco, a hard scowl on his face. I thought I made it clear, Malfoy, not to come and meet me like this. Harry hissed to him. Draco only smiled at him and turned to step into the shadows. Harry quickly walked nearer so that if anyone was to come around the corner, they would only see Harry standing, seemingly alone. You'll want to hear this, Harry, trust me. Draco said in a quiet voice, which was dripping with excitement. What is it? Harry snapped. He didn't want to get caught talking to Malfoy. It could ruin everything. It's done. They've been worked out. It's now a matter of 3, maybe 4 days to bring them down. You'll be back by the end of the week. Harry stood still. The wards. They had finally been worked out. Now all Harry had to do was to wait for them to be weakened enough to allow Death Eaters onto Hogwarts grounds. After that, Harry would finally be able to go back home. Harry felt his heart thump wildly in his chest. After nearly 4 months, Harry would see his father again. Harry stepped even nearer to Draco's hidden form. Are you absolutely certain of this? Harry asked in a near whisper. He couldn't afford to make mistakes. Yes, I got the message from Father. It was delivered straight to the common room. He will let me know exactly the day and time, so that you can be prepared. Draco replied in an excited whisper. Harry understood the cause of the pain in his scar now. That must have been when Father found out that the wards were worked out. He was happy when I first felt the pain. The second time must have been anger at the fact that it would still be 3 of 4 days before I could be rescued. Harry looked at the shadows hiding Draco. Thank you, Harry whispered. Draco seemed to be shocked at Harry's words. Harry had never thanked him before. Why, you're welcome, Draco answered. Harry turned to go back to the common room. 3 or 4 days. That was all Harry had left at Hogwarts. That's all the time I have to deal with James Potter as well. Harry thought to himself. Just before Harry went into the common room, Harry heard the unmistakable sound of the main doors opening and the sound of heavy footsteps. Harry turned from the portrait of the fat lady, and walked towards the stairs. Harry caught sight of the person who had entered Hogwarts. Harry smirked. Perfect, Harry muttered to himself as he saw Sirius Black making his way towards the Potter's living quarters. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Harry thought to himself as he walked back into the common room. Harry had everything in place. He only needed 2 items for his plan to work, and for that, Harry was going to need Damien's cloak. Damien, I have to ask you for something, Harry said to the 13-year-old, as he sat across the table for breakfast. Damien looked at Harry with a curious glance. I need to borrow your cloak and map, Harry said quietly. Damien tried not showing the shock he received at Harry's words. Damien would do anything Harry asked of him, but giving Harry the invisibility cloak and the map to Hogwarts was only asking for trouble. Oh Harry, I don't know, Damien started to say, as he gave a worried glance over at the staff table. His parents would kill Damien if they found out that he had given Harry such items. Damie, I'm not running away, if that's what you're thinking. Damien was surprised to hear Harry call him by his nickname. It was the first time that Harry had called him Damie. All right, but one condition, Damien said. At Harry's curious look, Damien continued. I come with you, he stated firmly. Harry's eyes widened with shock and he shook his head at Damien. No, no way. There was no way that Harry was going to take Damien with him. Damien would definitely tell someone what Harry was up to, and that would ruin everything. Damien crossed his arms over his chest and gave Harry a calculating look. Harry was forced to accept that Damien really did share a resemblance to himself. Fine. Then I'm not giving you anything. If you want the cloak and the map, then you're going to have to take me with you, wherever you're going. Damien was just as stubborn as Harry was and wasn't going to back down, regardless of what Harry was going to say. Harry observed Damien for a moment. If Harry was to take Damien with him, would it be so bad? Damien probably wouldn't even know what Harry was up to, and by the time he figured anything out, it would be too late to do anything. Fine, but you have to swear that you won't breathe a word to anyone. Okay, Harry asked. I swear. So what are we going to do? Asked the excited teen. We're going to be borrowing a few things from the potion supply. Harry answered. It was late at night and Harry still couldn't believe that he was taking Damien with him to the dungeons. Harry and Damien managed to hide under the invisibility cloak, which Damien managed to successfully borrow from his dad again. Harry had the map in front of him as he and Damien crept along the darkened walls of the dungeon. Damien had no idea what potion it was that Harry wanted. Harry crept into the potions classroom and the two boys took off the cloak. Harry walked over to the potions cupboard and after checking it over, for any spells that may alert anyone of the unauthorized use of the potions, Harry opened the door quietly. Harry had told Damien to stay near the door, with the map, in case someone was to come along. Damien watched as Harry rummaged through the supply cupboard. Harry seemed to be looking for a particular potion, as he wasn't taking out any ingredients but actually looking for a pre-made potion. Damien wondered what Harry was up to. At last Harry gave a victorious grin and held up a small bottle. It was made out of purple-colored glass. Harry quickly slipped it in his robes and closed the door over. He walked up to Damien and slipped the cloak over himself and his brother. Damien waited until they were back safely in their common room before asking Harry about the potion. So what potion were you after? Harry looked at Damien and smiled at him. That's not your concern, Harry said, and without another word Harry crept towards the stairs. Before he went into his dorm though, Harry turned to look at Damien. You won't tell anyone about this, right? Harry asked the hazel-eyed boy. Damien shook his head and Harry smiled at him before disappearing into his room. The next day Damien had potions class. Damien couldn't wait until his mum had finished giving out the instructions, so that he could rush over to the store cupboard and try and figure out what potion Harry had taken last night. As Damien hurried over to collect the various ingredients, he let his eyes wander to the section with the pre-made ingredients. Damien saw that the section of the cupboard holding the potions had been locked and was impossible to open without a wand. Harry had used Damien's wand last night to open that cupboard section and take the purple-colored bottle. Just as Damien was about to leave, he saw another purple-colored bottle sitting just beside the edge of the steel bars. Damien had to hold back his gasp of surprise as he read the label on the purple bottle. Whatever in the world did Harry plan on doing with Polyjuice potion? He thought. Well, you got any good news yet? Harry asked the blonde-haired boy, as he pretended to rummage through a few books in the library, Draco standing next to him, but facing the other way. What do you think? Of course I have good news. It's done. They will be coming tomorrow night. You have to make sure that you are on the grounds by 8 p.m., okay? Harry couldn't help smile. He was going to go home tomorrow. He would finally get to leave Hogwarts and go back to Lord Voldemort. Harry walked away from Draco, after confirming with him that he would be ready for 8 p.m. tomorrow night. As Harry crept into bed that night, he couldn't help thinking that this was his last night at Hogwarts, and if everything went according to plan, it was the same for James Potter. Damien had wanted to talk to Harry regarding the Polyjuice potion, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Damien decided that he would talk to Harry at breakfast. However, once Damien got to the Gryffindor table, he couldn't see Harry anywhere. Ron, have you seen Harry? Damien asked, starting to feel panicky. Yeah, he was still asleep in his bed the last time I saw him. Ron replied as he shoveled some cereal into his mouth. Oh, Damien replied and willed himself to calm down. What was wrong with him today? Damien just couldn't shake off the feeling that something really bad was going to happen today. Damien never got the chance to talk to Harry until after his first 2 morning classes. Just before Damien went to his charms class, he ran up to see Harry. He had bumped into Hermione and she had said that Harry hadn't turned up for class, so Damien was going to the boys' dorm to see if Harry was still there. As Damien opened the door to Harry's dorm, a peculiar sight greeted him. Harry was lying in his bed, looking a bit pale. He seemed to be sleeping, but that wasn't the strange thing. The strange thing was that Sirius was standing next to the sleeping form of Harry, holding Harry's black and silver ring in his hand. Sirius seemed to be studying the ring. For some reason this sight startled Damien. He knew that Harry was a bit possessive about his ring, and Damien didn't like the fact that his Uncle Siri was snooping around in Harry's things. Uncle Siri. Damien whispered quietly as not to wake up Harry. Sirius looked up at Damien and for a moment looked taken aback, as if he were caught in the middle of an offense. When he saw that it was Damien at the door, he visibly relaxed and greeted him. Hey pup. What are you doing here? Don't you have classes? Damien looked at his uncle in surprise. Sirius never told Damien off for not going to class, in fact it was the other way around. His uncle always told him that it was pointless to attend every lecture and that there could be many things he could be doing with his precious time. I do. I was on my way to Charm's class, but I wanted to see if Harry was okay. I've not seen him all day. Damien answered as he took in Harry's awful appearance. He has a fever. I came in to see where he was, and when I came into his room he was being sick. Poppy's just been to see him. She gave him some dreamless sleep potion, so he'll be asleep for a while. Sirius told him, a quiet voice. Damien nodded his head and then looked at the black ring, still in Sirius' hand. What are you doing with that? Damien asked. Just looking at it, Sirius replied as he twirled the ring in his fingers. For some reason Damien got really annoyed at this. Well, stop it. It belongs to Harry, so I think you should just leave it alone. Damien couldn't understand the frustration he felt at seeing someone else take Harry's belongings without asking him. All right, calm down. I was only looking. Sirius placed the ring on Harry's bedside table and gave Damien a funny look. You all right, pup? Sirius asked. Yeah, sorry. It's just, Harry's quite funny about his things. I don't think he would like anyone to touch his personal belongings. Sirius gave a warm smile at Damien and wrapped an arm around his shoulders, as he led him away from the sleeping Harry. Once they were heading towards the Charms classroom, Damien spoke again. Uncle Siri, what are you doing at Hogwarts? My, aren't you the one with all the questions today? Sirius replied as he walked down the stairs with Damien. I have an appointment with your dad today. When Damien gave Sirius a questioning look, Sirius explained. An appointment in Hogsmeade. I haven't had a chance to spend much time with James, and with the recent events, let's just say I want some quality time with my best mate. Damien smiled at his uncle. His dad and Sirius would always get together once in a while to spend some time together. But Sirius was right. Ever since Harry had come to Hogwarts, James and Sirius didn't get the chance to hang out as much. Damien disappeared into his classroom, promising himself that he would check up on Harry as soon as class was over. James was surprised to see Sirius walking into his room with Kingsley Shacklebolt. He was even more surprised when Sirius told him that Kingsley would be checking up on Harry, while James was going to spend an afternoon with Sirius in Hogsmeade. After much persuasion, James finally agreed to go with Sirius. He didn't really want to go, especially when he found out that Harry was not well and was not going to be attending classes today. Sirius somehow managed to drag James away from Hogwarts, and soon the two marauders were making their way to Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was still being rebuilt after the horrendous Daywalker attack, but Sirius told James that there was a great little pub on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Since James didn't know the way, he let Sirius lead the way. James was the one doing most of the talking and Sirius was patiently listening. After walking for a good half an hour, James realized that they had come to a secluded part of Hogsmeade, where there were nothing more than small cliffs and hills. There was no sign of life anywhere, and James tried to figure out what Sirius was up to. Padfoot, where are we? James asked as he looked around him. We're taking a shortcut, it's just a bit further on. Sirius replied as he continued walking towards the cliffs. But, there doesn't seem to be any sign of any type of life here at all. Are you sure you know where you're going? James asked. This wasn't the first time Sirius had led him somewhere and ended up getting utterly lost. James continued to walk with Sirius for another 20 minutes, and all the while James was getting more and more anxious. They seemed to be going towards the cliffs and there were no signs of any sort of population, wizard kind or any other kind. James climbed over a hill and stopped Sirius. Sirius, I think it's safe to say that we are lost. There is no pathway going down from here and we seem to be standing on a cliff with at least a 300 feet drop. So I think you should admit that you're lost. James said angrily. James didn't mind the fact they were lost, or that Sirius had made an obvious mistake, but the thing that was bothering James was the lack of communication Sirius was giving him. Sirius, are you listening to me? We're lost. I think we should go back. James shouted at him. Sirius slowly turned around and looked over at James, a weird triumphant sort of smile on his lips. Wrong, Potter. We have come exactly where I intended. Damien couldn't get rid of his uneasy feeling. He wondered what was wrong with him. As soon as it was lunchtime, Damien skipped the meal and instead made his way up to Harry's room. Harry had looked so awfully pale and sick. Damien wanted to make sure he was okay. As Damien entered Harry's dorm, he was disappointed to see Harry still sleeping. Damien had hoped that Harry was awake by now. Damien came and stood next to Harry. He let his hand touch Harry's forehead and was relieved when Harry's skin felt normal. His fever seemed to come down. Harry was sweating as his face was very clammy. Damien pulled the covers away from Harry a little. He froze as he pulled the covers off. He caught a strange-looking device connected to Harry's hand. It was a small tube inserting into the back of Harry's hand and looked rather painful. Damien leaned in closer to look at the tube and saw that two small vials were attached to the tube, obviously feeding whatever the potion was, into Harry's bloodstream. Damien looked at Harry, confused as to what this thing was. Maybe it was something Madame Pomfrey had created, to help Harry. Damien kneeled next to Harry and looked closer at the two vials. He recognized one of the potions instantly. It was the dreamless sleep potion. Well, Sirius had said that Madame Pomfrey had given Harry some of that potion, but still, this device didn't look right. Damien studied the other potion but couldn't figure out what it was. Damien looked up at Harry's face and then realized that the tube was feeding Harry the sleep potion as well as some other potion. That's why Harry was still asleep. But that didn't seem right. Why would Harry have to be so heavily sedated? Damien made a decision and pulled the two vials from the device, instantly stopping the potions from entering Harry's bloodstream. Harry still didn't wake up, so Damien pulled out his wand and pointed it at Harry's head. Harry would probably kill Damien for using an enervate spell on him, but Damien needed to talk to him. Damien didn't know how, but he could tell that Harry was being sedated against his will. Enervate, Damien whispered. At once Harry's emerald eyes fluttered open and for a moment he looked around confusedly. His eyes seemed to rest on Damien and again Damien got the feeling that something wasn't right. Pup. Damien felt his heart stop as he heard the word from Harry's mouth. What did you call me? Damien asked in a voice, barely louder than a whisper. Harry didn't answer. Instead he sat up, groggily, and looked around the room, as if seeing it for the first time. What? Where am I? Harry said, and Damien realized with a sick jolt that although the person sitting in front of him looked like Harry, he didn't sound like Harry at all. In fact, he sounded very much like Uncle Siri. Harry looked up at Damien and a small frown appeared on his face. Who else am I going to be? Damien stepped away in horror. He realized what the second potion was that was being injected into his uncle. It was Polyjuice potion. Damien felt his heart hammer at his insides. If this was Sirius in Harry's disguise, then that meant that Harry was in serious disguise. James looked at his best friend and couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Sirius was looking at James with hatred. James stepped away from Sirius and asked in a strong voice. Sirius, what are you talking about? Why did you intend on coming here? Sirius only looked at James and smirked at him. He turned away from James and studied the view in front of him. It really is beautiful up here, isn't it? So secluded. I mean, anything could happen up here and the people around won't even know. Sirius turned around and James saw the wand in his hand. James had only managed to pull his own wand out when Sirius sent a stinging hex at James's hand, making the wand fly out of his hand. James grabbed at his injured hand and hissed in pain. He heard Sirius mutter the Accio spell and he knew that Sirius had his wand. James looked up at Sirius and was appalled at the sick smile on Sirius' face. He was obviously enjoying the look of pain on James's face. Who are you? James asked, mentally berating himself for not realizing that this wasn't Sirius. With so many Death Eaters around, it was a possibility that anyone could have imitated Sirius. The fake Sirius laughed and replied, "Oh, come on. You must have figured it out by now." "No. Okay, maybe I should help you." The fake Sirius held his wand up to his own face and muttered, "Finite incantidium." At once Sirius' long black hair began shrinking and his face began changing shape. His long nose was shrinking, and his eyes were changing shape as well. James stood, transfixed in horror, as he watched Sirius' long hair turn into a mop of untidy black locks and Sirius' brown eyes turned into a vivid emerald green. "Harry," James choked out as he took in the sight of his eldest son standing before him. "Surprised?" Harry asked, and James realized that although Harry had changed back to his normal appearance, he still sounded like Sirius. Harry noticed as well, and with a smirk plastered over his face, Harry pointed his wand at his own throat and whispered, "Finite incantidium, again." "There. Much better," Harry said in his own voice. "Now, we should really get started, we have a lot to get through," Harry said before hitting James with a cutting hex. Damien stood staring at his uncle, in Harry's form. "I don't understand, what happened?" Damien asked. "Well, I came in to see Harry, to see how he was. The last time I saw him he was still recovering from the Daywalker attack. I came in and Harry just attacked me. He knocked me out and, well, I don't know what happened after that. I just woke up right now." Damien looked at the person sitting before him. It was unnerving to see Sirius looking like Harry. "Isn't there something you can do, to change back sooner than the potion wearing off?" Damien asked. "Yeah, finite incantidium should do the trick," Sirius answered and went to take out his wand, and then realizing that not only was he wearing Harry's clothes, but that his wand was missing as well. "My wand!" Sirius exclaimed as he shared a panicked look with Damien. "Harry's with Dad, Merlin knows where, and with Uncle Siri's wand. This is so not good," Damien thought. Damien took out his wand and pointed it at Sirius. Just as Damien pointed the wand at Sirius and muttered the spell, Sirius spotted the ring lying at the table. Sirius didn't realize that Damien was about to do the spell and reached over to touch the ring. It had a weird look, black and silver, but the sliver almost looked alive. Damien said the incantation and at once Sirius' appearance changed into his normal form. Damien stared at his Uncle Sirius' face. There was a large, ugly bruise on Sirius' face, no doubt caused by Harry. Damien noticed that there was something else odd about Sirius' appearance. He was standing in front of Damien, holding something in his hand and was staring at it with awe. Damien realized that instead of holding Harry's black and silver ring, Sirius was holding a black pensive, with a mass of silvery substance, swimming inside. "What is that?" Damien asked. "It's a pensive. It must have Harry's memories," Sirius whispered. Damien understood Harry's possessiveness over the ring now. It was actually the transfigured form of his pensive, holding memories that Harry wanted to keep safe. What could possibly be in that pensive that Harry was so desperate to keep hidden? Damien wondered aloud. "We'll have to figure that out later. For now we have to get to your dad," Sirius said, and both of them hurried out from the room. James felt his back slam onto the frozen ground and he bit back another cry. Harry was watching James struggle to get to his feet. Without his wand, James had no way to protect himself. James wasn't very good at physical combat, and even if he were, he had seen Harry in battle and knew that he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Why are you doing this, Harry?" James said as he straightened up, holding a hand to his side, as he was certain that he had broken quite a few ribs. Harry waved his wand again and James felt a searing pain across his chest. He crumbled to his knees and tried to take a few deep breaths. He looked up to see Harry bending over him. Harry was looking into James's eyes and he could see the hatred burning in those green orbs. "That's what I want to know, Potter. Why?" Harry's voice shook lightly and James found that Harry was close to breaking down. "Harry," was all James could manage to say before Harry sent him flying through the air again, by a sweep of his hand. James collapsed onto the ground and this time he cried out as he felt his leg snap. James looked up at Harry as the angry teen took a few steps towards him. "I asked you so many times, but you never answered me. I thought that maybe you were only capable of hurting others, that you didn't know any better. Even then I made excuses for you. But then I saw you with Damien and I saw how different you were with him. So I ask you again, Potter. Why? Why me? James was struggling to sit up. He could taste the coppery taste of his blood in his mouth, and he spat some out before turning to Harry. Harry, please, I don't know what you're talking about. Please just tell me. James pleaded, hoping to make some sense out of Harry's words. This, however, seemed to be the wrong thing to say as Harry's eyes hardened and he looked at James with cold fury. Of course, you don't remember. Why should you? That's fine, Potter, because after today, I'll finally be able to forget as well. Harry replied while aiming the wand at James's head. You'll never get away with this, Harry. You'll get caught, James said, desperation evident in his voice. James didn't want to die, especially at the hands of his own son. But he also didn't want Harry to go to Azkaban. Harry laughed a cold laugh and knelt in front of the helpless James. Oh, but I will. You see, Potter, I'm not the one who killed you. Everyone saw you leave Hogwarts with Black. The oars posted around Hogsmeade saw you come towards these cliffs with Black. It was Black who brought you here, and mercilessly killed you. It was Black's wand that shot the many different curses at you, rendering you defenseless. At these words, Harry held up the wand to show to James that it was indeed Sirius' wand that Harry was using to hurt James. I think it will be the perfect end to your perfect friendship, don't you? Harry asked mockingly. James felt rage build inside of him. Not only was Harry planning on killing his own father, he was going to place the blame on Sirius. No one will ever believe it. Sirius would never hurt me and everyone knows that. James said angrily. Envy is one thing that can lead to many bizarre crimes. You have family, Black does not. You have children, Black does not. You have a somewhat nice home, Black only has the ruined home that has now been turned into the headquarters, to your pathetic order. You see, Potter, Black has nothing when you have everything. You are even in a higher aura rank than he is. I think that's enough to make one man insanely jealous enough to kill. Harry replied coolly. Lily and Damien. They will never believe it. They know Sirius well enough to know that he would never attack me. James was desperate to show Harry that his plan wasn't going to work. It was in hope of Harry rethinking his decision to kill James. Harry looked at James and for a moment, James saw Harry's eyes softening at the mention of Damien. Damien may not believe it, but with time he will have no other choice but to accept it. You should count your blessings, Potter. I am sparing your wife, only because of Damien, otherwise she too would have been joining you. But I figured that Damien should at least have one parent alive. At the mention of Lily and the threat made against her, James lost the small amount of patience he had and without caring for the consequences, James leapt towards Harry and tried to grab the wand from him. Harry fell back at James's attack but was soon on his feet and had shot another stinging hex at James. James was now lying on the ground. His legs were definitely broken as Harry sent the bone-breaking curse at them earlier. James was covered in blood and he couldn't breathe properly, an indication that many of his ribs were broken. Harry stood over James and looked at him in fury. I think it's time to end this, Potter. Harry said coldly. He aimed the wand at James's head and was about to say the curse that would end James's life when James looked up at Harry and his hazel eyes locked with emerald green ones. Before you kill me, don't you think I have the right to know why? Why am I being tortured and killed by my own son? James knew at this point that he was going to die. But he didn't want to die without knowing why Harry wanted to kill him. You wish to plead ignorance to the very end. Very well, but I'm not going to waste any more time on you, Potter. I want you to know though, I could have killed you at any point. I have spent the last 4 months in your company and I had more than one chance to end your pathetic life. I could have slit your throat while you slept, I could have killed you with my bare hands in Hogwarts. But I didn't want to suffer after killing you. I want you to know that you're responsible for bringing this onto yourself. All those times you faked concern towards me, told me you missed me, pretended to care. I wanted to kill you then and there, but I held back. Do you know why? Because I wanted to make you suffer. 12 years of wanting this day to come, I finally get to take my revenge. Harry raised his wand and aimed at James. Harry, please. James tried desperately. Don't beg for mercy. I'm not going to give you any. After all, you never showed me any. Harry said the last part quietly. Harry steadied his hand, pointing at James. Goodbye, James Potter. Harry sent a jet of purple light at James, and James felt the spell hit him with a strong force, straight in his chest. James was thrown over the edge of the cliff and disappeared down 300 feet, towards the ragged rocks below. Harry closed his eyes as he tried to get his racing heart to calm down. He had done it. He had finally killed James Potter. Harry made his way over to Hogwarts. He was glad he had taken the invisibility cloak with him. Harry was going to make sure that he returned the cloak to Damien, as it was his possession now. Harry went into the common room and looked around. When he was sure that no one was in the common room, Harry took off the cloak. Harry was going to go up to his dorm to put back the cloak and check up on Sirius, when the portrait door opened and a very worried Damien came inside. He spotted Harry straight away and hurried over to him. "Harry, where have you been? I've been going crazy looking for you." Damien was looking at Harry through very worried eyes. "Damie, what's wrong?" Harry asked as he saw the panicked look in his eyes. "Please, Harry, tell me you didn't," Damien said while giving Harry a pleading look. "What are talking about?" Harry asked, feeling dread creep into his chest. Before Damien could answer Harry, the portrait to the common room opened and all the students poured in. Harry looked at the clock, just above the door. It was 5 p.m. The students had just finished their last class of the day. Harry looked at Damien and wordlessly agreed to go somewhere private. Harry and Damien had just left the common room and were looking for an empty classroom when Harry bumped into Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, just the student I was looking for. Professor Dumbledore wishes to have a quick word," Professor McGonagall told Harry. Harry looked at Damien and then decided that it wouldn't hurt to see Dumbledore in his office, one last time. After all, Harry would be going home in about 3 hours' time. "Fine," Harry replied and then turned to look at Damien. "Damien, can you hold on until I see what Dumbledore wants?" Harry asked. Damien nodded his head and made his way towards the Great Hall. Damien wasn't hungry, but he had nothing else to do until Harry returned from his meeting with the headmaster. Damien was desperate to ask Harry why he had imitated Sirius. It was obvious that Harry didn't do this in a bid to escape, as he had returned back to Hogwarts. But then why had Harry taken Polyjuice Potion? And where was his dad? Harry followed Professor McGonagall to the stone gargoyle that led to the headmaster's office. Once again the gargoyle was already moved aside, permitting entrance. Harry went up the stone stairs and entered the headmaster's office, without knocking. Harry was expecting Dumbledore to be sitting at his desk, waiting for Harry, like usual. Instead, Harry walked into the office and found that the headmaster was standing in front of Harry, holding his wand loosely in his hand. The headmaster was not alone. Harry swept the room with his eyes and saw a very pale and scared-looking Lily, an absolutely livid-looking Sirius, and most shocking of all, a severely injured James standing with their wands pointing at Harry. Harry felt like his heart had stopped. It wasn't possible. Harry had killed James. He threw him off a 300-foot-high cliff. How could James have survived? Harry never got a chance to voice his questions as two curses came at Harry at once. Harry felt the body-binding curse hit him, and at once Harry felt his body go rigid. The second curse that hit him was a stupefy curse. As soon as it hit Harry, he felt his world go black. Harry woke up and found himself in a different room. Harry tried to look around the room, to try and determine where he was, but Harry found that his movements were restricted as he was tied to a chair. Harry panicked and tried to wrench himself free, but it was no good. The bonds holding Harry's wrists, arms, ankles and legs were too strong for Harry to break out of. Harry tried to look around again and found that he was in James and Lily's living quarters. Harry could see the desk Lily usually sat at and found himself looking away in disgust at the many photos littering the front of her desk. Just then the doors opened and James and Lily, followed by Sirius, came inside. Harry felt his blood boil with rage. James had survived. After all Harry's waiting and plotting, James had still managed to survive the attack. And on top of that, Harry had screwed up at the very moment he needed to escape. Harry had no idea what time it was, but was certain that he wouldn't be able to escape from here by 8 p.m. Harry looked away from James. The Auror was still wearing the blood-covered robes and had his hand and arm heavily bandaged. Harry assumed that Poppy had fixed his broken bones, as James was walking around perfectly fine. James came over to Harry and brought a chair with him. He sat down facing Harry and looked at the raven-haired teen before him. "I think you owe me an explanation," James said quietly to Harry. Harry refused to look at him. Above everything else, Harry was ashamed. Ashamed that he had failed to take his revenge. Harry had so desperately wanted to hurt James, and now that he had the chance, Harry blew it. Harry felt a hand under his chin and was forced to look up as James pulled Harry's face up. "I want to know why you attacked me, what you meant by all those accusations. When have I ever hurt you, Harry? Answer me." James was holding back his temper. He wanted nothing better than to lash out at Harry. His own flesh and blood had tried to murder him. If it wasn't for Sirius, James would be long dead by now. As if reading his thoughts, Harry asked, "How did you survive?" James let go of Harry's face and looked over at his best friend. "Sirius arrived just in time. When you blasted me off the cliff, Sirius was standing on the other side. He had brought Damien's wand and used it to save me from crashing onto those rocks." Harry looked over at Sirius and was glaring at him with furious hatred. "Now, I answered your question, you answer mine. Why did you attack me?" James asked again. Harry brought his eyes over to James and James was once again shocked to see the angry tears glistening in them. "If you're not going to answer that question, then answer this. Why did you come back to Hogwarts? Surely you had your chance to escape, why return?" Sirius asked, hoping that once Harry started talking, it would become easier for him to answer all the questions. "I wanted to see you getting arrested," Harry answered simply, looking directly at Sirius. "I had to return to release you from the polyjuice potion, and I also wanted to see her reaction to finding out that her husband had been killed." Harry jerked his head towards Lily as he spoke. Lily had tears in her eyes as she stared at Harry. "Why?" she choked out. Again Harry looked away from her and refused to answer. James had had about enough. He stood up and spoke to Harry in a strained voice. "You're leaving us no option. If you refuse to tell us why you acted in this way, then I'm afraid we have no other choice but to hand you over to the ministry." Harry didn't react to James's words, but Lily gasped in surprise and Sirius looked at James in shock. When Harry made no effort in responding, James left the room. Lily and Sirius followed James, locking Harry in the room alone. No one realized that Damien was hiding under his invisibility cloak inside the room. When Damien saw that everyone had left, he pulled the cloak off him and walked towards Harry. Harry didn't seem to be surprised at all. "Should have known you would be here," Harry said, without even looking at Damien. Damien, however, was staring at Harry, with a mixture of shock and disgust. "How could you, Harry? How could you try and hurt Dad? What did he ever do to you?" he shouted. Harry didn't respond. He sat, staring at the ground, refusing to look at Damien. Damien knelt down, so that he was on the same eye level as Harry. "You tricked us. All of us. You tricked me this morning, by pretending to be Uncle Siri. You even called me by my pet name that only Uncle Siri uses. You did all of this, all the while knowing that you were going to try and kill our own father. Why, Harry?" Harry still didn't answer, but he looked up to see Damien in the eye. "You should really watch the details you give out when talking, Damien. You told me everything I needed to know, in order to fool everyone into thinking I was Sirius Black." Damien realized that Harry was telling the truth. All the times Damien had been following Harry around, he had been making small talk and hadn't realized that he had been giving Harry information on everyone Damien knew. "Harry, why did you attack Dad? Why do you hate him so much? Dad really loves you. You have no idea how much you mean to him. Mum told me that when you were taken, you were just a baby and Dad went crazy with grief. It took him months to just speak again, and you have the nerve to hurt a man that loves you so much." Damien stopped talking as he saw Harry snap his head up at Damien's words. What are you talking about, Damien? I wasn't taken when I was a baby. I ran away from home when I was 4. James paced the floor in Dumbledore's office. Lily and Sirius were sitting with their heads in their hands. How could they have misunderstood Harry? Why couldn't they have seen how much he hated James? Enough to try and kill him. James stopped pacing the floor and collapsed in a chair next to Lily. He put his head into his hands and began desperately making a plan to make Harry talk. He had to know what made Harry attack him like that. The door opened and Professor Dumbledore walked inside, holding something in his hands. When Sirius looked up, he saw the black pensive, belonging to Harry. Sirius had completely forgotten about that. He quickly told James and Lily about the ring and how Damien had accidentally changed it back to the pensive. James and Lily looked at the pensive in Dumbledore's hands and then at the headmaster's face. James could see that the pensive was an important discovery, but at the moment James didn't think it was as important as getting Harry to talk. We can figure out the memories later, Dumbledore. For now I think we should all concentrate on what to do about Harry. James said. Lily looked at James in surprise. You're not giving Harry to the ministry? Lily asked, her voice trembling as she tried to fight her emotions. James looked over at Lily and gave her a tired look. No, I'm not doing anything of the sort. I just said that to scare Harry into talking. Well, it's not working, mate. Sirius helpfully pointed out. Yeah, I noticed. James snapped back. He was aching all over and knew that he should be lying down just now, but James couldn't possibly rest when he had a homicidal teen after the rest of the family. If I may make a suggestion, Dumbledore said quietly, perhaps you should view the contents of this pensive. It may answer the questions you're asking. That was the first time that James noticed how pale and worried Dumbledore was looking right now. He had come into his office holding the pensive in his hands, and now he was suggesting that everyone should look at Harry's memories. James realized that Dumbledore had already seen the contents of Harry's pensive. You've already looked into it, haven't you? James asked. He tried to keep the accusatory tone away from his voice but failed. Professor Dumbledore looked at James, no twinkle present in his blue eyes. Yes, I have. I'm sorry, my boy, but I needed to prove that my suspicions were correct. Harry has been storing memories in this, memories which he doesn't want anyone to see. I had to know why. Dumbledore had a haunted look on his face, as if the memories stored by Harry had aged the headmaster more than anything else. What did you see? James asked, beginning to fear the memories himself. I think it's better if you were to see them yourself. Lily, you should go with James. Sirius, you as well. James was beginning panic as he watched Dumbledore place the pensive on the desk and motion for the three of them to come over to the pensive. Once Lily and Sirius were standing on either side of him, James saw Dumbledore poke the silvery substance with his wand. Early childhood memories, Dumbledore said in a clear voice. James, Lily and Sirius felt themselves being thrown, head first into the pensive. The three adults hit the ground and stood up a little shakily to their feet. What is going on? James thought to himself. He looked around him as the silvery mist cleared and James found himself standing in his own living room, in Godric's Hollow. The room was exactly like it had been, approximately 15 years ago. Lily gasped as she looked around her. Early childhood memories, James thought to himself. That's what Dumbledore had said, hadn't he? But Harry was 15 months old when he was taken from his home. What memories could Harry possibly have at that age? James felt Sirius and Lily come and stand next to him. They were all looking around. If this was Harry's memory, then he had to be here somewhere. As if in response to James's thought, a door opened and a small messy-haired child came into the room. James had to calm his hammering heart as he took in the appearance of the small boy standing before him. The child was definitely Harry. He had the messy black hair and his emerald green eyes were hidden behind large black framed glasses. Harry didn't look any older than 2, possibly 3 years old. Lily was watching the child, Harry, closely, as if trying to take in all the details she could. James and Lily had missed out on Harry's childhood. They never knew what their child looked like when growing up. James saw the little boy come inside and close the door behind him. Harry was wearing clothes that looked worn out. What is going on? James thought to himself. Just then a loud shouting noise sounded across the room. Harry, Harry, where are you? Get in here right now. A male voice sounded. The three adults jumped as did Harry. Harry quickly ran over and opened the door at the other end of the room, which the three adults recognized as the kitchen. Harry opened the door and walked in to find James and Lily sitting at the kitchen table. James and Lily looked at their counterparts in Harry's memories and felt a shiver run down their spines. They were identical copies, but the expressions on their faces were so hard and cruel. James shuddered as he saw the fake James glaring at Harry. That's what they were. They were fake, as James and Lily had lost Harry at the age of 15 months. James heard Lily cry out as they saw the fake James raise a hand and slap the child standing before him. Harry crumbled to the ground and held his small hand up to his cheek, which was already forming a bruise. How many times do I have to tell you, you little shit? I don't want to see your sorry face when we have guests over. You just embarrassed us. The three horrified adults watched as the fake Lily ordered Harry to get up and told him to go to his room and that the young child was not to get any dinner that night. The child ran from the room with tears in his eyes, and James, Lily and Sirius wished they could cause physical harm to the fake parents sitting at the table. The room began to spin and soon the mist cleared to show a small room with no windows. There was a small bed in the corner and on top of the bed sat a small child. Harry was trying to put something back together again. James looked closer and saw that the young child was trying to fix his broken glasses, the Muggle way, only, one of the child's hands was heavily bandaged and his small fingers were having difficulty in moving. James knelt next to the crying child and wished he could wipe away the tears. Harry cried as he wrapped a small piece of sellotape around his glasses. Just then a booming sound was heard and the child jumped in fright before cowering away in fear. James didn't realize what was happening. The door behind him opened with a bang and James spun around to see a very forbidding-looking James standing at the door. You've done it again, haven't you? The fake James said as he towered into the room. The real James saw Harry shake in fear as he spoke. No, Dad, I swear. I didn't. James felt his heart actually break. Harry had called him Dad. He had actually called him Dad in his memories. The fake James grabbed the small boy by the hair and pulled him from the bed. James cried out as he saw the fake James throw Harry onto the floor and kick him viciously in the ribs. Harry cried out and tried to curl into a protective ball, to protect himself from his father's punishment. As if it wasn't enough that you completely destroyed our lives. You were staring to destroy others' lives as well. How dare you get into a fight with the neighbor's children? They are Muggles. You used magic to hurt them, didn't you? The fake James shouted as he continued to kick the 3-year-old. Harry cried out to each blow, and only when the fake James stopped to take a breath, did Harry attempt to speak. I didn't. They hurt me. They pushed me and then broke my glasses. Harry said as he tried to sit up. The fake James only sneered at Harry and kicked him again before taking off his belt. No, oh please God, no. James cried out as he saw the belt in the fake James's hand. James, Lily and Sirius all cried out as they saw the fake James hold the belt in one hand while holding the whimpering child down with his foot. You've misbehaved, Harry, so now it's time for your punishment. You're going to be so sorry. James felt his world crash as he saw the fake James bring down the belt onto Harry. The small child cried out and turned onto his back, in an attempt to protect his chest and stomach. James fell to the ground as he watched his child being mercilessly beaten by a monster that had his face. James was crying as he heard Harry call out and beg his dad to stop and that he was going to be good and never use his magic again. James saw the 3-year-old scream every time the metal buckle tore into his small back. Within seconds, Harry's back was bleeding profusely from numerous welts. Lily and Sirius were crying and screaming for the memory to stop. Suddenly the memory did stop and the familiar silver mist surrounded them. When the mist cleared up, James found himself on the kitchen floor. He looked up at Lily and Sirius through his tear-filled eyes. James couldn't believe it. Voldemort hadn't lied to Harry about James and Lily. Instead, he had filled Harry's mind with fake memories of such abuse, that Harry hated his parents with every fiber of his being. James saw the fake Lily come bustling into the kitchen. She was dressed up, as if she were going out. As she moved out of the way, James, Lily and Sirius saw Harry standing by the door. He looked a little bit older than his last memory. He was still wearing worn out clothes and was very skinny, like he hadn't been fed regularly. His bright emerald eyes were now dull and empty and were still behind broken glasses. Now listen up. The food is in the oven, don't burn it. You know how your father can be. The fake Lily was instructing Harry. The small child looked over at the oven and nodded his head. He looked at his mother, walking around, putting her earrings on as she got ready to go out. Just before she walked by him, the small child grabbed onto her dress. Mum, please, can't I come with you? I don't want to be alone with them. Harry whispered in a fearful voice. The real Lily had to put her hand over her mouth to stifle the cry that left her lips at the sight. James and Sirius looked at each in concern. Who were the they that Harry was referring to? The fake Lily shook herself away from Harry and ran her hand over her dress, as if shaking away invisible dirt that Harry had left on her dress. No, you can't come. How many times are you going to ask me? Honestly, Harry, you can be so troublesome at times. Harry pulled himself away from his mum and looked away from her. A defeated look on his young face. Just then the doorbell sounded and the three adults saw Harry visibly tense up. As the fake Lily rushed to open the door, the three adults saw Harry move away from the door. Harry was trying to push himself further into the wall, as if hoping to disappear into it. Just then the fake Potters walked into the kitchen, and this time they were with the fake Sirius. The real Sirius looked at his fake counterpart. He was beginning to wonder why Dumbledore had sent him into Harry's memories. Now Sirius was hoping that he didn't find out. Sirius didn't want to know what kind of monster he was in Harry's memories. Ah, Harry, how are you? Sirius said as he ruffled Harry's hair. Harry tensed up but didn't dare move out of the way. As quickly as he could, Harry moved towards the oven and started checking on the chicken that was being cooked on the moment. The fake Lily left and the two friends, James and Sirius, sat in the dining room, leaving Harry alone in the kitchen. Harry moved around slowly and winced every time he had to bend over to pick something up. The three adults realized that the child must have broken ribs as Harry placed a hand on his side tentatively. Harry heard the conversation between his father and godfather. I just don't know, Padfoot. I never thought that my son would turn out like this. He is such a squib, he can't even do the simplest of spells yet. The only thing he can do is stupid tricks on our muggle neighbors' kids, the fake James was saying. I know it beeps, I mean imagine having such a pathetic godson. What age is the little shit anyway? Came the fake serious voice. 4. I mean when I was 4 I was doing magic all the time. I know that I'm just more gifted than he is, but look how weak he is. His eyesight is worse than mine. I swear by the time he is a teen, he'll be completely blind. James said in a voice that was obvious that he couldn't care less if Harry did become blind. Well, maybe you should stop hitting him in the head all the time. You know what they say. Too many head injuries can lead to all sorts of deformities. Sirius said with a chuckle, and both men dissolved into fits of laughter. The child, Harry, brushed away the tears that came at listening to these words and continued laying out the place settings at the table. There were only 2 table settings, for the 2 men in the house. The real James, Lily and Sirius were looking as if they were going to be sick. They couldn't believe the horrific lies that had been fed into Harry's mind. No wonder he hated all of them. Just as the small child checked on the chicken, there was commotion near the door and Harry spun around to see the fake Sirius standing at the door. Hey Harry, what are you doing? Sirius asked as he came towards the frightened child. The real Sirius growled at his fake counterpart, wishing he could tear into him. Harry gave Sirius a scared look and then replied. Nothing, uncle. The fake Sirius swooped over Harry and viciously backhanded him. Harry swayed on the spot but managed to keep standing upright. I'm not your uncle, you weak piece of crap. You address me as Master Black, understand? Why yes, Master Black. Harry replied as he wiped the blood away from his lip with the back of his sleeve. What you making, Harry? Sirius asked as he walked over and peered at the oven. Chicken, Master Black. Harry answered with obvious fear in his voice. The real Potters and Sirius had tears of frustration and anger as they watched Harry cower before the fake Sirius. Looks a bit underdone to me. I like my meat well done. And with that, the fake Sirius pointed his wand at the chicken and laughed heartlessly as the chicken began turning black and smoke began coming out of the oven door. Harry gasped and ran to the oven, his small hands fumbling with the hot oven door, trying to get it to open so that he could save the meal. The fake Sirius continued to laugh as Harry couldn't get the door open. Harry began to cry and tug at Sirius' hand, hoping to pull the wand away from the food. Please don't. Dad will kill me. Please, Master Black, please don't. Harry begged as he tried to get the wand away from the burning chicken. At last the fake Sirius pulled his hand away and Harry ran to the oven, to pull out a completely burnt and destroyed chicken. Oh James. Prongs. You better come and see what Harry just did. The fake Sirius shouted. Harry looked up at his godfather, his green eyes wide with fear. No. Please don't. Harry pleaded, but Sirius just laughed as the fake James rushed into the kitchen. What happened? James asked, and then he saw the destroyed chicken in the oven and Harry standing in front of the oven, tears falling down his face. Why, you little shit. You did this on purpose. You're going to get it now. The fake James grabbed the trembling boy and smacked him across the face before throwing him onto the floor and kicking him mercilessly. Harry didn't even cry out. He held in his cries and shut his eyes tightly. The three horrified adults stood in the middle of this memory and cried, as it was clear by the way the young Harry was acting, that he had been through this type of treatment before. Suddenly the fake James turned around and saw the oven, still on. He smirked at Harry as he pulled the 4-year-old up to his feet. You burn my food, I get to burn you. He hissed at Harry. The real James cried out and ran towards the fake James. But James couldn't do anything to stop what had already happened. He watched in horror as the fake James picked up the screaming child, who was frantically trying to get away. No, Dad. Please don't. Please, Dad. I'm sorry for everything. Please don't. Harry begged as he tried to futilely run away, but the fake James carried the 4-year-old child over to the burning hot oven and opened the oven door. Lily, Sirius and James were crying hard as they watched with horrified eyes, as the fake James held down the child's small hand onto the metal tray inside the oven. Harry screamed out in agony and thrashed wildly in his father's grasp. Only once the kitchen was filled with the horrible smell of burning flesh, did the fake James let Harry go. The small child huddled on the floor and tried to breathe, as all the screaming had left him breathless. The fake James and Sirius barked out orders for Harry to clean up the mess and then go to bed, without anything to eat. The two monsters left the weeping child on the kitchen floor, cradling his bleeding, severely burnt hand close to his chest. Slowly the child got up and carefully opened the door leading to the back garden. Once standing outside in the cool air, the 4-year-old looked into the darkness looming in front of him. He then looked back inside the house, tears still running down his cheeks. It was clear to see what thoughts were running through Harry's mind. What point was there to stay in a home that was treating you like this? Was it not better to leave and find another place to live? Any other place would be better than to live here. And so, as the three adults watched, the 4-year-old Harry walked into the darkness ahead of him and never once looked back at the Potter's home. James, Lily and Sirius felt themselves being pulled from the memories and soon felt their feet slam onto the floor of Dumbledore's office. Before James could say a single word, the headmaster rushed over to him. We have to hurry. Take Harry and go. Dumbledore said as he ushered James and Lily to the door. Dumbledore. What happened? Asked James and was surprised to hear his own voice tremble. Death Eaters. Hogwarts is under attack. Before James could react, there was a terrible scream from outside. James, Lily, Dumbledore and Sirius rushed to the window and the sight before them made their breaths hitch in their throat. There were no less than 30 Death Eaters dueling fiercely with the Aurors. The scream they heard came from Tonks, as she was hit by the Cruaco curse. But the sight that made James cry out was the sight of Bella embracing someone. As she pulled away, James saw Harry standing in front of Bella. Harry looked up towards Dumbledore's office window. Harry's burning emerald green eyes met with James, and the hatred that James saw in them made his heart break. James understood the hatred now. According to Harry's memories, James had abused Harry to such an extent that Harry had to leave home at the tender age of 4. Before James or anyone else could do anything, Harry tore his eyes away from the four adults standing at the window and took Bella's outstretched hand. James and Lily watched helplessly as Harry disapparated with Bella, back to Lord Voldemort. James watched helplessly as his son was taken by Bella, back to Lord Voldemort. Back to the monster that had filled Harry's mind with horrific lies about his true parents. Without thinking, James pulled out his wand and rushed to the door, intending to kill as many Death Eaters as possible. Sirius and Lily, followed by Dumbledore, rushed out with James. Soon the four adults were standing outside. They arrived just in time to see the last of the Death Eaters disapparate. They had got what they came for. They had managed to take Harry back to their master. James let out a frustrated scream and collapsed onto the grass, not caring that most of the school was looking out of the windows. Lily and Sirius helped James up and led him back into the school, while Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore and many of the Hogwarts staff helped the injured Aurors. Many of the Aurors had been killed by the Death Eaters. Thankfully no student had been hurt as all of them were inside the castle at the time of the attack. James was brought back up to Dumbledore's office. James was completely broken. He couldn't stop the tears from falling from his eyes. He felt Lily's warm embrace and both parents hugged each other and cried. They felt they had lost Harry all over again. Suddenly James pulled away from Lily. "Damien," he whispered. In all the commotion, James and Lily had completely forgotten about their youngest son. Both parents fled from the office and ran to the Gryffindor common room. "Damien. Damien. Ron, where's Damien? Have you seen him?" James asked the red-headed prefect. "No, I don't know where he is," Ron replied. He and Hermione were trying to calm the hysterical students, since all of them had seen the Death Eater attack. James tore away from the room and searched the castle for Damien. "Please, please, don't let anything happen to him," James prayed as he ran to the Great Hall, in search of Damien. Just as James, Lily and Sirius turned the corner, leading to the dungeons, they saw Damien making his way, slowly towards them. He had his head lowered and was walking very slowly, as if taking each step was painful. James and Lily ran towards Damien and had him a tight embrace. When they let go of the 13-year-old, they saw Damien's hazel eyes were filled with tears. "Damie," Lily whispered, wondering why Damien looked so broken. "I had to, you understand, right? He wouldn't listen to anything I would say. He didn't believe me." Damien was speaking in a hushed tone, and his eyes looked unfocused, as if he were talking but not quite aware of who he was talking to. James quickly led Damien back to the Potter's living quarters. Once the three adults and Damien were safely inside, James turned to Damien. "Damie, what happened?" James could see the empty chair that Harry had been tied to, only 20 minutes ago. James shuddered as he thought about how they all had treated Harry, feeding his mind more nightmares about his parents. James gave himself a mental shake. He couldn't think about that just yet. He had to deal with Damien right now. "Damien, what happened?" James repeated the question. Damien brought his tired hazel eyes to his parents. "I let him go," Damien said quietly, not looking at anyone in the room. James felt his heart plummet to his stomach. "You let him go? Why? What were you thinking?" James shouted at Damien. James knew that Damien was extremely upset just now, but he couldn't control his anger. Damien had let Harry escape and go back to Lord Voldemort. The damage done was catastrophic. James knelt in front of Damien and forced the teen's face up, so that James could look into Damien's tear-filled eyes. "Why?" James asked. Damien looked away and then answered. "Because you were going to send him to Azkaban. I didn't want Harry to go to Azkaban. Harry's been lied to. He thinks that he ran away from home. He doesn't know the truth, and no matter what I said, Harry wouldn't believe me." Damien said all this without looking at either of his parents. "Damien, how do you know all of this?" Lily asked. She was referring to the fact that James had threatened Harry with Azkaban and the lies that Harry had grown up with. "I heard Dad telling Harry that he was going to send him to Azkaban. I was in this room, under the invisibility cloak. After you all left, I went over to Harry and asked him why he attacked Dad. Harry wouldn't tell me at first, but after I mentioned how much Dad had missed him when he was taken as a baby, Harry told me. He said that he was." Damien couldn't go on. He put his head into his hands and fresh tears began trailing down his cheeks. Lily came over and put her arms around him, trying to comfort him. When Damien couldn't get himself to recount his conversation with Harry, Sirius suggested that Damien take out the memory and that way James and Lily could see for themselves what had happened. Slowly Damien brought out his wand and closed his eyes. He was bringing forward the memory, and when he pulled his wand away from his temple, there was a silvery thread attached to his wand. James took the memory and put it into the gray-colored pensieve that belonged to Lily. Soon James, Lily and Sirius were standing inside Damien's memory. They watched as Damien knelt in front of Harry, who was still tied to the chair and was looking utterly defeated. "Harry, you tricked us. All of us. You tricked me this morning, by pretending to be Uncle Siri. You even called me by my pet name that only Uncle Siri uses. You did all of this, all the while knowing that you were going to try and kill our own father. Why, Harry?" The three adults saw Harry look up at Damien. "You should really watch the details you give out when talking, Damien. You told me everything I needed to know, in order to fool everyone into thinking I was Sirius Black." James looked at Damien's reaction. Damien sat before Harry and had a look of utter shock on his face. It was obvious that Damien hadn't realized how much attention Harry was giving to Damien's small talk. "Harry, why did you attack Dad? Why do you hate him so much? Dad really loves you. You have no idea how much you mean to him. Mum told me that when you were taken, you were just a baby and Dad went crazy with grief. It took him months to just speak again, and you have the nerve to hurt a man that loves you so much." James felt a rush of pride at Damien's words. Damien knew that James loved Harry. Unfortunately, it was going to take more than that to make Harry believe it. What are you talking about, Damien? I wasn't taken when I was a baby. I ran away from home when I was 4. The three adults watched Damien pull back from Harry. A look of shock and surprise on his young face. No, Harry. It can't be. Mum and Dad wouldn't lie to me. They told me that you were taken away by a Death Eater. You were only 15 months old. You must have been lied to. Damien stopped talking as he saw Harry glare at Damien. James watched as Harry responded through gritted teeth. "You're the one who was lied to, Damien. No one's told me anything. I remember perfectly well what happened the night I left home. If I can even call that place a home. Tell me, Damien, if your parents never lied to you, then why didn't they tell you about me? Why keep me a bloody secret from everyone? Maybe because they never expected me to survive. How the hell can a 4-year-old survive on his own? They thought that they had gotten rid of me for good. If I hadn't been caught by the Order and forced back into the Potter's lives, you would never have even known that I existed." James fought another shower of emotions as Harry's words stung him. Part of what Harry was saying was true. James and Lily had never talked about Harry to Damien. They had always acted as if Harry didn't exist in front of Damien. They didn't want to scare Damien into thinking that he wasn't safe. If his older brother can be taken away by Lord Voldemort's men, right from under James and Lily's very own roof, then what chance would Damien stand? Also, James felt that they had given up on Harry too soon. They never looked for Harry hard enough. Everyone just assumed that Lord Voldemort had killed Harry, because of the prophecy. No one had ever considered the possibility that Harry might have survived. If they had found Harry sooner, maybe all of this wouldn't have happened. Harry would not have had such an awful, terrifying childhood. Even though James knew that the memories he had witnessed were fake, they still tore his heart open, knowing that Harry believed them to be true and had grown up believing them. James was brought out of his thoughts as he heard Damien respond back to Harry. "But Harry, I can't see why Mum and Dad would lie. What possible benefit would come from lying?" Damien stopped talking and his hazel eyes widened in realization. "Harry, why did you leave home? You said you ran away. Why would you run away from Mum and Dad?" Harry didn't answer and looked away from Damien. Harry seemed to be making an effort to hold his tongue. "Harry, please tell me, why would you run away from home?" Damien asked again. "Trust me, Damien, you of all people don't want to know what truly happened." Harry brought his green eyes back to Damien, and the three adults watching the memory saw the look of hurt and betrayal in Harry's green orbs. "Harry, you can't be. Please, Harry, tell me you don't think that Mum and Dad would have hurt you. They couldn't hurt anyone. Damien was once again cut off by Harry. I don't think that they hurt me. I know they hurt me. I remember everything. They think that I was only a child, a 4-year-old, pathetic, stupid child. What can he remember? But I remember everything, Damien. I lived that nightmare over and over again, until I had to cast those memories away. I took them out of my mind, so that they don't haunt me when I sleep. That's what they did to me. Not only did your mum and dad torture me when I was a child, they continued to hurt me when I was away from them, so much that I had to physically remove my memories. There, Damien. I told you, is that what you wanted to hear? Harry was breathing heavily and had unshed tears glistening in his eyes. Damien was close to tears as well. Damien tried one last time to convince Harry that he was wrong. I'm not going to argue with you. If you say that you remember what Mum and Dad did to you, then I'll believe you. But I just want to ask one question. You say that you remember everything that happened to you, that you ran away from home when you were 4 years old, right? Harry only nodded his head, keeping his eyes focused on Damien. Well, Harry, if that's true, then how come you don't remember me? Harry looked at Damien, with a confused expression, as if he didn't understand the question. I'm 3 years younger than you. So if you were 4 years old, that would make me 1 year old, around the time you ran away. If you remember everything that happened to you, then surely you would remember me as well. Yet when we met for the first time, back in Grimmauld Place, you were really shocked that you had a younger brother. James, Lily and Sirius shared a look of relief with each other. They felt immense relief and joy that at least Damien never believed the lies that were fed to Harry. Damien had brought up a very good point. Surely this would make Harry question the logic of those memories. I don't know why I can't remember you, Damien. I only remember the horrible things that were said and did to me. Maybe you. Harry's words were cut off by a huge blast that came from outside. Harry looked at Damien and asked him, Damie, what time is it? Damien looked at Harry in bewilderment. What? The time? Damien, what time is it? Damien looked at his watch around his wrist. 8 p.m. Why? Harry looked desperately at the door. It's them, the Death Eaters. Damien looked at the door in horror. Death Eaters. Here at Hogwarts. It can't be. Hogwarts is too well protected. Harry gave a small laugh and turned his head over to look at Damien's terrified face. Nothing can be protected forever. Damien looked at the doors again. They're here for you, aren't they? Damien asked, already knowing the answer. Yes. I was supposed to go home today. James, Lily and Sirius looked at Harry in shock. So that's why Harry attacked James today, since he knew that Death Eaters were coming to rescue him later on and that he would escape before anyone found out what had happened. Damien looked at Harry again and saw the sadness in Harry's eyes. Suddenly Damien took out his wand and pointed it at Harry's wrists. Reducto! Damien yelled and the bonds holding Harry down disappeared. It took Harry a second to realize what had just happened. Damien repeated the same action for the bonds holding Harry's legs as well. Harry sprung to his feet at once. Damien, what? Just go, Harry. If you don't leave now, you'll end up in Azkaban. Damien was talking to Harry, but he couldn't even look him in the eye. Harry was staring at the teen before him, unable to comprehend what had just happened. You realize what you're doing, don't you? I tried to kill James Potter. I'll try again until I succeed. Harry said, and he watched Damien's reactions very carefully as he spoke. Damien flinched at the word kill, but didn't make any attempt at stopping Harry from leaving. I'm helping you escape because I don't want you to end up in Azkaban. You're my brother and always will be, but if you try to harm Mum or Dad again, Harry, you're going to have to kill me first. I'm not going to let anything happen to them until I am around. Damien didn't have any sort of threat in his voice. He was merely stating the facts. Harry smiled at Damien, but not in his usual smirk-like fashion. The smile that James, Lily and Sirius saw was as genuine as they had ever seen on Harry. Typical Gryffindor, Harry said as he playfully pushed Damien. Despite the heartbreaking situation, Damien smiled back at Harry. And damn proud of it too. Harry left to go towards the door. Just before he left, he turned around and spoke to Damien, for what was probably the last time. Stay inside Hogwarts. They can't come inside. With that said, Harry left and Damien collapsed to the ground, tears falling from his eyes as he watched his brother leave all of them, again. James, Lily and Sirius felt themselves leave the memory and were once again standing in the same room as the memory was, but were standing over an exhausted-looking Damien. James went over and picked up his son from the chair he was sitting in and embraced him. He whispered his apologies in Damien's ear and felt the child in his arms sob harder. Soon Damien was led up to the Gryffindor common room and handed over to Ron and Hermione, who took over the grieving boy instantly. James and Lily wanted nothing more than to crawl into their beds and sleep until this nightmare was over. A part of James wished that all of this was a nightmare. That he would wake up and find himself in his bed and that Harry would still be here at Hogwarts with him. James and Lily sat on the ground, next to Lily's desk. Both heartbroken parents began blaming themselves for not realizing what Harry was going through. How could we not have seen this? How could we have been so blind to Harry's reactions towards us? Lily said in a small voice. He never hid the fact that he hated all of us, but we all just pushed it aside. Not wanting to deal with it, hoping that Harry will just snap out of it. How could we not have questioned him about this? Lily continued. Suddenly Lily clasped her hand over her mouth and looked at James with shock in her green eyes. Oh my God, James. Remember when we spoke to Harry for the first time, back at the headquarters? Do you remember what he said to us? He asked us if we were disappointed that he had survived. He said that we didn't expect him to survive, remember? At that time we had assumed that he was referring to the incident with his capture because he had been severely injured, but that's not what he was talking about. He was referring to the fact that he had ran away from home 12 years ago. He meant that we must be disappointed that Harry had survived and grown up. And when he was talking to Damien, he said the same thing. He said, maybe they never expected me to survive. How the hell can a 4-year-old survive on his own? It was all there. All the evidence that Harry had been lied to, we just never picked up on it. James realized that Lily was right. Harry had dropped many hints, had reacted strangely towards James and Lily, but both parents had never picked up on it. Everything made sense now. The way Harry used to glare at him, the strange remarks about James being violent, and the way Harry had freaked out when they had caught Damien at the headquarters. James cringed as he remembered the words he had spoken to Damien in front of Harry. The Weasleys are outraged at your behavior. You are going to be so sorry. Your punishment will be decided tomorrow. These words must have brought back those horrific memories to Harry. That's why he had stood up for Damien. He must have thought that Damien had gone through the same treatment as Harry himself had suffered. But surely Harry must have realized that Damien was treated fairly. James thought to himself. At this point James remembered something else. The words Harry had bitterly spoken to him just that afternoon. But then I saw you with Damien and I saw how different you were with him. So I ask you again, Potter. Why? Why me? James could have slapped himself. How could he have been so stupid? How could he not have figured out what Harry was suggesting? It was obvious that Harry couldn't talk about what happened to him. How could Harry turn to his supposed abuser and say, remember you tortured and tormented me 12 years ago to such an extent that I ran away? Well, I think we should sit and discuss it, now that I have grown up. James remembered the conversation he had with Harry in his dorm, just over a month ago. He remembered trying to get Harry to open up and tell him why Harry hated him so much. Harry's words came back to him. Just watching you sit there and talk to me as if nothing ever happened, makes my blood boil. Think, Potter, can't you think of any reason I would have to hate you? Try and remember. James remembered how Harry was so close to breaking down that day. The tears that had glistened in Harry's eyes should have been enough for James to figure things out. James put his head into his hands, not wanting to think about how badly he had failed Harry. Suddenly another memory came in front of his closed eyes. The day James had found out that Harry had not taken any potions that were supposed to heal him. James remembered how Harry had flinched away from him when James had raised his hand. Why didn't James realize that something wasn't right back then? The fact that Harry had moved away from James, for fear that James might hurt him, should have sent off alarm bells in his mind. But James had not let himself think about those things. He kept pushing them to the back of his mind, hoping that he would not have to deal with them. He was too caught up with being at Hogwarts with his wife and children, too involved with ways to bring Harry into their future, without even thinking about Harry's past. Lily remembered another incident which should have made them realize that something was not right. Just after the attack with those vampires, when Harry was recovering in the hospital wing. The way that Harry had spoke to James. So all of a sudden you have my welfare at heart, do you? You're the one who should think about what you're saying and to whom. Your job to care. You have no right to say that, especially to me. Lily shut her eyes tightly. She had spent most of the past 15 years imagining life with her eldest son, with Harry. Now that fate had given her that chance, she had completely blown it. Harry had been given to them, and in the 4 months that he spent with them, James and Lily had managed to ignore all of Harry's comments and strange behavior, resulting in them losing Harry all over again. The door opened and Sirius came inside. He looked sadly over at the grieving parents. Dumbledore wants so see us. Sirius said simply. James had hoped that Dumbledore would leave them alone for one night, but that wasn't possible. James, Lily and Sirius made their way up to Dumbledore's office. They had to talk about Harry's fake memories, they had to sort out a few things. As James made his way into the headmaster's office, he saw Dumbledore standing at the window, looking at the grounds of Hogwarts. The grounds were covered in blood, either belonging to Aurors or Death Eaters. Hogwarts grounds had never had bloodshed staining it before. It truly was a sign of bad things to come. Professor Dumbledore turned to see the 3 exhausted adults come into the office. Dumbledore led them towards his desk. Harry's pensive was still lying on the desk, the silvery mist swirling within it. James found himself looking away from it. Dumbledore, how bad is it? How many of our men have fallen tonight? Sirius asked. Dumbledore sighed and gave Sirius a sad look. I think there have been 12 casualties and 4 more that are severely injured. They have been taken to St. Mungo's Hospital. James looked at Dumbledore. He felt immensely guilty. The casualties had happened because of his son. The Death Eaters had come into the grounds of Hogwarts, ready to kill anyone standing in the way to take away Harry. They fallen bodies could easily have been students. And all the while this was happening, James and Sirius were not there to help fight against the Death Eaters. James, please do not hold yourself responsible. You and Sirius were fighting a different type of battle at the time, one that I would not wish anyone to face. Dumbledore tried to comfort James. James gave Dumbledore a weak, grateful smile. Dumbledore pointed at the pensive. I hope that you understand the ramifications of these memories. Dumbledore said. James looked at the headmaster, unable to determine the meaning of these words. Ramifications. Harry hates all of us because of these fake memories. What other ramifications can there be, Dumbledore? James asked with anger coursing through him. How could Dumbledore be so insensitive? James, I didn't mean to sound tactless. I only meant that the damage done by these memories is much worse than you think. Dumbledore answered. How can things be any worse? Harry has grown up with these fake memories, nothing can be worse than that. Lily responded. At her words, Dumbledore looked, if possible, even more solemn. I am afraid that things are much, much worse, Lily. You see, these memories are not fake. It took a moment for the 3 adults to comprehend the meaning of Dumbledore's words. What? What do you mean they're not fake? Of course they are fake. How can you even suggest that we would do anything of that sort? You were there. You know how Harry was taken 15 years ago. Lily screamed at the headmaster. Lily, calm down. You misunderstand me. I would never accuse any of you of such atrocities. What I meant was that the memories in this pensive are not fake. They are real memories, experiences, felt and lived by our young Harry. James felt as if someone had hit him with a hammer. All the breath was knocked out of him. They were real. The memories were not fake, they were real. Harry had suffered the physical and mental abuse for real. His child had been at Voldemort's mercy, and this is what that monster did to him. Before, the only thing sustaining James was the fact that the memories were not real, they had never happened. Harry had not really been beaten and abused. But at Dumbledore's words, this reassurance came crashing down. Harry had suffered. While James, Lily, and Damien were enjoying their lives, Harry had been suffering at Voldemort's hands. Dumbledore continued speaking. When a memory is modified or created artificially, there are telltale signs that show this. While many wizards can't recognize them, I, however, can see the difference. I'm afraid that the memories I have witnessed are all genuine. Harry has lived through all that you saw in the pensive tonight. My guess is that Voldemort had someone imitate the three of you, James, Lily, and Sirius. Whether Voldemort himself was part of the memory, I don't know. As I was saying earlier, the ramifications of these memories are very serious. Not only has Voldemort made sure that Harry will never return to his rightful parents, he has planted a deep-seated hatred for followers of the light. He has made Harry believe that followers of the light are just as heartless as any Death Eater. Harry sees Voldemort as his savior, as it is Voldemort who takes Harry in and brings him up. Now this makes Harry's loyalty to Voldemort much more understandable. Dumbledore continued. At James, Lily, and Sirius' puzzled expression, Dumbledore explained. I have looked further into the pensive. After Harry leaves home, he is found by Nagini, who leads him to Voldemort. It seems that Harry is a Parselmouth. Lily couldn't help the gasp that left her mouth, and James and Sirius were looking close to crying out in shock as well. I am again assuming that this is something Voldemort passed on to Harry, the night he gave Harry the scar. Of course, Harry thinks it is a rare gift that he possesses from birth. Nagini leads Harry to Voldemort, who helps heal Harry's injuries. Harry is then asked by Voldemort if he wishes to stay with him as his child, since Voldemort can sense the potential of great power in Harry. Harry is only a frightened child and accepts Voldemort's invitation. So you see, Voldemort broke Harry just so that he could be the one to fix him. Harry believes that Voldemort is responsible for the power and skill that he possesses. Harry is grateful only to Voldemort. This way Voldemort has ensured that Harry will never intentionally harm him. I believe that while Harry was severely mistreated for the first couple of years, Voldemort started caring for Harry afterwards. I still have to investigate the memories, but my guess is that Harry never suffered any more abuse after he was supposedly taken into Voldemort's care. Evidence around us suggests that while pretending to care for Harry, Voldemort found himself beginning to care for Harry genuinely. I don't think he would stand for Harry getting hurt now, as much as any of you would. So that at least gives us some reassurance that Harry is safe with Voldemort for now. James didn't believe Dumbledore. Anyone who could carry out such acts of violence to a defenseless child can't possibly care for them afterwards. And this was Voldemort they were talking about. He was a heartless monster, incapable of feeling anything close to love. James felt the rage build in him once again. Voldemort had made Harry believe that he had abusive parents and then stepped in to show himself as the great hero, the one wizard who saved Harry. How are we going to get Harry to believe the truth? Sirius asked, as James was not able to open his mouth, due to the rage he was feeling. I don't know how or even if it is possible to show Harry that these memories are not what they seem. Since they are not modified, it is difficult to prove them as false. Dumbledore replied. So you're saying that all hope is lost? James asked, unable to keep quiet any longer. Because if you are, then that's fine. You can give up on Harry, but I'm not going to. He's my son and I'm going to make sure he learns the truth about his family, that he finds out that he was betrayed. I'm not going to be able to live, knowing what Harry thinks I did to him when he was a child. I may not be a very good parent, since I obviously failed in helping Harry, but I'm not the monster Harry believes I am. So I'm not going to rest until I make Harry see the truth. James, I would never give up on anyone, and this is Harry we are talking about. I am only stating the facts about the memories stored in this pensive. I happen to believe that Harry is not at all what he seems. Dumbledore said, with a small twinkle in his eyes. What do you mean? Asked Sirius. Well, Harry's pensive was transfigured into a ring. This ring was not something Harry created when he came to Hogwarts. Harry had this ring before he came to Hogwarts. The memories stored in here are not all about his childhood with the so-called Potters. I have sensed that there are many, many more memories in here that Harry has kept secret. But who would he want to hide these memories from? Why remove them from your mind? It is my guess that Harry is keeping some memories from Voldemort. At the headmaster's words, the three adults began disagreeing with him. Harry was loyal to Voldemort. He would never do anything that would result in hiding memories from Voldemort, would he? The truth was that no one knew exactly what the relationship was like between Harry and Lord Voldemort. No one had asked Harry, and Harry was surely not going to volunteer the information. Dumbledore explained that the pensive was indicating that there were over 100 memories stored in it, but there were only 30 or 40 memories available to view. This meant that Harry had put some strong enchantments to lock away certain memories. Who was Harry hiding these memories from? And why? This was what Dumbledore was going to try and figure out. What do we do now? Lily asked quietly. I am afraid that the consequences of tonight's actions are going to be very difficult to deal with. The minister will be arriving any time. I will have to talk things over with him, but I fear that he will not listen to anything we say. He will want to take over. Dumbledore said sadly. James looked up at Dumbledore in shock. He had completely forgotten the deal between Dumbledore and the minister. Now that Harry had escaped and returned back to Lord Voldemort, the deal was over. The minister would order the Dementor's key to Harry, if Harry was ever captured again. James looked at Sirius sadly and saw that Sirius had come to the same conclusion as James had. They had lost Harry. Every Auror out there was going to be looking for him, and now they knew exactly what he looked like. The silver mask won't help Harry either. Voldemort wouldn't be able to keep Harry safe forever. Unless James got to Harry first, Harry was going to be sent to Azkaban or be taken by the Dementors upon capture. Harry felt his feet hit the ground and he knew instantly that he was home. The scent in the air was so welcoming. He felt Bella stand close to him. They had apparated just outside the gates to Riddle Manor. Harry looked up at his home that he had sorely missed. Even in the darkness, the castle looked so inviting. Harry heard the numerous pops sounding in the darkness and knew that the Death Eaters had returned. He was glad that the Death Eaters hadn't stuck around for too long. They had helped Harry escape. That was the mission completed. Harry began walking up towards the castle. The Death Eaters rejoicing loudly at their success. Victory was theirs. They had managed to walk onto the grounds of Hogwarts and take back their Dark Prince, right in front of Dumbledore and all his men. Their master was surely going to be pleased with them. Bella and Lucius walked alongside Harry. They were the only ones who remained silent as they walked along with him. Harry entered the main hall and the Death Eaters that were stationed inside the manor began joining in with the loud cheering sounds. Harry ignored all of them. At this moment, all Harry wanted was to see his father again. He had missed him terribly, but that wasn't the reason that he wanted to meet him. Harry had failed. He had not managed to take his revenge against James Potter. He had allowed himself to be captured. He had spent the last 4 months in the company of Dumbledore and he had not managed to cause any lasting damage to him or Hogwarts. Harry walked towards the doors leading to his father's chambers. Before Harry had gotten near enough to knock on the doors, the great oak doors opened and Harry saw Lord Voldemort standing in the middle of the grand chamber. Harry's heart was thumping against his rib cage. It gave another painful lurch as his eyes met with his father's ruby-red ones. Harry continued walking towards his father. The Death Eaters followed Harry into their master's chamber. They had all quietened down. Harry stood a few paces away from his father and let his eyes trail to the ground. The Death Eaters that had followed Harry inside had all dropped to their knees, heads bowed, waiting for their master's command to rise. Lord Voldemort walked towards Harry. He took in all the details about the exhausted boy standing before him. Lord Voldemort stood in front of Harry. The boy seemed to be having trouble making eye contact with him. Voldemort placed his bony hands on Harry's shoulders, making him look up at him. Their eyes seemed to lock into one another and Harry poured all his emotions into his father's mind. Lord Voldemort stood back and let the influx of emotions come from Harry. He could see that Harry was emotionally drained. The boy had been through a lot. Voldemort wanted to talk to Harry, to find out what Dumbledore had said to him, how they had tried to convert Harry to the light, but he could also see how tired Harry was. The one emotion that Lord Voldemort felt stronger than ever in Harry was loyalty towards himself. Voldemort felt a huge weight come away from him. He had hoped that Harry had stayed strong and not let Dumbledore manipulate him into joining with the light. Thankfully, Harry didn't let that happen. Lord Voldemort looked into Harry's emerald green eyes and smiled at him. Welcome back, Harry. Harry seemed to be waiting for that as his tired face broke into a smile and he looked gratefully at his father. Lord Voldemort ordered all the Death Eaters to leave, even Bella and Lucius. Once it was only the two of them left in the chamber, he spoke. Harry, I know that you are tired beyond belief, but we have much to discuss. I will ask only one question and then you can retire to your room for the night, agreed. Harry looked like he struggling to keep himself standing upright, but he answered at once. Yes, Father. Did Dumbledore try and enter your mind? This was the most important thing, since Lord Voldemort knew that Harry's occlumency skills were not as strong as they should be, especially when faced with a master legimens, such as Dumbledore. If Dumbledore had managed to break into Harry's mind, Lord Voldemort would suffer immensely. His location, plans for the war, his weapons, everything would be exposed. Harry smiled back at his father. He did try, yes, but never succeeded. I think he wasn't trying hard enough, since he was under the impression that I would betray you and volunteer all the information. Voldemort felt relief wash over him. He felt the familiar sensation of pride as Harry spoke. The child's voice alone helped Lord Voldemort to calm down. He is a fool to think my child would ever turn against me. Voldemort stated as he gently squeezed Harry's shoulders, to reassure him that Voldemort had full trust in Harry's loyalties. Harry lowered his gaze and fought hard to keep his voice steady as he spoke again. I'm sorry, Father, but I have failed you. Harry whispered. Failed me? How? Lord Voldemort felt the sting of dread creep into his chest. I couldn't kill Potter. I had the chance and I lost it. I don't know what to say. Harry wished he had just performed the killing curse on James Potter, but Harry's reluctance at using the unforgivables had caused Harry to fail again. Lord Voldemort sighed with relief. It didn't matter if Harry didn't kill Potter. All of them were going to die soon enough. It doesn't matter for now. Maybe it is for the best that you didn't kill him. I would want to be there, to watch my son take his revenge. You will have your revenge, Harry. I promise you that. Harry looked up at his father with relief. He had been so scared about disappointing his father, but Lord Voldemort cast away all Harry's fears as he reassured him. Voldemort ordered Harry to go up to his room and get some sleep. Harry obeyed at once and left his father's chambers. Lord Voldemort smiled to himself again. Everything was working out. He had Harry back with him and that foolish Dumbledore had managed to make Harry even more resentful towards the light. The assurances that Voldemort had taken in the early years of Harry's life had paid off. Harry would never leave Lord Voldemort. He would never choose any of the Potters before him. Perfect, he said to himself. He retired to his room for the night, planning on talking with Harry about his experiences in the morning. Lord Voldemort had felt the pain Harry had gone through, as the emotions had passed from Harry to him. The Dark Lord was going to make anyone who hurt Harry pay dearly. No one got away with hurting Voldemort's only son. Dumbledore was in serious trouble. Not only was he getting angry mail from concerned parents, wanting to know how Death Eaters had managed to come onto Hogwarts grounds, but he was in a lot of trouble from the Ministry as well. Soon after James, Lily and Sirius had left Dumbledore's office, that night of Harry's escape, the Minister for Magic arrived by flow. Cornelius Fudge was not someone who intimidated a lot of men and certainly not Albus Dumbledore. However, Fudge knew that the circumstances that had arisen had meant that Dumbledore was going to be forced to do what the minister wanted. Fudge told Dumbledore that he had failed in his task of watching over Harry and now the ministry was going to take over. No matter what Dumbledore said, or how much he tried to control the situation, Fudge insisted that Dumbledore had his chance with Harry. The boy had been with the headmaster for the last 4 months and had managed to escape back to Lord Voldemort. Now Harry was going to be hunted down by the ministry. James and Sirius were also told that they were going to be closely monitored, as they were related to Harry and therefore could not be trusted with Harry's capture. The orders given to all the Aurors were clear: find the Dark Prince and administer the Dementor's key. Upon capture, there was going to be no trial, no chance given for a possible escape. Fudge knew that with the Dark Prince caught and punished, he would easily win back the wizarding world's trust. With the recent attacks increasing day by day, Fudge really needed to show that he had some things under control. James and Sirius found that they couldn't do anything without being monitored by Aurors. Not only did this insult their status as high-ranking Aurors, but it made them feel like criminals themselves. There was no doubt about it though, if James and Sirius did catch Harry, they would never hand him over to the Ministry. James had returned to his work as an Auror, as there was no reason for him to remain at Hogwarts now. Even though Dumbledore tried to explain to everyone in the Order exactly what Harry had been through, very few people agreed with Dumbledore. Most of the Order members had children of their own, or some family member, who attended Hogwarts. The thought that any one of them could have been attacked or killed by the Death Eater attack was terrifying. With the exception of Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape and the three Marauders, no one else wanted anything to do with the redemption of Harry. Many didn't believe Dumbledore's claim that Harry was in fact the chosen one. As far as they were concerned, Harry was given a chance and he threw that chance away when he willingly returned back to Lord Voldemort. Now the Ministry could deal with him in any way they wanted. Damien was suffering as well. Most of the school had witnessed the Death Eater attack and were more than surprised to see Harry Potter take Bellatrix Lestrange's hand and willingly disapparate away with her. The rumors started spreading that Harry was none other than the Dark Prince, Lord Voldemort's adopted son. As a result, Damien was subjected to much pointing and whispering. He was constantly stopped and asked if the rumor was true and how he felt that his own brother was a murderer. Most of the Gryffindors were horrified that a known murderer had spent so much time with them. It was a miracle that no one was attacked by him. Ron and Hermione tried their best to shelter Damien and protect him from the other students, who seemed determined to make Damien pay for Harry's crimes. There was one person who had reacted to the news of Harry being the Dark Prince the worst. Neville Longbottom had marched to the headmaster's office and demanded to know what the truth was. At that moment Damien and Lily had been in conversation with Professor Dumbledore in his office. "Mr. Longbottom, what can I do for you?" Dumbledore had asked as politely as he could. "Is it true?" Neville asked simply. Professor Dumbledore lowered his head and took a deep breath. "Neville, I am so sorry. I should have talked to you about this long before, but I was hoping to get through to Harry before." "Get through to him? Why? Why would you want to do that? Why was he even here? Since when has it become customary for murderers to attend Hogwarts?" Neville didn't see the flinch in Lily and Damien as Neville had shouted out the word, "murderer." Neville knew that the Dark Prince was responsible for the death of his parents. He understood that his parents were killed on Voldemort's orders, but it was the Dark Prince who had deeply murdered them. "He killed my parents. He is loyal to Voldemort, you knew that. You knew and you still made him share a room with me. How could you, Professor?" Neville had tears of anger shining in his eyes. "And you," Neville shouted at Damien. "You knew as well, and you treated him like he was a normal kid. You made all of us hang out with him. Be nice to him. I thought you were my friend and you just did the worst possible thing to me." Damien didn't say anything, he just took the abuse from Neville. After all, Neville had every right to be this upset. He had lost his parents, his entire life had been shattered because of what Harry had done. "Neville, please don't hold Damien Potter responsible for trying to change Harry. It was on my orders that Damien was spending time with Harry. I was hoping that maybe Harry would change and join the side he belongs in. The only place he belongs in is Azkaban," Neville said in between clenched teeth. "Neville, please take a seat, there is a lot I need to explain to you." Dumbledore gestured to Neville to take a seat. "I don't need to hear anything you have to say. I'm through with this. I've informed my Gran, she'll be arriving soon. I'm leaving Hogwarts, Professor. After what you did to me, I can't stand to be near you or Hogwarts anymore." Neville left the office and refused to speak to anyone. Neville left that afternoon, vowing never to return. Dumbledore was shaken up by Neville's departure, and no matter what anyone said, Dumbledore wouldn't stop blaming himself. The atmosphere was so tense that Damien asked if he could leave Hogwarts and go home early for Christmas. Seeing the attitude most had against the young boy, Dumbledore agreed and Lily and Damien left Hogwarts 4 days before the official end of school. Harry was glad he had come back home. The first night back home, He had slept soundly for the first time in 4 months. He had, however, dreaded the conversation he knew he had to have with Lord Voldemort. Harry knew that he was going to have a killer headache as soon as he finished explaining the way he was constantly followed by James Potter and how he was treated by Moody. It turned out that Harry had only got as far as arriving at Grimmauld Place, and almost being forced Veritaserum, and Lord Voldemort had lost his temper. After Harry had a chance to recover from the pounding headache, he continued. When Harry explained about the Bartra bracelet, he was surprised that his father kept calm. Harry figured that Bella must have already told him about it. Harry was relieved to tell his father about all the things he had been through at Hogwarts, but Harry had learned one thing at a very early age. Never lie to Lord Voldemort, but if you conveniently forget to mention something, then that can't be held against you. Well, not against Harry anyway. So Harry conveniently forgot to mention the fact that he only jeweled the Daywalkers because he was protecting Damien and how much time the young Gryffindor had spent with him. Harry told Voldemort about the abuse he had to endure at the hands of Moody. Harry was actually embarrassed by the fact that Moody had been able to hurt him. Harry had been trained to duel by Lord Voldemort himself, and Harry was very proud of the fact that he could duel with more than one person at any given time. Lord Voldemort, however, didn't blame Harry at all. It took all of the Dark Lord's patience to keep his emotions under control. When Harry finished retelling his experiences, he could only feel a small burning pain in his scar. It was uncomfortable but bearable. Lord Voldemort got up and called in his Death Eaters. He only gave one command. Bring me Alistair Moody. Harry had just come out of his private bathroom, when he saw that someone was waiting for him in his room. Bella? Harry asked as he saw the dark figure standing near the window. Bella turned around to face Harry. Harry's dark locks were wet from his shower and were falling over his eyes. He looked a lot better than he had the night he had returned home. His emerald green eyes had begun to shine again and his pale complexion cleared up so he had the healthy glow of a 16-year-old again. So, how did the discussion with the Dark Lord go? Bella asked as she came towards Harry's bed and sat down on it. Harry smiled and sat down across from her. Bella was never one to control her curiosity. She hated it when Harry and Voldemort spoke about something in private. What do you think? Harry asked, as he slipped under the covers. Well, it depends. How many times did you collapse? Bella asked as she gave Harry a cheeky grin. She knew that Harry had a rough time at Hogwarts and could only imagine how angry Lord Voldemort would be after hearing about it. Harry laughed and gave Bella an odd smirk before replying. Actually, Father managed to keep his temper in check. If only he had done that while I was at Hogwarts. I collapsed more times than I care to remember. Harry replied and he ran a finger over his scar as he remembered how much it had hurt in the last 4 months. Bella looked as if someone had slapped her across the face. Your scar hurt while you were at Hogwarts? She asked in a terrified voice. Yeah, and it always happened at the worst possible time. Harry replied, remembering the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. But Harry, how is that possible? Your scar only hurts like that when you're physically near the Dark Lord. No matter how angry Lord Voldemort got, it shouldn't have affected you so much. Bella was really shocked by Harry's revelation. Harry shrugged his shoulders and settled back in his bed. I don't know why it happened, I'll just be happy as long it never happens again. Bella was looking at Harry with concern. Harry rolled his eyes at the expression on Bella's face. Snap out of it. I'm fine. If you start looking at me like that, I'll throw you out of my room. Bella looked surprised but recovered quickly. What good will that do? I'll just come back into your room. Bella said as an inanely big smile brightened her face. Harry felt a stab of pain in his heart at Bella's words. She had inadvertently reminded Harry of Damien. When Harry had first met him, back at the Order's headquarters, Harry had been so annoyed by Damien, he had thrown him out of the room. Harry was even more annoyed when Damien had come back into the room a second later, smiling like an idiot. Harry wasn't sure why, but he missed Damien. The boy had become a regular person in Harry's life. He had spent a lot of time in Damien's company, so much that now, Harry almost felt lonely without him. Harry mentally shook these thoughts away from himself. He couldn't think like that. I'm fine now. There's no reason to get all worked up about it. Father kept his emotions in check today, and I was fine. He probably didn't hold back any feelings when I was away, and that's why I had suffered. But everything is okay now. Harry really didn't want to start investigating why his scar hurt so badly. As long as Harry didn't suffer like that again, Harry was happy to ignore it. Bella looked at Harry again, and this time her eyes fell on the silver pendant around Harry's neck. The Horcrux. Of course, that could be the reason Harry was feeling the pain so badly. Harry, maybe you were suffering so much because of that Horcrux around your neck. Harry's hand automatically shot up towards the silver pendant, resting on his chest. Harry was careful to hide the Horcrux under his clothes while at Hogwarts. The only time it was visible was when the 4 Gryffindors had come to help Harry with his Daywalker bite. Harry was topless at that time, and so the 4 teens had seen the pendant. No one had made any comments about it though, they were either too busy staring at his chest or the wound on his shoulder. Now that Harry thought about it, it made perfect sense. The silver pendant held a part of Voldemort's soul. So when his father lost his temper, Harry felt the effect as if he were physically near him because in a way he was near his father. He was wearing the Horcrux containing a piece of his father's soul around his neck. So that was why Harry had such severe reactions. Since Voldemort didn't know that Harry was being affected so badly, he didn't suppress any emotions. However, now that Harry had returned, Lord Voldemort was holding back his emotions, so Harry was more comfortable. Maybe. It does make sense though. Harry said as he looked at Bella. Bella and Harry continued to talk some more until Harry could hardly keep his eyes open. Bella took her leave and left Harry to his sleep. As Harry drifted off to a peaceful sleep, he couldn't stop himself wondering how Damien was coping with Harry's absence. Christmas came, and with it came more heartbreak for the Potters. They had assumed that Harry was going to be coming home to Godric's Hollow. They had made preparations for Harry's return home, but now the 3 Potters came back to the empty house, without Harry. Damien had come home earlier than the rest of Hogwarts and was certainly not in any mood to celebrate Christmas. Christmas Day went by, and with the exception of Sirius, Remus and the Weasleys, no one else spoke to the Potters. Damien stayed in his room and didn't come out until dinner time. Ron and Ginny went into Damien's room and kept him company. All in all, it was the Potters' worst Christmas. A few days after Christmas, the Potters were visited by Dumbledore. This was a strange occurrence since the headmaster rarely visited anyone's home. James and Lily were even more surprised when Dumbledore took out the shrunken form of Harry's pensive. Dumbledore, if this is going to be more horrific memories, then I don't want to see them. James said as he eyed the silvery substance swirl around the black pensive. Actually, James, what I want to show you is something which may be disturbing but proves a great assumption of mine. Dumbledore replied. Lily and James positioned themselves beside the pensive. They were actually glad that Sirius had Damien occupied with a game of Quidditch. Both parents leaned over the silvery substance and felt the uncomfortable feeling of being beeped into something. When James and Lily hit the ground, they nearly lost their balance, but James managed to keep himself and Lily upright. They looked around at their surroundings. They seemed to be in some sort of huge castle. It was huge, with black walls and ornate furnishings. They were inside a massive room. It had a bed, big enough for 4 people to sleep in the corner, and a huge 8-door wardrobe. It was furnished with very expensive-looking furniture and seemed to have an ensuite as well, which was as big as the Potters' living room. James and Lily looked at each other in amazement. They had never seen anything quite as luxurious as this. Just as they were beginning to wonder where Harry was, the already open door leading to the ensuite opened further and a small boy with messy black hair stepped out. James and Lily looked at the boy in amazement. Harry's hair was still as messy as ever, but his bright emerald eyes were no longer hidden behind the black glasses. James remembered the conversation between himself and Harry, the first day Harry had attended classes at Hogwarts. James had asked whether Harry wore glasses or not, and Harry had completely lost his temper. You want to know, Potter? Fine, let me tell you. My father fixed my poor vision. Now I don't need anything for my vision. My father perfected it for me. At that time, James hadn't understood why Harry had lost his temper like that, but after learning how Harry had grown up, believing the lies told by Voldemort, James understood Harry's aggression. James and Lily watched as the young child walked to his 8-door wardrobe and opened it, looking for some shoes to wear. Harry looked around the age of 6 or 7. James couldn't be certain. He looked a lot healthier than the last memory of him. His face was fuller and his skin glowed with health. Harry put on some shoes and grabbed his black cloak and stepped out of the room. James and Lily ran out after Harry. He walked around the long hallways and down the stairs with much ease. It was apparent that Harry was used to this place now. He was walking quietly, not making much noise at all. His young face was wearing a thoughtful expression as he walked along the darkened corridors. Just as Harry was about to turn the corner to go out of the huge brown oak doors, there was a loud scream heard in the opposite direction. Harry stopped in his tracks and listened hard. James and Lily also felt their hearts stop as they heard the scream. It sounded like a child's voice. At once Harry took off towards the sound. He walked along the corridor and stood in front of a large portrait of a huge, vicious-looking snake. Harry hissed something and the portrait opened up easily. James and Lily felt a shiver run down their spine as they heard their child speak in Parseltongue. It was not only unnerving to hear someone hissing like that but also very creepy to hear a child speak in the tongue of snakes. The two worried parents followed Harry down a secret passageway and they soon arrived into a small square room. It was very small and it only had 2 torches giving the source of light. Harry quickly hid behind a stack of boxes, which seemed to be rotting away. James and Lily watched as there were a number of people standing towards the end of the room. They were all wearing black robes and had their wands pointing at someone on the ground. James realized where they were. The secret passageway had brought Harry into one of the prison cells in the castle. Harry was looking terrified as he watched the robed men attack someone on the ground. The horrible screams echoed around the cell and James saw Harry cover his ears and shut his eyes tightly. When one of the robed men stepped away, James and Lily let out a horrified gasp. On the ground, surrounded by the Death Eaters, were 2 small children. They must have been around the age of 10 or maybe 12 years old. They were on the ground, covered in blood and whimpering their pleas to their captives. James had actually stepped forward to help them and only then did he realize that he was unable to do anything. James looked over to see a very pale Harry, watching the entire scene unfold before him. Wait till your parents find your bloodied forms, then we'll see if they'll stand against our Lord. One of the Death Eaters said. He was holding something in his hand. Only when he brought the weapon down onto the whimpering children, did James realize what it was. He heard Harry's horrified gasp as the whip tore into the children's backs. They poor children let out another scream and James felt physically sick. Lily was trembling and she reached out to hold on to James, as she felt she could faint at any time. How could someone do that to young defenseless, innocent children? However, James and Lily's reaction was nothing compared to the 7-year-old Harry's reaction. He was shaking and seemed to flinch terribly as the whip came down. He was biting his lower lip to hold in his horrified screams. James realized that Harry must have been horribly reminded of his own abuse as he watched 2 strangers being punished. Suddenly Harry's eyes opened and there was flash of green light in his eyes. Harry's eyes seemed to darken for a moment. He pulled out his wand and aimed it at the Death Eater holding the whip. A jet of yellow light came out and hit the Death Eater in the hand. The whip immediately dropped to the ground and the Death Eater howled in pain. Not. What is it? What happened? Not. The other Death Eaters asked as they tried to see what had attacked the dark-haired man. Not was in too much pain as he hopped around on one foot. James looked over to see Harry pointing his wand at another Death Eater. There were 4 Death Eaters present and were all huddled around the Death Eater named Not. The jet of red light that came out of Harry's wand had hit the Death Eater nearest to the children. He went down instantly. James knew that Harry was firing stupefy hexes and the one that he had used first was a stinging hex. For a child of 7 to be able to cast these spells so accurately was amazing. The 2 Death Eaters remaining started shooting hexes randomly. Harry crouched behind the boxes to save himself. Once he was sure that there were no more curses coming his way, Harry peeked around the corner and brought another Death Eater down by stupefying him. Now there was only one Death Eater and Not left. Harry crouched over and sent a jelly legs jinx over to the remaining Death Eater. The blonde-haired man went into a sort of jig-type dance and ended up falling over Nod and trapping him. Harry was giggling at the sight, and even James and Lily couldn't help but laugh at what Harry had done. Harry quickly got up and rushed over to the two kids lying on the ground. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, and James felt as if his heart was going to burst with pride. Even by having such a horrible childhood and despite living with Voldemort, Harry had a lot of compassion for others. Harry helped up the two injured children and got them out of the cell quickly. James and Lily followed Harry as he ran to a room at the end of the corridor. It had a brown wooden door with a brass handle in the shape of a house elf. James and Lily didn't get a chance to study the unusual handle as Harry had thrown the door open and had rushed over to a small fireplace. James and Lily saw the size of the fireplace and realized why there was a house elf on the handle. It must be the one used by house elves. Usually house elves didn't leave the house at all, but when they do need to leave for whatever reason, they tend to use their own flow system, as they would probably get lost in the wizard's flow system. This fireplace definitely belonged to the house elves, as it was so small that a fully grown adult would never be able to fit through it. However, for a small person, or a young child, it was possible to use the fireplace to flow. The two children were using each other as crutches, as they put their weight onto each other. Both children were boys and were looking fearfully at the door, in case the Death Eaters came looking for them. Harry wordlessly pushed one of the children into the fireplace and pulled open a pot of flow powder. He took a handful of sand-like powder and threw it into the fire. "Say the name of your home," Harry instructed. The child standing in the green flames looked at Harry in concern. "Don't worry. This fireplace is special. It will take you wherever you want to go. Now say the name of your home, quickly," Harry said again. The child stuttered out the name with difficulty, "Caroon Place," and in a swirl of green flames the child disappeared. The other child did the same, but before he disappeared, he called out to Harry. "Thank you." Harry seemed shocked by the thanks and just gestured to the boy to hurry up. In another instant, the second child had disappeared in the green flames also. Harry looked at the burning green flames and let out a breath. James and Lily wished they could embrace their son for his incredible act of bravery. They understood that Harry saved the children because of the torture they were suffering. Just as Harry left the room, he was hit in the chest by a white light. The 7-year-old Harry was thrown back and landed on the ground in a huddled heap. James saw the angry face of Nott, pointing his wand directly at Harry. Harry scrambled to his feet and the remaining color drained from his young face. "What's going on?" James thought to himself. Surely the Death Eaters wouldn't hurt Harry on purpose. Weren't they afraid of what Lord Voldemort would do to them? Suddenly, James remembered the information from his order meeting. The Death Eaters only found out about Harry recently. He must have been around 15 years old when he was introduced to the Death Eaters. Only a few members of Voldemort's inner circle knew of Harry's existence from the beginning. James felt his heart plummet to his stomach. He felt Lily intake a sharp gasp, as she realized the same thing as James just had. No one knew that Harry was adopted by Lord Voldemort, not even these Death Eaters. Harry was in serious trouble. "Who are you?" barked a gruff voice. Nott was looking at Harry with pure hatred. Harry seemed to be struggling to answer. His green eyes darted towards the door. He was obviously trying to make a decision, stay and try and talk his way out or make a run for the door. "How did you get in here?" Nott continued to ask. "It doesn't matter. You won't be leaving." Nott raised his wand to point at Harry's head. Harry threw himself to the side, just as a jet of red light came his way. Harry pulled out his own wand, but was too slow for the Death Eater. "Expelliarmus!" Nott shouted, and Harry's wand came zooming out of his hand. Harry looked terrified as he stood up. "You're going to pay for the damage you've caused, you little brat," spat Nott. He looked pointedly at his injured hand. "You shouldn't have been hurting those children," Harry said. His voice was a little shaky, but the tone was one of authority. James and Lily looked on in admiration. Harry was in a terrifying position, but he wasn't afraid to stand up for himself. Obviously, the damage that had been done by the fake Potters had been rectified by Voldemort. Harry was no longer a frightened, trembling child. He was confident that he was right and wasn't afraid to show it. Humph. You think so, do you? Well, no one cares what you think. You'll be learning your lesson, soon enough. Nott sent a stinging curse at Harry. It hit Harry in his arm, and Harry instantly hit the ground. He hissed at the pain, but didn't cry out. James and Lily watched helplessly as Nott fired another spell at Harry. This time he was ready and moved out of the way. Suddenly he was attacked by Nott. The skinny man threw down the wand and grabbed Harry by the throat. Harry gagged and tried to get out of the death grip Nott had him in. James could see Harry was struggling to breath, he was thrashing around helplessly. Nott laughed and threw Harry across the room. The small child gasped desperately, trying to fill his lungs with enough air. Nott was already standing over him. He pointed his wand at Harry and was about to cast the Crucio curse when Harry lashed out. He threw up his foot and caught the Death Eater in the shin. Nott cried out and backed away. Harry didn't waste the opportunity, he shot to his feet and scrambled out of the room. He ran along the corridor, James and Lily running behind him. Just as Harry turned the corner, he was faced with a dead end. He turned around and cried out as a fist connected with his face. Harry was knocked against the wall and it took the young boy a moment or two to focus on what had happened. Nott was standing, blocking the way to escape, a look of utter rage on his face. Harry was looking around him desperately for an escape route. You're not going anywhere. Nott barked at Harry and brought up his wand. Cruck. Again Nott was cut off as Harry hissed something in Parseltongue, which in turn pulled some sort of trigger that opened a door from one of the walls. The door sprung open and slammed into Nott. Harry scrambled through the hole and ran into the room that had appeared. As soon as James and Lily ran into the room, behind Harry they saw that it seemed to be some sort of underground opening to the outside of the castle. Harry ran all the way to the huge door at the end of the underground passageway. Harry tugged hard at the door but it wouldn't budge. It was a huge door, which could only open by magic, James assumed. Harry was now nearly in tears. He looked around desperately. He noticed there were a few items in the corner of the passageway. They looked like broken items. He rushed over and pulled out a long brown stick. It was very thin and looked like it would fall to pieces soon. James realized it was a broken broomstick. Harry swung a leg over it. James shared a look with Lily. Surely there was no way Harry could fly such a worn-out broomstick, but James's jaw dropped as he saw Harry kick off and zoom towards the open door, from which they had entered. James followed and was more than amazed at Harry's superb flying skills. Merlin. He's only 7. He's probably never learned how to fly properly, he's a natural. James thought as he and Lily raced after Harry. Nott was once again knocked off his feet. He got back up and quickly ran after the flying Harry and began throwing stinging hexes at him. James watched as Harry flew out of the way of the jets of yellow lights. Harry zoomed towards the open doors and was racing along the corridors. The sharp corners were extremely difficult to deal with when flying at such a speed, but Harry managed to fly around them. He was trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the Death Eater. Harry was just about to fly out of another door, leading to the main hallway of the castle, when suddenly the doors slammed closed. Harry cried out as he smashed into the closed doors and fell to the ground. Harry Mo.Ned as he tried to get back up. The way he was holding his arm, it was obvious he had broken a few bones. Lily had tears in her eyes as she rushed towards him. There was nothing that she could do, except watch her son being lifted into the air by Nott. He was using the Wingardium Leviosa spell to levitate Harry off the ground, only to let Harry fall back down, once he was in the air. Harry cried out again and started coughing painfully. James was gritting his teeth in anger as he saw the foul Death Eater stand over Harry. Had enough? He asked, with a sickly smile on his thin twisted lips. Harry was gasping for air and couldn't reply. I'll take that as a yes. Nott said as he pointed the wand at Harry's head. Avada Kedavra. Before Nott could finish saying the killing curse, Harry made one last attempt at escaping. Harry had the broken broomstick in one hand and he swiped it at Nott's legs, managing to knock Nott off his feet. Harry stumbled to his feet, clenching his teeth at the pain that erupted in his body at the movement. Harry cracked open the door, enough to squeeze through, and ran towards the door on the other end. James and Lily rushed after Harry, praying that someone would come to help Harry as the child looked ready to collapse. Harry was stumbling as he ran towards a set of double oak doors. Harry threw open the doors and collapsed inside. James and Lily froze at the sight of the person who was sitting inside the room. Lord Voldemort was sitting in a comfortable-looking chair, with a stack of paperwork in front of him. Bellatrix Lestrange was sitting in the ground next to him. They seemed to be going through some sort of attack plan. Both adults turned around to see who had slammed the doors open like that. Bella had whipped out her wand and was pointing it at the door. James and Lily watched as Lord Voldemort's red eyes widened as he took in Harry's injured form, stumbling into his room. He shot out of his chair and was joined by Bella, and both of them rushed towards Harry. Voldemort had reached Harry in a few strides. He picked the hurt boy off from the ground and had him in his arms in no time. James felt so many things as he saw his child in his worst enemy's arms. The anger and rage he felt was accompanied with surprise and shock at how fatherly he seemed to act. It wasn't an easy sight to see the world's most evil wizard look at a child with genuine care. Harry, who did this? Answer me, Harry, asked Voldemort. Bella was running her wand over Harry's injured form. Her expression was changing from surprise to anger. My lord, we must heal him straight away. He's in pain and has many broken bones. Lily saw the look of genuine concern in Bella's cold eyes and shivered with uneasiness. Lord Voldemort conjured a stretcher and laid Harry down onto it. James realized that Harry must still be conscious since this was his memory. Sure enough, Harry's emerald eyes seemed to focus on Voldemort. Father. James felt his heart rip as the word left Harry's mouth. Yes, Harry. Lord Voldemort prompted. I had to. You understand, right? They were hurting them. You won't get mad, right? Harry asked as Bella wiped away the blood on his arm from the stinging curse. Whatever it is you have done, Harry, I don't care about it right now. Tell me who is responsible for your condition. Not. Harry said weakly. At once Harry brought his hand up to his head, hissing at the pain in his scar. Voldemort seemed not to notice as he was already heading towards the doors. His red eyes seemed to burn as if there truly was a fire burning within them. Just before he left, he turned towards Bella and hissed at her. Fix him. He better not have one mark left on him. I will not tolerate it. Bella seemed to cower in front of her master and quickly tried to assure him that she would take care of Harry. As Lord Voldemort left the room began to spin and James and Lily found themselves in the same room as before, but Harry was no longer lying on a stretcher. He was standing near Voldemort's desk. Harry looked perfectly healthy. It seemed that Bella had stayed true to her word and had healed Harry, leaving no visible scars. James thought it was a bit rich coming from Voldemort, that Harry should have no scars, as he had given Harry one that seemed to torture the child day and night and would ultimately kill Harry one day. Lord Voldemort was sitting in his chair and both of them seemed to be in the middle of a conversation. You didn't have to act so foolishly. There are many other ways to handle such a situation. Voldemort was saying. Harry was looking at Voldemort with a strange sort of calmness. James and Lily remembered Snape telling all of them at the Order meeting that Voldemort and his son were very close and that Voldemort reacted differently with him. There wasn't time. They were going to kill them. Harry said quietly. There was no confrontational tone in Harry's voice, but the accusation crept in his voice anyway. Voldemort sighed and looked intently at Harry. Harry, I told you, those children were brought here without my permission. I never ordered them to be captured and tortured like that. Of course, you probably wanted them killed on the spot. James thought mentally to himself. I know, Father, it's just hard to deal with something like that. Harry's voice dropped a little and James and Lily again felt close to tears. The fake memories of the abuse Harry went through really seemed to break Harry. The child stood in front of Voldemort, with his head bowed, a pained expression on his face. I understand what you did and why, but you should have come and told me. I would have sorted everything out. I never want you to jeopardize yourself like that again. Why didn't you just tell the imbecile who you were? Voldemort asked. Harry looked up at him, surprised, and answered. Because you told me not to. You said that I was never to. Under any circumstance, disclose my true identity to anyone without your permission. The young child recited the words as if he had spent much time rehearsing them. James felt tears prick the corners of his eyes. Harry was only 7 years old. He was just a child, and these words proved it. He was so innocent and naive that he didn't go against his father's words for fear of disappointing him. Voldemort seemed taken aback and was struggling to answer Harry. Well, next time there is a life and death situation, I want you to disclose your identity, to save yourself. Okay. Harry smiled and nodded his head in agreement. However, having said that, I want you to take extra care to keep yourself out of trouble. I hope you understand the need for you to stay hidden. Harry only nodded his head in defeat. Why can't you just tell everyone about me? Harry asked, a little sadly. It seemed that this question had been asked before, judging from the look of annoyance on Voldemort's face. How many times do I have to explain it? You can't be discovered until you are old enough and strong enough to defend yourself. There are many people out there that will harm you solely because you are my son. My Death Eaters are foolish enough to let this information slip. You know that I don't trust them completely. The ones I do trust already know about you. Harry seemed to smile, as if this was a private joke. Harry, promise me that you'll never take such a risk again. I promise, Father. Harry seemed to remember something and he leaned closer to Lord Voldemort. Father, what did you do to not? Voldemort stared at Harry, looking as if he were seriously debating whether or not he should tell. It's not your concern. I dealt with him. He answered, looking down at the parchment littering his desk. Come on, Father. Please tell me. My scar was aching for ages after you left. What did you do? I think I have a right to know, since he tried to kill me and everything. Harry was pleading like a child would for some sweets. Lord Voldemort looked at Harry, a twisted smile on his lips. James and Lily didn't think the monster even knew how to smile. Let's just say that Not's lucky he has a child, since he won't be having any more. James and Lily actually gasped out loud. Harry didn't seem to understand and looked at Voldemort in confusion. You'll understand once you're older. Lord Voldemort said in a tone that was too fatherly for James to handle. Suddenly the room began to spin and soon it dissolved to leave James and Lily standing in their own living room. Dumbledore was waiting patiently for them. Once James and Lily were seated again and had a chance to recover from these memories, Dumbledore addressed them. I think you'll agree that Voldemort shows care and concern towards Harry. The reason I wanted you to see this was simply because we all have to understand the relationship between Harry and Voldemort. It is vital that when we get Harry back, we can explain to him what Voldemort did to him and why. If we claim that Voldemort wanted to kill Harry, then Harry won't believe us, since he remembers Voldemort saving him, as he did in this memory. Therefore we have to examine Harry's memories so that we can carefully piece together Harry's childhood. We know that he was taught most of his magic by Voldemort and Bella, so that explains his advanced skills, but I want to see memories of his so-called assignments. I am assuming that those are the ones that Harry has somehow locked in this pensive. It will take me a while, but I'm sure I can get the charms to unlock so we can see these memories. Dumbledore and the Potters discussed their plans to get Harry back and only stopped when Damien and Sirius returned back from their Quidditch game. That night James couldn't sleep. He kept seeing Harry talking to Voldemort, calling him father and looking at him with affection. James knew that Dumbledore was right. They had to learn about Harry's past, but James didn't know if he could survive all of Harry's memories if they were filled with a father-son relationship that James could only dream of having with Harry. James didn't know how he managed to survive. He had spent a lot of time in Harry's pensive, watching all of his memories. There were a lot of memories with Harry and Voldemort. In every memory, James could see the relationship between them building stronger. It made James sick with grief. How were they supposed to bring Harry back and convince him that he was the only one to destroy Voldemort? Harry would never attack Voldemort. James didn't really care about the prophecy, but what he did care about was Harry's suffering. The pain in his scar had obviously gotten worse as Harry got older. If Harry didn't destroy Voldemort, then the scar would destroy Harry. James and Lily spent a lot of nights talking about the memories they had witnessed. They watched as Harry grew up, training and learning all the different aspects of magic. They watched Harry learn how to duel with none other than Voldemort himself. Bella taught him charm work, although most of them were dark magic charms and Malfoy had taught him other things. They were a little shocked that Harry was actually friends with the younger Malfoy. There were some very sweet memories with the two boys getting up to no good. Harry seemed to be living in that huge castle and very rarely did James and Lily see Harry outside. It was possible that all of the memories that Harry had placed in the pensive were of the castle, but still, James was sure that Voldemort never let Harry leave the castle. Whether it was for Harry's security or whether it was because Voldemort didn't want Harry in the real wizarding world, James couldn't tell. There was one memory in particular that James found very amusing. It was of Harry, around the age of 14. James and Lily watched as a young teenager, Harry, quietly climbed through a window. It was very late at night and the teen was careful not to make any noise. Just as he had climbed through and landed on the marble floor, a light flickered on and Harry was caught looking very surprised. Lucius Malfoy was standing at the door, holding his wand up at Harry. Harry sighed in relief and continued to brush his robes. He didn't seem at all bothered by the fact that Lucius had obviously caught him in the middle of sneaking in. Why was Harry using the window to enter the castle? James thought to himself. Lucius approached Harry, a look of annoyance and, bizarrely enough, concern on his face. Do you have any idea what time it is? Lucius asked in his quiet voice. Harry looked at the watch on his wrist and gave Lucius a very sheepish grin. Would you believe me if I said, 10 p.m.? James could tell, just by the darkness outside, that it was well into the early hours of the day. Lucius looked at Harry blankly. The joke Harry had made was obviously lost on him. How could you, Harry? Lucius asked. What happened now? Harry asked with a sigh. What happened? You've been away from the manor all night. It is now 4 a.m., and Bella and I have been looking everywhere for you. Where did you go? Lucius asked. It was clear that he had been very worried. Harry on the other hand gave Lucius a funny look. I just went out, he replied calmly, as he made to walk away from Lucius. Oh, just out. Well, I wonder why we didn't check there. Bella said as she too entered the room where Harry and Lucius were standing. James and Lily watched with amusement as Harry rolled his eyes at Bella. What's with the two of you today? Harry asked as a tinge of annoyance crept into his voice. Harry, just because the Dark Lord is away from the manor, doesn't mean that you can stay out all night. Bella said as she walked over to Harry. Harry gave Bella a dirty glare before walking away from her. I can do as I please, Harry answered as he walked around her, intending to leave. Prince, you have to understand. The Dark Lord left us in charge and if anything was to happen to you, Lucius couldn't finish the sentence as he seemed to be imagining the horrible death he would suffer at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Harry stopped walking and turned to look at Lucius. You are in charge of the Death Eaters, not me. I answer only to Father. So if Father asks where I was, I'll tell him, but I don't have to tell either you anything. Where I go, what I do is my business. James and Lily never expected Harry to speak to two inner-circle Death Eaters like that. It became apparent, with more memories, that Harry truly didn't have to answer to anyone, but Voldemort himself. Where Harry had went that night wasn't revealed. Many of the following memories had Harry returning home late and no one, not even Lord Voldemort, questioned him. It seemed that Harry had been brought up with a lot more independence than James had expected. Damien had spent a lot of time with Sirius and Remus. Remus had just returned from a mission that Dumbledore had sent him on. The Order was trying to get many werewolves to join the light side, but although a few had joined, the rest had been lured towards Voldemort. Remus had been shocked at what had happened in his absence. He had stayed quiet throughout the whole retelling of the incident, by Sirius. When Sirius had finished, Remus looked up at him. So, you managed to get Harry to Hogwarts, forcefully sorted him into Gryffindor, made him share a dorm with Neville Longbottom, forced him to attend classes with a tampered wand, let Moody put a harmful bracelet on him, before allowing Moody to physically hurt Harry, and after all that you threatened him with Azkaban. And you're actually surprised that he ran away. Remus knew that what had happened regarding Harry was a sensitive issue, but he was so appalled at everyone's treatment of Harry, that frankly he was surprised that Harry had stuck around as long as 4 months. Remus was extremely consoling towards James and Lily as they explained about the fake memories. It was a horrible thing to listen to, and Remus was glad he didn't have to see it all happen. I'm surprised Harry didn't attack you before. I mean, he had plenty of chances. He could have killed you both in your sleep, Remus thought aloud. James remembered Harry saying something similar, just before he threw James over the side of the cliff. James explained that Harry had wanted revenge. He wanted to kill James and frame Sirius for the crime, and he was going to spare Lily only because of Damien. James hated what all of this was doing to Damien. The boy had been so depressed, and no matter what anyone said or did, Damien refused to allow anyone to cheer him up. James and Lily kept the fact that Damien was the one to release Harry a well-guarded secret. If anyone found out and informed the Ministry, Damien would get in a lot of trouble. The Ministry was already after one of their sons. James and Lily couldn't take it if the Ministry got Damien as well for helping Harry to escape. It was soon time for Damien to return to Hogwarts. James had dropped Lily and Damien off at the train station. James had to go to work, and it was Sirius and Moody, along with a group of other Aurors, who were going to escort the students back to Hogwarts. This was a normal arrangement, as the terror of Lord Voldemort was such that Aurors were constantly guarding the wizarding community. Damien got onto the train and was immediately pulled into a hug by Hermione. Damien was released and he looked at the 16-year-old Gryffindor. "Oh Damie, I've been so worried about you. You didn't reply to any of my letters. Are you okay?" Hermione asked the young teen. "I'm fine, my own," Damien said emotionlessly, as he walked to a compartment. Ron and Ginny were already sitting inside and seemed to be deep in conversation. Lily had joined the other adults on the train and was trying to prepare herself for the difficult journey ahead of her. She wasn't worried about the train journey. That would be over in a couple of hours. It was the journey of facing so many students and teachers and answering all sorts of questions regarding Harry again that was making Lily feel queasy. If only Lily had prepared herself better, for her worst experience was going to happen in a few minutes' time, while she was still on Hogwarts Express. Harry's insides were bubbling with excitement. Lord Voldemort had called in his Death Eaters. Harry stood on his father's right-hand side, quietly surveying the masked men all on their knees, in front of Lord Voldemort. Harry himself was standing in front of all the Death Eaters, without his silver mask. This was the first time that so many of his father's followers had seen Harry properly. Lord Voldemort had explained to Harry that there was no need for the silver mask now, since the Order and the Ministry knew what Harry looked like. It for Harry's own protection, that Lord Voldemort had made the teen wear that mask, so that he wouldn't be recognized. However, Dumbledore had made sure that Harry's face was known by all of the Aurors, whether Ministry or Order. Now it would make no difference if Harry wore a mask or not. Harry watched as the men stood up to face his father. There were only a few Death Eaters that knew Harry from before. They were the ones that Lord Voldemort had trusted to keep Harry a secret. The others were looking at Harry with a mixture of fear, awe and envy. Harry had spoken to his father in private, that morning. Harry had requested for Moody not to be brought to them. Moody was a highly trained Auror and it would take too much time and effort to capture him. Harry had asked if they could go to Moody instead. Lord Voldemort addressed his followers. He gave one simple order. Attack the Hogwarts Express. Harry smiled as he locked eyes with Bella. Revenge was going to be sweet. Hogwarts Express had never been attacked before. The idea of it being targeted was never fully thought about, since the reign of terror that Voldemort had brought usually targeted the adults. Also, there were many pure-blooded witches and wizards on board that Voldemort needed as the next generation of Death Eaters. So the small number of Aurors present on the train was only for the reassurance of the frantic parents, that their children were going to be transported to Hogwarts safely. The train ride was going smoothly and the occupants had no idea what was heading their way, especially the 4 teens sitting inside the last compartment. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Damien were all discussing what Hogwarts was going to be like, now that the truth about Harry was out in Neville's absence. Damien felt more miserable than ever, but somehow couldn't talk about anything else. Suddenly the train jerked and stopped, causing the many inhabitants to be thrown violently to the ground. It seemed that the train had been hauled to a stop. Ron helped Hermione up from the ground as Damien helped Ginny up. Damien went towards the door and pulled it open. There was a lot of commotion going on. There were many students, running up and down the corridor, shouting at the oars and asking what was going on. The oars looked a bit shocked themselves and just ushered the students back into the compartments. Damien saw his mother's face in the crowd and she shouted to Damien to go back into the compartment and stay there. Damien went back inside and the four teens just sat in the midst of all the shouting and commotion. It seemed that a tree had fallen onto the tracks and that was why the train had to stop all of a sudden. Well, that should be fairly easy to fix. All they need to do is levitate it out of the way, Ron said. Ronald, you can't even levitate your broomstick, let alone a huge tree. Ginny said while giving him a swift kick in the leg. Ron glared at his sister as she giggled at his embarrassment. Shut it. I wasn't saying that I could levitate it. I meant that all the oars had to do was to levitate it away from the tracks, Ron replied, shooting embarrassed glances at Hermione. Well, that's probably what they're going to do, Hermione replied, not even looking up from the Daily Prophet. They probably don't want to leave the train, since all the oars are going to have to walk over to the tree and try and levitate it. It's the only way the spell will be strong enough to lift that huge tree, Ginny said thoughtfully as she peered out of the window. Why would the oars not want to leave the train? Ron asked, looking confused. Because Ronald, they don't want to leave the train, in case we're, attacked or something. Ginny's words died down as she realized what it was she was suggesting. Damien looked away from her, not really wanting to agree or disagree with her. Who's going to attack the Hogwarts Express? Ron asked dumbly. Suddenly the sound of screaming cut through the four teens' conversation. All four bolted towards the window, to see what had happened. Oh damn. Does that answer your question, Ron? Hermione asked, as they saw a swarm of men, dressed in black robes, wearing white masks surround the train. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. There were only 10, maybe 12 oars on the train at this moment. The oars were horribly outnumbered. Damien's heart was thumping wildly as he looked at the men approaching the train. He knew that they were in serious trouble. The oars would never be able to handle so many Death Eaters. Damien felt his heart stop when he saw who was leading the Death Eaters towards the train. Harry was walking boldly towards them, leading the many masked Death Eaters towards the terrified students aboard the Hogwarts Express. Sirius knew that something wasn't right. When the train had jerked to an abrupt stop, he knew that it wasn't a coincidence that a tree had fallen onto the tracks. Sirius was the one who had said that the oars shouldn't leave the train just yet. Moody was agreeing with him, while the others were arguing with them. It was only when they all heard the petrified screams of students, looking out of their windows, that they realized that they were surrounded by Death Eaters. Sirius wasted no time and quickly ordered the students away from the windows. The other oars were charming the doors and windows shut. Lily was helping the oars as much as she could. Lily couldn't believe who was leading these vicious men towards the train. Harry was walking in front of the Death Eaters. He was the only one without a mask. Lily and Sirius looked at each other in blind panic. What were they going to do now? Sirius wouldn't be able to protect the students of Hogwarts and Harry. The other oars would try and take down Harry first. Lily gave Sirius a pleading look, since her throat was too constricted by emotions. Sirius gave her a small nod, to signal that he would protect Harry, as much as he possibly could. Harry stood in front of the trapped train. His men had surrounded the color train and had their wands drawn, ready for the attack. They all had hungry looks in their eyes. Harry turned to look at them. He spoke to the Death Eaters that were standing near him. Remember my orders. No one goes into the train. If a student comes out of the train, you merely stun them, understand? If any of you kill a student, I will kill you in return. We are here for the oars, particularly Moody. The message we are sending to the wizarding world is that these oars can't protect them. True protection lies with Father. Understand? The Death Eaters around him voiced their understanding and Harry turned around to look at the color train. Harry had already explained the rules for today's attack, back at the Riddle Manor. However, Harry wanted to reiterate the point, since many Death Eaters can get a little carried away with these attacks. Harry hoped that the students stayed inside the train. That way there would be no chance of any of them getting hurt. Harry took out his new wand and held it in his hand. His previous wand was still with James Potter. Until Harry got a chance to retrieve it, Harry was going to have to use the new wand his father got for him. He pointed his wand at his throat and muttered, "Sonorous. Ors. There is no point in hiding from us. Come out of the train, or we'll come inside." Harry had no intentions of going inside the train. As Harry had explained to the Death Eaters, the children were not their targets. The Ors were the ones that were going to be attacked. This way the wizarding world would see that the Ors provided by the Ministry can't protect themselves, never mind them and their loved ones. Many people would come to Father's side, once they knew the protection offered by Lord Voldemort was tenfold greater than the Ministry. But Harry had to threaten the Ors, or the cowards wouldn't come out of the train. The door to the train opened and 12 Ors poured out of the train. Harry's emerald eyes glinted with anticipation as he spotted Moody and Sirius. They knew from their sources that Moody was going to be here, but the fact that Sirius was also present made Harry's heart leap. He would be able to take both of them down. Harry hissed his last orders to his men. "Moody and Black are mine." Bella, who was standing closest to Harry, conveyed Harry's message to the rest of the men. The Ors had no chance of surviving this attack. They were outnumbered 4-1. Lily was inside the train, trying desperately to get a message to James. She always carried the two-way mirror with her. It used to belong to Sirius and James. When they used to get in trouble at Hogwarts, they would use it to communicate with each other, while in different detentions. Once James became an Auror, he would often be away from her on long assignments. Sirius gave his mirror to Lily so that she could see and talk to James. Lily was looking through her luggage. It had to be here. She would never take the mirror out of her bag. The students were in a panic and the 7th-year students were trying in vain to settle them. Despite the warning that the Aurors had given, many students were pressed up against the windows, trying to see what was happening. Damien felt sick. How could Harry do something like this? Harry was the Dark Prince, yes, but he said that he didn't hurt children. Damien remembered the first time he had met Harry. Harry had said those exact words, "I don't hurt kids." So why was he here now? Damien was surprised by Harry's actions, but he still didn't want Harry to get hurt. The current situation was tortuous on the boy. If Harry won this duel, the train would be attacked and Merlin knows how many students would be killed. It was possible that even Damien could get seriously hurt in the attack. On the other hand, if by some miracle, the Aurors won, then Harry would most definitely be killed if not captured. His capture would be worse, since the Ministry had already sentenced him to the Dementor's Key. Damien heard the doors to his compartment opening and was more than surprised to see Draco Malfoy standing at the door. Draco looked pointedly at Damien. Ron was the first to speak. "What are you doing here, Malfoy?" he shouted at Draco. Draco ignored him and spoke to Damien. "I need to speak to you," he said simply. Damien noticed that while all the students on the train were panicking and looked positively sick right now, Draco Malfoy didn't seem bothered by the attack in any way. He was standing quite comfortably. His pale face didn't have any hint of worry or concern. Ron was in the process of shouting at Draco to get lost, when Damien got up and walked towards the Slytherin boy. Ron and the two girls looked at Damien as if he was crazy. "I'll be right back," Damien assured them. The two boys walked towards the boys' toilets. Damien gave Draco a funny look, and the Slytherin just waved his hand, gesturing for Damien to keep quiet. Draco pulled open the door and saw two first-years huddled on the floor, trembling with fear. Draco smirked at them and said, "You know, when a train is attacked, the first place they check is the toilets." The two first-years screamed in fright and ran out. Damien looked at Draco with incredulity. Draco just shrugged his shoulders and pointed to his Slytherin robes, as if to say, "What else did you expect of me?" Damien shook his head and went inside the toilet. Draco followed and locked the door. "So, Draco, why did you want to speak to me, and in a toilet no less?" Damien knew the severity of the situation, but he was caught up in the strangeness of this event. Draco rolled his eyes and gave Damien a glare. "I have a message for you," Draco said simply. Damien's eyes widened. He knew who the message was from, but he asked anyway. From who? Draco looked at the young teen with annoyance. From your fairy godmother. Who do you think? He snapped. When Damien didn't answer, Draco continued. From Harry. He said that you were to stay inside the train. Whatever happens, don't leave the train. Damien looked at Draco with a glare. Stay inside the train. That's what Harry said. Stay inside the train. What do you think that I'm an idiot, Malfoy? Draco opened his mouth to answer him when Damien cut him off. Why would Harry say that? The train is going to be attacked soon. You saw the oars, they're not going to last very long. If anything, Harry would have said to run and get as far away as possible from the train. Damien was fuming with anger. Draco was lying to him. He was trying to put Damien and everyone else in danger by telling them to stay on board. Draco smirked at Damien and replied in his cool, calm voice. Harry would never tell anyone to run. He's the type to stay and fight, not very Slytherin, but there you have it. Damien was about to argue some more when Draco cut him off. Listen, Potter. I don't have all day to stay and talk to you. I gave you Harry's message, now it's up to you to listen to him or not. But if Harry's told you to stay on board, then that's what you should do. Draco was about to open the door and walk away when Damien spoke. In a small voice he asked Draco. Why? Why stay on the train? Harry and the Death Eaters are going to come inside sooner or later. Draco turned around and gave Damien a pitiful glance. Trust me, Potter, if Harry wanted to come onto the train, he would be here by now. With that said, the Slytherin opened the door and left Damien standing alone in the boys' toilets. Harry was looking at the oars with a hungry expression. It had been so long since he jeweled with them. His emerald green eyes locked with Sirius Black's blue ones, and Harry thought he saw fear in them. Harry smiled to himself. He should feel fear. After the torture he put Harry through when he was younger, Sirius Black should have a taste of true fear as well. Harry gripped his wand tightly and waited for the oars to strike first. Sure enough, Moody stepped forward and gave the signal. At once there were many jets of light flying everywhere. The Death Eaters spread out and began dueling fiercely with the oars. Harry was ready for the 2 jets of red lights that came his way. He brought up his full body shield. The shimmering blue bubble that he was standing in absorbed the stupefy spells. Harry brought his shield down and smirked towards the Auror who had sent the 2 spells his way. My turn, Harry hissed as he sent a thundering orange light towards the Auror. The brown-haired Auror was hit in the chest and at once he was blasted through the air. The Auror's body hit the train and he crumbled to the ground. The students watching this duel cried out as they saw the Auror smash into the side of the train. The Auror should have died after that crash, but miraculously he was still breathing. The Aurors were trying their best to block the rain of curses coming in at them from all sides. There were too many of them. Sirius was busy fighting with 3 Death Eaters at the one time. Lily was still looking for her blasted mirror. At last she gripped the handle and pulled it out. James. James. She shouted out. At once James's handsome face appeared in her mirror. Lily. What's wrong? James asked in alarm as he saw his wife's tear-stained face looking at him. We're under attack. Hogwarts Express is under attack. Lily shouted out, unable to stop her hammering heart from deafening her. The color drained from James's face. We'll be right there. Lils, keep all students on board. Lock all the windows and doors. Don't let the other Aurors leave the train. You have to protect the children. James, the Aurors are already outside. They're dueling with the Death Eaters. There's around 40 or 50 of them. Lily yelled back. James cursed and looked directly into Lily's emerald eyes. Lily, tell me exactly where you are. Damien had just entered the compartment again, when he heard the first spell being fired. Everyone in the train threw themselves onto the ground as the thunderous stray spells hit the side of the train. Damien managed to get to Ron. Everyone has to stay inside the train. The Death Eaters are only here for the Aurors, Damien yelled, over the chaotic screaming and shouting. Ron nodded his head and grabbed Hermione's hand. Both prefects quickly made their way over to the other compartments to convey this information. Damien and Ginny peeked over the side of the window, at the battle scene in front of them. The Aurors were definitely finding it hard to control the situation. There was no way they would survive the battle. The Death Eaters were showing them no mercy. Moody had just stunned 3 Death Eaters and was making his way over to the aid of a fallen Auror when Harry stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Moody looked at the raven-haired teen standing in front of him. I was right about you. Albus should never have tried to save you. You belonged in Azkaban. Moody spat at him. Harry smirked at the enraged Auror and raised his wand to point at Moody's heart. There are many things Albus should never have done. One of them was letting you anywhere near me. Before Moody could react, Harry had thrown a stinging hex at Moody. The Auror was hit straight in the chest and he backed away a few steps, holding his chest in pain. Moody brought up his wand but Harry threw an Expelliarmus spell at him, and Moody's wand came flying towards Harry. Harry caught the wand and looked at Moody with amusement. What's the matter, Auror Moody? You can't fight me when I have my wand. Are you only capable of fighting a 16-year-old when he's defenseless? Here, I'll make it easier for you. Harry threw both wands to the side. Moody looked at Harry with confusion clouding his mismatched eyes. Harry beckoned him over and Moody straightened up. He was looking quite unsure about having a physical fight with the teen, but wasn't going to give up the chance to fight Harry. Moody rushed over and tried to throw a lame punch at Harry. Harry stepped to the side and laughed as Moody tried to turn around and attack him. Due to the fake leg, it was difficult for the Auror to move as fast as Harry. The teen took no notice of this and delivered an incredible kick in Moody's stomach. Moody was thrown to the ground by the impact and was gasping for breath. Harry grabbed the Auror from the collar of his robes and pulled him to his feet. Harry threw his head into Moody's face, successfully breaking the Auror's nose. Moody howled at the pain and tried to steady the flow with one gnarled hand and throw a punch at Harry with his other hand. Harry grabbed the scarred Auror's hand and in one fluid motion snapped his wrist, just like he had snapped Ron's wrist. Moody grabbed at his hand, biting back his cry of pain. Harry let go of the wrist and kicked with his foot again, causing the injured Auror to fall to the ground. Suddenly Moody summoned his wand and was pointing it at Harry, while still sprawled on the ground. Harry whipped out his other wand and blasted Moody's wand away. Moody screamed out as his hand, that was moments before holding his wand, erupted in boils covering every inch of his hand. Harry brought down his wand on Moody and cast an unknown spell that caused Moody to scream in agony. At first glance it would seem that Harry had cast the Cruaco curse, but that wasn't the case. Long, burning welts appeared on Moody's torso, arms and leg. Moody continued to scream in agony. Harry lifted the curse at last and Moody gasped for breath. Harry pointed his wand at Moody's head. I wish we had more time to settle the score, but since I'm pressed for time, this will have to do. Moody wasn't even looking at Harry, he seemed to be on the edge of unconsciousness. Avada Kedavra, Harry was cut off as something knocked into Harry from behind and caused the teenager to fall to the ground. Harry whipped around and saw Sirius on the ground next to him. Fury overtook Harry as he glared at the man he hated with every fiber of his being. You really have to stop saving the people I want to kill, Black. Harry spat at him, as he rose to his feet again. Sirius also stood up, wand pointing at Harry. Even if I wanted to, I don't think I would be able to stop. Sirius really wished he could grab Harry and Porky out of here. Harry was within their grasp again and Sirius wanted to capture him again, before any other Auror attacked him. Harry had to be taken away from here. I guess I made a mistake, I should have gotten rid of you first. Harry said, and in the next instant, Harry was blasting Sirius away from himself. Damien watched as Harry attacked his uncle Siri. Damien hoped that help was on its way, before the battle between his brother and uncle resulted in someone's death. Either death would be equally devastating for Damien. Sirius gingerly got to his feet, only to find Harry blasting him into the air again. At the third strike, Sirius managed to get his shield up. The force of Harry's spell was so strong that it nearly broke through Sirius's shield. Sirius really didn't want to hurt Harry, but there was no way to get out of this situation without hurting the teen. Sirius tried to stun Harry, but the teen deflected the spell easily. Harry, please listen to me, I know what you think happened to you when you were a kid. Please let me explain what. Sirius never got a chance to finish as Harry lashed out and his fist caught Sirius's face. Harry's emerald eyes were burning with rage. Just when I thought you couldn't stoop any lower, Black. As if your little stunt with pretending to be Bella wasn't bad enough, you actually have the nerve to try and explain why you helped torture me when I was a child. Before Sirius could say anything, he felt a shooting pain in his leg. Sirius cried out and fell to the ground. He realized that Harry had sent the bone-breaking curse at him. Sirius fell to the ground and felt the spell hit him again. This time it was directed towards his wand-holding arm. Sirius cried out again as his arm snapped in at least 2 places. Through tear-filled eyes, Sirius looked up at Harry's fury-filled face. Harry, please don't. Just listen to me. Sirius tried again but was cut off as Harry cast the Crucio curse on him. Incredible pain filled Sirius's body and he couldn't help the scream that left his mouth. His whole body was filled with unbearable pain. Sirius felt the curse lift away from himself, and was too busy catching his breath to notice why Harry had lifted the curse so quickly. He wearily opened his eyes and he felt his breath hitch in his throat. Damien was standing in front of Harry, using his body to shield Sirius. Harry was still holding his wand but it was facing the ground. Sirius tried to get up, but the pain erupted in his broken body and he was forced to stay on the ground. Damie, get back in the train, Harry hissed at Damien. Harry had cut off the Crucio curse because Damien had stepped in front of the fallen form of Sirius. Damien stood defiantly, he hadn't even taken out his wand. There was no way he would be able to hurt Harry anyway. He saw Harry perform the Crucio curse on Sirius and he completely lost his rational thinking. He ran from the train, before Ron or anyone else could stop him. Damien, get out of the way. Harry said a little louder this time. Harry, please don't do this. Uncle Siri didn't do anything. Please stop this, Damien pleaded. He knew that Harry was barely restraining his anger. Damien could see Harry's knuckles turn white as he gripped his wand tightly. Damien, move, Sirius said weakly. He wasn't sure how much of Damien's interference Harry was going to tolerate. Sirius couldn't risk Damien getting hurt. Suddenly a jet of blue light came at Damien and the young teen was thrown violently away from Sirius. Despite the exploding pain in his body, Sirius managed to sit up. He couldn't believe that Harry had attacked Damien. Sirius realized an instant later why Harry had blasted Damien away. A jet of green light had exploded exactly at the spot Damien had been standing at a mere second ago. Sirius looked at Harry and saw the rage in his emerald eyes. Harry was pointing his wand towards the Death Eater that had sent the killing curse at Damien. A jet of purple light left Harry's wand and hit the Death Eater in the chest. I said stupefy only. Harry roared as he blasted the Death Eater into the air. Harry ran towards the fallen form of Damien. Damien. Harry grabbed the young boy from the ground and pulled him to his feet. Damien seemed to be a little dazed but otherwise he was unhurt. Harry couldn't believe Damien had put himself into such danger. I told you to stay inside the train. Damn it, Damien, don't you ever listen. Harry was shouting at him. If Harry hadn't noticed the green light zooming towards him, the killing curse would definitely have hit Damien. Harry grabbed the shocked boy and pulled him towards the train. He blasted the door open, causing the surrounding students to scream in fright. Harry pushed Damien onto the train and ignored the pleas being made by the 13-year-old. Harry closed the door and magically locked it. Damien was instantly pulled into hug by his friends. Damien struggled out of their grips and stumbled to the window. He watched as Harry stormed his way over to Death Eater that had attacked him. Without giving the Death Eater a chance to explain, Harry brought down his wand and Damien gasped as he saw the jet of green light leave Harry's wand and hit the Death Eater in the chest. The limp body of the Death Eater fell to the ground and didn't move again. Suddenly there was a loud series of pops and around 40 oars had appeared onto the battlefield. Harry swung around to see the newcomers and cursed. He gave the signal to Bella and all the Death Eaters began to disapparate. They had succeeded in their assignment. The ground was littered with bodies of fallen oars. There were only 4 or 5 oars left alive. Harry caught a glimpse of James Potter running towards the fallen form of Sirius Black. Harry's emerald eyes locked with James's hazel brown eyes. Harry gave James a fierce look before disapparating from the battlefield along with the rest of the Death Eaters. The Hogwarts Express managed to get to Hogsmeade Station, a full 5 hours later. Most of the students were glad to be in the safety of Hogwarts while others wanted to owl their parents telling them to come and collect them. Damien was the only student who was taken home. He wasn't hurt physically but was emotionally drained since the attack that had taken place had nearly killed him. At first, when Harry had blasted Damien away like that, Damien was shocked beyond reason. It was only when he saw the Death Eater being punished and his friend's eyewitness accounts later, that he realized that Harry had actually saved his life, again. From the 12 Aurors, who were on the Hogwarts Express, only 5 survived. From those 5, 2 were seriously injured. Moody was in a coma-type condition and Sirius was recovering from his broken bones and other injuries. Only 3 Aurors managed to walk away from the attack. James couldn't believe that the Death Eaters had attacked Hogwarts Express. It became clear that the attack was only meant for the Aurors, but the wizarding world was in chaos at the news. Everyone was causing the Ministry much grief because so many children's lives were put at risk. Minister Fudge seemed to sink lower in depression and wasn't giving any comments on the incident. The Ministry had lost 7 Aurors and it was all Dumbledore's fault. He was the one who insisted on giving the Dark Prince another chance, and what did that damn kid do? He led an army of Death Eaters straight to a train full of students. Fudge would deal with Dumbledore later. He had to do something to save his failing status as Minister for Magic. The attack of Hogwarts Express had not been a success. Lord Voldemort was not very happy at all. He had expected Harry to finish off all of the Aurors. The Ministry had lost 7 men, Lord Voldemort only lost 2. The fact that one of them was killed by Harry though was somewhat disturbing. Lord Voldemort had waited until the next day to question Harry about that. When Harry was seated comfortably in the Dark Lord's private chamber, Lord Voldemort asked why he had killed the Death Eater named Harrison. He disobeyed a direct order, Harry replied coolly. What order was that, Harry? Lord Voldemort asked in return. The entire incident had been reported to him by Malfoy, but Lord Voldemort wanted to hear the incident from Harry's own mouth. Harry appeared to be not concerned by the questions, but Lord Voldemort noticed the subtle change in Harry's mood. He was relatively relaxed at the beginning of this discussion and now Harry was getting uncomfortable. He attacked a student with the killing curse, Harry replied. Lord Voldemort observed Harry, through his blood-red eyes. Is that the true reason for your attack? Lord Voldemort was starting to notice his son's obvious discomfort at the question. Harry was trying very hard to seem relaxed, but it was obvious he didn't like the direction this conversation was going. Does it matter? Harrison disobeyed my direct order. I warned all of the Death Eaters that if they kill any student then I would kill them. Harrison didn't listen to me and therefore paid the consequences. Lord Voldemort kept his eyes on Harry as he asked his next question. This student that Harrison had attacked, did he die? Harry looked at his father, shocked at the bizarre question. Why would Lord Voldemort care if a student died or not? No, he didn't die, Harry said quietly, trying to keep his heart from thumping loudly in his chest. Then why did you kill Harrison? If no student died, then why would you feel the need to kill the Death Eater? Unless, of course, you wanted to punish the Death Eater for trying to kill a student. And if I did, would that be something you would be discontented with? Harry asked. Lord Voldemort looked at Harry closely. He didn't like the accusatory looks Harry was giving him just now. Harry, you are going to lead these men in the future. If you are unhappy with them or feel the need to punish them, then you can do so. I do not care about Harrison. If he disrespected you, then you have every right to punish him. What I do want to make clear, however, is that I will not tolerate you protecting anyone from the light side, even if it is a child. Lord Voldemort let his words sink in. Harry looked on verge to argue, but thought better of it. Father, I apologize if you think I was protecting someone from the light side. I would never protect someone wishing to cause you any sort of harm. The only reason I helped that kid, was because he helped me escape from Hogwarts. I was only repaying my debt to him. Harry hoped his father would take Harry's word on this. Lord Voldemort seemed to be observing him. After what seemed to be hours, Lord Voldemort finally spoke. Now that the debt is repaid, I want you to stay away from him. The identity of this child is not lost on me. I know that he is a Potter, and I am only giving you the benefit of doubt this time, that you saved him because he was an innocent and not because he is a Potter." Harry looked at his father's angry face. His scar was prickling uncomfortably, but Harry ignored it. "Father, I would never," Harry began, but was cut off by Lord Voldemort. "I have always respected your decision not to harm children, Harry. I myself would not wish to harm any child unnecessarily, but this is war. We can't pick and choose anymore. If children are thrown into our path, we have no choice but to trample over them." Harry noticeably flinched and looked uncomfortably at Lord Voldemort. "You know that I can't," Harry began, but was cut off by Lord Voldemort again. "I know and I understand it, Harry, but you have to let go of your childhood. You are not that same child anymore. I made you stronger. You have to start thinking like a warrior and not as an injured child." Harry nodded his head glumly and after a few moments left his father's chamber, claiming that he was tired and wanted to rest. Lord Voldemort stood by the window, deep in thought about Harry and his saving children thing. If Lord Voldemort had known that his plan with Harry's abusive childhood would backfire like this, he would have thought twice before carrying out those attacks on the child. Lord Voldemort had only done those atrocious things to Harry so that he could be secure in the knowledge that Harry would never return to the Potters. Also, he wanted Harry to feel in debt to the Dark Lord. If Harry believed that he would not have survived if it wasn't for Lord Voldemort, then he would never leave his side. Harry would remain loyal to Voldemort, no matter what. However, Lord Voldemort hadn't counted on Harry developing a growing affinity towards children. Harry had such a deep-seated hatred for his abusers, that he had sworn to himself that he would never become someone who would be responsible for the pain of a child. Harry had made this clear at the very beginning of his training, and Lord Voldemort had no choice but to give in to Harry's pledge. Lord Voldemort had portrayed himself as someone who was different to the abusive Potters. He told Harry that he didn't hurt children either and that he would keep children out of war's path as much as was possible. Now that Harry was only a year away from coming of age, it was becoming more and more difficult to keep true to Harry's pledge. Harry would have to change. It was the only way he could survive to become the next Dark Lord. Harry sat in his room, deep in thought. This was not good. Lord Voldemort had never showed such disappointment in him before. Harry knew that protecting Damien, in front of everyone, was not a wise move, but he didn't have any other choice. Now that his father had given Harry a direct order to stay away from Damien, Harry couldn't do anything but to stay away from Damien, even if he was in trouble. Harry rubbed his scar distractedly. It wasn't hurting but was prickling, indicating that his father was still rather annoyed at Harry. Harry sighed and got up. He was going to go and train for a while. It was the only thing that would take his mind away from the current disaster that was his life. Harry went over to his wardrobe and took out his training gear. Harry pulled his robes off and threw them onto the ground. Just before he pulled on his other clothes, something caught Harry's eye. He was standing in front of the mirror and the light that was shining into his room had caught the silver Horcrux around his neck. Harry stared at the pendant for a minute. His eyes were studying the pendant closely. A plan formed in Harry's mind and the raven-haired teen smiled to himself. It was perfect. If his plan worked, then Harry would be able to protect Damien without getting caught by anyone. Harry pulled out his robes and left his training gear in his room. He had to go and put his plan into action. Damien was brought back home. Everyone was really shaken up about the Hogwarts Express attack. His friends had sent him many owls, asking him if he was okay and when he was coming back to Hogwarts. Damien had replied that he would be back soon. James and Lily hadn't stopped fussing over him, even though there was not a single scratch on him. At the moment, Sirius was downstairs with James and Lily. Sirius had been released from St. Mungo's today and was going to spend a few days with the Potters so that he could recover fully. Damien had been really embarrassed on Harry's behalf. He tried apologizing to Sirius, but the dark-haired Auror had just pulled Damien into a crushing hug and made him promise never to risk his own life like that again. It would have been a really nice reunion for Damien, with his parents and his Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus, but their dinner was completely ruined by a late owl, delivering the preview to the Daily Prophet. It was going to be released tomorrow morning. Professor Dumbledore had sent it claiming that he was given a copy by Minister Fudge. Lily had opened the color-colored envelope and had cried out in shock. Tears had sprung into her emerald eyes at once. Instantly, James, Sirius and Remus had rushed over, leaving Damien alone at the table. What happened? Remus asked as he reached the distressed woman. Lily handed the parchment over to him and the three men looked at the extract that was going to be published tomorrow. Damien came over and saw the parchment as well. His hazel eyes opened wide in shock. The parchment held a large picture of Harry and below it was a reward notice claiming that if anyone gave any information on the whereabouts of Harry or any information which led to Harry's capture, then the ministry would reward them with 5,000 galleons. Damien couldn't believe it. The entire wizarding world was going to be hunting Harry now. The four adults had hurried into the living room to discuss this. They can't do this. He's only 16 years old. They can't do this. Lily was saying hysterically. James was trying his best to calm her down. The truth was that they could do this. Harry was a huge risk to the ministry. They had to remove Harry from the wizarding world one way or another. James began making calls to members of the Order while Sirius was trying to contact several ministry workers to find out exactly what was going on. Remus was left comforting a broken Lily. Damien was standing by himself, lost in his own thoughts. This was bound to happen one day. Harry was only on borrowed time now. One of these days the Daily Prophet would announce Harry's capture and his sentence of the key. Damien only snapped out of his thoughts when he felt himself being pulled into a hug by his mum. The teen tried his best not to break down in front of everyone, but the emotions were running high. Damien excused himself and ran to his room. He was sitting on his bed, deep in disturbing thoughts. 5,000 galleons was a lot of money. Many witches and wizards would happily track Harry down for that sum of money. Damien still had the preview copy in his hand. He had taken it unknowingly. He threw it on the bed next to him and sat with his head in his hands. Outside Godric's Hollow, a dark figure stood trying to get the courage to walk back into the house that he had left so many years ago. Harry took a deep breath as he walked onto the well-kept lawn surrounding Godric's Hollow. Harry knew that the house would be protected by wards, but as with most wards, they didn't refuse entry to anyone with the same blood as the occupants inside. Harry was a Potter by blood, so the alarms wouldn't sound if Harry came back into Godric's Hollow. Harry never thought he would set foot in this house again. What the hell have you done to me, Damien? Harry thought as he walked to the side of the cottage. The place was exactly like Harry remembered it. The color of the outside walls, the well-kept lawn with its perfect flowerbeds and even the driveway leading up to the red door was the same. The Potters had changed nothing about their house. Harry gave an involuntary shudder at the memory of his last night in this hell house. Harry quickly mounted his broom and slowly rose into the air. From his memory of the layout of the cottage, he knew that all of the bedrooms were located on the upper floor. Finding which bedroom belonged to Damien was going to be the problem. Harry slowly, and as discreetly as possible, flew past the first two rooms. He recognized the master bedroom and the guest bedroom. The third bedroom was probably Damien's. Harry flew towards the open window. Sure enough, Harry saw the slumped figure of Damien sitting on his bed, head in his hands. Harry flew next to the window and in one fluid move Harry had grabbed onto the window ledge and had pulled himself into Damien's room. Harry stood at the window, watching the distressed boy rub at his eyes. Merlin, he doesn't even know someone's come into his room. Harry was considering attacking the stupid boy, as he was so oblivious to the danger he was putting himself into. Instead, Harry walked over to the teen and stood over him. You should really lock your window from now on, Harry said as the teen jerked his head up at the sound of his voice. Harry smiled at the utterly shocked-looking Damien. The teen scrambled to his feet and had flung his arms around Harry. Harry pulled the tearful boy away from himself. What's with all the hugs? He asked him jokingly. Harry, what are you doing here? Damien was hoping that Harry had come home, but he knew that if that was the case then Harry wouldn't be coming into the house through Damien's window. I wanted to make sure you were okay, Harry said, and Damien was shocked at the sincerity in his voice. Damien knew that Harry cared for him ever since the Daywalker incident, but Harry had never said that he cared for him in such clear words before. I'm okay, but you're in real trouble, Harry. Damien said as he moved away from him and picked up the parchment with the reward notice. Damien handed the parchment over to Harry. The raven-haired teen took the parchment and read the reward notice. Damien was watching his brother for his reaction. To Damien's surprise, Harry smiled at the parchment and threw it carelessly back onto the bed. That's it, 5,000 galleons. I thought I was worth more than that. Harry said with a laugh. How could you joke about something like that? Damien snapped at him. Who's joking? Harry replied with a smile on his face. Harry, you don't seem to understand how bad this is. Every witch and wizard is going to be looking for you now. Sooner or later you'll get caught, and then, Damien couldn't go on with what punishment was waiting for Harry. Harry put a comforting hand on the younger boy's shoulder. I told you before, Damie. Don't worry about me. I'm very good at hiding. No one can find me if I don't want to be found. Damien opened his mouth to ask what Harry meant by that, but the emerald-eyed teen put a hand up to stop him. Damie, I don't have much time. I came to see if you were okay. I wanted to tell you that the attack on Hogwarts Express wasn't meant for the students. We were only there for the Aurors. I need you to know that. Damien nodded his head in response. He already knew that. Malfoy had hinted at that when he made that comment about Harry not coming onto the train. I also wanted to give you something. Harry looked a little uncomfortable as he pulled a box out of his robes. Damien looked at the box with an inquisitive expression. Harry handed the box over to Damien. What is it? Damien asked as he took the box from his older brother. Harry gave Damien a funny look. Must you ask pointless questions? If I was going to tell you what it was, I wouldn't have put it inside a box. Damien smiled at Harry's reprimand. He quickly opened the box and stared at the item inside. It was breathtaking. Damien took out a silver pendant. It was an oval-shaped pendant with a black stone in the middle. It was surrounded by a series of small white stones. Damien could feel the raw power of the black stone as he ran his finger over it. Harry, what is this? Damien asked. It, called a La Justine. It is a very rare stone, and the one who has it and keeps it close to them benefits in all sorts of ways. Harry explained, thoroughly enjoying the look of awe on Damien's face. What does it do? Damien asked as he ran his finger over the black stone again, mesmerized by the beauty of it. It protects you from everything you need to be protected from, Harry answered simply. But, why are you giving this to me? If anyone needs this more than ever, it's you, Damien said. It sounded to Damien as if the stone was a good luck charm, type of thing. Harry laughed and took the pendant from Damien. Just consider it a late Christmas gift, Harry said while he slipped the pendant over Damien's neck. Damien saw the black stone turn to a blood-red color before turning back to the glistening black. Just promise me that you'll never take it off. I've put all sorts of charms on the pendant so that it can't be broken or forcibly taken from you. The only person who can remove the necklace is you. I need you to swear to me that you'll never take this off. Okay. Harry asked in a serious voice. I swear, I'll never take it off, Damien assured him. He looked at the pendant affectionately. It was the first ever gift from his brother. Suddenly a thought occurred to Damien and he looked at Harry a little embarrassedly. I didn't get you anything for Christmas, Damien said in a small voice. I was planning on getting you a broomstick servicing kit. I planned on buying it when we were in Hogsmeade, but when we went to Hogsmeade, I wasn't talking to you, so I kind of forgot about it. I didn't get the chance to get you anything after that, with you leaving and everything, Damien finished looking sheepishly at Harry. I don't need a broomstick servicing kit, you don't have to buy me anything. I do have something you could do for me though, you can consider it my Christmas gift, Harry said. At Damien's nod, Harry continued. My ring. I left it in the Gryffindor dorm room. It's probably still there somewhere. When you go back to Hogwarts, I need you to find it for me. Give it to Malfoy and he'll return it back to me. It's really important that I get that ring back. Damien could hear the worry clearly in Harry's voice. You mean the black and silver ring that I told you to put down, when you were pretending to be Uncle Siri? Damien asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry actually had the decency to blush at the memory. Yeah, that's the one. Damien smiled at Harry's red face and then decided to come clean. It's not in the Gryffindor dorm room. We know that the ring is actually your private pensive. The color that had crept into Harry's cheeks suddenly vanished and Harry looked as if he would collapse with shock. What? You found the pensive. Who knows about it? What have you seen? Why did you give them the ring? Harry asked in a towering rage and Damien actually stepped away from him. Harry, I've not seen any of your private memories. I didn't give anyone the ring. Uncle Siri was the one who had the ring once it turned into a pensive. Only Mum, Dad, Uncle Siri and Dumbledore know about the pensive. Harry looked at Damien, a mortified look on his handsome face. Dumbledore, Black and both Potters know about my secret memories, Harry thought to himself in distress. Anyone else? Harry asked sarcastically. Yeah, actually, Uncle Remus knows about them too, but he's not seen any of them, Damien added quickly as the look in Harry's eyes was beginning to frighten him. Harry moved away from Damien and began pacing the floor. Damien had to stop himself from blurting out how much he resembled their father at this moment. Harry was sure his heart was going to burst with fear. They all had seen his memories. His deepest, darkest secrets were in that pensive. Things that even Lord Voldemort didn't know of and must never find out. Harry couldn't bear to think of the consequences. Luckily, Harry had locked these particular memories in complicated charms that would take a while to break down. Harry turned to Damien. Damien, you must help me get that ring back. Under no circumstances can Dumbledore see the full contents of that pensive. Tell me everything you know about the whereabouts of that pensive. Damien was looking at the fear in Harry's eyes. Harry, whatever can be in those memories that's making you panic like this? Harry started pacing the floor again. You don't understand. No one knows about what those memories hold, not even Father, and if he were to find out, I would be in so much trouble. Father would never forgive me. It would ruin everything. Damien was at a loss as to why Harry was panicking so much. What could Harry have done that needed to be kept a secret from Lord Voldemort? Damien decided that he would question that later. First he had to calm down his very nervous brother. Harry, calm down. I can get you the ring or pensive, whatever you call it. It's downstairs. Professor Dumbledore left it with Dad yesterday, something about the ministry wanting to check his office or something like that. You wait here and I'll go get it. Harry looked like he would faint with relief. He sat down on Damien's bed as Damien left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Damien knew that he shouldn't return Harry's ring. After all, the memories were helping Dumbledore and his parents understand Harry better, but after seeing how worried and panicky Harry got, Damien decided that Harry should have his ring back. After all, it wasn't fair for someone to invade another's privacy like that. He knew that his dad had put the pensive in his room. Damien crept into his parents' room and found the black pensive sitting in the top shelf of the bedroom cupboard. Damien knew that his dad would never put traps on items inside his own house and so took the pensive quickly and crept back to his room. Harry tried to calm down and take deep breaths. He hadn't counted on someone realizing his ring was a pensive. He had thought that the ring would be discarded and left in the boys' dorm room. Harry cursed himself for not taking the ring with him. He had planned on going back to the dormitory and retrieving his ring, but with James Potter coming back from the accident, Harry had only enough time to escape. Harry got up from the bed and looked around Damien's room. It was a fairly big room, for the house they were in. Compared to Harry's room back home, Damien's room was like a cell. Even Harry's en-suite bathroom was bigger. For a normal home though, Damien's room was nice enough. Harry was looking at the Quidditch posters on Damien's walls, when the boy had returned holding Harry's pensive in his hands. At once Harry let out a breath of relief and went over to Damien. Thanks, Damien, Harry said as he took his pensive into his hands. Harry ran his hand over the pensive and it turned back into the black and silver ring. Harry slipped his ring on and looked up at Damien, a much calmer look on his face. Harry, what memory do you have in there that made you freak out like that? Damien asked. Harry shook his head and looked away from Damien. I can't explain, Damie. It's too complicated. Harry turned to go back outside. Damie, do you know what memories Dumbledore and everyone else saw? Harry asked, a fearful expression on his face. They saw the ones with your childhood and a few other ones. I heard Professor Dumbledore saying he was trying to break through some sort of charm on the other memories, but as far as I know, he hasn't been able to do so. Damien saw the look of relief wash over Harry's face. Okay. That's fine. Look, Damien, I have to go now. I want you to know that I can't come to see you like this. It's too risky. Just remember your promise and never take that pendant off. Even if it just to show it to someone. Okay. Damien nodded his head. Suddenly the thought of Harry's childhood memories made Damien remember something important. Harry. Wait, I forgot to tell you something. Before Damien could say anything more, he heard his father's voice calling him from downstairs. Damie. Damie. Come downstairs. Damien ran to the door and pulled it open. Just a minute, Dad. Damien shouted down. Damien turned around to look at Harry and found that he was gone. Damien rushed over to the window and saw Harry zooming away on his broomstick. Damien cursed. He wanted to tell Harry about his childhood memories being modified and to tell him about the traitor Wormtail. Harry would know the truth if he could find Wormtail. After all, he was the one who took Harry to Lord Voldemort. Maybe Harry would believe him. Harry was extremely grateful that Damien had accepted the pendant. Harry had got the idea from the Horcrux around his own neck. Just the way this Horcrux can't be removed by anyone other than Lord Voldemort or Harry, the Lehugistine could only be removed by Damien or Harry. As long as Damien kept that pendant on, no harm could befall him. Most importantly, no Death Eater would be able to get their hands on Damien. That way Damien was safe from all harm, and if by chance their paths were to cross again, Harry would not have to come out and blatantly save Damien again. He was very grateful to Damien for getting the ring back. The thought of his secrets being revealed was terrifying. His childhood memories were not of any concern to Harry. After all, it was the Potters who had tormented him so much. It was a good thing that they were reminded of how much they hurt Harry when he was a child. It was the locked away memories that Harry feared. They were locked away for a reason. Lord Voldemort would never forgive Harry if he found out what Harry had done. His father would never understand the reasoning behind Harry's actions. Those memories would have to remain hidden forever. The day after Harry's visit was probably the worst day of Damien's life. It began terribly. His parents and Uncle Sirius were still deep in conversation about the reward on Harry's head. Damien sat quietly at the table. He knew that he should have alerted his parents to Harry's visit last night, but Damien was afraid for Harry's safety. His parents wouldn't be able to protect Harry from the Ministry. At least where Harry was right now, he was under some sort of protection from the people who were trying to hurt him. The day got worse when James realized that Harry's pensive was missing. Damien sat quietly as James, Lily and Sirius searched the entire house, tried summoning it and everything else they could think of. Damien hated the guilt of being the one who stole it, but he only wanted to give it back to its rightful owner. After a disastrous morning, the afternoon got even worse. James was in a foul mood and had fire called Dumbledore, who had instantly come to Godric's Hollow. After many spells, the pensive was still not found. Damien decided to go outside for a bit. It wasn't just the guilt of what he had done, but the fear of what would happen to him if Dumbledore somehow traced the theft back to him. Damien pulled out his black stone pendant from underneath his clothes and ran his fingers over the black stone. He immediately felt better. I hope this luck charm protects me from Mum and Dad too. Damien would have found his own comment funny, if he didn't realize that Harry probably had put some sort of spell on it to protect him against his abusive parents. Damien sighed as he sat down on the stone steps, leading to the back door of the cottage. He couldn't believe Harry had come to see him yesterday. He thought it all had been a dream when he woke up this morning, but the comfortable weight of the pendant around his neck had reassured him that it wasn't a dream. Damien wished he had managed to speak to Harry about Wormtail. Harry probably wouldn't believe Damien, but all that Damien needed to do was plant a small seed of doubt. It would be enough to make Harry search for the truth. Damien heard his name being called and went inside. His Uncle Remus was waiting for him. Hey Uncle Remy, when did you come over? Damien asked after giving him a hug. Just now. It seems a bit chaotic in here, Remus commented as he took in the surroundings. Remus had already been told about the missing pensive. Remus noticed Damien's absence right away and had thought that maybe the poor boy was feeling left out. He had suggested that while James, Lily, Sirius and Dumbledore discussed the missing pensive matter, he should take Damien out for a bit. After all, Damien would be staring Hogwarts again in a few days' time. When Damien returned back to school, he was going to be in a hostile environment. The Hogwarts Express attack would become an excuse for Damien to be bullied mercilessly. That was the true reason Dumbledore had sent Damien home, until the tempers cooled down a little. With this reward notice coming into the Daily Prophet today, it would only become worse for Damien. Things would be tough for him for a while, so the kid needed a little treat. Damien and Remus traveled to the Leaky Cauldron via the night bus. Damien loved that wacky bus. He wondered if Harry had ever traveled by it. Probably not. He answered his own question. Remus had planned a day in Diagon Alley. That place had everything to keep Damien's mind occupied. They spent a good 3 hours in Diagon Alley, shopping around for odds and ends, and enjoyed a delicious meal in one of the pubs. Just as Damien was beginning to relax, he heard the petrified screams outside the pub. Feeling as if his entire body was made out of lead, Damien forced himself to look outside the window. Sure enough, there were many men dressed in black robes and white masks, attacking the people in Diagon Alley. Damien felt his arm being pulled and looked up at Remus. His uncle was paler than usual and had his eyes fixed on the men outside. Damien, quickly, come with me. Damien was pulled to his feet by Remus and both of them headed out the back door. As soon as they stepped outside, there was a huge explosion. The pub that they had been sitting in only a few seconds ago had erupted in flames. Remus and Damien were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. Damien was quickly grabbed by Remus and hauled to his feet. We've got to make it back to the appartation point. Come on, this way. Remus shouted over all the chaos. Damien could only nod his head and ran along with Remus. Damien noticed at once that the raid on Diagon Alley was different to the one on Hogwarts Express. The Death Eaters seemed to be less organized and were firing spells randomly. There was no purpose to the attack other than causing chaos. Damien noticed straight away that Harry was nowhere to be seen. Harry wasn't with these Death Eaters. Suddenly 2 Death Eaters blocked Remus and Damien's way. Well, if it isn't the werewolf and his little cub. The masked man taunted. Damien had his wand in his hand but was at a loss as to what spell he should cast. He wasn't very fast at casting spells and his wand movements were nowhere near as good as they should be in order to duel. Remus was pointing his wand at the 2 Death Eaters. Get out of my way, snarled Remus and instantly brought up a shield to cover himself and Damien, as 2 curses made their way towards them. Damien could feel the force of the blast as it hit the shield. He knew that Remus would be able to tackle the Death Eaters, that wasn't a problem, but keeping Damien safe at the same time was going to be difficult. In his moment of blind panic, Damien completely forgot about the Lehu Justine around his neck. Remus blocked another curse and threw a disarming spell at one of the Death Eaters, only to have the spell come zooming back at him. Damien tried to cast a disarming spell as well, but it caused no effect whatsoever. Damien cursed under his breath as he dodged another curse. Why couldn't have Harry taught me a thing or two about dueling? He thought to himself. Suddenly one of the curses broke through Remus's shield and hit the werewolf directly in the chest. Damien cried out as Remus was thrown violently into the air and was blasted away from him. The teen saw his uncle hit a brick wall and collapse in a heap on the ground. Damien had his wand ready for protecting himself, but his mind was running a blank. He couldn't remember anything the Defense Against the Dark Arts class taught him or anything the dueling club had practiced that would help him today. Damien wasn't going to give up though. He held up his wand and concentrated on conjuring up a shield. The 2 Death Eaters laughed and sent a Crucio curse at Damien. With nothing else to protect himself, Damien threw himself out of the way. As soon as he had moved, another curse came flying at him. Damien wasn't fast enough to dodge this curse as well and closed his eyes as he prepared to feel the worst pain imaginable. The red light came zooming towards him, and just before it made contact with Damien, it hit some sort of barrier and disappeared. Damien was lying on the ground, utterly shocked at what had happened. The unforgivable curses were the only ones that couldn't be blocked. Yet somehow the Crucio curse had been stopped from hurting him. The other Death Eater snapped out of his shock and ran towards Damien. He was about to grab the insolent boy and demand how he had managed to cast away an unforgivable. Just as the Death Eater reached over the fallen boy and extended his arm to grab him, an invisible force slammed into the Death Eater and blasted him away. Damien again looked completely bewildered at how he was being kept from harm. As Damien got to his feet, he felt the pendant touch his chest, underneath his clothes. Damien realized instantly, of course the Lehu Justine, that's what's protecting me. Damien felt a rush of gratitude towards Harry. That's what he meant by, protects you from everything you need to be protected from. Just then Damien felt someone's hand on his shoulder. He spun around to see Remus's stunned face. He had blood trickling down the side of his face, but he seemed to be concentrating on Damien. How did you do that? Remus asked. I don't really know, Damien answered, not wanting to tell anyone about his gift from Harry. Come on, we need to get out from here, Remus said while eyeing Damien suspiciously. He would question him about his dueling skills once they got home. Damien was sitting in front of his parents and headmaster. His two uncles were sitting on either side of him. Damien couldn't help but feel he was going to get interrogated for what happened in Diagon Alley. Sure enough, as soon as Remus finished telling what happened to the Death Eaters that attacked Damien, all sorts of questions came flying Damien's way. Damien was sitting quietly, but his mind was working in overdrive. What was he supposed to say? Uncle Remus told everyone that Damien hadn't even uttered one single curse. How was Damien going to explain this without mentioning Harry and the Lehu Justine? Damie, are you even listening to us? Lily's voice broke Damien's thoughts. Yeah, I'm listening, Damien replied. Well, are you going to tell us how you managed to fight off 2 Death Eaters? James asked. Contrary to Lily, James was not worried about how Damien fought the 2 Death Eaters. He was really proud. He wanted to know the details of what Damien had done. Damien cringed at the enthusiasm in his father's voice. If those damn Death Eaters had cast any other curse, it might have been easier to make something up about how he fought them off. However, the unforgivables couldn't be blocked, so what was Damien going to say? In addition to that, he was under the gaze of Albus Dumbledore. Damien tried to get his scrambled mind to think of an excuse that would be believable. I don't really know what happened. I just concentrated on bringing up a shield, that's all, Damien was telling the truth. Exactly how the curse didn't hit him, he didn't know, and he really had been concentrating on bringing up a shield. It really is difficult to bring up a mind shield wandlessly, in fact there are only a few people that can do so. Try and think about what happened, carefully, Dumbledore said to Damien, with a hint of distrust in his voice. Dumbledore had been around children most of his life and didn't have to cast legimens to know when a child was attempting to lie or withhold information. Damien was panicking now. What should he say? I think he's had enough drama for one day, don't you? Came Sirius's voice. Damien looked at him gratefully. Maybe we should talk about this later. He's looking really pale right now, Sirius continued. Damie, if you want you can take out the memory and we can view it, James started, but was cut off by a much panicked Damien. No, I just want to rest a bit. Maybe what happened will become clearer after I've had a chance to calm down. James and Lily looked at their son. The both could tell something was not right. Damien had been jumpy all morning. After Damien rushed to his room, the adults sat in the living room, trying to figure out what was going on with Damien. At last Remus came up with an idea. Why don't you see my memory of the attack? Maybe there's something there that you guys can see, that I may have missed. They all watched the memory of the attack on Diagon Alley. They watched as Remus was blasted away from Damien and the 2 Death Eaters. Remus had managed to look up at Damien, just as the Cruaco curse was sent at Damien. The curse came right at Damien and everyone saw the terrified boy put up his hands to protect himself. No one except for Dumbledore noticed a very faint glow around Damien, just for a moment. This glow had encased Damien, and when the curse made contact with this glow, the curse seemed to be absorbed by it. This flicker of glow around Damien was what had protected him. When the second Death Eater came at Damien and tried to grab him, he was blasted away from him. This time there was no glow, and suddenly Dumbledore knew exactly what had happened. As they all pulled out of Remus's memory, Dumbledore asked Lily and James to bring Damien back down at once. The puzzled parents went to fetch Damien while Sirius and Remus asked Dumbledore what was going on. Dumbledore remained silent and stood with his wand held loosely in his hand. As soon as Damien had entered that room, the boys' headmaster threw a curse at him. No one in the room had a chance to save Damien. Damien cried out in surprise and everyone watched as Dumbledore's curse disappeared once near Damien. Everyone was silent and was staring at Dumbledore with shock. "What the hell, Dumbledore? What do you think you're doing?" thundered an enraged James. "Proving a point," Dumbledore answered, keeping his eyes on Damien. The teen paled as understanding crept into his mind. Professor Dumbledore had figured things out. "I think you should explain what you were thinking by attacking Damien," Lily said in a much clipped tone. "My dear Lily, I think it is young Mr. Damien Potter here that should do the explaining." Damien accepted defeat. How long was he going to hide the truth anyway? It was bound to come out. May as well happen now. Damien sat down and tried not to look at his parents. "Okay, what's going on?" James asked again. His question was directed at Dumbledore. "You can't just come in and start attacking my kid, Dumbledore," James continued. Dumbledore smiled at him and looked at Damien. "Would you like to explain or should I venture a guess at what is going on?" Dumbledore asked his student. Damien looked up at his headmaster and shook his head. "It would be better if he did the explaining." I need to tell you guys something," Damien started. He was addressing the whole room. After all, his uncles had a right to hear this as well. The adults in the room sat down and looked confusedly at Damien. "I should have told you this last night, but last night, Harry came to see me." Damien kept his eyes on his lap, that way he didn't have to see the looks of shock and surprise on everyone's faces. Even Dumbledore had not expected a visit from Harry. Damien went on with his recount of last night. "He came in through my window. I was really surprised to see him and everything. He said that he came to see if I was all right." Damien choked back the emotions that came with these words. Thankfully everyone, including his parents, was silent as Damien spoke. "He said that he wanted me to know that the attack on Hogwarts Express was not meant for the students, they only wanted to hurt the Aurors. He said that he wanted me to know that he would never attack the students. Then he gave me something." Damien pulled the silver pendant out from under his clothes, with a trembling hand. Everyone's eyes were instantly glued to the black stoned pendant. "Harry told me that this was a Lehugistine stone, and that it brought, like a good luck type of thing. I told him about the reward notice and suggested that he should keep it, since he needs all the luck in the world to stay safe, but Harry just laughed and told me that the pendant was my Christmas gift." Damien stopped as he took in everyone's shocked expressions. Dumbledore was the first one to speak. "What else did he say about the pendant?" "He told me never to take it off and that it would protect me from everything I needed to be protected from." Understanding dawned in everyone's mind. So that was what had saved Damien from the Death Eaters, and that was what Professor Dumbledore was trying to prove. James was trying to fight down the anger he was feeling at Damien. Harry had actually come home. He had been inside Godric's Hollow and Damien had not informed them. Damien had let Harry walk out of his home, back to the dangers that were awaiting him. James stood up and walked over to Damien. He felt Lily trying to stop him by taking his hand, but James brushed her away. He towered over Damien, trying to suppress the rage within him, so that he could speak. "Why did you not tell anyone Harry had come home?" he asked in a quiet voice. Damien looked up at James, unable to answer that simple question. "Harry had come back home, and you just let him walk back out. Did you not think it would be important to inform your parents? Did that thought not cross your mind? Damien, answer me." Damien looked at his father's angry face and flinched away from him. Sirius and Remus both had come over and were trying to calm him down. "Prongs don't, he's just a kid. It's unfair to expect him to know what to do under such circumstances," Remus said while he put a hand on James's shoulder. Sirius was trying to calm down Damien. "It's all right, pup. You didn't know what to do. It's okay." He tried to get the trembling boy to relax. "It's not okay," James thundered. Damien and Sirius both jumped at the sound of James's voice. It's not okay for Damien to do something like this. Harry was under the same roof as us last night, for Merlin knows how long, and Damien decides to keep that information to himself. James continued to shout. Lily was staring at James and Damien, not quite knowing if she should scream at Damien as well or try and comfort her distressed child. You could have told us. We would have explained everything to Harry. We would have made him see how he was tricked and betrayed by you know who. We could have told Harry the truth. We could have had Harry back for good, but no, you didn't think Damien, you just went ahead with whatever crazy thought you had and let Harry walk out of here. Quote. Damien finally stood up. His face was no longer showing any sort of fear. Instead, he looked just as angry as his father. And how exactly were you planning to make Harry listen to you? How would you make Harry see the truth? By tying him to a chair again, or maybe locking him up in a room or having another crazy or hurt him until Harry gave in. Why should Harry listen to you, Dad? What have you done that would make Harry want to trust you? Damien was breathing hard and had angry tears in his eyes. He knew that he shouldn't speak to his father like that, but Damien was beyond caring right now. Damien, I would have done anything necessary to protect Harry, to make sure that James was cut off by the sound of Damien laughing. James looked at his 13-year-old son, laughing sarcastically at James's words. Protect. You want to protect Harry. Tell me, Dad, how do you plan on protecting him when the very people that you work for are after his blood? 5,000 galleons for the one who helps capture Harry Potter, that's what the reward notice said, didn't it? How can you claim to protect Harry to keep him safe when you let Moody hurt him on many occasions? James was speechless. Damien had never taken that kind of tone with him before. James wouldn't admit it until later, but Damien was right. James had let Harry be mistreated while he was under his care. At least where Harry is now, he is safe. You know who won't let Harry be hurt by anyone, Damien said, and didn't realize the effect his words would have on his parents. Lily came forward and grabbed Damien from his shoulders. How dare you say something like that? How on earth can Harry be safe with a monster like him? He is the one who took Harry away from us. He doesn't care for Harry, he only cares enough to use him like a soldier. Damie, Harry's rightful place is with us. He is a member of our family. Damien looked at his mum's emerald eyes and saw the look of pain in them. How can Harry be a member of this family, Mum? He won't even be given the chance to come back to us. You want to know why I didn't stop Harry from leaving? It was because I knew that if Harry stayed here he would get arrested by the ministry. Someone from the order, like Moody, would rat him out to Minister Fudge. Harry wouldn't be safe here. I don't care if Harry lives with us or not. I don't care if he calls himself a Potter or not. The only thing I care about is whether he survives. I want Harry to live, Mum, even if he doesn't live with us. Lily had tears running down her cheeks and her heart was breaking at Damien's words. James was standing a few paces away and was also affected by his son's emotions. Suddenly James realized that if Harry was in their house yesterday, then the fact that the pensive was missing wasn't a coincidence. James felt his diminished anger begin to rise again as he walked over to Damien. Damien, did you give Harry his pensive back? James asked. Damien looked at his father. The answer was in Damien's hazel eyes as he looked defiantly at his dad. Yes, Damien replied. The room went completely silent. Damien was waiting for his parents' reaction. James could hear the blood roaring in his ears. He didn't trust himself, so took a few steps away from his youngest son. James couldn't even speak due to the anger pulsing through him. Damie. Lily was the one to speak. She too had let go of Damien's shoulder and had stepped away from him, as if doubting that this boy was truly her son. I know that all of you are really mad at me and I'm sorry, but it wasn't fair on Harry. You should have seen how freaked out he got when he found out that we knew about the pensive. He completely panicked and begged me to help him find the pensive. He said that if you know who found out about what memories Harry had stored in them, then he would be really angry with him. Harry actually looked scared. I couldn't help it. I felt really bad for him, so I snuck into your room and I gave him back what was truly his in the first place. At Damien's words, Dumbledore stood up. He was trying not to get involved with the Potter's angry debate, but Damien had just given out some very important facts about Harry and his memories. Damien, what else did Harry say about these memories? Dumbledore asked immediately. Nothing else. Just that he would get in a lot of trouble if his father were to find out about them, Damien answered. Dumbledore managed to calm down the two parents and asked Sirius to take Damien into another room for the moment. When Damien and Sirius had left, Dumbledore tried to calm down the broken James and Lily. After much talk, the two parents managed to think rationally again. Sirius and Damien came back inside the living room. James and Lily, although a lot calmer, thanks to Dumbledore, decided that they would refrain from speaking to Damien until things were a bit calmer. I understand the anger you have, but do not get frustrated with Damien. He is only a child whose primary purpose is to save his brother. Harry has shown an emotion I was hoping he would possess. He risked everything to come and see Damien, to give him such a gift as protection. Harry really does care about his blood, his brother. That in itself was what I was trying to achieve when I took Harry to Hogwarts. Dumbledore stopped to look at the puzzled and saddened faces around him. Do any of you know anything about the stone named Lehu-Justine? Dumbledore asked. When the four adults replied with a no, Dumbledore continued with the explanation. The Lehu-Justine is a very rare stone. There are only 3 known specimens in the world. 2 of these are heavily protected by the Ministry. The third was missing for a number of years and well, I guess we found it tonight. The stone is remarkable in that it can hold an immense amount of power. It can be used for various things, but it has never been used for protection. Many charms can be cast on it so that the wearer will be protected from certain dangers. There was a faint glow around Damien, just for a moment, when he was first attacked. That is how I recognized the influence of the stone. When used for the first time, the stone encases the wearer and become bound to him. As long as Damien should wear this pendant, no harm can befall him. If he takes the pendant off, he would become susceptible to danger again. If he removes that pendant and gives it to someone else, the protection won't work on them. The pendant will protect Damien and Damien alone. Damien was listening quietly. His eyes were cast on the ground and he refused to look at his parents, for fear that he may lose his temper again. The 4 adults continued to discuss the stone, and it was quite apparent that the stone had never been used for protection before. It was basically a stone that not everyone knew about, but possessed the ability to absorb a lot of magic. That is why Damien could be easily protected from Death Eaters. Professor Dumbledore explained that he thought Harry had charmed the stone so that no one bearing the dark mark can come anywhere near Damien. That is why the Death Eater had been so violently thrown away from Damien. Exactly how Harry had managed to cast such a powerful charm on this stone, Professor Dumbledore didn't know. I wish to share something with all of you, Professor Dumbledore continued. Damien lifted his head so that he could see his headmaster. I regret that our insight to Harry's childhood is now no longer possible, but I do not blame you, Damien. You were only trying to do what was right by your brother. However, before I passed over the pensive to you, James, I managed to save a few memories. I had only taken those memories out because they were the few that I had managed to unlock from the heavy protection spells placed on them. I had removed them since I was planning on viewing them later. I was not able to do so with the minister's visit of Hogwarts last night. I have these memories with me and I think it would be beneficial to see what these memories are. There were still many locked memories in that pensive which required additional charms to unlock. My only regret is that we may never know what those memories were. Damien felt his face burn with shame. He honestly had no idea that things would get so bad. He diverted his eyes from his parents. Damien was ashamed, but he would repeat the same action in a heartbeat. He would always help Harry whether his parents or anybody else agreed or not. Damien, would you like to see these memories? Dumbledore asked. Damien whipped his head up in surprise at the headmaster's words. Dumbledore, I don't think Damien should see anything that Harry has done, Lily had started to say, but was cut off by Dumbledore. Lily, I think we should let Damien see why we were observing Harry's memories. Maybe if Damien had understood our purpose, he would not have acted like he did. Lily and James both didn't look too happy about Damien watching Harry's secret memories. Frankly, the thought of Harry hiding these particular memories was plain unnerving. What was it that Harry had done that would result in him hiding these memories? But they understood that Dumbledore was right. If they had involved Damien more, maybe he would have thought that they were not invading Harry's privacy. They were trying to help understand him. The headmaster, James, Lily, Sirius and Remus stood next to Dumbledore's pensive. The headmaster motioned to Damien for him to join them. Damien moved slowly over to the group. He felt bad for seeing one of Harry's private memories, but at the same time he couldn't help the curiousness overtaking him. Dumbledore took out a vial, holding silvery smoke. He poured the entire contents inside and gestured for James and Lily to go inside first. With a last look at Damien, the Potters went inside the pensive. Sirius and Remus followed, and Dumbledore and Damien were the last to follow. As Damien's feet hit the ground, he saw a horrible sight before him. There was large cottage burning in front of him. The flames were licking the corners of the pretty white cottage, and the black smoke issuing from the top was engulfing the surrounding air. Damien turned around to see Harry standing with two young children clutching onto him. That was when Damien saw Madame Pomfrey standing with a blonde-haired man, presumably her husband. Harry was coughing and gasping for air. His robes were covered in soot, and the two children clutching to him were also covered in the black soot. Madame Pomfrey and her husband grabbed the two crying children from Harry and began dotting them. Harry shook some soot away from himself and stood up. He was watching the scene in front of him. The frantic parents covered their children in s. Madame Pomfrey thanked Harry over and over again. Harry seemed to snap out of his thoughts and smiled back at her. Forget about it. What happened anyway? Harry asked as he brushed the last of the soot away from his clothes. Death Eaters, Poppy said with disgust and fear. Harry's eyes burned with anger and he looked at the two children. A look of pure fury covered his face. Don't worry, they'll never bother you again, Harry said to the weeping Hogwarts school nurse. They kept on saying that I deserve this, just because I help children at Hogwarts. Poppy was saying as she continued to check that her children were not injured. Harry looked at her again and he seemed to be fighting the rage that was overtaking him. He turned away and picked up his broomstick. Before Harry could mount his broom, Poppy called out to him. Excuse me, I didn't even thank you properly. You saved my children's lives, I will be forever in debt to you. Harry waved his hand and forced a smile on his face. Really, there is no need. What is your name? Poppy asked as her husband came and stood behind her. Harry, the raven-haired boy answered as he mounted his broom. Harry what? Poppy's husband asked, speaking for the first time. Harry smiled back. Just Harry, he replied before kicking off the ground and zooming away from them. Damien found his surroundings spin around him. When the spinning stopped, he found himself standing inside a dark room. It looked like a basement. It was really dark and the only source of light was the few wall-mounted torches burning. Damien shared a look with Sirius as the six people realized they were probably standing inside Lord Voldemort's home. Harry was standing a few feet away from Damien. His robes were billowing behind him as he stormed into the basement. There were a few Death Eaters sitting in the corner, around a table. They seemed to be drinking and were laughing and bragging about something in very loud voices. Harry's eyes glowed green for a second as he stormed over. With a sweep of his hand, Harry upturned the table the Death Eaters were sitting on. The bottles of fire whiskey went crashing onto the ground. The Death Eaters looked stunned and a few even took out their wands, but when they sighted who was causing the commotion they froze. Harry growled at one particular Death Eater, who James and Lily recognized as the unfortunate Knot. The three Death Eaters were obviously from the inner circle as Harry was not wearing his sliver mask. Harry sent two Death Eaters flying in the air with a sweep of his hand. The one Death Eater remaining was Knot. Harry grabbed him and pinned him to the wall. Harry must have been around the age of 15, and he had successfully pinned a grown man to the wall. Knot looked terrified as he looked at Harry. How many times are you going to mess up, Knot? I thought I had made myself crystal clear. You do not attack children, bellowed Harry. Knot couldn't even nod his head. His ugly face was twisted as he was having trouble breathing. He responded by making a strange gurgling noise. Harry smacked him against the wall again. If you can't refrain from hurting children, then I can easily rectify that. Harry pulled his wand out and pointed it at him. Maybe the loss of limbs will force you to consider your conduct with them. Nott gasped and began to struggle against Harry's grasp. Damien wished he could look away from the scene. He really didn't want to see anyone lose their limbs, even if it was a disgusting, sorry excuse of a man who got his enjoyment from hurting defenseless children. At that moment Lucius Malfoy came inside and had pulled Harry away from Nott, who was by now nearly blue in the face due to the lack of air. The surroundings started spinning again and Damien closed his eyes, as the spinning was making him nauseous. When Damien opened his eyes, a truly bizarre scene greeted him. The 13-year-old was standing in the midst of many people. They seemed to be cheering for someone. There were so many of them. Damien looked to his right and saw his parents and Remus looking equally surprised. It looked like they were in some sort of club or party or something like that. However, that wasn't the bizarre thing. It was the people themselves that were strange. For one thing, they were not wearing wizarding robes. They were all dressed in scruffy muggle clothes. Most were holding funny-looking tin cans in their hands and were drinking from them. Damien had never seen anything like that before. The smell in this overcrowded place was making Damien feel sick. It was a mixture of blood and sweat. The noise of shouting, screaming, swearing was making Damien's head pound. Where the hell were they? And why was nothing in this odd place even vaguely familiar? It was as if they weren't even in the wizarding world. That was when understanding hit Damien like a ton of bricks. They weren't in the wizarding world. They were standing in the muggle world. These were muggles. Damien spun around and saw Dumbledore looking at him. He too had understood where they were standing. He gave Damien a small smile. Damien started looking for Harry. This was his memories, so he had to be around here somewhere. Why would Harry come to a place like this? It was full of muggles. Oh, please tell me he's not going to attack them. Damien prayed quietly. Suddenly the crowd that was already making as much noise as possible, erupted in ear-splitting cheers as the names of two people were announced. Damien noticed a raised platform in the middle of this room. It was surrounded by red ropes. It was like an open cage. The names announced were being shouted out by the crowds. Go Jason! Go Jason! Some were screaming, but the majority were shouting another name. Alex! Alex! Go Alex! Damien looked around for Harry. He had to be here somewhere. Why couldn't Damien see him? Just then Damien saw two boys enter the open cage. Damien felt his heart stop as he saw who one of them was. There, in the middle of this platform, dressed in muggle clothes and looking like he was having the time of his life, stood his brother. Harry looked a lot older. His hair was messy as usual, but he looked taller and his face was much older. He looked around the age of 20. It was obvious he had taken an age potion or had applied some sort glamour charm that made Harry look older. Harry smirked at the other boy who was a good head taller and was much stronger looking than Harry. The blonde boy was also looking at Harry with a smirk. You go first, Jason. You're going to need a head start, Harry said. As you wish, Alex. The blonde-haired boy replied snidely. Damien saw the completely shocked looks on his parents' and uncle's faces. Harry was being cheered like crazy by these muggles. Only, he was known as Alex. As Damien watched with a thumping heart, Harry let the boy, Jason, throw a punch at him. Harry moved out of the way and the crowd went crazy, shouting all sorts of things at Harry. Harry seemed to pay no attention to the crowd and began fighting fiercely with the boy named Jason. Damien watched as Harry punched the boy in the face before swinging his leg around to kick Jason in the stomach. The fight was over in less than 3 minutes. Harry had won the match, and was being cheered very loudly. Harry didn't even seem to notice the crowd as he climbed off the platform and made his way out. Damien was speechless. He had seen Harry duel with the Daywalkers, but had never thought that this was how Harry had managed to learn that type of fighting. The silvery mist enveloped them and Damien was surprised to find himself standing in a huge room. He didn't get a chance to look around as the sound of two people arguing grabbed his attention immediately. Damien saw the blonde-haired Slytherin standing with a thoroughly annoyed-looking Harry, arguing very loudly with him. Why would you go to a place like that? Have you completely lost your mind? Draco asked. What the hell were you doing looking through my things in the first place, Malfoy? Harry shouted. I didn't know that I was going to find something like that in there. Draco pointed at the black pensive which was sitting on a huge mahogany desk. That's where you've been going at nights, haven't you? Draco asked as he narrowed his gray eyes at Harry. Harry looked away and moved towards his pensive. You have to stop snooping around in my things, Draco. You never know. One of these days, you might push me too far. Harry's voice was dripping with venom. You're not answering my question. You sneak off at nights to meet muggles. Why? Draco asked with a fair amount of anger as well. Because I want to and because I can, okay. Harry answered in a very quiet but deadly voice. Harry, do you realize what the Dark Lord will do to you, once he finds out that you're meeting filthy muggles behind his back? Do you want to die a horrible and slow death, because that's what will happen to you? Draco actually sounded worried for Harry, which was a weird thing to witness for Damien. Draco, I have a good reason to be doing this. Unlike you, I have a purpose for carrying out such acts. Really? Well, why don't you enlighten me, Harry? What possible purpose could you have for dressing up as a muggle and then go dueling with them? Draco asked, with a slight sneer. Harry eyed Draco for a moment and then seemed to decide on something. All right, you want to know why I go out to muggle fight clubs. You remember that incident with Nott? Harry asked as he eyed the blonde boy. You mean when he attacked you when you were 7? Draco asked. Yeah, well, ever since that incident I've been thinking about it. I was completely defenseless against Nott. Without my wand, I'm nothing. My power is only there when I have my wand. I can't protect myself without my wand. Even after I learn wandless magic, there are only so many spells one can perform without a wand. So it got me thinking. If I could learn physical combat, then I would be powerful with or without my wand. If it came to it, I would be able to defend myself without a wand. Also, since no other wizard has bothered to learn physical combat, I would have an advantage over them. Harry was saying all this quietly, but the excitement was there in his voice. The only reason I haven't said anything to Father is because I know he would object and he would fear for my safety. You know what muggles did to him when he was in that orphanage, don't you? Draco and Harry both shuddered at the stories that Voldemort must have told them about those awful muggles torturing him. But once I learn the physical combat completely, I plan on showing him my new skills. I'll confess everything. He'll be mad at first, but afterwards, I think he'll see how powerful I will have become. Harry, you're just as obsessed with power as my dad, Draco joked. The comment, however, made Harry's expression darken. Power is everything, Draco. Without power, I was nothing. I was treated worse than an animal because I could not show any signs of being powerful. Father gave me my power and I want it to grow. I never want to be defenseless again. Damien watched as Harry's words brought tears to his parents' eyes. Harry was obviously referring to the abuse he suffered at the hands of his fake parents. Damien never did ask how bad the abuse was. He didn't really want to know. But Harry, that's all fine, but I don't know, muggles. Draco said with a disgusted look. I know, it's really horrible, but they do have some really good fighting techniques. They are filthy creatures though, not as bad as mudbloods. Personally, I think you should be a pure blood wizard or a pure blood muggle. This whole mixed blood thing is just disgusting. Harry said with a scrunched up face. Damien heard his mum gasp. His parents didn't know about Harry's prejudice against muggle-borns. Damien had never told them about the incident with Hermione or Ron. He figured it would only hurt his mum who was from a muggle background. Anyway, now that I've told you, you need to promise me one thing, Harry said as he turned towards his desk, his back towards Draco. I know, don't tell anyone, right? Draco mumbled. Actually, I was going to say, don't try and remember. With those words, Harry turned around and shot an obliviate curse on Draco. The blonde boy didn't even get the chance to react. The curse hit him straight in the chest. Draco looked stunned for a moment before blinking a few times. Harry, what was I saying? Harry smiled and walked over to his best friend, all the while slipping on his black and silver ring. You were telling me about your Quidditch game before Christmas break, Harry said as he led Draco away towards the sofa. Ah, yes. It was so brilliant, Harry. We totally cleaned the floor with. Draco's enthusiastic voice trailed off as the room began to spin again and Damien found himself standing in his living room, back at Godric's Hollow. Damien's head was swimming with all the information they had seen. Dumbledore was right. There was so much to Harry, that it was important to see his past to understand him. The six of them sat and discussed the memories. One thing had become clear. Harry had learned his fighting style from Muggles. He had been going to Muggle fight clubs since he was approximately 14 years old. He had obviously told Lord Voldemort about it since it was not possible that his fighting style would be kept a secret. Especially since he was now carrying out assignments for Lord Voldemort. So why was the memory still locked away? Dumbledore had suggested that maybe Harry hadn't confessed everything to Lord Voldemort and had made his training with the Muggles fight clubs seem less frequent than the truth. Harry had probably said that he only went to the clubs a few times. That seemed to be the most sensible explanation. Damien felt terrible for giving back the pensive now. Whatever memory had freaked Harry out, Damien was sure it wasn't one of the ones they had witnessed tonight. These would not cause so much grief to Harry. Harry had done something else, something he thought was so terrible that Lord Voldemort would never forgive him. Well, I think that we have a very good place to start looking for Harry, Remus said with a smirk. Damien looked up at him confused. I think we should pay Alex a little visit in his fight club. Damien returned back to Hogwarts after a few days. He was actually glad to return back, since the tension at home was becoming unbearable. James and Lily were still annoyed at Damien since he was not showing any remorse in returning the pensive back to Harry. Damien told his friends everything the minute he returned back to school. The three Gryffindors were shocked that Damien had gave Harry back his pensive, but they understood the reason why. Ginny and Hermione couldn't stop examining the Lehu-Justine. Hermione asked if she could take it, just to get a closer look at the powerful stone. Sorry, my own, but Harry said not to take it off, not even for a second. Professor Dumbledore told me to keep it on as well. Hermione pulled a face but didn't push the matter. As expected by Damien, the school was less than comforting towards him. Many students had seen Damien being escorted back onto the Hogwarts Express and felt that he had been saved only because he was Harry's brother. No one was ready to believe that the Death Eaters would not have come onto the train, if the backup Aurors hadn't arrived. Damien tried not to let the idiotic students bother him, but some of their words cut him deep. Hope someone catches that monster before he attacks again. A fourth-year Hufflepuff was saying, loud enough for Damien to hear her. Damien ignored her and tried to leave the library. Yeah, with a reward on his head, he won't be able to hide much longer, came the reply from another Hufflepuff girl. Hope the Aurors make him suffer when they catch him, just like he's made others suffer. The murderous bastard. The girl didn't get a chance to finish, as Damien stormed over and slammed his fist onto the table. The two girls shrieked in fright and stared at Damien. You both are so pathetic. Wishing ill on someone is just as bad as carrying out an ill act towards them. Just cause you read something in the papers, doesn't make it true. Harry was here for 3 months. Did he ever cause you two any harm? Did he cause anyone any sort of harm? No, he didn't. He actually risked his neck to save 4 lives from vampires. You two were the ones who were always following him around, and I remember your invites to go to the ball with him, very clearly. So if I were you, I'd keep my mouth shut about things you have no clue about. With that, Damien stormed out of the library. Madame Pants was shocked that someone would cause such a racket in her library, but at hearing the enraged boy's words she had decided to ignore him, on this occasion. Ginny was having a difficult time keeping her anger at bay as well. She tried really hard to ignore all the comments about Harry, but at times she too lost her battle with her rage. She had tried not to get upset when Harry had left Hogwarts. She had never got any sort of positive reaction from Harry, even though the raven-haired boy knew perfectly well how much Ginny liked him. Still, she knew deep down that Harry did care for her. He had saved her life on 2 occasions, and sometimes she would catch him looking at her. Harry was always too quick to look away the instant Ginny looked around, but she knew that Harry liked her. His harsh words hadn't made Ginny stop liking him, but more determined to break his hard outer shell. Ginny was a good friend to Damien, and so tried to keep her personal feelings and grief of losing Harry away. Damien had lost his brother, he needed the sympathy right now. Many nights were spent by Hermione and Ginny in the girls' dormitory talking about Harry. Ginny would shed a few tears about losing Harry, but they would never speak about Harry in front of Ron or Damien, it was too awkward. Lily was not having an easier time. Many of her 6th and 7th year students had quizzed her on how she felt that she had a murderer as a son. Lily tried hard to ignore these questions, but even the threat of detention couldn't make the students back off. But Lily was more concerned for Damien. She wished the students would leave Damien alone, and even when Lily was there, the students managed to whisper silent taunts to Damien. Lily was at a loss as to what to do about the students' hostile attitude towards Damien. She hoped that the situation would calm down, but things were only beginning to get worse. Dumbledore gave some bad news on his next order meeting. It is with deep regret that I have to inform you that Hogwarts is going to close. At these words, members of the order cried out in protest. I am afraid that there is not much anyone can do about this. Minister Fudge has made up his mind. Dumbledore continued in a sad voice. But Albus, surely they can't do this. What about the children's future, their education? Professor McGonagall cried out. With the growing fear of Voldemort, it has been decided that Hogwarts is unfit to house so many students. According to the minister, Hogwarts is no longer safe. Upon inspection to the school, it has been pointed out that there are many secret passageways in and out of the school that could easily be used by Death Eaters. The incident regarding the small army of Death Eaters coming onto Hogwarts grounds has not been overlooked by Minister Fudge. He said that if the wards on the grounds could be manipulated, then the wards on the actual school would also be at risk, and he is quite right. Also, many parents have requested that their children should be removed from Hogwarts, since it is not safe. Dumbledore explained with a heavy heart. James and Lily shared a glance. They knew that Harry was the reason that Hogwarts was closing. The attack on Hogwarts Express had really blown things out of the water. Many parents had pulled their children out of the school, fearing their safety. Professor Dumbledore informed the order that the announcement of the school's closure would be made at the end of that week. Most of the order left shortly after that. Even Lily left, saying that she had classes in the morning. There was only James, Sirius, Remus and Dumbledore left. The four wizards sat around the table, discussing what would be the end to something so wonderful. Is it permanent? Sirius asked Dumbledore. According to Minister Fudge, this closure is only temporary, until the threat of Voldemort lessens. He is still under the pretense that he has everything under control and that Voldemort will be caught any day now. Dumbledore explained. I think we should concentrate on finding Harry, we've waited long enough. Sirius said as the four men got up from the table. I've been doing some research and I think I've managed to find some fight clubs that may match the description of the club Harry was at. We should all head over and start checking them out, Remus said. Should we head out now? James asked, as anxiety bubbled within him. Why not? Remus added in. Just as the four men got to their feet, there was a rustling sound heard. Dumbledore looked towards the window and saw a black owl fly through the open window. There was a large package attached to its leg. James rushed over to take the parcel. The black owl screeched and tried to bite his fingers. James pulled away and spotted Sirius's name on the package. I think it's for you, mate, James said as Sirius stepped forward. Sirius was puzzled. He never got anything delivered this late at night. He took the parcel and the black owl hooted at him at once and then turned and flew out of the window again. Sirius saw a black-colored envelope attached to the parcel. He opened the black letter carefully, making sure to check for any traps on the letter. When he decided that the letter was safe, he pulled the parchment out of the black envelope. Sirius hadn't touched the parcel yet. Sirius frowned as he opened the letter. He looked at Dumbledore with a frown. It's actually addressed to you, he told Dumbledore. Dumbledore took the letter and read it quickly. Sure enough, the letter was addressed to Albus Dumbledore. As soon as Dumbledore read the letter, his already somber expression became darker. He looked at James, Sirius and Remus with a worried expression. He silently handed the letter to them and sat down. James took the letter and began to read, along with his two friends. Dear Albus Dumbledore, you may wonder about why I have decided to write to you. I'm afraid I have no other option left. If you receive this letter, then it is safe to assume that I am no longer alive. I trust you would be aware of my death, as my colleague has been instructed to meet with you in case I don't make it. This letter has been written in case my colleague doesn't survive either. I have dated this package and instructed it to be posted to Mr. Sirius Black's home exactly 6 months from today. I had to send it to Mr. Black as I could not risk sending this to Hogwarts. You know me as Jason Riley. I am one of Lord Voldemort's inner circle Death Eaters. I understand if you do not wish to continue reading this letter, but I request that you do, since I have information which is priceless to you. I have found out the secret to Lord Voldemort's success. His plans to become immortal are already put in place. The Dark Lord has created Horcruxes. To my knowledge, he has created 7 Horcruxes. 1 Horcrux is within himself, the other 6 are inanimate objects. This is why the Dark Lord is impossible to kill. The 6 Horcruxes will have to be destroyed before the Dark Lord can be successfully attacked. I know the identity to 2 of these Horcruxes. I have enclosed my findings and some thoughts on what the other items might be. You may wonder why I have passed on this information to you, since in this war I am on the opposing side to you. Consider this my chance to get revenge on the one who will most likely cause my death. You are the only one who can stand against the Dark Lord. I hope you will be able to destroy him. Jason Riley. James looked up at Dumbledore. He couldn't believe it. Voldemort had created 7 Horcruxes. This was terrible news. The defeat of Voldemort was now even more difficult. They would have to figure out what these Horcruxes were. One was Voldemort himself. Riley had given the identity of 2 of them, but they still needed to find the other 4. James collapsed in the chair next to Dumbledore. Sirius and Remus also sat down, looking really pale. They couldn't say anything to each other. What kind of comfort could they possibly give to one another? Do you think this is true? James asked. I do think that it is genuine, yes. If I remember correctly, Mr. Riley was found murdered in his home. Harry was the one who had killed this man. James felt sick. Voldemort had made Harry kill the man that could have given information on how to destroy him. James could see how this would be amusing to Voldemort. The one destined to kill him was killing on Voldemort's command, and he was killing the very people who could give the necessary information leading to Voldemort's demise. Wordlessly, James opened the parcel lying in front of them. Inside was a journal that was obviously kept by Riley. He had a lot of documentation, listing possible Horcruxes. The 4 men sat silently as they looked through the paperwork. Dumbledore picked up 2 parchments that had drawing on them. I think this is what Riley considered to be definite Horcruxes. Dumbledore said as he held up the 2 parchments. One was a simple black book. It had nothing special about it and was going to be impossible to recognize. It was a plain book. There were thousands of plain black books. With nothing to distinguish it, the Order was going to have to burn every black book in the wizarding world, for a chance of destroying this Horcrux. The other drawing was much better. It was of a silver pendant. The pendant was in the shape of a serpent that had 2 heads on either side of its intertwined body. The eyes of the serpent were a shimmering green color. James looked at the drawing of this strange pendant. He had the uneasy feeling that he had seen that before. James reached over and took the parchment and studied it closely. He had definitely seen that shimmering green color, but where? Suddenly, James felt his blood run cold. He remembered where he had seen that pendant. James had seen it the day Harry was attacked by Moody. While Harry was lying unconscious in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey had removed Harry's shirt to dress the wound on his shoulder. James remembered noticing the strange serpent-shaped pendant, but as he was too worried about his son's survival at that time, he had ignored it. Voldemort's Horcrux was the pendant that Harry wore around his neck. James couldn't believe that Harry had been wearing a Horcrux the entire time he had been at Hogwarts. Harry actually had a piece of Voldemort's soul with him, and he was right underneath Dumbledore and the Ministry's nose, and no one had managed to find out. James actually applauded Harry's nerve. He truly wasn't afraid of anyone. Dumbledore had pointed out that even if they had been informed of the Horcruxes earlier, it would probably not have made any difference. Surely Voldemort would have put some sort of protection spell on it so that it couldn't be forcibly taken from Harry. At the end of that week, Dumbledore announced the closure of Hogwarts. The result was as expected. Most students, although sad that Hogwarts was going to close, were relieved about returning home to their parents. Some students, like Hermione Granger, were heartbroken that they would not be able to complete their magical education. Although assurances were given that Hogwarts would reopen after a short while, everyone had noted that the likelihood of that actually happening was very little. Damien returned home to his parents and was happy to get away from the hostile environment. Hermione had promised him and Ron that she would make some sort of arrangement with her parents so that she could come over to the Burrow or to Godric's Hollow regularly. That way the four friends could keep in touch and most importantly, continue their studies. Ron and Damien had agreed just to keep Hermione happy. Dumbledore had decided that the first thing they had to do was to find Harry. Voldemort and his Horcruxes would be dealt with later. Dumbledore made sure that information about the Horcruxes was kept a secret for now. Only James, Sirius and Remus knew about them. The plan was to find Harry, convince him of the truth and then try and keep him safe from the Ministry. Voldemort's Horcruxes would be much easier to find once Harry was with them. Dumbledore was still unsure of exactly how he was going to manage to keep Harry safe, but he was determined not to lose Harry, not again. So the search for Alex at the Muggle nightclubs began. The first night, James, Sirius, Remus and Dumbledore left the Wizarding World and went to the Muggle world. They had no success. Finding these Muggle fight clubs was proving quite difficult as they were against the Muggle law and so were quite difficult to track down. However, Remus had managed to find a few of them. It wasn't until the fifth night that they had some success. The four wizards had been careful and had altered their looks so that they didn't look suspicious. James, Sirius and Remus were okay, but Dumbledore had to shorten his beard and hair significantly. The color of his hair also changed to red. Sirius entered the fight club and immediately spotted a pretty dark-haired woman behind the bar, serving drinks. He quickly walked over to her and began questioning her. Sirius asked the young woman if she knew an Alex, who came to the fight club. Alex. Dark hair, green eyes, really hot. The dark-haired woman asked as she smirked at Sirius. Sirius had to hold back a frown. Harry was his godson, and he couldn't quite get to grips with woman calling him hot. This particular woman was around mid-20s and Harry was only 16. Okay, so Harry usually applied some age glamour or whatever it was, but still, in reality he was still only a child. Yeah, I suppose some may find him that, Sirius finished awkwardly. Yeah, he used to come in here all the time. He hasn't been here for a while though. He's usually with Little John at his club. Last I heard he now only attends Little John's club, the woman said. Little John. Who is that? Where can I find him? Sirius asked, heart leaping with joy that he had at least found some clue leading to Harry. The woman shook her head. Sorry, I don't know where he is. Little John always moves the premises around. It's always been like that. John Sr. used to run his club like that. He died only a few months back. So now his son, Little John and his daughter-in-law run the fight club. Alex is a favorite there. He's really quite close to John and his family. Sirius was at a loss. Why would Harry be friends with a Muggle and his family? This mystery about Harry was getting more and more complicated. Harry was not at all what he seemed. Sirius thanked the woman and left the club. He quickly told the other three wizards about Little John. Well, that's a start. All we have to do now is find Little John's fight club. Something or someone there would lead us to Harry, Remus said with a smile. James couldn't help but agree. After 5 exhausting trips to the Muggle world, they had found a clue leading them to Harry. The following night it was only James, Remus and Sirius who went to the Muggle world, trying to find this Little John's club. They tried a few more fight clubs but were disappointed with the results. Everyone had said the same thing. They didn't know the location of the club as it always changed around. Apparently this John person was popular with his fight shows and was constantly asked to put up shows by the Muggles. James wondered how many fights Harry had done for John. Apparently, Alex was also a legend. He was thought to be 21, 22 years old but was a phenomenon. He had never lost a fight. He didn't come that often, but when he did, that night was the best for John's business. James found that knowledge a bit disturbing. Why did Harry do that? He wanted to learn Muggle dueling, so he learnt it. Why did he continue to go to these Muggle clubs? And why was he so closely associated with this John person? James actually felt a little jealous that Harry would have a better relationship with a Muggle who was a complete stranger than with him. James was led into the leaky cauldron by Sirius and Remus. The three men decided to get a quick drink before returning home. As James came inside, the owner of the pub called out to him. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Back again so soon. Lovely, lovely. What can I get you? The same as your last drink." James looked confusedly at the pub owner. "Tom, have you had too much of your own fire whiskey? The last time I came here was over 4 months ago." James laughed at him. It was true. He had arrived by the night bus this morning, and after their quick drink, they were planning on going home by the night bus again. Tom frowned at James's words. "Mr. Potter, has work been stressful lately? You seem to be losing your mind." "I just served you myself, not even 20 minutes ago," Tom said as he surveyed James carefully. "Well, it wasn't me," James said tiredly. Tom was the one who was probably stressed out. He must have imagined the whole thing. "Well, if it wasn't you, then it was someone who looked awfully like you," Tom commented. At once understanding dawned on the three men. Harry. Tom must have served Harry. It was obvious that Harry couldn't walk around in the wizarding world without a mask. He must have somehow changed his appearance so that he looked like James. It was easy enough for Harry. All he had to do was either take an aging potion or apply an aging glamour and change the color of his eyes. James tore out of the pub and raced to the wall, hiding Diagon Alley. He quickly punched at the bricks, willing them to open faster. Just as James rushed to the other side of the wall, he caught sight of Harry. He was still under the glamour charm and looked exactly like James. He was hurrying towards the dark street of Nocturne Alley. James, Sirius and Remus bolted after Harry. Just as they turned the corner, they saw the tiny street crowded with people. James caught sight of Harry walking into another pub. The three men tried to rush through this crowd of witches and wizards, but it still took them a few minutes to get to the entrance of the pub. Once inside, James cursed loudly. The pub was overcrowded and it was impossible to make out anyone from the masses of people inside. James's eyes searched frantically for his son. He saw him standing to the side with another wizard. Harry had taken away the glamour charms, so now looked like himself again. James realized that Harry didn't have to hide his face in this place, as it was full of people that would fear Voldemort's wrath if they were to hand Harry over to the Ministry. These people worshipped Lord Voldemort. They were less likely to give up their own Dark Prince. James tried to get closer to Harry. He knew that where they were on the moment was most likely protected by anti-apparition wards. James would have to get Harry out from here before attempting to take Harry with him. James saw Harry exchange some words with this other wizard. After a few minutes, Harry pulled up his hood and walked away from other wizard. James was watching Harry closely, refusing to let Harry away from his eyes. If Harry was lost in the crowd, it would be impossible to find him again. It was as if Harry could tell that someone's eyes were on him. He turned around and his emerald eyes met with James's hazel eyes. Harry bolted from the pub, as quick as a flash, weaving in and out of the crowd. James followed behind him, careful to keep his eyes fixed on Harry. Sirius and Remus were behind James. As soon as Harry left the pub, he drew out his wand. Harry wasn't planning on getting caught by these Aurors again. James, Sirius and Remus came running out of the pub. They had drawn out their wands, but hoped that they could get away with only stunning Harry. James ran out into the chilly air and looked around. He couldn't see anyone around here. James cursed as he leveled his wand. "Point me," he whispered. At once James's wand began to spin and it pointed right in front of him. James ran towards the direction his wand was pointing at and at once saw Harry rushing towards the edge of the anti-apparition wards. "Stupefy!" James yelled as he pointed his wand at Harry. James hated the fact that he would have to resort to this type of behavior, but he knew that Harry would never come with James, or even let him anywhere near himself willingly. At once Harry's full body shield came up and the stupefy curse was instantly absorbed. Harry brought down his shield as he turned around and leveled his wand at the three men standing before him. You never do learn, Potter, do you? Harry said in an angry voice. James flinched at the anger in Harry's voice. For the first time James understood where all that hate was coming from. James tried to block out the images of the abuse Harry had suffered as a child. Harry, I know how you're feeling right now. Please, just give me 1 minute to explain, James tried. He only needed 1 minute for Harry to let down his guard. Once Harry was with James again, he would make Harry believe the truth. Explain. What is it that you want to explain, Potter? Nothing you say will change your fate now. Your death is certain and it will be at my hands. Harry spat at him and threw an acid spurt spell at James. James only managed to block the spell, only because Sirius and Remus had joined in and blocked the spell together. Harry glared at the other two men. Before Harry could throw another spell at the three men in front of him, he heard the sound of hurrying feet and swishing of cloaks. They had company. He's right over there. He came out of that pub and went in that direction over there. A voice was heard. Harry looked behind him. He was only a few steps away from the edge of the anti-apparition wards. If he could make it over there, he would be able to apparate home. Harry eyed the three men in front of him. He had to take them down first. That was the only way he could escape. Suddenly James's worried eyes met Harry's and Harry stopped the killing curse from coming out of his mouth. Harry, run, James said. Harry thought he had misheard James. He couldn't have possibly told Harry to run and escape. But Harry's doubts were cleared when Sirius and Remus turned their wands towards the sound of oncoming oars. Prongs. Get him out of here. We'll slow them down, Sirius yelled, and at once the two men started firing spells that made the walls around them collapse, successfully blocking the way to Harry. Harry was stunned. These men were actually helping him. No, Harry thought. It's a trap. I'm not going to fall for it. Harry moved away as James stepped nearer to him. James stopped in his tracks and looked sorrowfully at Harry. Harry, please, James started but was cut off by the sound of the oars screaming spells to lift the collapsed walls away. He turned to Harry, knowing that whatever the consequences, Harry had to get out of here now. Harry, run. Go. If they catch you, you'll be given the key. Go now. Run. Harry stood defiantly. What are you up to now, Potter? What trap have you set up for me? Harry asked as he moved a few steps nearer the edge of the wards. I haven't done anything. I would never hurt you. Suddenly James had an idea. He wasn't sure it would work, but it was something. Go back to the place you call home. Go back to him. But you should do one thing, Harry. Ask your father about Wormtail. Ask him about his faithful Death Eater, Peter Pettigrew. James had spat the word father at Harry. He wanted to shock Harry into actually doing what James had said. I know every Death Eater in my father's ranks. There is no one named Wormtail or Peter Pettigrew. There never has been. Harry shouted back as he continued to step nearer to the edge of the wards. James felt his heart stop at Harry's words. So did that mean Wormtail had been killed by Voldemort? James still continued to shout at Harry. Is that what you've been told? I would dig a little deeper, Harry. You might find the truth hidden deep, beneath all the lies. Harry shot a spell at James which only scraped his arm but sent waves of pain through him. James gasped and clutched at his arm. At once Harry flipped backwards and landed in the area that was not protected by the wards. With one last look at the three men, Harry dissipated back to Riddle Manor. Sirius and Remus wasted no time. The oars were nearly through the debris of the collapsed walls. The two men grabbed onto James and ran to the edge of the wards as well. Before the first of the oars blasted their way through the fallen rocks, the three marauders had also dissipated from the scene. Harry sat in his room, deep in thought. Why had Potter not arrested him? He wouldn't have succeeded, as Harry would have easily taken the three of them out, without even breaking into a sweat. It was the fact that Potter hadn't even tried to arrest him. He had wanted Harry to run away and escape. Harry thought hard about Potter's words. Go back to the place you call home. Go back to him. But you should do one thing, Harry. Ask your father about Wormtail. Ask him about his faithful Death Eater, Peter Pettigrew. Whatever did Potter mean by that? There was definitely no Death Eater named Wormtail. Harry's mind drifted back to the day he had escaped from Hogwarts. He remembered Damien's words clearly. Harry, if that's true, then how come you don't remember me? I'm 3 years younger than you. So if you were 4 years old, that would make me 1 year old, around the time you ran away. If you remember everything that happened to you, then surely you would remember me as well. Yet when we met for the first time, back in Grimmauld Place, you were really shocked that you had a younger brother. Damien was right. Why did Harry not remember him? Harry had not really had a chance to think over Damien's words. He had been too caught up with being back home. Now that Harry thought about it, things were not making any sense. Harry shut his eyes and rubbed at his head. He could feel a migraine starting. I'm going to get to the bottom of this Wormtail business, Harry thought to himself as he gulped down some pain relief potion and crept into his bed. True to her word, Hermione had paid Damien a visit and had brought Ron and Ginny along as well. Although, not much studying happened as the four teens spent their time discussing Harry. How long do you think he'll be able to hide for? Hermione asked with a regretful look in her eyes. Everyone's looking for him. Sooner or later, Harry will get caught, she continued to say. No, Harry won't get caught. Harry said that if he doesn't want to be found, then no one will be able to get to him, Damien said quietly. No one wanted to correct Damien. It would do nothing to upset him. But the other three Gryffindors knew that Harry couldn't hide forever. Harry had been thinking about Potter's words. He wanted to just forget about them, but something kept nagging at him. Why did Potter let him go? Why couldn't he remember Damien? What did Potter mean about asking his father about his most faithful Death Eater? Harry remembered the words clearly. I would dig a little deeper, Harry. You might find the truth hidden deep, beneath all the lies. Harry tried to clear his mind. His father wouldn't lie to him. Harry was certain about that. Lord Voldemort had no reason to lie to him. After all, he had taken him in when Harry was only 4 years old. He made him strong by marking him as the heir to Slytherin. Lord Voldemort was the one who made Harry what he was today. A warrior, an exceptionally strong wizard, and Harry could never doubt that. However, aside from all that, Harry couldn't help but feel curious about Potter's words. What possible truth could he have been referring to? Harry decided that he was going to find out if a Death Eater named Wormtail or Peter Pettigrew ever existed. If only to squash all doubts that Potter's words had brought to Harry's mind. It was now exactly 1 week since James had seen Harry in Diagon Alley. James continued to go to the Muggle world to try and find Little John's club. He knew that if he found the club, then they would get the chance to get to Harry. What James didn't expect was to find a lot more than Harry. It was late afternoon and James, Sirius, Remus and Dumbledore were making their way out of another club. They had some success today. The manager of this particular club knew about Little John's Fight Club. He told the four wizards that he had spoken to John earlier that day and that his venue for tonight's fight was only a few miles away from where they were. James hurried over to the said location with the other three wizards. Their plan was to lay low and wait for Harry to show up. They had considered talking to this John person about Alex, and when he was going to be coming to the club. However, Dumbledore decided against that plan as he didn't want Harry to be informed that there were 4 men asking about him. It could lead to Harry disappearing from the Muggle world. James was the first to see the run-down building that was acting as the venue for the Fight Club. It looked ready to collapse and James couldn't figure out why anyone would want to hold such an event in this place. The door was open and the 4 wizards could hear instructions being yelled inside. James noticed a strange vehicle parked a little distance away. It was bigger than most Muggle cars. He knew, from many lectures from Lily about Muggle items, that he was looking at a trailer home. It was really quite big and looked like it was quite spacious inside. The 4 wizards had decided to go inside the club and ask what time the fight was going to start. They planned on acting like tourists who had been informed about this fantastic fight club from their friends in this city. It would explain any weird behavior on their part. Just before Dumbledore walked inside the building, there was a shout heard from within the trailer. Nigel, honey, don't do that. Come in here right now. The four wizards stopped in their tracks and watched as a little boy ran out of the trailer, giggling and squealing with joy. James turned around and watched the child jump around all the while laughing and enjoying himself. A smile crept onto his face. The child was beautiful. He looked around the age of 14, maybe 15 months old. He was still not quite sure of his feet and was constantly falling on his hands and knees. But he would get back up and attempt at running and hiding again. It was obvious he was trying to play hide and seek. The woman's voice sounded again and the child squealed again and tried to hide. Nigel, sweetie, come back inside. Dumbledore was looking intently at the child. His blue eyes were focused on the small boy and he wasn't even blinking. Dumbledore, what's the matter? James asked as he looked at Dumbledore's frowned expression. This child seems familiar to me, don't you think he looks like Neville Longbottom? James turned around to look at the child again. The young boy had light brown hair and big brown eyes. Other than that, James couldn't really see any similarities. All kids looked like that. No, I can't see any similarity there, James said just as Remus interjected. No, James, Dumbledore is right. That kid looks exactly like Neville did when he was that age. Sirius agreed with Remus. The four men stood still, watching the boy run around trying to hide somewhere. I think we should take a closer look, Dumbledore said and turned from the door and walked nearer to the trailer. James was about to shout out, when Sirius motioned for him to come over with Dumbledore as well. James was getting annoyed. So what if that kid looked like Neville? They weren't here for that, they were here to find Harry. James didn't voice his arguments though. He was surprised when he saw Dumbledore point his wand at Sirius and muttered a spell, which made Sirius, well, transparent was the best descriptive word. He wasn't invisible but he was transparent. Dumbledore repeated the same spell on Remus and James before casting it onto himself. Now no one could detect the four men's presence. They moved closer to the trailer. They stopped when they were a few feet away from the boy, who was still running around. Man, that kid's hyper, Sirius whispered to James. James laughed softly. The child actually reminded him of Harry. He was the same at that age, always active and hyper. Suddenly the child stopped running around and stood stock still. He looked at his right-hand side. There was a patch of trees growing there and as it was approaching dusk, it was quite dark. The child stood for a moment watching the trees swaying in the cold breeze. Suddenly the child let out an excited yell and ran towards the trees. James couldn't see what the kid had seen, but it had clearly made him really excited. Lex, Lee. The child screamed as he ran further towards the trees. What is with that kid? Are all Muggle kids like that? Sirius asked. How are we supposed to know? Remus whispered. All right. Why are we standing here, stalking a child? We are supposed to be looking for Harry, shouldn't we go in? James's words were caught in his throat as he saw a figure appear from the shadow of the trees. The figure stepped out of the darkness and the small child threw his arms around the person's legs. James heard the intake of breaths around him and a whispered curse from Sirius as they all recognized the figure. Harry stooped low and picked the little boy up. The child threw his arms around Harry. Hey, what are you doing out here, little man? You should be inside. Look how dark it is, Harry said as he carried the little boy over to the trailer. James watched the scene unfold around him in shock. So that's why the child was screaming, Lex. He was actually trying to say, Alex. Nigel, get in here, it's too dark. Oh hi Alex. Nice surprise. A woman came out from the trailer and stood near the door. Her back was to the four wizards, so they couldn't see her face. Just had to see John again. How are you, Fiona? Harry asked as he deposited the little boy into his mother's arms. Oh, you know, busy like always. John's in there. The woman pointed to the building across from her. Are you taking part tonight? The woman asked. That's what I need to talk to him about, Harry said with a smile on his face. James had figured out that this was John's wife and kid. He remembered being told that Alex was friendly with this family, but James was shocked to see how open Harry was with them. However, James was not quite prepared for the shock that followed. He nearly cried out in disbelief as he saw the face of the woman Harry had called Fiona. As the woman turned around to place the young child on the ground, James, Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore saw the woman's face clearly. She looked exactly like the last time he had seen her. She still had the long brown hair and big brown eyes. She had a round face and her eyes still held a gentle, kind look. James was looking at Alice Longbottom. This can't be. Oh Merlin. This can't be true, James heard Sirius whisper. James wished he could see the expressions of the other three wizards' faces. Dumbledore was still silent. Come inside, Alex. It's freezing out here, Alice said as she gestured for Harry to come inside. No, I can't. I'm kind of pressed for time today. Later on, perhaps, Harry said as he stepped away from the trailer. Alex, we don't see you for around 4 months and then we see you nearly every week, but you still don't spend any time with us. Look how excited Nigel got with you visiting him. Alice gestured to the little child who was tugging on his mother's hand to play chases with him. Harry looked affectionately at him. I don't think it's just me that makes him so excited, Harry joked. Just then a sound was heard over from the building. Someone had come out of the run-down building. James swung around to see who had shouted over to Harry. Alex. My, aren't we blessed? 3 visits in the 1 week. James had to clamp his hand over his mouth to stop from crying out in surprise. Frank Longbottom was making his way over to Harry. He looked a little tired and seemed to look a bit older but otherwise was in perfect health. I have to make up for the last 4 months, Harry said as he shook hands with Frank. You never did say where you went. What were you up to? Frank asked as he picked up the young boy from the ground. Harry looked at Nigel playing in the arms of his father and then smiled. I was a bit tied up, couldn't quite get out of a tight spot. But I managed in the end, Harry laughed. I'm not even going to ask. Frank laughed back. Listen, John, I need to speak to you about something. Mind if we have a quick chat? Harry asked and Frank instantly handed the little boy over to Alice and led Harry towards the building. Alice took Nigel into the trailer and closed the door. The 4 wizards stood out in the cold, minds reeling from all that they had witnessed. I think we should sit down, Dumbledore's voice sounded. The spell was lifted so that the wizards could see each other again. James looked at the pale faces of the other wizards. Their expressions were pretty much like James's. Puzzlement, shock and astonishment. Even Dumbledore looked like he was feeling faint. The 4 wizards quickly went over to the trees they had spotted Harry in and cast a silencing charm over themselves so that no one could hear their conversation. Once hidden in the shadows, the 4 wizards tried to make sense of what had just happened. Okay, what just happened there? James cried out. Well, it seems that Frank and Alice aren't actually dead but very much alive and have now adapted to living like muggles and like to be called John and Fiona. Sirius answered. Sirius. Now is not the time, James warned him. We have to figure out what's going on. If that is in fact Frank and Alice, then we need to find out why they've been hiding and why they didn't contact anyone from the Order to help them. It's been nearly 2 years since they had been presumably murdered. Remus added in. The 3 wizards looked at Dumbledore, expecting him to have all the answers. I think the first thing we should do is confront either Frank or Alice. It is imperative that we discover the true identities of these people. Only once we are convinced that these people are the true Longbottoms can we do anything, James said quietly. Okay, how do we do that? Sirius asked. Sirius found himself standing in front of the trailer door. He cursed his big mouth before knocking on the door. Alice opened the door and Sirius felt his words leave him. He was looking at Alice again. He had been very good friends with her. The Longbottoms were very friendly with the Potter family and therefore were very close to Sirius and Remus. Sirius saw no flicker of recognition in Alice's brown eyes. Yes, can I help you with something? Alice asked. Sirius snapped out of his daze and asked Alice if there was a phone box anywhere near, since his car had broken down and he needed to phone someone for help. Sirius tried to remember all the Muggle terms James and Remus had just recited to him. Alice gave him directions to the nearest phone booth. Thank you very much. Oh, is that your child? Sirius said as he saw the hyperactive child appear next to his mother. Alice looked at her boy and smiled. Yes, I am, Alice answered. She didn't seem to mind talking to a complete stranger. That was the same as the old Alice. She loved making friends and talking to everyone. You only have the one child? Sirius asked. He wanted to know the answer to this question, since Sirius couldn't believe that Alice and Frank would leave their son, Neville, alone like that in the wizarding world, in the middle of war. Yes, only one. Believe me, one's enough. She joked, and Sirius felt his heart sink in his chest. Whatever was going on? This couldn't possibly be Alice Longbottom. She would never deny Neville's existence. And why didn't she recognize Sirius? Sirius walked back over to Dumbledore and his two friends and told them about Alice's response to his questions. Dumbledore listened carefully. He spoke after a couple minutes of silence. That is Alice Longbottom. I can feel her magical aura. She was a very bright student and I taught her myself. I can feel her magical signature. Why she is acting and living like a muggle, I don't know. But what I can say for certain is that no mother could leave her child in the midst of a war. If Alice is not with Neville, then I think it is safe to assume that the only reason for that is because she can't remember him. It is my assumption that Frank and Alice are under powerful memory charms. It could be possible that their minds have been obliterated. That would explain why they think of themselves as John and Fiona. That is why they live like muggles and have no memory of Sirius. They recognize Harry as Alex as well, whereas Frank and Alice would recognize Harry as James's son in a heartbeat. Dumbledore explained. James agreed. Frank and Alice would have recognized Harry immediately as a Potter. So, what the hell happened that night at Longbottom's? Their house had burned down. What about those? Remus trailed off. He was about to ask about the bodies of Frank and Alice and remembered that there had been no bodies found in the house. All they found was ashes. They had been told that the Dark Prince had set the house on fire and had burned the Longbottoms alive. People surrounding the house had given testimonies that they heard anguished screams coming from the house, which they all believed to belong to the Longbottoms. James felt his head spin. So Harry had not killed the Longbottoms. He had saved them. But why? Harry had no reason to save them. Furthermore, he had erased their memories and given them new identities as Little John and Fiona. None of this made any sense. Dumbledore seemed to be reading James's mind as he answered his thoughts. I think that the memory Harry was desperate to hide from everyone was what had truly happened to the Longbottoms. James looked up in surprise. Of course. It made sense now. Damien had told them that Harry had said that if Lord Voldemort found out about his memories he would never forgive him. Damien had said that Harry had panicked and had near enough begged Damien to get the pensive back. It all made sense. We have to get Frank and Alice back to the wizarding world, James started. This was going to cause a big difference in Harry's sentence. Harry had still killed and performed the unforgivable curses, but the death of the Longbottoms was what had made most Aurors determined to find and punish Harry. This would definitely improve Harry's chances at survival with the Ministry. I'm afraid we can't do that, James, Dumbledore said as he looked at him with sorrowful eyes. What? Why not? We can't just leave the Longbottoms here. They should come back home, James argued. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore wanted to stop him. James, they have been living like this for the last 2 years or so, they are safe here. I don't think it would be particularly safe to bring them back just now. Harry is still with Voldemort. The news of the Longbottom's survival will reach him one way or another. Think what he will do to Harry for his deception. Harry might even be killed. We can't take that chance. Once we have Harry, we can bring the Longbottoms back. Until then it is safe to leave them where they are. No one will mention this to anyone. You can't even tell Lily, James. We can't risk the information leaking out. There are many spies inside the Ministry, we all know that. If the Ministry find out about the Longbottoms, Voldemort will also find out. Dumbledore finished. James looked at Dumbledore helplessly. He really wanted the Longbottoms to come back to their world, back to their son, Neville, and back to their lives. But James understood. Harry was in danger from this. Once they had Harry with them, the Longbottoms could be brought back and hopefully their memories could be restored. For whatever reason Harry had saved Frank and Alice, he had kept that fact hidden. If Lord Voldemort found out he would definitely punish Harry severely. Come on, we have to go into that building before Harry leaves, Remus said quietly. The four wizards left quickly and moved towards the building. Before they entered, Dumbledore pointed his wand at James and changed his appearance. He gave him owned curly hair and changed the shape of his nose. So that Frank doesn't link your appearance with Alex, and get suspicious, he explained. James sighed and braced himself. As soon as they entered the rundown club, they saw Frank instructing other men to get the place ready. James felt emotions rush at him. Frank was a good friend. James had never thought he would be able to see him again, talk to him again. Frank noticed the four men at the door and hurried towards them. I'm sorry, folks, the club doesn't open for another 2 hours. You're welcome to come back then, Frank said as he approached the men. James found his voice choked with emotions and wasn't able to say anything. Dumbledore answered for him. Sorry, we didn't know the opening times. We were just wondering if Alex was taking part in tonight's fight. Frank's face turned from a pleasant expression to one of worry. How do you know Alex? Frank asked them. We don't know him personally, we've heard a great deal about him from our friends. We heard that he comes to your club every so often. We were just wondering if he was taking part tonight, Dumbledore explained. Frank's expression softened. Oh, well, no, Alex will not be taking part tonight. He's busy with other things just now, so won't be coming here for a while. James realized that Harry was nowhere to be seen. Do you know where we can find him? James asked. No, he comes to see me. I don't contact him. You just missed him though. He left about 10 minutes ago, Frank answered. James cursed under his breath. In all the discussion about Alice and Frank being discovered alive, the four wizards hadn't noticed Harry leaving. Can I ask you something, sir? Are you taking over this place and renovating it as your own club? Remus asked suddenly. Frank laughed and answered. This place? No, I just got a good deal on renting it for a while. But I like to move around. Go to different places. London is so big, you should see all of it. Oh, have you always done your business like that? Remus asked. Yeah, well, that's how the previous boss used to do things. I just got used to doing it like this as well. Previous boss? You mean you've taken over from someone? Remus asked. Frank laughed again. Yeah, all of this belonged to John Allen. He was a really kind man. Treated me like a son. He was getting too old to move around all the stuff for the club, so I used to do it for him. He kind of left me everything when he died. Didn't have a family, you see. That's why people know me as Little John. They just assumed I was his son. I let people think what they want. It doesn't bother me. Dumbledore thanked Frank and left with the other three men. They had a lot to discuss when they got home. James knew that Dumbledore was right. No one, other than the four of them, could find out about the Longbottoms. Not until Harry was safely away from Voldemort. James couldn't understand why Harry went against Voldemort's command and saved Alice and Frank. I guess only Harry can answer that, James thought to himself silently as they made their way back to Godric's Hollow. Harry sat in his room. He was glad he had spoken to Frank. It meant he could stay away from him for a while. Harry loved going to see the Longbottoms, but every time he saw them he remembered that terrible night. Harry took off his ring and transfigured it into his pensive. Harry had checked his pensive for all the important memories. Everything seemed to be normal. None of the charms put on his secret memory had been tampered with. Harry has checked his pensive around 10 times already. He was so thankful that his secret memory hadn't been revealed. He was very grateful of the fact that he had not killed Frank and Alice, and given the chance he would always do the same thing. But a bigger part of him was ashamed that he had failed to carry out his father's orders. Harry watched the silvery mist swim around inside the back pensive. For some reason Harry wanted to see the memory again. He dipped his head into the pensive. Harry landed on his feet and looked at the memory before him. He was standing in the Longbottoms' living room. There were 5 Death Eaters standing around the fallen forms of Frank and Alice. They were sending Crucio curses at the both of them. Harry remembered who all of them were. Malfoy, Hunt, Riley, Bella and Bergeron. Harry watched his own self appear in the doorway. He had been instructed to stay outside for a while. Harry shuddered at the sound of Frank and Alice screaming. Harry watched as his own self walked into the room, his face covered in a silver mask. Enough. he said. The Death Eaters lowered their wands and looked around at their Dark Prince. We have wasted enough time, the masked boy continued to say. The Death Eaters moved away and stood behind the silver masked boy. Harry brought his wand onto Frank's bloodied face. You have one last chance, Longbottom. Join us and we will spare your life and your families as well, he said. Frank looked up at the boy in front of him. He turned his head painfully to look at his wife. Once he got a reaction from Alice, did he turn to look at Harry? Never. He replied in a raspy voice. Very well, the Dark Prince replied. Leave, he instructed to the other Death Eaters. At once all 5 Death Eaters left so that the Longbottoms were left alone with the Dark Prince. This was the instructions that Lord Voldemort had given to them. Harry remembered the instructions clearly. Lord Voldemort had told him to accompany the Death Eaters to the Longbottoms' residence. The Auror and his wife were to be given the chance to join Voldemort's side. If they refused, then their death was to be delivered by Harry. Lord Voldemort had spoken to Harry in private. Harry, before you kill them, I want you to remove your mask and let the dying couple see your face. Harry had been really surprised by that order. Firstly, Harry didn't know why he was being sent to kill the Longbottoms. Harry was 14 at the time and had just begun carrying out his assignments. So far he had dealt with Death Eaters that were giving his father problems. Harry had not complained though. He was his father's soldier. Wherever his father instructed him to go and whatever he instructed Harry to do, Harry would obey without question. Harry nodded his head and told his father that he would remove his mask and let the Longbottoms see his face before they die. But father, what about the other Death Eaters? You told me to keep my mask on in front of them. Harry had asked. Other than a handful of inner circle Death Eaters, no one else knew Harry even existed. Lord Voldemort had promised Harry that he would introduce him soon. The fact that the majority of Death Eaters didn't know about the Dark Prince only increased their fear of the mysterious killer who wiped out anyone daring to betray Lord Voldemort. Don't worry, they will be instructed to leave, even Malfoy. No one will remain with you, Lord Voldemort had replied. Harry stood in front of the fallen forms of Frank and Alice. Without another word, Harry reached over and pulled his silver mask away from his face. At first there was no reaction for Frank and Alice. Then, slowly Frank and Alice focused their eyes on the raven-haired boy standing before them. Oh, my God, Alice. Alice, it's Harry. Alice, look, it's Harry. Frank began saying in a hushed tone. Alice also raised her eyes to look into Harry's eyes. She looked at Harry, unable to say anything. Slowly Frank got to his feet, helping his wife to stand with him. Harry, what are you? I don't understand, how is this possible? Frank said while trying to adjust his weight so that he could help up his injured wife. Harry remained silent as he took in their reaction. They know the Potters. That is why Father wanted them to see my face. So that they know exactly who it was that killed them, Harry thought silently. I have done as my father asked of me. Now, you have one last chance. Join us or face your death, Harry said in a steady voice. Frank and Alice looked at each other in confusion. Understanding showed on their faces as they realized that Lord Voldemort had not killed Harry, but raised him as his own son, so that he would kill on his command. We would never join a monster that could take someone's child and corrupt them, like he had done with you, Frank said in a clear voice, despite his injuries. Harry sent a stinging hex at Frank's arm, and the Auror gasped out in pain. At once Alice grabbed onto her husband and tried to block him from any more curses. Harry looked at her bravery and thought how foolish she was. Harry leveled his wand on Frank and began forming the words to the killing curse. No. If you're going to kill anyone, kill me first. I'm not going to stand and watch my husband die, cried a hysterical Alice. No. Alice, move out of the way. Frank cried out and tried to move her away. But the stubborn woman continued to block Frank. What difference will it make? You both are going to die today anyway, Harry said. Kill me first, Alice said with tears running down her face. Frank tried to push her away, but she wouldn't move. Every time Frank pushed her away, she would come right back and shield him. Harry laughed, amused at their pathetic attempts to save one another. Harry pointed his wand at Alice. No, cried Frank and tried to get to her. Harry sent a body-binding curse at him and the oar fell to the ground, unable to move or do anything to protect his wife. Harry moved his wand so that it was pointing at Alice's chest. Avada Kedavra. Harry stopped midway of the killing curse. Harry's green eyes widened with shock. He moved the wand over Alice again. Harry seemed unable to speak. His hand, holding the wand, began to tremble as Harry continued to try and say the killing curse. It was as if Harry had lost the ability to speak. Harry suddenly let out an angry cry and sent a jet of white light towards one of the windows, successfully smashing it. He strode forward and moved Alice out of the way and pointed his wand at the bound form of Frank. Harry pointed his wand at Frank and was just about to send a jet of green light at him when Alice threw herself in front of her husband. Harry stopped and looked at her with fury. "Move out of the way, woman," Harry yelled at her, but the crying woman held onto her husband and refused to move. Prince, is everything all right?" Malfoy's voice came through the broken window. Harry was panicking. He brought the wand back towards the stubborn woman, but once again he was unable to utter the killing curse. "I'm coming in," came Malfoy's voice. "No," cried Harry. "I'm dealing with them," Harry yelled. Even though the words left Harry's mouth, he could hear Malfoy trying to come in. Harry acted on instinct. He sent a locking spell on the door and then quickly grabbed the woman. Harry pointed at the wall facing him and shouted, "Transfer O portaline." At once a huge portal opened up and the surrounding items began flying into it. Harry levitated Frank's bound form and threw him inside the portal. He then tried to push Alice through as well, but she grabbed onto Harry's robes. "What are you doing? Where are you sending us?" she cried out. "If you don't wish to die today, I suggest you keep quiet and do as I say." Harry bellowed and tried to loosen her grip away from his robes. "Why should I trust you? 1 minute ago you were ready to kill me and now you're saving my life," Alice asked. Harry looked directly at her. "You have a life force within you that I can never destroy." With that said, Harry pushed her into the portal. As soon as the portal's mouth closed, Malfoy came striding in. "What's going on? Where are the Longbottoms?" he asked as his gray eyes searched frantically for the two bodies that should now be dead. Harry looked coldly at Malfoy. "Prince, where are the Longbottoms? What did you do? Did you complete the assignment?" Malfoy asked in a scared voice. "This assignment can't be completed. Father wouldn't want 3 lives lost when he sent me to destroy only 2. Harry replied. "Prince, the Dark Lord gave an order. We have to complete that or there will be dire consequences," Malfoy shouted back. Harry knew that Malfoy was right. Harry should have been able to kill Frank Longbottom if not Alice Longbottom. Harry knew he had messed up. He had failed his father, but Harry knew that no matter what, he wouldn't have been able to hurt the woman. Not when she was in that condition. "I know I have failed. Father will understand though. The woman, Alice Longbottom. She is in such a condition that even father won't want her harmed," Harry said as he neared the door. "You mean, because she's with child?" Malfoy asked suddenly. Harry stopped in his tracks, a look of cold fury swept over him. "You knew?" he asked angrily. "Yes, I knew, and the Dark Lord knows as well. He sent you on this assignment regardless of that fact," Malfoy said angrily. Harry felt the ground slip from his feet. His father knew. He knew that the woman was carrying a child and he still gave the orders for her torture and death. Harry couldn't believe it. "You're lying. Father would never give such orders. He doesn't want to destroy innocent lives," Harry said. To Harry's surprise, Malfoy began laughing at Harry's naiveness. "Innocent? Prince, no one is innocent anymore. This is war, Harry. You have to realize that if you are going to serve the Dark Lord." Malfoy spat at him. Harry had enough. He raised his wand at Malfoy and shouted, "Oblivate." At once the spell hit Malfoy and the blonde-haired man had a dazed look in his eyes. Harry at once told Malfoy to leave and wait outside. Malfoy, still in his dazed state, walked away from the house and waited outside obediently. Harry set to work at once. He filled the house with sounds of anguished screaming and transfigured 2 tables into disfigured bodies. Harry walked towards the door and took out his silver mask. He put it back on and took out a triangular-shaped object from his robes. He held it in his hand for a moment before throwing it hard towards the wall. At immediate contact, the device exploded into a ball of fire and the entire house was engulfed in flames. Harry walked away and motioned for his Death Eaters to follow as they headed back home. Harry felt his feet hit the ground and he realized he had come out of the pensive and back into his room. Harry was shaking as he sat down and tried to recover from his memory. Harry remembered how that day had changed his life. Not only did Harry disobey his father's orders for the first time, but he had learned a harsh truth about Lord Voldemort. His father didn't care about innocent lives as much as Harry thought he did. After that day, Harry had decided that he would never discuss his war tactics with his father again. Harry would never be able to stand up against his father's orders. If his father didn't care about innocent lives being lost in the path of war, then there was nothing Harry could do about that. Harry would never dream of confronting his father about this fact. Lord Voldemort had brought Harry up, gave him powers and made him stronger than any other wizard. Harry would always remain on his side, but Harry couldn't bring himself to hurt a child or an innocent. It was just something Harry was unable to do. Harry had opened the portal containing Frank and Alice that same night. He had performed powerful memory charms on both of them, giving them fake memories of living as muggles and currently looking for work. Harry knew John Allen from his regular Fight Club training and introduced him to Frank and Alice, claiming that they were victims of an accident that gave them memory loss. The fact that Alice was pregnant had helped in Frank getting the job as John's Fight Club helper. Harry had never thought he would keep in contact with the Longbottoms, but the arrival of Nigel had pulled Harry into keeping in contact with them. Nigel was the reason Harry defied his father's orders for the first time. Harry had sensed Nigel's life force within Alice when he drew his wand at her. That was why he couldn't kill her. Harry didn't know how he found out that Alice was pregnant. She was only in the early days of her pregnancy, and Harry suspected that no one other than the Longbottoms knew about her pregnancy. Harry was sure, since it would have been reported that Alice Longbottom was pregnant at the time of her death. Harry had learned to keep an ear out for his father's orders, and he had saved a few lives because of that. Poppy's children, Ginny Weasley and more, were saved because Harry had overheard his father's orders to attack them. Harry knew that he was playing with fire. His father would never forgive him if he found out that Harry had saved the Longbottoms. The way Harry thought about it, though, was that he had still managed to complete the end purpose of his assignments. Lord Voldemort wanted Frank and Alice dead and out of his way. Well, Frank and Alice were dead and were no longer in the wizarding world, so they were not in his father's way. The parents of Nigel were John and Fiona. They were living happily as muggles, and as long as no one found out about Harry's secret memory, everything would continue to be normal. Or so Harry thought anyway. Harry knew it was going to be difficult to ask his father if he knew someone named Wormtail. For the simple fact that his father would definitely want to know why Harry was asking. Harry didn't want to upset him by saying that James Potter had mentioned that name to him. Lord Voldemort would definitely get upset that Harry chose to believe Potter, that Lord Voldemort was hiding something. Harry knew asking Bella was probably even worse than asking his father, so that left only one person, Lucius Malfoy. This was going to be easy since Draco was usually over a lot, ever since Hogwarts had closed down. Harry was extremely overjoyed that Dumbledore was too afraid to run that joke of a school anymore. Harry knew it was largely due to Harry's escape and the Hogwarts Express incident that had forced the school to close. Serves that old fool right, that manipulative son of a. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Draco's words. Are you going to move, or are you planning on staying there forever? Harry looked at Draco and realized that Draco was referring to the wizard chess in front of them. Oh, there. Checkmate, Harry said almost lazily. Draco looked at the chessboard with a surprised expression. He hadn't seen that move coming from Harry. How is it that you've become good at chess, all of a sudden? Draco asked suspiciously. Harry shrugged and lay back in his comfy chair. I've always been good. Just never had as much time to practice, that's all, Harry replied. Still no luck with the next assignment? Draco asked. No, it seems that Hogwarts Express incident is still fresh in Father's mind. He's adamant that I should make up for all the training time I missed before he sends me out on any more assignments, Harry replied. So, You're doing well with your training then, Draco mocked as he looked at Harry lying comfortably in his chair. Malfoy, I trained for 6 hours straight today, so stop with the cheek. Harry and Draco continued playing their chess game. Some half an hour later there was a knock on Harry's door and Lucius came in. Draco, are you ready to leave? He asked quietly. Not yet, father, Draco replied as he concentrated on his next move. Harry sat up as he saw Lucius enter his room. This is a good chance. Harry thought to himself. Why don't you wait here, Lucius? It might be fun to watch your son lose spectacularly to me, Harry said, while giving Draco a mocking look. Draco looked at Harry and narrowed his gray eyes at him. Right. We'll see about that then, Draco said as he ordered another piece to move and smash Harry's piece into smithereens. Lucius sat down and watched the two boys play for a while. As expected, Harry won the game, leaving a very frustrated and annoyed Draco. I don't get it. You weren't good at playing chess. That was the one thing that I was definitely better at than you. Why did you have to become bloody good at that as well? Draco asked snidely. Draco, watch your mouth. You seem to forget who you're speaking to at times. Harry is the Dark Prince. You should hold your tongue or the Dark Lord will make arrangements to have it removed altogether. Lucius said venomously to his son. Draco gulped and looked away from his father. Harry took the opportunity he was waiting for. Lucius, you should loosen up a bit. Father is not here and won't be back at the manor until tomorrow, so no one will say anything to Draco, and stop calling me Prince all the time. It's getting annoying. Harry got the result he had been hoping for. Lucius looked up at Harry, but before he got a chance to say anything, Draco spoke out. What's wrong with being called Prince? It's much better than being called some other stupid pet name. Yeah, I guess so. But it still gets annoying, Harry responded. It's better than being called something like Tweedletoes, or Sugar Bun, or Wormtail. Harry saw Lucius's reaction from the corner of his eye as he said, Wormaddle. Lucius was smiling at the names Harry was saying like Tweedletoes and Sugar Bun, but as soon as Harry said Wormaddle, the smile on his face vanished and he looked startled for a moment. Lucius quickly composed back to his usual expressionless face, but the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead had given him away. Harry tried to act normally himself, but he felt panic set in as he took in Lucius's reaction. Harry had been hoping that Lucius would show no recognition to that particular name, but judging by the blonde man's reactions, Wormtail was definitely someone he knew. Lucius left with Draco quite soon after that and left Harry with a lot to think about. Harry had already planted the tiny tracking device onto Lucius's cloak, so that Harry would know where the senior Malfoy was at all times. As Harry expected, Malfoy returned to the manor later on that evening. He went straight to Bella's room. Harry waited a couple of minutes before heading towards Bella's room. Harry was so thankful for Draco's unintentional help earlier that day. Draco had showed Harry 2 pieces of flesh-colored string. What the hell is that? Harry said, looking at the strange strings. Extendable ears, Draco had responded. Where did you get them from? Harry asked as he took the strings into his hands and began examining them. Filch's office. Since the school was closing down, a bunch of students ransacked his office on the last day of school. He had loads of things he had banned from the students. We got quite a lot of cool things. These extendable ears were there, so I took them along with other things. Draco had emptied a bag onto Harry's desk to show him the loot from Filch's office. But Harry was too occupied with the extendable ears. That was when he had decided that he was going to use them as part of his plan. Harry took the flesh-colored string out of his pocket and placed one end under Bella's door. Harry slipped the other end into his ear and hoped that no one was going to walk in on him literally eavesdropping. It must have been a coincidence. I can't see how Harry could possibly found out about him, Bella's voice sounded. Harry felt like the bottom of his stomach had dropped. This confirmed that they were trying to hide someone named Wormtail. No, it can't just be a coincidence. It was the way Harry had said that name. Harry knows something. I don't think he knows the truth, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm about things. He would probably have tried to burn us and everything around him to the ground. Harry felt his heart thump loudly in his chest. What was Malfoy talking about? What truth? Why would Harry act so violently towards them? Harry continued listening to Lucius Malfoy talk in a panicked voice. We have to inform the Dark Lord. I have always said that keeping that worthless thing alive for so long was dangerous. I don't think we should take the chance. I'm sure the Dark Lord will agree. It's time we finished the little rodent's life. Peter should be killed immediately. Harry stepped back from the door. The extendable ear was still in his ear. Peter. Malfoy had said the name Peter. That was the same name Potter had said. Peter Pettigrew. Harry listened to the rest of the conversation. Bella had suggested going to the Dark Lord as soon as he returned the next morning. Malfoy had reluctantly agreed. Harry crept back into his room and felt exhausted. Things had not turned out the way he had thought. Harry was sure that Wormtail or Peter Pettigrew didn't exist. He was certain that Malfoy was going to prove that there never had been any Death Eater by either of those names. Instead, Harry had witnessed the blonde-haired man panic at the mention of him. Harry lay down on his bed and tried to plan the next step. He would get up early tomorrow and follow Malfoy by using the tracker device. He was certain that Malfoy would lead Harry to Wormtail. Harry wanted to know what truth Wormtail held, that would make Harry react by burning everything to the ground. Harry fell into an uneasy sleep, not knowing that his life would be forever changed after this night. Harry awoke to a sharp pain in his scar. Oh, bloody hell. Not again, Harry thought to himself as he clutched at his scar. The pain was gone quite quickly and Harry realized that Malfoy must have told his father about Harry mentioning Wormtail. Harry cursed under his breath. Now his father was going to demand where Harry had heard that name from. Harry decided that he was going to pretend that the name just came to him randomly. Harry was surprised when no one came to get Harry to tell him that Lord Voldemort wanted to speak to him. Harry climbed out of bed and quickly washed up. He got dressed and did a spell to see where Lucius Malfoy was at this moment. Harry saw that Malfoy was just walking out of the main doors and was going towards the appartation point, just outside Riddle Manor. Harry quickly followed him and just made it in time to see Malfoy disapparate from the Riddle Manor. Harry waited a couple of minutes before tracking him again. He saw the location Malfoy had reached and quickly focused on apparating there as well. Harry felt his feet slam onto the ground. Harry quickly looked around to see any signs of Malfoy. Harry saw that they had arrived in a place that looked as if it was miles away from any sort of living population. There were trees everywhere. He spotted the blonde-haired man walking away, deeper into these woods, and Harry quickly made his way over towards him. It was completely silent. There weren't even any birds making any sort of noise. The only sounds heard were the sound of Harry's feet snapping the twigs on the ground. Harry struggled to keep quiet and to follow Malfoy. Harry saw Malfoy stop at the mouth of a cave and mutter some sort of curse. At once a red light enveloped the mouth of the cave and then disappeared. Harry realized that the cave was protected by a spell, so that it would stop anyone from entering or leaving the cave. Malfoy had just removed this protective spell. Harry followed Malfoy, quickly taking care to stay a few feet away from Malfoy. Harry couldn't believe how easy it was to track and follow an inner circle Death Eater. Harry stepped into the cave Malfoy had entered. He could easily see where Malfoy was since the Death Eater had done a Lumos spell, so he could see where he was going. The cave was very dark and smelled like rotting flesh. Harry had to struggle not to throw up what little food he had in him. Harry kept his eyes on the spot of light ahead of him. Suddenly the light extinguished and Harry found himself being thrown into complete darkness. Shit! Harry cursed. He heard the sound of Malfoy's voice uttering another spell. The sound of rock being moved was heard and Harry hurried towards it. Harry realized that Malfoy was levitating a huge rock away from the mouth of an entrance. Harry was beginning to feel dread in the pit of his stomach. They can't possibly be keeping this Wormtail person in this place. How could he survive? Harry quickly slipped inside the newfound entrance. As soon as Harry came inside, he saw Malfoy cast the Lumos spell again. The sight that met Harry nearly made him cry out. The cell was littered with what looked and smelled like human feces and the remains of what looked like animal bones. The smell was so overpowering that Harry felt his eyes water with repulsion. Harry tried to stifle his chokes at the awful smell. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Harry didn't see the pile of rags lying in one corner of the cell. As the Lumos spell cast the light on it, Harry realized that the pile of rags was actually a small person. Harry put his hand over his mouth to stop from crying out. The person shied away from the light and tried to curl into a ball. Harry heard Malfoy laugh heartlessly. What? No warm welcome, Wormtail. This is why you have no visitors. The person didn't respond but seemed to be whimpering something. Malfoy's words confirmed that this person was definitely Wormtail, and Harry felt his blood run cold at the thought of one of his father's loyal Death Eaters being kept like this. Whatever could he have done that would result in such punishment? Harry thought to himself. Well, Peter, your prayers have finally been answered. Your pathetic life has now come to an end. Malfoy raised his wand to point directly at the filthy man's chest. Before Malfoy could form the words to the killing curse, Harry knocked Malfoy out with a stupefy spell. Malfoy hit the filthy ground and lay still. Harry needed to know why this Wormtail person was being kept like this. He couldn't let Malfoy kill him, not yet anyway. Harry knew he could revive Malfoy before leaving. That way, his father would not punish Malfoy for failing an order. Harry stepped closer to the trembling form on the ground. As Harry came nearer, he noticed that Wormtail was whispering things to himself. He didn't even realize that Malfoy was about to kill him. He seemed to be caught in a daze of his own. Harry saw the filthy man was almost bald. Large clumps of hair were missing from his head and his skin looked like it had not seen daylight or had been near water for years. The man was very skinny. He looked very frail and his whispered words sounded hoarse as if he had not used his voice in a long time. Harry couldn't open his mouth due to the strong smell surrounding him. Harry cast an illuminating spell so that he wasn't pointing light at the trembling man. As soon as the cell was lit up with lights, Wormadel gave a petrified whimper and tried to shield his eyes. Harry felt sorry for the man. At the same time though, Harry knew the man must have done something truly awful to get such a punishment from his father. Lord Voldemort wasn't one to forgive or forget, and his punishments were usually very harsh. Harry had never seen something like this though. Before Harry got a chance to speak, Wormadel gingerly lifted his sallow face and looked at Harry. Harry wasn't expecting the stranger to recognize Harry. After all, they had never met, but Wormtail's sunken eyes seemed to widen as he looked at Harry's face. James. James, is that you? He asked weakly. Harry was taken aback. He stood silently as Wormtail dragged his weakened body towards him. James. Oh, James, it is you. I knew you would come. I knew it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Wormtail began to sob and his words began to get mumbled together. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to betray you, but the Dark Elf Lord. He wouldn't leave me alone. He said that he was going to kill you and Lily. He wanted Harry. He said I had a choice. I could hand Harry to him and then he would spare you both. I'm not like you and Sirius. I'm not strong like Remus. I couldn't stand against him. The Dark Lord said he would give me power. He said he would make me stronger. I'm sorry, James. I took him to Lord Voldemort. Harry stood listening to all the words that were coming out of Wormtail's mouth. Harry felt his heart thump so hard, his chest was beginning to hurt. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. This person was probably insane. He had been locked up in this place for Merlin knows how long, and that was obviously affecting his brain. For one thing, he thought he was talking to James. Harry realized that he had made a mistake in coming here. Potter probably knew about Wormtail's insanity and had sent Harry after him just to confuse him. Harry decided he was going to leave. Malfoy could take care of this filthy man. Harry turned away and wordlessly walked towards the fallen form of Malfoy, intending to revive him. He promised he would kill Harry. Wormtail whispered. Harry stopped in his tracks and looked around at the small man, kneeling on the ground. The Dark Lord said that Harry was the chosen one, the one prophesied to kill Lord Voldemort. He said that once Harry died, he would be invincible. I thought that Harry would be killed. I knew that it was wrong, but I still took him. I figured he was a kid. 15 months old. It couldn't hurt him to die as much as it would hurt if he was older. I thought the Dark Lord would kill Harry on the first night. But I was wrong. James, James, he didn't kill Harry. He didn't kill him. He's done something worse. Much, much worse. James, please forgive me. Wormtail began to sob louder and didn't even realize Harry was standing far away from him. Harry couldn't help the sense of dread building within him. He knew that the man was crazy. He knew that what he was saying couldn't be true, but Harry still approached the man and fought hard against his thoughts to leave. What did he do? Harry asked. He's made him into a killer. He's going to make Harry kill for him. He's destroying Harry's soul. Wormtail answered, still rocking backwards and forwards, clutching at his own arms and legs. Harry felt his world spin as he heard the words leave Wormtail's mouth. He made Harry kill for the first time today. He made him kill. I knew that this would happen, but I couldn't do anything to stop it. He's only 10 years old. He's only a child, but Lord Voldemort made him kill. Wormtail kept on whispering the word, kill, softly. Harry finally snapped out of the trance he was in, at hearing Wormtail's words. You're lying. You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't start my assignments until I was 14. Not 10. You're lying. Harry shouted at him. Wormtail didn't even seem to notice Harry's words as he kept on repeating the words, child, and kill, over and over again. You're insane. I shouldn't even be listening to you and your foul lies. Lies, lies, yes, that's what he tells him. Lies. He's hurt Harry, hurt him so much, but then he makes Harry believe that it was you who hurt him. But don't worry, James, don't worry. I told Harry everything. Harry knows the truth now. I decided to make right what I had done wrong. I told Harry everything after I saw him kill that man. Kenny. Kenny was his name. He was a Death Eater and he was thinking about becoming a spy for the Order. Lord Voldemort made Harry watch the torture and then instructed Harry to kill him. It was Harry's first kill. No one was there except for Bella and Lord Voldemort. Harry was afraid, but he killed him. Harry killed him. He's only a kid. I saw it because I transformed into a rat and snuck in to see what was happening. I saw everything. Harry started shouting at Wormtail again. You're lying. That never happened. I would remember that. You're a filthy liar. But Wormtail continued talking as if Harry had never interrupted. I snuck in to see Harry. The Dark Lord never lets me see Harry. He told me to stay with the lower ranked Death Eaters and forbid me to ever try and see or speak to Harry, but I disobeyed him. I had decided to take Harry back home. I never wanted Harry to become a killer, never. I told Harry everything. He didn't want to believe it at first, but then I showed him the true memories. Harry started crying. He didn't want to be with Lord Voldemort anymore. He wanted to come home. I was going to bring him home, but I. Suddenly Wormtail looked up and saw Harry standing looking at him. Without warning, Wormtail lunged forward and grabbed onto Harry's hand. A sudden rush of memories flooded into Harry's mind and Harry felt himself being thrown into a stream of memories. Harry saw himself as a small baby sitting in Sirius's lap, pulling his long dark hair. Sirius was laughing and making faces at him. Another flash or memory and Harry found the smiling faces of James and Lily looking down at a 1-year-old Harry, planting small keys on his face and forehead. Another memory. Harry saw Wormtail holding him, wrapped up in a blanket. Wormadle was hardly recognizable. He had a head full of sandy-colored hair and was quite plump looking. He held Harry close as he sped downstairs and went outside the front door. Harry tried to pull away from these memories but found himself being so forcefully held that he couldn't tear himself away. He saw another flash and saw Lord Voldemort standing in front of Bella, who was holding a small bundle in her arms. Avada Kedavra. The words left Lord Voldemort's mouth as Harry saw the jet of green light speed towards the bundle in Bella's arms. Suddenly the green light from the killing curse missed Harry and hit the ground, making the surrounding area turn green for a moment before becoming normal again. Lord Voldemort approached Bella and roughly pulled the small child out of the blankets. Harry saw his 1-year-old self tremble in the cold air. I have changed my mind. He will live. He will be brought up to obey my every command. The child destined to kill me will kill on my command. The Wizarding World's savior will be the one who will destroy them. He will be the key to my immortality. Lord Voldemort spoke the words clearly and then threw the young child at Bella, who thankfully caught him. Harry watched as other flashes of memory zoomed in front of Harry's eyes, but they were too fast to make out. Suddenly he saw his own self, around the age of 10, running with Wormtail. Harry recognized the halls as those of Riddle Manor. Another flash later, Wormtail was on the ground twitching and screaming in pain while Harry was being restrained by Malfoy. Lord Voldemort came over to Harry's struggling form and ran his finger gently down Harry's cheek, almost lovingly. "Don't worry, son. You won't remember any of this. Everything will go back to the way it was." The 10-year-old Harry jerked his head away from Voldemort's finger and glared at him through tear-filled eyes. "You can wipe my memories away today, but you'll get caught out. I will learn your truth again one day, and when I do, you'll never be able to stop me from leaving you," Harry spat at Voldemort. The Dark Lord smiled at Harry and pointed his wand at the emerald-eyed boy. "Rest assured, Harry, if that day ever comes, I'll kill you myself." A flash of light accompanied Voldemort. Words. Oblivate. Harry pulled away from Wormtail's memories and fell onto the ground. Harry sat there on the filthy floor, breathing heavily as he tried to come to terms with what he had just seen. It can't be true. It can't be true. These memories, they don't make any sense. Harry suddenly moved forward and grabbed Wormtail by his filthy rags. The man was again in a trance-like state and kept on muttering. "Too late. Couldn't help, Harry, too late. You're lying. You're lying. You're crazy. These memories, they're nothing more than figments of your twisted imagination. They're all lies. They're lies." Harry was shaking the weakened man with each word. Wormtail didn't even seem to realize. He was staring at the ground and didn't put up any kind of fight to free himself from Harry. "Please, please, tell me they're all lies. Please, please. He couldn't have done that. He wouldn't have lied to me. He would never hurt me. Please, please tell me you're lying." Harry didn't even notice the tears sliding down his face. He tried to get Wormtail to speak again, but it seemed that the wizard had exhausted himself with sharing his memories. Harry let go of him and stood up. Harry wasn't going to believe him. It was obvious that this Death Eater had been locked in this cell for a long time. He was crazy and delusional, and the memories Harry had witnessed could all be real in Wormtail's mind but were in fact false in reality. Harry turned and raced out of the cell. He didn't even stop to revive Malfoy. Harry didn't know how he got there, but he found himself standing in front of the Potter Manor again. Harry needed to find out what the truth was. Those memories he had seen couldn't possibly be true. Harry didn't even know what he was looking for. Maybe something to prove that the Potters really didn't care about Harry. Harry crept quietly in the house. A quick scanning spell showed that no one was home. Harry opened the back door with an Alohomora spell and walked in. Harry went straight to the bedrooms on the second landing. Harry remembered where he used to sleep. It was the tiny attic. It used to be so cold that the 4-year-old wouldn't be able to sleep at nights. Before Harry could go towards the attic, he walked by the master bedroom. Harry felt a significant amount of magical energy coming from the bedroom. Harry stopped in his tracks and stood facing the bedroom door. Why was there so much magic hidden in that room? Maybe it had something to do with Harry. Harry remembered that Damien had said that his parents had kept Harry a secret from him. Maybe this is where they had hidden everything about Harry. They surely wouldn't have kept the attic in the same state it was. They would have cleared it all up. Maybe there was something in the bedroom. Harry could tell by the magical aura that the spells used where to conceal or hide things. Harry walked into the master bedroom. The room was quite large and was neatly decorated. Harry didn't bother looking at the photographs on the bedside table. Harry was drawn to the source of the strong magic. It seemed to be coming from the far wall. Harry walked over to the wall and placed a hand on it. The wall felt solid, but Harry knew that it wasn't really there. Harry took out his wand and used the finite incantidium spell to finish the illusion. It didn't work. Harry looked at the wall again, confused for a moment as to how to remove this illusion so that he could see what was hidden behind it. Harry used another spell. It was much stronger than the finite incantidium spell. Finite Trespasstrain. At once the creamy white wall began to dissolve away, and Harry was looking at a huge space that was concealed behind this wall. There were boxes stacked away neatly, and there must have been around 20 to 30 boxes. Harry quickly opened the nearest box. It was full of things from James and Lily's Hogwarts years. There were badges, award certificates, and all sorts of other things. Harry could feel the tension headache build in his head. He quickly pushed that box aside and went for the next one. It again was full of what Harry considered junk. It wasn't until Harry pulled out one of the boxes near the bottom that he saw something that was to do with him. Harry opened the box and it was filled with baby clothes. Harry looked at the tiny clothes and thought that they must be Damien's. They looked really expensive and hardly worn. That was when Harry noticed several items had the letters HP embroidered on them. Harry sat stock still as he looked at the clothes. Why would they keep his baby clothes? They hated him. Harry quickly pulled another box out, and what he saw in this box made his heart leap out of his chest. The box was stacked full of wrapped up presents. Harry picked one up and saw the gift tag on it. It read, "Happy 3rd birthday, Harry." Harry felt like the wind had been knocked out of him. He quickly pulled out the presents in this box and saw that all of them had been wrapped up and were addressed to him. The gifts were still wrapped up and had messages attached to them, all reading things like, "Happy birthday, Harry, Merry Christmas, Harry." Harry held a big parcel in his trembling hands and saw that this one had a gift tag reading, "Happy 2nd birthday, Harry, we miss you so much." Harry dropped the present. It went clattering to the floor. Harry couldn't believe it. 3 of these storage boxes had nothing but Harry's presents in them. They were birthday and Christmas gifts, and there were 15 presents each. Harry realized that the Potters had bought him a Christmas gift for last Christmas as well, even after what Harry had done to James. Harry realized with a sick jolt that if there were presents here for Harry from the age of 2, then that proved that Harry was taken away from the Potters at the age of around 15 months. The memories Harry had of the Potters, the abuse, running away at the age of 4. They were all lies. The last box Harry opened proved to Harry that he had been lied to his whole life. The box held photograph albums. Harry opened a large maroon-colored album and saw the pages filled with magical pictures of a small, messy-haired, green-eyed baby being cuddled and kissed by his parents. Harry looked at the pictures with tears falling down his face. Tears he hadn't even realized he was shedding. One particular picture made Harry stop and stare. It was a picture of James throwing a baby Harry into the air and then catching him again. The baby Harry was laughing heartily and James would key the baby's nose after each throw. Harry felt his heart constrict painfully as he saw the pictures. Another picture was of a sleeping baby Harry in his crib and both James and Lily crouching over him and whispering loving and comforting words. Harry read Lily's lips and saw that she was in fact whispering a protective spell on him, so that no one could cause any harm to him. It was a well-known spell and Harry could easily recognize the spell. Other pictures were of Sirius holding Harry and playing with him. Remus was also there and Harry saw that the baby Harry seemed to be very responsive to Sirius and Remus. Harry hadn't even exchanged 2 words with Remus yet. Harry saw a photo on the last page. It was of James and Lily holding baby Harry and waving at the camera. James and Lily would share a key before waving at the camera again. Without really thinking why, Harry reached over and slipped the photograph out of the album and placed it into his robe's pocket. Harry roughly pushed the hidden items into the boxes and cast the concealment charm again so that no one would be able to tell that Harry had been here. Harry got up and silently walked away from Godric's Hollow. He needed answers and he needed them now. Harry came storming into the Riddle Manor. He went straight to his father's chambers. Harry knew that it was not a good idea to be confronting Lord Voldemort at a time like this, when Harry was barely restraining his temper, but Harry had long before lost the fear of consequences. Harry needed to know the truth. As soon as Harry opened the doors and walked in, he realized that Lord Voldemort was not in the chambers. Harry remembered that Lord Voldemort was due to be meeting some people today. He was not going to be back until nightfall. Harry stormed back out and raced to find Bella. Harry entered Bella's room and saw her sitting at her desk. Harry had not even thought about how he was going to get the truth from her. He barged in and stood before Bella, emerald eyes burning with rage, fists curled tightly into balls. Bella stood up immediately from her desk and raced over to Harry. "Harry, what happened? Why are you so upset? What happened?" Bella asked as she approached him. Harry continued to stare at Bella, unable to speak due to the rage he felt. How long? Harry managed to say through clenched teeth. What? Bella asked, confused by Harry's question. How long did you expect me to believe your lies? Harry asked. Bella stepped away from him. Harry, what are you talking about? Bella tried to ask him. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You were there. I saw you with him. Both of you lied to me. Harry remembered how Lord Voldemort had thrown the 1-year-old Harry towards Bella. Although Bella had caught the child, she didn't seem very concerned with the child's well-being. Bella had held on to Harry while Lord Voldemort had cast the killing curse on him. She was apparently there when Lord Voldemort had made a 10-year-old Harry kill a Death Eater, when Harry didn't want to kill him. Bella stood in front of Harry, mind reeling from Harry's words. He couldn't have found out. It's not possible, she thought desperately to herself. Who was it? Harry asked in a quiet but deadly voice. Who? Bella repeated, again confused with Harry's question. The ones who hurt me. The ones who disguised themselves as the Potters. I know the memories are real. I can feel them. They're not fake. So tell me, who was it? Harry asked again. Bella seemed unable to speak as she tried to fight the battle going on within her. Tell me. Harry bellowed and raised his wand at her. Harry never meant for it to happen, but with his rage building within him and the command he shouted at Bella, it caused the true memories of Harry's abuse to be revealed. Harry staggered backwards as his mind was once again filled with someone else's memories. Harry saw quick flashes of the true memories. Harry saw himself as a 3-year-old running into the kitchen at Godric's Hollow, but instead of James and Lily, it was Lord Voldemort and Bella sitting at the table. It was Lord Voldemort who had slapped the 3-year-old Harry. It was Lord Voldemort who had taken off his belt and mercilessly beaten Harry when he was 4 years old. Harry saw Lucius appear in the doorway of the kitchen pretending to be serious. Harry tore the memories away from himself. But not before seeing the last image of Lord Voldemort holding Harry's hand down on that burning hot oven. Harry looked at Bella, who looked surprised herself that she couldn't stop the memories flowing to him. The raven-haired boy stood silently for a moment, unable to move. His entire life had been a lie. Bella's memories had shown the truth behind Harry's abuse. They had done the abuse and then altered the memories to look like James, Lily and Sirius. Harry or anyone else could not tell the memories were altered since they were done at such an early age of Harry's life that his mind had made them real. No one looking at Harry's memories could see the alterations or the signs that these memories had been modified. Bella, however, remembered everything as it was. Harry gripped his wand tightly and tried to get his befuddled mind to work. He didn't know what to do. Harry turned around and stormed out of the room. Harry. No, wait, I can explain. Bella called after him. She ran to the door and took out her wand. She knew this was the only way to stop Harry from leaving them. Obliviate! She shouted as she pointed her wand at Harry's back. Harry felt the spell zoom towards him. He brought up his shield just in time. The shimmering blue bubble that surrounded Harry absorbed the Obliviate spell. Harry swung around and cast an Expelliarmus spell at Bella, successfully disarming her. Bella stood in front of Harry, defenseless. She was certain that Harry was going to kill her. Harry, however, turned and walked away from her. He was heading for the outside doors. Harry. No. Harry. Bella screamed. Stop him. Bella shouted at the Death Eaters standing near the door. The Death Eaters looked at Bella and then at Harry, as though confused if this was a prank of some sort. When Bella shouted at them again, they realized that something was really wrong. They tried to stop Harry, but Harry just waved his hand, and the 3 Death Eaters went flying in the opposite direction. Bella watched as Harry went out of the open doors and disappeared. Harry went racing back to the cave that held Wormtail. Harry felt no loyalty towards the filthy man. He was the reason that Harry's life had been destroyed. He took Harry away from his rightful parents. He took Harry to Lord Voldemort. He was the one responsible for Harry growing up without a childhood. He was the one who stood by and watched the son of his friend being abused and turned into a killer. Harry angrily wiped his eyes as he thought about the fake love Lord Voldemort and Bella had shown him. All that time they had just been using Harry. They never loved him. They hurt him when he was a child. starved him, beat him, and made him think he was worthless. They did all that so that they could mold him into becoming a killer. Harry approached the mouth of the cave and saw that the protective spell had still not been replaced. Harry felt dread creep into him again. He had left Malfoy with Wormtail. Harry raced to the small cell holding Wormtail. As soon as Harry entered the cell, he knew he was too late. Wormtail was dead and Malfoy was gone. Harry stood over the body of Wormtail. Harry hated this man with every fiber of his being, but seeing the punishment he had lived through made Harry feel that he had gotten what he deserved. This man had betrayed his friends, gambled with an innocent life. In return, he got imprisonment in the worst place ever. Harry realized that Wormtail had only been here for the last 6 years, as he had said himself that he was captured while trying to get Harry home. Lord Voldemort must have decided that this was a worse punishment than death and so imprisoned him here. How this man survived 6 years was a mystery to Harry. Harry walked away from the cave and slowly made his way from the woods. He was lost. Harry had nowhere to go. He couldn't go back to his parents. As much as Harry wanted to go and make things right with the Potters, Harry knew that he wouldn't be given the chance. The Ministry wouldn't give Harry a chance to explain. And even if they did, what would Harry say? And why should they believe him? Harry had betrayed them all when he escaped from Hogwarts. The attack on Hogwarts Express was also something that had made things worse for Harry. The Ministry was after Harry for many things, but the one thing they were adamant about making Harry pay for was the Longbottom deaths. Harry could easily bring them Frank and Alice back. Their memories would be able to be brought back, since Harry had not obliterated them but locked their own memories by very powerful memory charms. But Harry couldn't do that. He couldn't risk their lives again. Lord Voldemort would send someone after them as soon as he learned that Harry had not completed that assignment. What about Nigel? Harry couldn't have anyone hurting them. No, Harry would have to keep quiet about them. The Longbottoms were enjoying their lives as John and Fiona. They should be kept out of this mess. Harry would never go back to Lord Voldemort. Harry would rather be caught by the Ministry than to go back to him. Harry knew what would happen to him. Just like before, he would have his mind wiped clean except for the things Lord Voldemort wanted him to remember. Harry wouldn't let himself be manipulated like that again. Harry didn't realize that night had fallen and he was still walking towards nowhere. He didn't know what to do. Even going to Dumbledore is not an option anymore. No one would help him now. Harry didn't want them getting mixed up with the Ministry as well. Minister Fudge would happily throw many people into Azkaban for helping Harry. Harry never realized that he had come away from the woods and was now walking along a darkened path. Harry only became aware that something was wrong when he felt a spell being whispered. Instinctively, Harry brought up his shield. It was just in time, as another Oblivate curse was sent towards Harry. The spell hit the shield and it instantly died away. Harry stood still as he saw many figures, dressed in black robes, appear all around him. They had surrounded him. Harry looked at the masked man and felt his blood boil with rage. Harry saw that only 2 figures weren't wearing their white masks. Harry glared at Bella and Malfoy. Bella was looking at Harry with an almost regretful look in her eyes. Malfoy, however, was looking at Harry with rage. "Come, Prince. You have to come back home with us," Malfoy said in a strong voice. Harry saw that all 10 Death Eaters had their wands trained on him. Harry also had his shield ready, in case another Oblivate spell came at him. "Home. I don't have a home, Malfoy. Thanks to you." Harry spat back at him. "Harry, you can't believe what that rat, Wormtail, told you. He was insane. He tried to hurt you when you were younger. That's why he was imprisoned." Malfoy stopped talking when Harry erupted in shouts. "Stop it. Stop lying to me. We're not lying. Stop this childish behavior and come home. The Dark Lord will be home by now and he would want to speak to you," Malfoy continued in his harsh tone. "I'm never going back to him," Harry replied venomously. "Harry, please, what do you think will happen if you act like this? Being stubborn is not going to get you anywhere. Do you really think the Dark Lord will let you walk away? Please come home. Everything will go back to normal. You'll see," Bella said in an urgent tone. "Back to normal? What is normal, Bella? How many times are you going to wipe my mind clean so that you can go back to filling my head with lies? Stop this. You're acting like a child. Have we not looked after you? Have we not cared for you all these years? The Dark Lord allowed you to live, he made you strong. You can't repay him by running away from him and leaving him in a time of war. Bella said in anger. Looked after me. Cared for me. Oh, yes, you have done that. But you did it out of greed. You needed to care for me so that I would remain loyal to you. I was allowed to live, so that I would kill for you. He made me stronger so that I would weaken his enemies. Voldemort didn't do anything for me. He only used me to serve his purpose. Harry said. What am I supposed to say to him? What do I say to explain your absence? Bella asked angrily. Harry looked at Bella for a moment before answering. Tell him, I'm through. I'm not his puppet anymore. With that said, Harry reached over and pulled the silver pendant around his neck. He pulled the chain off and held the Horcrux in his hand for a moment before throwing it into the air. The shocked Death Eaters watched as Harry threw the Horcrux into the air. Harry's emerald green eyes turned black for a second as he concentrated at the flying pendant. Suddenly the Horcrux burst into flames. Bella and Malfoy screamed out in horror. The flames licked at the Horcrux before the entire thing exploded into dust. Bella and Malfoy both turned their fury-filled eyes towards Harry, only to find that the raven-haired boy had disappeared. It was a day that Lord Voldemort had hoped would never come. He had always feared that the truth might make itself known to Harry. Lord Voldemort had always pacified his own fears by deciding that if Harry was ever to learn the truth, he would simply obliterate his mind and start over. Lord Voldemort knew that if too much time went by, then the memories would be harder to obliterate, but memory charms could be used to make Harry forget. What Lord Voldemort hadn't taken into account was the emotions that would arise within him at the thought of Harry abandoning him. When Lucius and Bella had reported back the happening of the day, Lord Voldemort had been extremely upset. But the moment he lost all endurance was when the image of Harry destroying his Horcrux had come into Lord Voldemort's mind. Seeing 1/7 of his soul being destroyed, and by none other than his own Harry, was something Lord Voldemort would always remember. At the present time, Lord Voldemort was standing in the midst of his followers. His hand holding his wand was trembling as Lord Voldemort struggled to calm the rage building within him, so that he could give out instructions to his Death Eaters. It was their fault that Harry found out the truth. How could Malfoy not realize that someone was following him? Why did they not successfully obliterate Harry and bring him back home? Harry had destroyed the Horcrux that Lord Voldemort had given to him with so much trust. Harry would pay for his insolence. Bring him back to me, Lord Voldemort commanded. The Death Eaters bowed their heads and their voices rang out as one. Yes, Master. Understand this. I want Harry back alive. Lord Voldemort commanded. At these words, the surrounding Death Eaters looked at each other in confusion. Some figured that maybe Lord Voldemort wanted to kill the traitor by his own hands. The Death Eaters filed out of the chamber. Only 2 Death Eaters remained behind. When they were left alone, one of the Death Eaters spoke out. Master, you want him back alive? I don't understand. Bella's voice sounded worried and heavy. Bella was heartbroken at Harry's betrayal, but she belonged to Lord Voldemort. She could never disobey his direct command. Bella had been hoping that by some miracle, Lord Voldemort might spare Harry's life. Maybe if she got Harry back, the Dark Lord would be contented with wiping his memory clean. That way Bella could remain her master's loyal servant and have Harry with her again. Yes, Bella, I want him back alive. I have spent too much time and effort into raising him, making him stronger. I won't throw all of that away so easily. Harry will be brought back to me. He will have his memory modified so that everything can go back to being normal again. At this revelation, Lucius cleared his throat to speak. His throat was still hurting from all the screaming he had done earlier. The Dark Lord had punished the senior Malfoy for his failure to notice that Harry was following him and for his failure to bring Harry back to the manor. It was while he was convulsing in sheer agony, under the Crucio curse, that the memory of Harry destroying the Horcrux had been brought out by Lord Voldemort. Needless to say, the pain Malfoy had felt as the torture curse was intensified, was enough to make Malfoy spiral into unconsciousness. He had been brought back to consciousness by Bella, who had also been punished by the Dark Lord for the first time in front of Lucius. "1,000 pardons, my lord, but what about Harry's impertinence with destroying your possession?" Malfoy flinched at the dangerous look Lord Voldemort had thrown his way. He mentally berated himself for speaking out loud. However, Lord Voldemort didn't throw any curses his way. Harry will be punished accordingly. After he has served his punishment, he will have his memory erased and modified. I need him in this war. I will not tolerate Dumbledore getting his hands on him. Bring me Harry. And bring him back to me soon, or else prepare for your painful departure from this world. Lord Voldemort left the speechless and petrified Death Eaters standing as he walked out of the chamber. Harry had apparated back into those woods. He didn't know how he had managed to wandlessly destroy that Horcrux. He had felt an amazing amount of magic build inside him along with his rage. He had thrown that Horcrux at the Death Eaters, and at once he had willed that Horcrux to turn to dust. He wanted that Horcrux destroyed. Harry had figured that somehow, his powers must have caused the Horcrux to burst into flames and then turn to dust. Harry walked aimlessly further into the woods. He had no idea where he was. Harry saw a small opening in a dark cave. Harry dragged himself to the cave and sat just at the mouth of the cave. The air was cold and Harry only just realized that he was shivering from head to foot. Harry's mind was still swimming with all that had happened to him today. His entire life had been one huge lie. Lord Voldemort wanted to kill him when he was only 15 months old. Bella and Lucius had been involved in all the lies as well. They had never cared for Harry. They had put him through tough training regimes, taught him dark curses, and made him kill at the age of 10. Harry put his head into his hands as he bit back the emotions that surged through him. How could I have been so stupid? He bitterly thought to himself. The most feared wizard in the world who takes life so easily, the wizard whose name most can't even say due to fear. I believed he was a loving father. He was someone who would protect me, Harry thought to himself. He knew that it wasn't really his fault. He had grown up in the midst of lies. He couldn't really be expected to see through Lord Voldemort's mind games and lies, but Harry was at a point where his fragile mind was ready to snap. He had to blame someone, why not himself? Harry thought about the Potters again. He remembered the photos and presents that he had found. Harry slipped the photo out from his robes and looked at the smiling faces of the Potters. James and Lily Potter. His parents. Harry looked at the faces of the two people he had grown up hating. The innocent people made out to be monsters. They had loved Harry, even after Harry left them at Hogwarts, even after Harry had tried to kill James. They still continued to love him. Harry shuddered as he thought about what would have happened if Sirius hadn't saved James that day on the cliff. Harry would have killed James Potter, his own father, for no reason. Harry put the photo back into his pocket. He had to figure what he could do. Where could he go? Harry knew that he couldn't go to Godric's Hollow. Even though he was certain his parents would take him back, Harry wasn't sure he would be able to even look at them in the eye. After everything Harry had said and done to them, it was too much. The other reason Harry couldn't go to them was that he knew James and Lily would try and protect him from the Ministry. Harry knew that the Ministry would find out and would take Harry away. Harry didn't want to go to Azkaban, not yet anyway. His parents would get into trouble with the Ministry for trying to help Harry. No, that wasn't an option. Harry didn't want the Potters to go through any more difficulty than they were going through already because of him. Harry wasn't going to go to Dumbledore or the Order. Whatever had happened, to open Harry's eyes, Harry still hated the Order and the Ministry. They had given up on Harry 15 years ago, when he was taken by Wormtail. Why should Harry do anything for them? Just as these thoughts were going through Harry's mind, Harry's scar erupted in pain. Harry had been mentally preparing himself for this. He knew the rage Voldemort was going to feel once he learned about Harry's disappearance. The pain wasn't as bad as it had been when Harry had the Horcrux around his neck. Harry remembered Bella's theory about his scar hurting because of the Horcrux being so near him. I guess she was truthful about one thing, Harry thought bitterly to himself. Suddenly the pain intensified, so much so that Harry let out a muffled cry and fell to the ground in agony. His head was going to explode with pain. Harry knew that this pain was because Voldemort had found out that Harry had destroyed the Horcrux. Even though the pain was intense and Harry was crying out painfully, he never regretted his actions. I would do it again in a heartbeat, Harry thought as he spiraled into unconsciousness. James and Lily walked out of the fireplace at the Order headquarters. They brushed off the soot from their robes and looked around. Dumbledore had called an emergency meeting at 9 p.m. What happened now? Thought Lily worriedly as she quickly made her way over to the living room. Damien had already been sent to the Burrow that morning. He was staying with the Weasley family for the next couple of days. Hermione Granger was also there and was planning on making the boys work hard on their study assignments. James and Lily had spent the entire day with the Weasleys as well. In fact, James and Lily had just arrived home about an hour ago when they got the emergency meeting message. Lily prayed that nothing bad had happened. But she knew that Dumbledore would never call a meeting this late in the evening if there wasn't something big happening. However, Lily had no idea just how big of an event had taken place earlier that day. Lily saw that many of the Order members had not arrived as of yet. The only people in the living room at the moment were Dumbledore, Snape, Remus and Sirius. James and Lily sat down next to Dumbledore. "Where is everybody?" Lily asked as she sat down. "They'll be here soon," Dumbledore answered. "I asked you to come a little earlier than the rest. I think you should hear this first," Dumbledore continued. Lily felt her heart sink as she heard Dumbledore's words. This had to be something bad about Harry. It just had to be. James and Lily held their breath and looked at Dumbledore, urging him to tell them what had happened with their eyes. "The hour is late, but the information that I have received has to be shared immediately." Dumbledore looked directly at James and Lily as he spoke the next words. "It's happened. Harry has left Voldemort for good." James heard the words leave Dumbledore's mouth, but didn't quite believe them. He felt Lily grab onto his hand and he was aware of Sirius and Remus's reactions as well, but James himself couldn't quite believe what Dumbledore said was in fact true. "What?" The question came out of James's mouth as nothing more than a whisper. "I only received this news an hour ago. Severus came to see me and reported that Harry had been away from Voldemort's manor for the whole day. When he did return, he went to see Bella in her room. After what seemed like a heated argument, Harry left the manor in a towering rage. Severus said that he was told by other Death Eaters that many of them had been blasted away from the door by Harry. It seemed Bella was trying to stop Harry leaving, but Harry wouldn't listen to her. A short while later, Severus and many other Death Eaters were instructed by Bella to follow her and Lucius. They were told to surround Harry but not to harm him." Dumbledore stopped here to look at Snape. The greasy-haired wizard was sitting quietly. He seemed to be observing the Potter's reactions to Dumbledore's words. When they did find Harry, he refused to go with Bella and Lucius. From the conversation that took place, it sounds like Harry met someone who told Harry the truth about his childhood, the truth about how and when he was taken from Godric's Hollow. Harry escaped and the Death Eaters were forced to go back to Voldemort empty-handed. Dumbledore finished. James felt like his heart was going to burst. He was feeling a number of emotions at the moment. The joy at hearing that Harry had finally left that monster was overwhelming, as was the happiness that Harry had learned the truth about his childhood. That it wasn't his parents that had hurt him when he was a child. But at the same time, James felt a huge amount of worry and anxiety at Harry's whereabouts. Where was Harry going to go? Surely Harry would come back home to Godric's Hollow. He knew the truth about them, then why would Harry not come home? James also felt true fear for his son now. Would the Ministry give Harry a chance to explain? Would they allow him a second chance to live a life that he should have had in the first place? Harry is now in an even more vulnerable place than before. Not only is the Ministry and the Order after him, but now Voldemort and his Death Eaters will also be after him. It is now imperative that we find Harry and keep him safe from both Voldemort and the Ministry. Once Harry is with us, we can sort out something with the Minister. But I'm afraid that just now, Minister Fudge is not willing to listen to a single word that I have to say, Dumbledore said quietly. I know that this is hard for both of you, for all of you. But please don't see this as a setback. This is a wonderful thing. Harry has learnt the truth. He will no longer be used by Voldemort. Once Harry is back with us, we can sort out all other issues. We just have to get to him before anybody else does. Dumbledore spoke directly to James and Lily. Remus and Sirius sat quietly as well, trying to digest this information. Who? Who was it? The person who told Harry the truth. Do you know who it was? James asked quietly. Dumbledore looked at James for a moment before answering. It was Peter Pettigrew. At once all four heads snapped up. Peter. Sirius spat the name as if it were plagued. Yes, Sirius, it was Peter who told Harry the truth. Where and how he convinced Harry of the truth, I don't know. But according to a comment made by Lucius, Wormtail had spoken with Harry. Dumbledore replied. Snape sat quietly as the rest talked and discussed Harry. Snape wasn't even sure why he was sitting at this table. Dumbledore was doing a fine job in retelling Snape's findings. But Snape knew that once the meeting was officially started, his memories would be used to show to the Order members. Shortly the members of the Order arrived and Snape's memories were used to show the confrontation between Harry and Lucius. When the Order saw Harry remove the Horcrux and destroy it, there were some very audible gasps. James and Lily sat motionless as they saw their son looking devastated and completely broken. They could see the anger and hurt shining in his eyes as he looked at Bella. They could see the shaking of his hands as he threw the Horcrux in the air. Harry didn't know what he was doing. He was too distraught. That much was visible. James knew that Harry's world had come crashing down around him. James wished that he could find Harry. He wanted to comfort his son. He wanted to make Harry feel safe, something that Harry hadn't felt for some time now. At the end of the meeting, the reactions were pretty much predictable. Some Order members were ready to look for Harry, to capture him for the Order. Others, like Alistair Moody, were convinced that the memory was nothing more than a trick by Harry and Bella. A trick to make it seem that Harry had rebelled, so as to confuse the Aurors. Come on, Albus, can't you see through this charade? Harry was convinced that there was a spy in Voldemort's ranks. He didn't trust Snape. That much was obvious when he was at Hogwarts. Don't you think that maybe they pulled this trick in front of Snape so that he would go back to report to you, and you will order Harry not to be hurt, but captured without harm? It would mean that the Aurors would be arresting Harry and not trying to kill him. It would also mean that Harry could double-cross us again like he did last time when he was at Hogwarts. Moody said loudly. Alistair, I think you're over-analyzing this. Harry would have no reason to fear the Aurors. Voldemort has been given a sentence similar to Harry. The key. Upon capture. Yet Voldemort doesn't bother to hide himself or stop his reign of terror. Harry doesn't fear this sentence. Whatever you have seen in Snape's memory if true, Dumbledore tried to convince Moody. In the end many Order members agreed with Moody. Others were uncertain if this was a trick to get to the Aurors and avoid the key, or if it was genuine that Harry had left Voldemort. James and Sirius had literally fought Moody out of the headquarters because of his hurtful words. The only thing that was in the three marauders' minds was to find Harry, before anybody else does. It had been 3 days since Harry's rebellion against Voldemort and still there was no sign of him. Snape had reported that the Death Eaters were having no luck in capturing Harry either. There was no sign of him. It was as if Harry had simply disappeared from their world. James and Lily were getting more and more agitated with everyone around them. They couldn't understand where Harry could have gone. Why hadn't he come home to them? They had decided to tell Damien everything. Ever since the pensive incident, James and Lily took the chance to explain everything to Damien. He hasn't contacted you at all. James had asked Damien every day. No, Dad. If he does I promise I'll tell you, okay. Damien would reply in an agitated tone. It was around 6 p.m. on the 4th night after the last Order meeting, and all 3 Potters were at Godric's Hollow. Damien was sitting with all the study work that Hermione had given to him the day before. Lily was busy preparing dinner and James was left talking to Sirius about what their next step should be at finding Harry. Suddenly the phone rang and Sirius jumped at the ringing sound. Merlin. Lily, why do you insist on having that heart attack causing machine in this house? Sirius asked as he massaged his chest where his heart was. It's only a telephone, Padfoot, Lily replied from the kitchen. James, please get that for me, Lily shouted as she continued to prepare food. What for? You know the only person who uses that stupid thing is your sister. She'll probably go into a fit if I answer the phone, James replied. It was true. The only reason the Potters had a muggle phone in their house was because Lily's sister, Petunia, had sworn that she would never contact her using the magical way. If Lily wanted to speak to Petunia, if she wanted Petunia to keep in contact with her, then she would have to get a telephone. Lily had agreed only to have peace and quiet. Petunia was a pain, but she was her only sister. After Lily's parents had died, they had made Lily promise that she would look after her sister. Lily thought that if nothing else, that it was nice to phone and find out if everything was okay with her sister Petunia Dursley. It was rather odd that Petunia was calling her at this time in the year. The only time Lily got a phone call from Petunia was around Christmas or Dudley's birthday. Since March wasn't the time for either, Lily was surprised at the phone call. Just answer the thing, Lily said, rather annoyed. All right. James sighed as he got up from the table and moved towards the phone. If it's Hermione, tell her I'm almost done. Damien shouted over at his father. Yes, sir. James mocked as he reached over to answer the ringing phone. Hello, Potter's residence, James said as he picked up the receiver. There was no answer. James listened for a reply, but no one spoke. It was clear that someone was on the other end, as James could hear the sound of traffic in the distance. Hello, hello, James repeated, looking confusedly at the phone. He knew he was answering the phone in the correct manner, as it was demonstrated to him by Lily, and in all honesty, it wasn't that difficult. Hello, is anybody there? James asked again, a little annoyed now. Who is it? Lily asked from the kitchen. Don't know, there's no answer, James replied. James was just about to hang up the phone when he heard a response on the other end. It was a sound that he never thought he would hear, not like this anyway. Dad. James felt his heart stop as he heard the word been spoken. It was said very quietly, and James could feel the pain in the voice. James clung onto the phone, his heart was thumping heavily in his chest. Harry. James whispered, unable to make his voice louder. After a moment's pause, Harry answered. Yeah, it's me. James felt his knees buckle as he heard his son's voice. He sounded so tired, so exhausted. James wanted to say so many things. He wanted to ask if Harry was okay, where he was, how he was, but all James could manage was a question in a weak voice. Harry, are you all right? Harry took a moment to answer again. He seemed to be unsure of his words. I'm okay. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. James was startled for a moment. Sorry. Sorry for what? Why was Harry apologizing? He hadn't done anything wrong. It wasn't his fault that he was taken by Wormtail so many years ago. It was James's fault for allowing Wormtail to come into his home and to take Harry away from them. Before James could ask why Harry was apologizing, Harry spoke again. I should have given you a chance. I should have listened to you. I'm sorry that I never gave you a chance. I'm sorry for everything. Everything I said and did to you. James understood what Harry was talking about. Harry was feeling guilty over the incident on the cliff. Harry had tried to kill James. If Sirius hadn't saved him, James would have died that day. That's probably why Harry never came home. He's too ashamed, James thought to himself. In all honesty, James had completely forgotten about that incident. After learning the content of Harry's pensive and then the search of Alex, and the discovery of the Longbottoms, James had completely forgotten what had happened between Harry and himself that day on the cliff. Harry, listen to me. You don't have to be sorry. I don't blame you. You didn't know the truth. James tried to comfort Harry. Harry didn't respond, but from the sound of Harry's breathing, James could tell that Harry was breaking down. Harry, where are you? Tell me where you are and I'll come to get you, James said urgently. At this point, Sirius, Lily and Damien were crowded around him. They had heard James say the name, Harry, and had rushed towards James to listen to the conversation. No, Harry responded quietly but defiantly. Harry, please, you don't understand. You are in danger. You have to let me help you, James said desperately. You can't help me, Harry replied. His voice was a lot stronger now, but James could feel the hurt in the tone Harry was speaking in. I don't want you to get into more trouble. I can't just come home and hope that everyone will leave me alone. It won't work like that. If I come home, the ministry will take over and want you to hand me over to them, Harry said quietly. And you think that I'll do that? James asked. You won't have a choice. If you don't, they'll throw you into Azkaban as well. You can't get involved. Damien needs you. Mum needs you. James felt his heart leap painfully again as Harry called Lily, Mum. Harry. James stared, but Harry cut him off. I just called so that I could say sorry. If there was any other way, I would come home in a heartbeat. But I gave up my chance when I ran away from Hogwarts. No one will give me another chance. No matter what you tell them. Harry. No. You misunderstand. You will get another chance. Harry. Please just tell me, where are you? You need to stay safe, Harry. Everyone is out looking for you. You can't beat the Death Eaters and the Aurors. James tried desperately to convince Harry in letting James help him. Don't worry, Dad. I'm very good at hiding, Harry said, and James could imagine the sad smile on Harry's face. Harry, don't do this. Please. James begged. Goodbye, Dad. Don't put yourself into more trouble because of me. Harry. No, don't. James stopped talking as he heard the sound of the phone being disconnected. James let go of the receiver and stood staring at the phone. James. What happened? What did Harry say? Where is he? How is he? James. Answer me. Lily shouted as she tried to get answers from him. Prongs. Sirius asked as James collapsed onto the sofa. James looked at the three pale faces staring at him. It took him nearly 20 minutes to repeat his conversation with Harry. At the end of which, all of them were in tears. He can't just hide. Where is he going to go? Where is he going to sleep? How is he going to survive with no food? No. Harry can't survive like this. You have to find him, James. We have to find him, cried a hysterical Lily. Well, at least we know one thing, Sirius said thoughtfully. The three Potters looked at Sirius. Harry's not in the magical world. He's in the Muggle world. That's why he used a Muggle telephone to contact you. He knows that the magical communication systems would be heavily monitored. So he couldn't take that risk. He must be in the Muggle world. Sirius finished his explanation. But where did Harry get the money to make that phone call? Damien asked. Good point. I think it's time we went looking for Alex again, Sirius said quietly. I think you've gone bloody mad, cried Draco as he looked at his friend intensely. Draco. There's no other way, Harry replied calmly. Yes, there is. Do what I'm saying. Get your ass out of here, Draco said again. Harry sighed and sat down. The two boys were standing in the small building that had been Harry and Draco's favorite secret playing location. It was a good distance away from the Riddle and Malfoy Manor, and Harry was certain that no one knew about it. Harry had only stayed here for a few nights. He had already made arrangements to stay elsewhere. It was too dangerous for him to stay in the magical world. At least in the Muggle world, very few people recognized him. Harry was shocked when he saw Draco appear here that afternoon. He had not thought that Draco would even be able to guess that Harry would come here. Listen, Harry, you can't stay here, Draco tried again. I know, I'm going to be leaving today, Harry replied as he absent-mindedly rubbed at his throbbing scar. No, I don't mean that. I mean you can't stay here in this place any longer. You have to leave the country. Go away. Go anywhere, just as long as it is away from here. What would I gain from that? Voldemort would find me wherever I go, Draco. Leaving the country is not an option for me, Harry said angrily. They had been discussing this point for the last hour now. So what are you going to do? Hide here for the rest of your life? Try and stay one step ahead of the Dark Lord. How long before someone catches you? If not a Death Eater, then an Auror will catch you. Harry, mate, you've got to open your eyes. You're dead meat if you stay here. Father told me that the Dark Lord has some very nasty plans for you once he gets his hands on you, Draco said in a fearful voice. Well, he'll have to get his hands on me first, Harry said in a bitter tone. Harry, what are you planning on doing for the rest of your life? Running away from him and the ministry? Draco asked the raven-haired boy. Harry looked at Draco, his emerald eyes locking with gray ones. Life. My life was taken away when I was ripped from my family, Draco. Voldemort took everything away from me, my childhood, my parents, my family, my future, my life. I'm going to take everything away from him. He took away what was important to me. Now, I'm going to take away the most important thing to him. What's that? Draco asked quietly, as he saw the emerald orbs burning with revenge. Harry smirked before answering. His immortality. The search for Alex was back on. James, Sirius and Remus were searching the Muggle world extensively for any sign of Harry. Remus decided to speak to the Longbottoms. He was certain that they would have heard from Harry. As Remus walked over to the trailer, he felt his heart thump wildly in his chest. Remus knocked on the door and waited patiently for someone to answer. Frank opened the door and looked sleepily at Remus. Yes, what can I do for you? Frank asked while trying to rub sleep away from his eyes. Yes, hello. I'm so sorry for disturbing you this morning, but I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for a young man named Alex. Frank stopped rubbing at his eyes and looked directly at Remus. A weird sort of fire had erupted in Frank's eyes. Alex, why are you looking for him? He asked rather aggressively. I have heard a lot about his talent in the Fight Club. I was wondering if I could speak to him about a possible job opportunity that I may have for him. Remus had thought this through. Since your club is the only one he seems to attend, I was wondering if you had any contact details I could have. Remus finished politely. Sorry, but no, Alex isn't interested in doing this for a living. He only comes here sometimes to blow off some steam. I can't give you any information on him. That's strictly confidential. Now, if you don't mind, Frank gestured for Remus to leave before slamming the door in his face. Remus walked back to the waiting forms of Sirius and James. Well, any luck? James asked as soon as Remus had joined them. Frank knows where Harry is. He just isn't telling, Remus answered. Do you think Harry's in there with the Longbottoms? Sirius asked as he looked at the huge trailer. No, I don't think so. But he definitely knows where Harry is. I could tell by the way he seemed to get worried about me asking about him. Remus replied. The three marauders left but made sure that they checked on the Longbottoms again. If Alex was keeping in contact with them, then it was important to be here so that they could catch him. John went back to his bed. He had had a long night. The fight match last night had been such a success that it had kept John up late with all the tidying up afterwards. Alex had been nice enough to help him. John lay back in his bed, next to the sleeping form of Fiona. John thought back to a few days ago when Alex had turned up at his door. Flashback. There was a loud knock on the door and Fiona went to open the door. Alex. Hi, what's wrong? Fiona asked as she extended her hand to help Alex inside. John had been sitting with Nigel at the time, helping the child to go to sleep. He looked up and saw an exhausted-looking Alex come inside. Alex, are you okay? John asked as he left the sleeping form of Nigel and walked over to Alex. Alex was shivering and was soaked from head to foot. It looked like he had been caught in the heavy rain outside. Yeah, I'm fine. I just wanted a quick word with you. Sorry for coming unannounced, Alex said as he looked guiltily at the pool of water he was now standing in. Don't be silly. You know you're welcome here at any time, Fiona said as she pulled out a towel and handed it to Alex. Alex took the towel with trembling hands and attempted to dry his hair. What were you doing outside in weather like this? John asked as he eyed Alex suspiciously. John had always been very impressed with how cool and collected Alex always seemed to be. Even when the boy was in one of his fights, he never seemed to get nervous or unsure of whether he would win or not. Alex was the most confident person John knew. It surprised him that Alex was only 19 years old. He seemed very confident for his age. Yet today John noticed right away that Alex appeared different. It seemed as though Alex had lost that confidence somehow. His emerald eyes seemed clouded with pain and worry. His trembling hands also indicated that Alex was distressed over something. Even Alex's voice sounded different. I just got caught in the rain, Alex answered quietly as he continued to dry his soaking hair. You should really get out of those clothes. You'll catch your death in those things, Fiona said and hurried to find Alex something to wear. The sad smile that flitted across Alex's face was not missed by John. Something had definitely gone wrong for Alex. Alex, what happened? Is everything okay? John asked again. Alex didn't answer right away and just nodded his head. Everything is fine. I just wanted to say that I'll be attending the club tomorrow. John was even more surprised at hearing this. But I thought that you said you were going to be really busy for a while and wouldn't be able to attend a fight, John answered. Yeah, but there's been a change in my plans, is that okay? John looked at Alex. Is this even the same boy? He thought to himself worriedly. Yeah, of course it is, John replied out loud. There's one more thing. Alex looked away from John and seemed to struggle with his next words. The winnings. I want to know if I could, keep them this time. I need the money for something. Alex trailed off and seemed to get embarrassed at his words. Alex, I've told you before. The winnings are yours. You earn them so you keep them. Wait here. John instructed. John went to one of the drawers and pulled out a small black paper book. He brought it over to Alex and handed him it. Here, this is yours. Alex took the book and opened it carefully. It was a small book with printed numbers inside. Alex looked up at John, with a confused expression. It's yours. I've been keeping your share of the winnings aside for you. I know you always said that you didn't need the money and that I should just keep the whole lot, but I knew that there might come a day when you do need the money. So I opened a separate account for you. This money is yours. You can do what you like with it. You can also have your share of the winnings for any match you play. I always said that you should save for a rainy day. This day was yours, John said as he pointed at Alex's wet clothes. Alex smiled at John's terrible joke. He clutched onto the small book and looked at the figures printed in it. It was enough money to last him a while. He looked gratefully up at John. I don't know what to say, Alex responded. Then don't say anything, John joked. Fiona came bustling in and handed Alex some dry clothes. It was a pair of jeans and a white shirt. Here, quickly change into these. Here's a belt as well. You would never be able to wear John's jeans otherwise. She gave a cheeky smile at John and led Alex to a private room to change his clothes. Alex left the John and Fiona a short while later. He was force-fed some dinner by Fiona, and as soon as the rain stopped, Alex took his leave. End flashback. John lay in his bed thinking about the fight Alex had put up the following night. It was a great night. John made more money that night than he usually did in a week. That was the miracle of Alex. The kid was just phenomenal. Even though Alex seemed to be fine when John spoke to him, John could feel that something wasn't right. It was as if Alex had been through some sort of trauma. He wasn't his usual self. But no matter how much he and Fiona pushed him to talk, Alex would just close up and insist that nothing was wrong. The arrival of that man today, asking for Alex's whereabouts, only made John more worried. Alex had got himself tangled up with the wrong type of people. Maybe that's why Alex was so stressed out all the time. Maybe that's why he asked to get his share of the money from the fights. He needed the money. Alex had attended the fight last night as well. He looked more and more exhausted every day. John had noticed Alex rub at his forehead every so often. John had asked him if he had a headache, but Alex just shrugged at the question. Something was very, very wrong with Alex. He needed help. John just didn't know how to give it to him. Damien was not in a good mood. He had been sitting with Hermione, Ron and Ginny for the last 4 hours trying to get through more study assignments that Hermione had made up. Today they were at Hermione's house. Damien had to convince his parents that it was safe to go to Hermione's house, since she lived in the Muggle world and everything. But still they had sent Charlie Weasley with the three of them. Charlie was quite friendly with Mr. Granger and were currently downstairs, discussing politics, both Muggle and Wizard. Hermione, this is pointless. Why should we bother learning the 150 different uses of Kylines? What possible benefit is that to anyone? Damien asked in a huff. Damie, please not again, Hermione said, still not looking up from her ancient runes work with Ron. No, but it's true. If anything, we should be learning defense. It's the only thing that will help us. That and maybe healing, since that may be helpful as well, Damien continued. The other three teens looked up at Damien with a sorrowful look. Damie, we know that you want to help with the order, we all do. But you've got to face it. Dumbledore and our parents are never going to let us help in battle. They won't even let me and Hermione help, and we're going to come of age soon. There is no way that they will allow us to help them fight against you know who, Ron replied. I just don't know why we're bothering with this anymore, Damien said glumly. The four teens had begged their parents to letting them help in finding Harry or any other order work. The only thing they got told was to keep out of the way and study hard with their out-of-school studies. You know what? I think we all need a break. Let's go for a walk, Ginny said as she put down her quill and stood up. Everyone agreed that they needed some air. So the four teens went out for a walk. Charlie was accompanying them, of course. Charlie was speaking to Hermione and Ron while Damien and Ginny walked ahead of them. I was meaning to ask you. Have you heard from him at all? Ginny asked quietly. No, sorry Gin. Other than the time he phoned to speak to Dad, Harry's not made any contact, Damien replied sadly. Damien ran his fingers across the smooth black stone embedded in the pendant that was around his neck. He had stuck to his word and had not removed the leugisteen. He always felt so relaxed after feeling the smooth texture of the black stone. Dad and the rest have been trying to look for him. They go out looking for him practically every night. But they've had no success. Damien continued. Ginny looked away sadly. It was hard to hide her emotions from Damien. She knew that Damien knew how she felt towards Harry, but it was still insensitive of her to complain how his disappearance was affecting her when Damien was the one related to Harry by blood. It's okay Damie, we'll find him soon. Professor Dumbledore won't let anything happen to him. Your mum and dad will keep him safe. I'm sure about that, Ginny said in a comforting voice. Damien shrugged at her kind words. He knew that Harry was not coming home. He knew enough about Harry to know that he wouldn't return for fear of getting the rest of them hurt by either the Ministry or the Death Eaters. Damien walked along with Ginny, not even listening to his friend's words. He was lost in his own depressing thoughts. All Damien wanted was to speak to Harry, to see if he was okay. He wanted to help his brother, in any way he could. But if the Order and the Ministry and the Death Eaters were having no luck in finding Harry, then what chance did he have? Damie. Gin. We're going in here, Hermione shouted to them. Damien and Ginny looked around to see Hermione pointing at a large food store. Damien and Ginny walked back over to the store. We'll get some snack food, you know, while we finish our studying, Hermione explained as she went inside the store. I second that, Ron said happily as he raced in after Hermione. Charlie laughed at the look of awe on his brother's face. Ron loved his food, but he loved the Muggle sweets and the simplicity of them. There were no changing colors, no live chocolate frogs, and no changing flavors. There were only simple tastes and simple textures which baffled Ron. Damien went into the shop as well, but he stalked off in the other direction to his friends. He was in a foul mood and didn't want to get annoyed while Ron mused over the Muggle sweets and snacks. He faintly heard Ginny stopping Charlie from following him, telling him to give Damien some space. He mentally made a note to thank her. Ginny was nice. She always looked out for him. Damien knew how much she was hurting over losing Harry as well. She had been completely besotted with the boy who had saved her life. It was hard enough that it happened to be the boy most grown adults feared. He had grown up with the most feared wizard of all time. But now that Harry was away from all of that, Ginny still couldn't have a chance to get to know him. Ginny still liked Harry, a lot in fact, but she did a pretty good job of hiding it. Damien shook his head to clear his thoughts. He had arrived at a small section that had takeaway food. Damien's stomach grumbled with hunger. He had eaten some breakfast but had skipped lunch at Hermione's house. He wasn't all that hungry then. That was at 1 p.m. It was now nearly 5 p.m. It would be dinner time soon. Then Damien would be going home. Damien started looking at the variety of food that was on sale. It looked quite tasty actually. Damien wandered around pointlessly for a while. Just as Damien decided it was time to go and look for the others, a strange sight made him stop in his tracks. Damien caught a glimpse of someone walking away from the takeaway section. The person had their back to Damien, but Damien recognized him instantly. The messy black hair was a dead giveaway. Damien sprinted towards his brother. Just before Harry walked out of the exit, Damien caught him from his arm. Harry spun around to see Damien looking at him. Harry was ready to lash out at the person who had grabbed him, but at seeing who it was and the expression on his younger brother's face, Harry stopped in mid-action. Both boys looked at each other for a moment. Damien was the first to recover. "Harry, what are you?" Just then Damien heard Charlie's voice calling out for him. He spun around to see if he could see anyone was coming to get him. He caught sight of Charlie looking around for him. Without thinking, Damien pushed Harry out of the store. Both boys ran to the corner of the street, so that they were out of sight. "Damien, what are you doing here?" Harry asked at once. "Forget me, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be walking around like this. Anyone can see you and report you to the ministry," Damien said in an irritated tone. "This is the Muggle world, Damie. Very few people recognize me here," Harry replied. "Still, Harry, it's dangerous. There are plenty of Muggle-born wizards and witches who would recognize you." Damien couldn't believe how much of a risk Harry was taking. Harry was just about to respond when they heard someone calling Damien's name. Damien started to panic as the sound came nearer. He realized that Charlie and Ron were calling out for him. "Harry, you've got to go before someone sees you," Damien said in an urgent tone. Harry turned around to leave, but Damien caught his arm before he could go. "Harry, how do I contact you?" Damien asked. "You can't contact me," Harry said at once. "Harry, we don't have time for this. Either you give me some way to contact you or I'll tell Dad you were spotted near here. He'll have no problems finding you and bringing you home." Damien didn't want to threaten Harry, but it was the only way to ensure Harry wouldn't disappear again. Harry scowled at Damien before looking behind him. The voices were getting nearer. "Fine. Meet me here, this exact spot, tomorrow at noon. Don't be late and come alone, okay?" Harry said quickly. "Okay," Damien replied. Harry left quickly and Damien watched Harry disappear in the midst of the surrounding people. Damien took a deep breath and turned around. He had only rounded the corner and nearly bumped into a frantic Charlie. "Damien, where were you? Why did you leave the store without telling anyone?" Charlie asked at once. "I was feeling kinda sick in there. I only came outside for fresh air. I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry," Damien replied in a steady voice. He could hardly hear his own voice over the thumping of his heart. "All right, just say to someone where you're going next time," Charlie said in a softer tone. The five of them went back to Hermione's house. Dinner was a quiet affair for Damien. His hunger seemed to have vanished. Damien couldn't wait for the night to go by and for the next morning to come. He was finally going to get a chance to meet Harry again. Damien stayed quiet until he got home. Charlie had made a portkey to transport him back to Godric's Hollow. As soon as he came back to his house, Damien rushed off to bed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to face his parents and hide the fact that he had ran into Harry. The thought of speaking to Harry again was the only thing keeping him from saying anything to his parents. Damien knew that if his dad found out, he would insist on following Damien tomorrow. He would force Harry to come home. Damien wanted Harry to come home also, but he didn't want Harry to be forced. Harry had been manipulated into doing things he didn't want to do all his life. It was about time that stopped. Damien fell into an uneasy sleep, hoping that Harry would turn up tomorrow. Damien stood at the exact spot Harry had instructed him to be at. He checked his watch again. It was a few minutes until noon. Damien had told his parents that he was visiting Hermione again. His mum seemed a bit suspicious, but Damien told her that he had not managed to complete his assignment, so Hermione was going to help him today. Damien managed to convince her that Ron, Ginny and Charlie was going to be there again today. Thankfully there was a message for Lily from Remus, so she gave in to Damien's request and rushed to meet Remus. Damien used the portkey from last night to go back to Hermione's house. Damien never went inside the Granger's home. He set out towards the food store right away. Damien was planning to go to Hermione's house afterwards. He had been standing at the corner of the store for the last 10 minutes. Suddenly Damien felt someone approach from behind him. He turned around and saw Harry standing behind him. Before Damien could say anything, Harry motioned for him to keep quiet and follow him. He looked rather annoyed and Damien quietly reminded himself never to threaten or blackmail Harry again. They walked for a good while, all the while Harry stayed a few steps in front of Damien. He didn't even look behind to see if Damien was keeping up or not. Harry stopped in front of a small building. Damien caught a glimpse of a sign just above the door. It read, Barnsley Travel Inn. Damien decided to keep quiet until they were inside. Harry went inside and went up a set of stairs. He pulled out a key and opened a door on his right. Damien quickly followed Harry inside and heard Harry close and lock the door. At long last Harry made eye contact with the younger boy. Okay, firstly, if you ever pull a stunt like that again, I swear Damien, I will pummel you into the next century, Harry said. Damien stood quietly as Harry continued to threaten him. I don't know why you think you could threaten me like that, but rest assured, I won't let you do it again. I hope you realize that by the time Dad would have come here I would have left long ago. So the only reason that I agreed for you to come here was so that I could explain a few things to you. Harry stopped talking as he saw Damien crack one of his big smiles again. Albeit this time his smile had a little sadness behind it. What? Harry asked a little annoyed. Nothing. It's the first time I heard you call him Dad, that's all. Harry stood still as he realized that Damien was right. Harry had called James Dad, without even realizing. Harry sighed and walked over to Damien. Both boys sat down on the bed and looked awkwardly at each other. Damie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you, but you shouldn't have forced me to do this. I want you to stay safe and that means to stay away from me, Harry said quietly. That's what you think. Tell me, Harry, if you come home, how is that going to make life any harder for us? We're still being targeted by Death Eaters. We are in the midst of a war here. If anything, you being with us would make us stronger. Damien tried to make Harry see the sense in returning home. What about the Ministry? What about the rest of the wizarding world? They all want justice. They want the Dark Prince to pay for all the things that he did under Voldemort's command, Harry said quietly. Damien was silent. He understood what Harry was meaning. Along with the Ministry, there were plenty of people, like Neville, who would want Harry to be punished for his crimes. Even if by some miracle, Professor Dumbledore managed to get Harry freed from the Ministry, how was he going to get the rest of the wizarding world to forgive Harry? Maybe we could explain to them that you're a different person now, Damien started but Harry cut him off. How many people are you going to try and convince? It's not possible, Damien. Damien stopped trying to convince Harry to come home after that. Both brothers sat and talked about many things, Hogwarts closing, the Order and their attempts at capturing Harry, the current articles in the Daily Prophet and the Ministry giving out statements about how close they were to capturing Lord Voldemort. The Ministry doesn't even have a chance, Harry scoffed as Damien finished reciting the Minister's latest speech. Minister Fudge doesn't even know where to begin looking for him, Harry continued. Damien looked at Harry closely. Harry, what if you were to help them, the Ministry I mean? You know everything about you know who. Maybe you could tell them where to find. Damien was cut off by Harry again. Only this time Damien stopped mid-sentence by looking at the expression on Harry's face alone. Harry looked like he was barely restraining himself from lashing out at Damien. His fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles had turned white and his face had taken on a slight shade of pink. Harry closed his eyes and tried to calm himself. Again, Harry managed to hiss out between clenched teeth. Damien was momentarily struck by fear from Harry's rage. I will never side with or help the Ministry, Harry continued to hiss at Damien. But Harry, all I meant was that both you and the Ministry want to finish you know who, so why not join forces, Damien tried to explain. Harry stood up and moved a few steps away from Damien. It was obvious that he was trying to clam himself down. Damien, I don't want to finish Voldemort. I can't explain. Harry sat down on the sofa across from the bed with his head in his hands. Damien didn't know what to say or what he should do. He got up slowly and went over to Harry. Harry, I don't understand. If you're not against Voldemort then why did you leave him? Harry looked up at Damien slowly. His emerald eyes were fixed on Damien. After a few moments, he spoke. I left him because he lied to me. You wouldn't understand, Harry said and looked away from Damien. Try me, Damien said softly and sat down next to Harry. Harry looked at Damien for a moment and then took a deep breath. When I found out what Voldemort had done, all the lies he told me, all the times he showed concern for me, it was all lies and deceit. I just lost it. I acted before I really took everything in. I left him because I didn't want my mind to be obliterated again. I didn't want to be used and manipulated. I didn't leave because I wanted to join Dumbledore or the Ministry or anything like that. I left because I didn't want to be used. Can't you see, Damien? If I come back home, I'll be captured by the Ministry and thrown into Azkaban, or I'll be forced to fight against Voldemort. I'll be used by Dumbledore as a weapon against Voldemort. I can't do that. I can't kill Voldemort. No matter what he did, I won't be able to kill him. So, what is it you were planning on doing? Were you just going to leave and hope that you know who won't get his hands on you? Come on, Harry. After everything that he did to you, you're just going to let him get away with it? Damien asked. I never said that. I said that I won't be able to kill him. I never said anything about letting him get away with ruining my life. I'm going to make him pay, Damien. No doubt about that. Voldemort will wish that he had killed me when I was a baby. Harry said coldly. What are you going to do? Damien asked, truly curious about Harry's words. That's for me to know. You don't have to get involved. Look, the reason I agreed for you to come here was to explain some things to you. You can't tell a single soul that you saw me or that you spoke to me. You can never come here again. Chances are that I'm not going to be sticking to one place anyway. I'll be moving around a lot. I just wanted to explain to you that I'm truly sorry for the way I treated you and everyone else around you. Please, Damien, go back to living your life. Don't try and look for me. Just don't get involved in this mess, okay? Damien stood up and looked incredulously at Harry. You really are unbelievable, you know that. Damien yelled at Harry. What? Harry asked confusedly. You really expect me to walk away and never see you again? You really think I'll walk out of here and never try and help you? When are you going to understand that we are brothers? We are meant to help each other and look out for each other. If I walk away from you and leave you alone at a time like this, then I'm the world's worst brother. Damien finished. Harry was looking at Damien with a puzzled expression. Damien went on regardless. I don't care what you say. I'm going to continue trying to help you. Help me? How? How are you going to help me? What can you do to help? Harry asked. I don't know. Anything. Anything you need help with. Face it, Harry. Whatever it is you have decided to do against Voldemort, you can't do it alone. I'm going to help you, Damien replied. Both boys continued to argue and debate to the point where Harry finally gave up. Fine. Okay. You can help. You can be my link to the wizarding world. But understand this, Damien, if you breathe a word of this to anyone. Oh, come on, Harry, you really think I'll blab about you to anyone? Give me some credit, Damien exclaimed. Harry considered Damien for a moment before nodding his head at him. You better go. I think this is enough for today, Harry said quietly. Yeah, I've got to get back to Hermione's before anyone realizes I'm missing. Harry, how am I supposed to contact you? Damien asked as he stood up. Harry thought for a minute before pulling out a mobile phone from his jeans pocket. Here, take this. I'll get another one, Harry said quietly. What is it? Damien asked as he took the small device from Harry and looked at it closely. Just consider it as Muggle magic, Harry said as he smiled at Damien's odd expression. What do you mean? Look, every time I need to speak to you I'll send you a text message. A what? Asked Damien. A text message. See this little window here? Words will appear here. I'll send you the message, instructing you to meet me where and when. Now listen to me, Damien. Under no circumstance are you to ever to call me or come over to see me without my permission, okay? Okay. Damien answered. He was still looking at the strange mobile phone. Don't mess around with the settings. I've got the phone switched to silent mode. When I send you a message, it will automatically receive it and will start to vibrate. You won't hear anything, but if you've got the phone on you, you will feel the vibrations. Just read the message and then delete it, understand? Damien nodded his head again, and after Harry demonstrated the use of a mobile phone, Damien was feeling very happy about his new Muggle magic toy. How do you know so much about Muggles, Harry? Damien asked as he pocketed the phone. Just stuff I picked up when I was, undercover. Harry smiled and winked at Damien. Damien knew that by undercover, Harry meant when he was posing as Alex in the Muggle world. Damien didn't say anything to Harry about his knowledge of Alex. Damien didn't want to make Harry angry again. Damien left shortly afterwards. Harry walked him down to the corner of the shop, where he met him that afternoon and promised that he would send a message to him soon. Damien went to Hermione's house and was in a better mood than yesterday. Although Hermione was surprised to see Damien, she didn't question the strangeness of the event. Damien spent a few hours with her and then portkeyed back home. Things were working out a lot better than Damien had hoped. Now he would be in regular contact with Harry and could also help him in his fight against the person who ripped their family apart. Damien was studying at the Burrow when he got his first text message from Harry. Damien had not listened to Harry and had played around with the phone. He was too curious about the strange phone and had gone into the various different menus. At which point Damien had managed to set the phone to loud. He didn't know. He only became aware of it when he heard a strange noise. Damien, Ron, Ginny and Hermione were all sitting at the table, in the midst of discussing a herbology question, when suddenly a funny sound was heard around them. At first Damien didn't realize what had happened, but then he quickly realized that the sound was coming from his pocket. He hastily tried to switch the sound off as discreetly as possible, but the three teens around him realized that the sound was coming from him as well. What is that? Ron asked as he tried to grab the phone from Damien. Nothing. It's nothing. Damien tried in vain to hide the blasted thing, that still kept making beeping noises. What is it? It's making all that noise. Where did you get it from? Ginny joined in. Hermione was the only one who was watching everything silently. She of course knew what that was. Being Muggle-born, she was accustomed to seeing Muggle things all the time. Damien had a mobile phone. But why? And where did he get it from? Surely his mother didn't give it to him. It was pointless for a wizard to have that. Who was he going to phone? Hermione kept quiet and let Damien hide the phone, claiming that it was nothing and that he didn't want to discuss the strange device. Hermione waited until Damien went to the bathroom before quickly whispering the truth about what that ringing thing was to Ron and Ginny. All three agreed that they were going to keep an eye on Damien to see what this was all about. Damien re-emerged after a few minutes. He had read the message Harry had sent him. It told Damien to meet Harry at the same place again, that afternoon at 5 p.m. Damien told his friends that he was feeling unwell and that he was going to go home. The other three didn't stop him, but Hermione had cleverly cast a tracking spell on Damien. This way for the next 12 hours, she would be able to see where Damien was going to be. It didn't take long for them to realize that Damien had left the Burrow, but instead of going back into Godric's Hollow, where the portkey had taken Damien, the teen had called the night bus and left to go to the Muggle world. Hermione, Ron and Ginny quickly grabbed their wands and prepared themselves to follow where Damien was headed. The night bus dropped Damien off in the center of a small Muggle town. Hermione was surprised to see that it was near where she lived. The three teens portkeyed to Hermione's house. It was the portkey that Hermione had used that morning to come to the Burrow. The three teens followed Damien on the special map that Hermione had conjured to track Damien. Soon they didn't need the map as they spotted the dark-haired boy making his way purposefully towards a small building. The three teens didn't even stop to read the name of the building. They just followed Damien closely, too afraid that if they took their eyes away for a moment, then they might lose Damien. They saw Damien stop before a door and knock 4 times on the door. Ron, Ginny and Hermione were hiding around the corner. They had no idea about why Damien had come here. Why Damien had lied and come to the Muggle world. They had not expected to see the reason so quickly. The door opened and the three teens caught a glimpse of Harry standing at the door. Harry opened the door and allowed Damien to come inside. The door closed once Damien went inside. The three teens stood stock still in shock. They had seen Harry. He was living in the Muggle world. Damien knew about it and was at this very moment with him. What do we do now? Ron asked the other two. Hermione was trying to get her panicked mind to work. Hermione, what should we do? Ron asked again. Hermione raised her brown eyes to look at Ron and Ginny. Both were looking worried and puzzled. We have to go in as well, Hermione said a little shakily. Ron looked at her wide-eyed. Are you insane? Harry will kill us, Ron yelled. Both Hermione and Ginny shushed him at once. Come on, Hermione said and walked towards the door. Ron and Ginny followed a little hesitantly. Hermione stopped at the door and seemed to gather all her courage. She knocked softly on the door and then opened it. She was surprised that the door wasn't locked. The three teens stood at the door and saw Harry and Damien sitting on the bed, in the middle on a conversation. Harry was already on his feet and Ginny thought she saw a flash of silver in his hand, but Harry quickly pocketed whatever the weapon was. The look of fury on Harry's face was making the three teens wish they could turn around and run away. Nevertheless, they stood their ground firmly. Damien was the one who ran to the three teens and ushered them in. He quickly closed the door and locked it. What the hell? What are you guys doing here? Damien exclaimed. Ron tore his eyes away from Harry and looked at his friend. We can ask you the same thing, mate. What are you doing here? Damien looked at Ron and was on the verge to shout at him but seemed to change his mind. How did you guys know where I was? Damien asked with a terrified look towards Harry. We followed you, Hermione said without thinking. She realized that she had just gotten Damien into some serious trouble with Harry. She glanced towards the still silent form of Harry. The raven-haired boy was looking at Damien with a murderous glare. Damien was looking confused and scared. His brown eyes darted from Harry to Hermione. What? That's not possible, he yelled at Hermione. It doesn't matter now, it's a good thing we found you. How could you not tell us that you had found Harry? Why did you keep it a secret? We would have wanted to help, you know that. Ginny said without looking at Harry. I don't need anyone's help, Harry said quietly, but the four teens jumped at the sound of his voice. Get out, Harry hissed at them. All of you leave. Harry, Damien started to say but was cut off by Harry. No, Damien, if you can't tell that you're being followed, and by three people nonetheless, then you won't be able to help me. Harry wasn't yelling, but the disappointment was evident in his tone. Damien looked hurtfully towards his friends. They had just ruined his chance to help his brother. All of you leave, now, Harry instructed. Before anyone could move, Hermione took a brave step nearer Harry. She was now standing closest to him. No, she said simply. Ron looked as if lightning had struck him. He glanced at Harry for his reaction. Harry stood still, seemingly trying to figure what was wrong with this girl. Excuse me, Harry asked acidly. We're not going to leave. It wasn't Damien's fault. We put a tracking spell on him. There was no way he would have been able to detect that he was being followed. Like Ginny said, it's a good thing we followed him. We really wanted to find you, Harry. Hermione said. Harry's emerald eyes darkened as he heard the last few words leave Hermione's mouth. Yeah, 5,000 galleons worth, I bet, Harry replied. The three teens looked at Harry with deep hurt glistening in their eyes. Ginny strode forward, unable to keep her Weasley temper away. How dare you? How could even think something like that? We couldn't care less if there were a 10,000 galleons reward on your head. We would never turn you in, Ginny practically screamed at him. Harry turned to look at her. His cool gaze swept over her, making her shudder. Wouldn't you? Harry asked again with a disbelieving look towards her. This time Hermione took over the conversation. Harry, you may think that everyone is greedy and would hand you over to the ministry for money, but we're not like that. If you don't believe that, then just consider it as payback for saving our lives, that we'll keep your whereabouts a secret in order to save your life. Harry seemed a little taken aback. Fine. You've said what you wanted to say, now get out, Harry said to them. I'm not finished yet, Hermione said calmly. I want to help you, Harry. Hermione continued simply. Ron, Ginny and Damien all looked at Hermione. No one was expecting those words to come out of her mouth. You want to help me? Harry asked with another disbelieving look on his face. Yes. Okay. What kind of help do you think you can give me? What makes you think that you even have the ability to help me? Merlin. You, all of you, think that this is some kind of game, a stupid school project. This is real life. You don't stand a chance against the stupidest Death Eater. How on earth can you expect to help me fight against Voldemort? Harry shouted. The 4 teens flinched as Harry shouted the word, Voldemort, but remained silent. You can't help me. There is nothing you can do that would help me. In fact, your constant meeting with me would only get me in trouble, if someone was to follow you. Harry continued. Hermione waited until Harry had stopped talking. You're wrong, Harry. I can help you. I told you once before, it's the simple things that can help, you just have to be ready to accept it. Harry looked up at Hermione. He remembered those words clearly. You are right. None of us are very good at dueling. We won't stand a chance against the Death Eaters, let alone v Voldemort. Harry heard the surprised gasps coming from behind Hermione as she said the Dark Lord's name for the first time. But, there are other ways in which you may need my help. I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm going to help you in any way possible. You're going to need some sort of contact, a link to the wizarding world. I can be that. We all can help with that. Whatever it is you are going to be doing, I'm sure we can help you with it. I'm not saying that we will stand with you on the battlefield. I'm just saying that we can help with the simple things, even if it's just to be here for you. Harry looked shocked at Hermione's words. Why? He asked. Why would you want to do that? It's not as if we're friends. Hell, I was horrible to you. Why are you offering to help me? You should feel no loyalty towards me. Harry asked, truly confused by Hermione's intentions. Hermione smiled sadly at Harry and took a deep breath. Tell me, Harry, if Voldemort wins, what do you think will happen to the wizarding world? What would happen to people like me? Like my parents? We will be the first to be wiped out. Muggles and Muggle-borns will be targeted first, followed by families like Ron's. Families that have been labeled blood traitors. We will be hunted and killed, all of us. That is what his aim is, isn't it? All magic to be possessed by pure bloods only. That's why I'm doing this, Harry. I don't want to sit back and leave my fate and the fate of my family in someone else's hands. I don't want to stand back and watch the war being lost by our side and not being able to do anything about it. I want to participate in securing my future. The Ministry and the Order won't let us help. If I can help in defeating Voldemort, help in any way at all, then I'm ready to do anything. That includes helping you. You're right, I have no loyalties towards you, but I'm ready to give you a second chance, if you'll give me a chance as well. Hermione finished and looked at Harry. The raven-haired boy stood still as he listened to Hermione's words. Hermione could tell that Harry was struggling to allow Hermione to help him. Her words had definitely struck him and Harry was trying hard to think of an excuse that would dishearten her. You realize what would happen if you got caught. You would serve time in Azkaban for helping a known criminal. You would be punished for not turning me in, Harry said. He was talking directly to Hermione. The other 3 teens stood silently, watching Harry and Hermione in awe, wondering which one will fall and admit defeat. Hermione paled a little at the thought of Azkaban, but she cleared her throat and continued. We'll cross that bridge if and when we come to it. If I can secure the fates of my parents and other Muggle-borns, then it's a price I'm willing to pay. Harry could tell by the tremble in her voice that she was trying to be brave, but was failing spectacularly. Harry didn't blame her. The thought of Azkaban scared him as well. Harry looked at the 2 red heads in the corner. You two have the same opinion as her? Harry asked. Ginny and Ron looked at each other for a second before replying in unison. Yes. Harry looked at the 3 of them. His gaze flitted over to Damien. The 4 teens didn't seem to realize what they were getting themselves into. Nonetheless, Harry found that he couldn't think of a valid excuse to turn them away. Harry could use the help they provided. Like Hermione said, he needed a link to the wizarding world. Okay. Harry gave in. The look of delight on the 4 teens' faces made Harry smile a little. He quickly disguised the smile as a frown. But you all have to do what I say, and you have to follow my every order. Agreed. Agreed. Came the answer in unison. Harry looked at the 4 teens. What have I got myself into? Harry thought to himself as he saw the excited whispers fly between the four teens. Hermione had worked everything out. They would meet with Harry 3 times a week. Those 3 times the teens would feed their parents lies about where they were going to be. Hermione would say that she was going to the burrow, while Damien said he was going to Hermione's house, and Ron and Ginny would say they were meeting at Damien's house. Hermione was thankful that the order meetings had started up again and so no one could come to supervise them. Harry had changed his location. He was now staying at another travel inn, which was further away from Hermione's house, but they took a Muggle taxi to the travel inn. Hermione was so glad that her parents were still giving her spending money, otherwise she would have to make up excuses to get money from them. Harry still communicated via the mobile phone, which Hermione had set back to silent mode. It was the very first meeting, and everyone was feeling a bit nervous about being around Harry. Nice room, Ron commented as he walked into the small room, occupying a bed, a chest of drawers and a small wardrobe. There was door on the far side which was presumably the bathroom. Harry shut the door after Ron and gave him a glare. Yeah, really nice. I can walk from one end to the other in about 3 seconds flat. Wonderful, Harry said sarcastically. Ron looked mortified that he had somehow insulted Harry. He looked over at Damien with a bewildered expression. You didn't see the room he had when he was with him, Damien explained in a whisper. Ron nodded his head as understanding filled him. Damien remembered the massive room that he had seen when he witnessed Harry's memory, talking with Draco. The room was like 4 sizes of the common room, and Harry's bed was big enough for 4 people to sleep in. To Harry, this room must feel like a claustrophobic prison cell. Harry walked over and locked the door. He stood facing the 4 nervous teens. Well, sit down, Harry instructed them. The 4 teens scrambled onto the bed and Harry looked at them with an annoyed expression. The 4 teens moved themselves from the bed and sat down on the ground. Harry smirked and waved his hand. 5 chairs were transfigured from the wardrobe and chest of drawers. Hermione looked in complete awe at Harry's transfiguration skills and sat down gingerly on one of the chairs. Harry saw Ron take out his wand. At once Harry reached Ron and grabbed his wand from him. Ron looked surprised and shocked as Harry snatched his wand away from him. What do you think you're doing? Harry hissed at him. Nothing. I was only going to conjure some parchment, you know, in case we needed it to take any notes. Ron was looking shaken by Harry's anger. You don't need to take note of anything. I'll remind you of what you have to do. All of you have to remember to never to use magic when you're with me, Harry said in a dangerous voice. Why? Ginny asked. All of your wands are registered with the ministry. All wands are registered to them. That way they can track what kind of magic you perform and where you perform it. If the ministry pick up that there was magic performed in a Muggle-inhabited area without prior permission, they will start tracking you. Something here will alert them to my presence and they will know I'm using Muggle areas to hide. Harry explained. This is going to be difficult as it is. I can't deal with the Muggle authorities being sent after me as well, and the ministry would do that in a heartbeat, Harry continued. What about the magic you just did? Asked Damien. That was wandless magic, it can't be traced. Wandless magic is the only magic you can do in these situations, but since there are only a few things I can do without a wand, I'm restricted in that area. You mean you can't perform any magic with a wand? Asked Ginny. My wand isn't registered with the ministry, but Voldemort has his own way of tracing our wands. So basically I can only use my wand in extreme situations and in locations that I can leave quickly, mostly in the wizarding world. I don't want anyone knowing where I'm staying just now, Harry said bitterly. Damien felt really sorry for Harry. Living without magic was a horrible thing for a witch or wizard, and for Harry it must be awful. That reminds me, Damie, I need to speak to you in private. I'll speak to you before you go, okay, Harry said. Okay, Damien replied, looking a bit perplexed at why Harry would want to speak to him in private. Harry sat down and began the first meeting. Right, first things first. I want to explain that while many of you may think that I'm out to destroy Voldemort, that is not the case. As expected, Hermione and Ron looked startled. Damien already knew this so had no reaction while Ginny looked worriedly at Harry. I'm not anyone's soldier, not Voldemort's and certainly not Dumbledore's. I don't care about the wizarding world. I don't care about this war. Whatever I plan on doing against Voldemort is for pure and simple revenge. He took away my life by stealing me from my family, so I'm going to take away his life. Literally, Harry stopped to enjoy the effects of his words. Hermione was thinking furiously, trying to work out what Harry meant. Ron was looking as confused as he usually does. Damien and Ginny looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders in confusion. Voldemort has made arrangements to stay immortal, Harry explained. He has made Horcruxes. These are objects that have a piece of his soul in them. That way, if anyone tries to attack him while these Horcruxes are safe, Voldemort can't be killed. What I plan on doing is finding and destroying these Horcruxes, making Voldemort mortal again. His Horcruxes is his life. I plan on destroying them, just like he destroyed my life. You can call in poetic justice if you like. Harry couldn't help smile at the odd looks on the teens' faces. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. I don't plan on, nor will I ever, kill Voldemort. He may have done unforgivable things to me, but he still brought me up. He showed me care, even if it was fake and was done for an ulterior motive, he still took care of me. I won't be able to raise my wand against him. I just want you guys to understand that. Harry tried to keep the hurt away from his voice, but it still crept in. Now, I don't really know much about his Horcruxes, except that he has made 7 Horcruxes. One piece is inside him, so we can forget about that one. The second piece was inside a silver pendant. It belonged to Salazar Slytherin. That one can be crossed off the list as well. Why? What happened to that one? Ron asked. I destroyed it, Harry answered simply. Ron looked at Harry in wonder. You did. When? Ron asked. Why does it matter? Harry snapped at him. Harry realized his mistake and calmed himself down. Sorry, it's not one of my fondest memories, Harry explained to a red Ron. Ron nodded his head and let Harry continue. So, that leaves 5 Horcruxes. What they are and where they are placed, I have no idea, Harry finished. Hermione snapped her head up to look at Harry. That's all. You don't know what or where these Horcruxes are. How were you planning on finding them? She asked in a disappointed voice. Well, I didn't get a chance to research them, what with the entire wizarding population after my blood. Harry replied snidely. Hermione looked thoughtfully for a moment. Horcruxes, I've heard about them, or at least I've heard the name being mentioned, Hermione said, mostly to herself. Very unlikely. Hogwarts wouldn't teach you anything about Horcruxes. It's the darkest of magic. In order to make a Horcrux, you have to take a life. It has to be done in cold blood, and there are only so many times you can split your soul. Voldemort has done it to the maximum. 7 times. 7 is the most powerful number. It's the most magical number. You can't make any more than 7 Horcruxes. Harry explained. Hermione continued to look thoughtful. Her brown eyes were narrowed, and her brow was knitted, as she tried to bring up the memory of where she has heard about Horcruxes. Suddenly she let out a small, oh, and looked excitedly over at Ron. Ron, remember that time when we were studying at the Burrow? Fred and George said that they were trying to use the extendable ears on the order meeting the night before. They mentioned Horcruxes. Remember, they thought it was such a funny word. They started sniggering when they heard the word being mentioned, and Mrs. Weasley heard them and then confiscated the extendable ears and threw them out, before they could hear any more about what these Horcruxes were. Don't you remember? Hermione asked. Ron looked at Hermione and then seemed to remember. Yeah, actually I do. They thought Horcruxes were small animals with fangs and that the Order was planning on setting them loose on the Death Eaters. Ron trailed off and looked at Harry with an embarrassed look. Harry was looking at Ron with suppressed annoyance. They were joking. Obviously, Ron tried to cover the idiotic suggestions that his brothers had given. Obviously, Harry repeated in a sarcastic voice. He was beginning to regret letting these Gryffindors work with him. Anyway, moving on, Damien prompted. Yes, so this means that Dumbledore and the Order know something about these Horcruxes. They're probably trying to find them as well, Hermione finished. Well, they won't be getting their hands on them. Those Horcruxes are going to be destroyed by me, only me, Harry said confidently. You guys wanted to help me, right? Harry asked, a mischievous look appearing in his emerald eyes. The four teens nodded their heads slowly, wondering what Harry was going to make them do. All right, I've got your first mission. Harry moved so that he was leaning closer to the others. The other four teens moved in closer as well. Bring me all the information the Order has on the Horcruxes. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Damien all sat in Damien's bedroom, trying to figure out how they could find and take all the information about Horcruxes to Harry. They had agreed to meet Harry in a 5 days' time. Harry was going to send another text message to Damien, to see if they had managed to get any information on the Horcruxes. Damien was in his own thoughts. He had an additional mission to complete for Harry. Damien had been pulled aside by Harry, at the end of the last meeting. Harry had asked Damien to find his original wand, which James still had, hidden somewhere. Harry had told him that the wand was very important to him and that even though Voldemort would be able to trace that wand also, Harry was more comfortable using that one. It was the wand Harry had used most of his life. Damien had told Harry that he would make every attempt at finding and bringing Harry's wand back to him. How Damien was going to do that, he had no idea. We have to figure something out, soon, Ginny said to break the silence. All right, let's take it a step at a time, Hermione said. First we have to get into the Order meeting, then we can sort out how to take the information to Harry. But how do we get in? Hermione said, thinking aloud. We can't go in, there is no way. Professor Dumbledore will see through any disguises we put on and our parents will probably bury us alive if we try to gatecrash one of the meetings, Ron pointed out. Okay, what about your dad's cloak, Damien? Can't one of us just sneak in with that? Ginny asked, trying hard to think of a possible solution. Can't. Moody can see through invisibility cloaks. His crazy eye can see through pretty much anything, Damien said sadly. Other than him, I'm pretty sure Professor Dumbledore can sense it as well. Whenever I used it at Hogwarts, I was sure Professor Dumbledore could tell, Damien added. Can't we just use the extendable ears and listen to the meeting? Ginny tried again. Don't be stupid. After Mum caught Fred and George, she'll have definitely put some impenetrable charms on the door, so we can't slip anything under the door, Ron said. I'm only suggesting ideas, Ronald. Why don't you try suggesting something? Ginny snapped back. All right, enough. Damien shouted at both of them. Actually, Ronald, you made a good point. Fred and George have tried many times to overhear the Order meetings. Maybe this calls for a joint effort, Hermione said with a strange gleam in her eyes. We've definitely been a bad influence on her, Ron said quietly to Damien. After a few days, the next Order meeting was scheduled to take place. Hermione had planned everything, and although it was quite a risky plan, everyone had agreed to do it. The only problem was to convince the Weasley twins to unknowingly agree to carry out their part of the plan. Hermione had worked this part out as well. All she had to do was challenge their ego and everything else should fall into place. She was extremely nervous to play such a prank, but everyone agreed that it was the only way to get what they needed. So, on the day of the meeting, the 6 teenagers found themselves standing in the headquarters of the Order. They were taken to their room and told not to wander around. As soon as Mrs. Weasley left, the plan was kicked into action. Ginny, what is it you're going to opt to do after you come of age? Hermione asked in a normal voice. Well, I was thinking that I would like to join Fred and George, with their joke shop idea. It could be lots of fun, Ginny said in a conversational tone. Both girls were talking in a normal voice and they weren't talking particularly loud, just loud enough so that the twins would overhear their conversation. The twins swung around at the mention of their names and heard what Ginny's future plans were. Oh, come on, Ginny. Why would you want to waste your time with something like that? You've got a lot of potential. You should do something a bit more meaningful, Hermione said quietly to Ginny. They had got the result they hoped for. Fred and George heard Hermione's comment and erupted with protest. What do you mean waste of time? Fred exclaimed. Ginny can do what she likes. George joined in. Of course she can. I only meant that she should do something more constructive with her magic, that's all. Hermione replied. Like what? What is it you're going to do, Hermione? Bore everyone with useless, pointless information all the time. Or do something creative with your magic. Fred yelled at her. At this point, Ron intervened. Come on, guys, that's a bit mean. Yeah, don't shout at her. She only gave her opinion. Damien joined in. So you agree with her then? You think we can't run a joke shop? Fine. We'll show all of you, George said angrily. Bingo. That's exactly the reaction the four teens were hoping to get from the fiery twins. Ginny quickly stood up and joined her brothers. Come on, we should go and discuss our future, Ginny said while leading the twins out of the room. Ron, Hermione and Damien sighed in relief. The first part went according to plan. Now it all came down to whether Ginny would be able to pull off the next part of the plan. It only took 15 minutes for Ginny to pull the prank. Ron, Hermione and Damien heard the frantic shouting of the twins and the horrified screaming of Ginny coming from the ground floor. Hermione and the two boys went running to the ground floor. The sight that met them was frightening. Even though all of this was planned, it still wasn't easy to watch. Ginny was lying on the ground, bleeding furiously from her mouth, nose and ears. Fred and George were trying to stop the flow of blood but couldn't do anything to stop it. Ron ran forward and started to shout uncontrollably at the twins. What have you done? Ginny. Oh my god. I don't know what happened. We were only going to do a simple prank, but the spell went wrong. It won't stop. Fred and George were nearly in tears as they tried to stop their little sister from bleeding to death. Hermione felt herself break into a sweat. She knew that Ginny was all right, since she had planted the shrunken blood vials into Ginny's mouth, nose and ears herself. All Ginny had to do was to bite down on the vial inside her mouth. All the vials planted in her would keep on supplying fake blood, until the counter curse was performed. Ginny was not losing any of her own blood. Ron had been instructed to use the counter curse at the right moment. But still, the image of Ginny on the floor, bleeding freely from her nose, mouth and ears was very disturbing. Hermione had got the idea from Fred and George's skiving snack boxes. They had used the bleeding pastilles, but Hermione went one step further and used the same formula to make up the vials. The fake blood was not a problem as Hermione had used fake blood supplied in Muggle joke packs. All she did was a simple repeat spell, and the blood kept on being refilled in the vials. Hermione and Damien rushed to the room, where the order meeting was being held. Hermione didn't even need to knock at the door as the door was thrown open by a livid-looking Mrs. Weasley. What is going on? Mrs. Weasley yelled as soon as she opened the door. Mrs. Weasley. Ginny. Ginny, something's wrong. Hermione stuttered and stepped back as Mrs. Weasley ran past her and went towards the sound of all the yelling. Damien and Hermione stood back as the entire order went racing towards the sound of screaming and yelling. Mrs. Weasley's frantic yelling had caught the attention of all the members of the order. As soon as the last people left the room, Hermione and Damien took their chance and slipped into the room. They felt awful for what was going to happen to Fred and George, but they had all decided that their pranks were going too far. This would calm them a bit. Hermione took out the small recording globe and shrunk it. She was glad she had time to go to Diagon Alley. It was the best recording device used in the magical world. Hermione had planned for Ginny to distract the members of the order so she could slip into the room and plant the small recording globe. That way the whole meeting would be recorded and they could take the globe to Harry. Hermione set to work and with Damien's help, shrunk the globe and planted it in the inside seam of the curtains. That way it would be kept out of the way, so no one could accidentally see it. Hermione hoped Moody or Professor Dumbledore would not be able to detect the recording globe, but that was all left to fate now. Just as Hermione planted the globe and turned to grab Damien and leave, her brown eyes caught the litter of parchment on the front desk. Hermione caught the illustration of a silver pendant, shaped like a serpent that had two heads on either side of its intertwined body with shimmering green eyes. Hermione recognized the pendant. She had seen on Harry, that day in the Gryffindor dorm, when she helped heal his bite wound. Hermione remembered catching sight of the bizarre pendant, when she had bent lower to inspect his shoulder wound. She remembered Harry's words at their last meeting, the second piece was inside a silver pendant. It belonged to Salazar Slytherin. That one can be crossed off the list as well. Hermione's eyes widened as she realized that the illustration in front of her was of the Slytherin Horcrux, which Harry must have destroyed. Hermione had figured that Slytherin's pendant must be shaped like a serpent, it was only fitting. Damien, that paperwork, I think it's of the Horcruxes. Hermione whispered to Damien. Damien was busy concentration on listening for anyone coming back into the room and so didn't hear her at first. What? He said at once, but Hermione was already walking towards the desk. Hermione. Damien cried out quietly as he rushed after her. He saw Hermione quickly draw out her wand and mutter a spell, just under her breath. A funny blue light started covering the few pieces of parchment and the small book on the desk. Before Damien could ask what Hermione was doing, there was a blue flash, and an identical book and pieces of parchment hit the desk with a small thud. Damien was staring at the copies that Hermione had made of these documents, but before he could say anything, there was a shout heard from outside. Hermione quickly pulled the copied items into her pocket and grabbed Damien before running outside. As they approached, they saw Professor Dumbledore kneeling next to Ginny, who was still throwing up blood. Fred and George were in tears along with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Hermione remembered the last part of the plan and ran to Moody. Moody. Please do something. You can't let her die. Please, please, do something, Hermione cried as she brought fake tears in her eyes. Moody was looking very worried and tried to calm the distressed girl down, but seeing as he had no experience in this area, he failed miserably. There, it'll all be all right, he said very uncomfortably. How will it be okay? You have to do something. Hermione screamed at him, so that most of the members of the order were now looking at Hermione and some even rushed over to help Moody calm down the distraught girl. That was the required reaction as Ron took that opportunity to mutter the counter curse as most eyes were on Hermione and Moody. Ron was standing close enough to Ginny to be able to hit her directly with the counter curse. Hermione knew that it was important to keep Moody's attention away from Ron while he hit Ginny with the counter curse. His magical eye was the only thing that could have seen Ron healing Ginny. With Hermione's little panic attack, Moody was too occupied with her to notice anything else. As soon as Ron hit Ginny with the counter curse, the blood stopped flowing and Ginny sat up, pretending to feel weak and sore. Ginny. Oh, Ginny. Are you all right? Oh, my poor baby. What the hell happened? Who did this to you? Tell me. Mrs. Weasley was in the midst of hugging the blood-covered girl and planting keys in her hair. Ginny pretended to faint and was at once rushed into one of the rooms. Hermione and Damien followed behind the very pale-looking twins and Ron. Ginny woke up and gave a very convincing performance of, I don't know what happened, and I just want to sleep. No one spoke about how Ginny got in that particular state. The twins were looking mortified. Ron and Hermione gave them discreet looks to say, don't say anything, it'll be dealt with later. Mrs. Weasley rushed home with Ginny, Ron and the twins, while Damien and Hermione were asked if they were okay and to go back up to their room. Damien felt he was unable to look at anyone in the eye, for fear of being caught out. His parents didn't seem to notice, but Damien caught Professor Dumbledore looking at him and Hermione with a peculiar look on his face. He didn't say anything though. Damien and Hermione locked their door and collapsed in a relieved heap on the floor. They did it. They managed to fool the order and get information on the Horcruxes. The remainder of the meeting was going to be recorded in the Globe, which would be taken to Harry in their next meeting. Along with that, Hermione had successfully made a duplicate copy of all the paperwork the order had on the Horcruxes. How did you do that, Hermione? Where did you learn that spell? Damien asked as he skimmed through the pages of the book, holding many notes on what Voldemort's Horcruxes could be. Hermione looked a little embarrassed before saying in a small voice. Professor McGonagall taught me it when I was helping tutor the second years in Transfiguration. It meant that I didn't have to prepare my notes multiple times. I was told strictly not to teach anyone else the spell, she explained. Why? Damien asked innocently. Come on, Damien. Can you imagine what Ron would say if I told him a spell that would make identical copies of any document? He would never lift one finger towards doing any homework. He would just copy all of mine. Hermione explained. Damien suppressed his giggles and looked at the paperwork in his hands. He was very proud of their achievement. He turned to Hermione and said in an excited voice, "I can't wait for our next meeting. Harry is going to be so impressed." Harry sat amongst the four proud teenagers. In front of him was the copied journal belonging to the late Jason Riley along with other parchments that had various drawings on them. Harry sat silently as Hermione, Ron and Damien explained how they got their hands on these items. The recording globe was also sitting in front of Harry. Damien had sneaked in the order meeting room later with his invisibility cloak. Hermione had said that they had enough information, so they took the globe and brought it to Harry. If he was completely honest, Harry hadn't expected the four Gryffindors to complete their mission at all. He was hoping that they would be disheartened with their failure and then leave him alone. He looked at their beaming faces as they retold the story again. Harry picked up the journal and opened it cautiously. Harry felt a strange emotion bubble within him. Harry had killed Riley and he felt no remorse in doing so. The man was scum. He was responsible for a lot of misery, and when Harry was sent on this assignment, he had been told that Riley was trying to blackmail Lord Voldemort. Harry remembered the rage Harry had felt at that time. Riley was killed by Harry for the crime of betrayal. Riley was betraying Voldemort by threatening to expose his weaknesses. Harry pushed away these thoughts. He didn't want to think about the revenge for betrayal he took on behalf of someone who had betrayed Harry his whole life. Harry concentrated on the journal instead. It was full of ideas about what the Horcruxes could be. There was nothing definite in there. The only two items that were definite Horcruxes were the Slytherin pendant and a black diary. Harry looked at the four teens before him. Well, like I said before, the necklace can be crossed off the list. As for the diary, I have my suspicions on what that could be. Ron, Hermione, Damien and Ginny didn't push about the diary, but listened carefully to Harry. As for this, Harry said while picking up the journal. It seems that this is nothing more than guesses and ideas of what the other Horcruxes are. There is nothing concrete in here, Harry finished, throwing the book back down on the table. We should still look through it. Maybe there are some genuine clues in there, Damien said as he picked up the book. The five teens huddled together around the small table and started looking through the paperwork. This Riley person sure had a lot of ideas, Ron commented as he looked through the pages and pages of written work. Who is Riley anyway, and how did he learn about the Horcruxes? Ron asked. He was a Death Eater, Harry responded without looking up from the paperwork he was examining. All four teens turned to look at Harry. Was a Death Eater? As in, he's not a Death Eater anymore? Damien asked, feeling uneasy. Yeah, he's no more, Harry answered simply. The four teens didn't quite know how to respond to that. They understood the meaning of no more perfectly and didn't want to know how Harry knew this information, so instead they concentrated on the information inside the book. After what seemed like hours, the five teens finally came to a section that gave some indication to the identity of the Horcruxes. Although no one knows for certain the identities of these Horcruxes, one thing is for certain. 4 of these Horcruxes are items that belong to 4 very powerful witches and wizards. Even more bizarre is the fact of who these 4 are. They are none other than the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Although, what items were used by the Dark Lord is not known yet, except for the serpent pendant that belonged to Salazar Slytherin. The other 3 could be anything. Hermione got up and handed Harry a loose parchment that she was holding. Harry looked at it curiously, as it was written in a different handwriting than the rest. It was definitely not Riley's handwriting. Harry saw Hermione rushing back to the table and pulling at the globe. Suddenly the globe turned black and Dumbledore's voice filled the room. As I've said before, the search for Voldemort's Horcruxes has to begin soon. We have been occupied with other things lately, but our priority has to be finding and destroying these Horcruxes. Dumbledore continued to speak and started giving out orders to certain members of the Order. Ron and Hermione realized with a sick jolt that they had recorded of all the names of all the members of the Order. If this fell into the wrong hands, it would mean complete chaos. The 5 teens listened closely to Dumbledore's orders, but nothing seemed to give them any clues. Harry looked down at the parchment with what was definitely Dumbledore's writing. The parchment was full of notes that Dumbledore had taken. Dumbledore had written 8 letters at the bottom of the sheet. GG stands for Godric Gryffindor. SS, Salazar Slytherin. Helga Hufflepuff and RR as Rowena Ravenclaw, Harry spoke to himself. Why them? I mean, why the founders of Hogwarts? Damien asked. They weren't only the founders of Hogwarts, but were very powerful people. Their raw magical power was something many wizards can't compete with, even today. Voldemort must have used something belonging to each of them. It makes sense. He would want something that represents power, Harry finished. Harry switched off the globe and looked at the 4 teens before him. I have to figure out where these Horcruxes are before the Order does, Harry said quietly. How are we going to find out what they are? There has to be over 100 items that are said to belong to the founders of Hogwarts. How on earth are we going to even begin to track all of them? Ginny asked. Look, this is Voldemort we're talking about. If he was going to put a piece of his soul into an object, you can bet he'll put it into an object which has a great history of power. There are a lot of items that are said to belong to the 4 founders, when in fact they are just fake. I can easily solve this. All I have to do is firstly separate the fake from the genuine. Then the items themselves are going to exceptional. Voldemort wouldn't take anything less. The founders of Hogwarts. I still can't believe it. Why Hogwarts? Ron said with a look of surprise. Like I already said, they weren't just the founders of Hogwarts. They were the few who were exceptionally powerful. It makes sense that he would choose objects that belong to them. Also, Voldemort always felt close to Hogwarts. It was a place he felt he belonged. Even now, he never wanted to take Hogwarts to destroy it, but to make it his own. Father was very close to Hogwarts. In fact, he even tried to get a job there, Harry said, remembering the time Voldemort had told him that particular story. Harry stopped talking as he saw the look on Damien's face. Harry realized that he had called Voldemort father, without really meaning to. Harry was trying so hard to call Voldemort by his name, but it just slipped out. What post did he go for? Asked Ron, completely oblivious to the tension that had built in the room. What do you think, Ronald? Hermione said with a look of annoyance on her face. Defense against the dark arts, Ginny finished, as Ron was still looking lost. The silence in the room was very unnerving. Damien cleared his throat to speak. So, what objects do you think he used to make Horcruxes? Well, I guess that's where we come in again, Hermione said, somewhat cheerily. We can do some research in what genuine items belong to the founders and where they are placed. From that we can possibly work out what could be most likely to be made into a Horcrux, Hermione continued. Harry looked uneasy but shrugged his shoulders in response. Fine, wait for my call, before meeting me, Harry said as the 4 teens gathered their belongings to leave. 3 weeks went by, and the 5 teens continued to meet regularly. There were many items that were said to belong to the founders of Hogwarts. 120 items in total, a much blustered Hermione told the other 4 teens. I don't know how we're going to possibly narrow this down, it's just too much. She told everyone on their last meeting. All we have to do is cross the ones that are definitely not Horcruxes off the list. You know, the ones that are not exceptional enough. Then we can concentrate on the ones that are more probable, Damien suggested. So, they started making a list. Hermione had done well. She had managed to get to the wizard library in Diagon Alley. Hermione and Ron had managed to get many books on the history of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, along with as much information as possible on the many objects held in various locations that were of some magical importance. After a grueling 3 hours, they finally had some luck. Look at this. This here, Ginny exclaimed excitedly. The most famous object belonging to Helga Hufflepuff was the Hufflepuff family heirloom, passed through all the generations. The Hufflepuff heirloom is a small silver cup with the family carving of a badger. It is one of the most expensive heirlooms in our time. Ginny finished reading the excerpt and looked at Harry. This has to be one. There is nothing much else that belongs to Hufflepuff that could be used as a Horcrux. The only other things belonging to Hufflepuff are from the time when she was actually running Hogwarts. Ginny spoke directly to Harry. Harry took the book from Ginny and looked at the excerpt for himself. Ginny was right. This fitted the description perfectly. Hermione was quickly looking through another book. No, it can't be, she said with a sigh. What? Harry and Ginny asked at the same time. The cup. It can't be a Horcrux, Hermione continued. Why not? Ron asked, looking at Hermione with confusion. Because it's kept at the Ministry of Magic. It's always been there, Hermione said as she lifted up her book and showed an article listing all the important possessions in the safe custody of the Ministry. The 14 seemed to deflate a little. They had come so close to identifying a Horcrux, only to get it shot down. Harry, however, was looking closely at the article. Suddenly Harry started laughing. Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Damien looked at Harry with slightly worried expressions. Harry, are you okay? Damien asked. Harry calmed down a little and looked at Damien, still smiling. It's perfect. Can't you see, Damie? The cup is in the safest place. The Ministry itself. No one, not even Dumbledore, would think about checking the Ministry for Horcruxes. There are plenty of spies in the Ministry. Voldemort could have easily got someone to pick up the cup, and then replace it afterwards. The cup is definitely a Horcrux, Harry told the stunned teens. Okay, but how in Merlin's name are we supposed to get into the Ministry to destroy the cup? Ginny asked. You guys are going nowhere. Your help is restricted to the information gathering stage. I'm not allowing any of you to accompany me when I'm actually going to destroy the Horcrux, Harry said at once. No one argued with him. They knew better than to push their luck. Okay, so how are you going to get into the Ministry? Damien asked rather cheekily. Harry seemed to be lost in his thoughts for a moment. His eyes sparkled for a second before he looked up at Damien. He smiled and asked a puzzled Damien. When's the next Quidditch match? James was more than surprised when Damien approached him the night before. He had managed to win 2 tickets to the Quidditch match the next day. What do you say, Dad? Ron's going to be going as well. You and me, at the game tomorrow. What do you think? Damien had asked him. Damie, I don't think I can concentrate on a game tomorrow. I've got so much going on just now. With work and the order, and I'm running out of time to get to Harry as well. No, Damie, I'm sorry. I'm just not in the mood, James replied. Oh, come on, Dad. You owe me a game. Remember the Bulgaria and Ireland game? Please, Dad, you need to relax a little. It's just one game. After a good 2 hours of pleading and emotional blackmailing, Damien had managed to convince his dad into going. Hermione had just finished preparing her part of the plan. She and Ginny had been given the job of brewing the aging potion. Since Harry couldn't use a wand to change his appearance, and he couldn't do it wandlessly, he was forced to drinking an aging potion to look like James Potter. It became clear that the only reason Harry was walking around looking like himself was because he physically wasn't able to change his appearance. Damien and Ron were accompanying James to the Quidditch match. Their job was to keep James Potter away from the Ministry for as long as possible. That was probably the hardest thing, since James turning up at the Ministry when there was already a James Potter inside was the worst thing that could happen. Harry stood holding the small vial with the aging potion. For the first time in his life, Harry was thankful that he looked like his dad. Harry downed the potion in one go. At once Harry began to change. His grew a few inches taller and his face changed to look exactly like his dad, James Potter. Hermione and Ginny watched with awe as Harry stood before them, looking exactly like James Potter. The only thing different from James was Harry's eyes. They were still the emerald green. Hermione handed Harry a pair of spectacles, exactly the same as James's. Harry took them and looked at Hermione. Put them on, she prompted. Harry slipped the glasses on and at once Harry's eyes appeared to look like the hazel brown eyes, belonging to James. I've charmed the lens, so that your eyes look brown, Hermione explained. Harry was impressed, but kept his comments to himself. All right, I'll contact you later. Go home and remember, you guys don't know anything, Harry said as he walked out the door. Hermione and Ginny let out a sigh. They both prayed their first Horcrux search was successful. Lord Voldemort had not thought it was possible to get more worked up than he was at the moment. It had been over 1 month since his incompetent Death Eaters had lost Harry and still, they had no clues as to where he was. Voldemort couldn't afford to lose any more time. He was going to lose this war without Harry, and if things kept on going as they were just now, the other side would get to Harry before they did. However, Lord Voldemort still didn't admit that a bigger part of him just wanted Harry back with him for reasons other than war. He did miss Harry, but that stunt he pulled with his Horcrux was eating away at Voldemort. Never in his life did he expect Harry to do something like that. But Voldemort knew that Harry had no idea about what the other Horcruxes were, so Voldemort didn't have to worry about that. Harry would be severely punished before having his memory modified. This was another thing that was making the Dark Lord angry. Too much time had passed to simply obliterate Harry. Over 1 month. This meant that Harry had to be captured and be brought to Voldemort. Lord Voldemort would have to perform very powerful memory charms on Harry, since he couldn't risk someone else playing with Harry's mind. Lord Voldemort knew what information and memories to keep and which ones to erase. The Dark Lord had just given out his instructions. He was going to grant the person who captured and brought Harry to Lord Voldemort an increase in power. They would get a surge of pure magic which can be used for almost anything. This got the Death Eaters really excited. Now there was a reward over Harry's head. A reward that greatly surpassed the Ministry's 5,000 galleons. This would give the Death Eaters more of a motivation to catch Harry. Lord Voldemort stood watching his Death Eaters race from the room. Soon, Voldemort thought, Harry will be back with me, soon. Harry entered the building that was the Ministry of Magic. Ron had told Harry all he needed to know about the Ministry building. Ron and his brothers had visited the building so many times that they had the place memorized. After Harry got into the telephone box, he punched in the code that Ron had given him. Ron had memorized the code by watching his father and brother, Percy, use it so many times. 248930. Harry punched in the code and at once heard a woman's voice fill the booth. Welcome. Please state your name and purpose of visit. Harry cleared his throat and spoke clearly. James Potter, or, reporting for duty, he said clearly. Harry didn't really sound like James, but Harry had figured that he wouldn't be talking much when inside, so he would just have to make do with his best imitation of James. The woman's voice echoed around the booth again. Thank you. We hope you enjoy your day at the Ministry of Magic. A small card popped out of the coin return section and Harry quickly picked the card up. At once the telephone booth began to move. It moved down, going underground. Harry stood still, heart thumping wildly within him. He was breaking into the Ministry. If Harry was caught, he wouldn't see the outside again, ever. Every person inside this building was looking for Harry, and Harry was walking into their building. Hope this is worth it, Harry thought to himself. The telephone booth came to a halt and the door opened. Harry walked into a magnificent hall. It was really big with fireplaces sitting next to one another, covering the entire sides of the hall. There was a desk in the middle and one in the corner. Ron had told Harry that the one in the middle was for visitors to sign in and hand their wands in. The one in the corner was for the workers of the Ministry. Since James was an Auror, he could keep his wand, since he would need it in the case of an emergency. Harry walked purposefully towards the desk in the corner. He tried to look as normal as possible. He didn't want to look like he didn't know where he was going. Ron had told him that the person who sat at the desk was called Benjamin Hugh, but everyone called him Benji. He was a nice guy, but would get upset with colleagues if they didn't ask about his family. He had a wife and 3 kids, and Damien told Harry that their dad would always ask about Benji's kids. Harry walked over to the middle-aged man and saw the man, Benji, smile widely at him. Afternoon, Mr. Potter. How are you today? Harry smiled back at Benji. Fine. How are you, Benji? How's the wife and kids? Oh, they're fine. Going on holiday soon, Benji replied. Good, good. I'm just picking something up. See you later, Harry said and quickly went through the double oak doors. Harry let out a sigh of relief as he walked into the deserted corridor. Harry was concerned that his father might get into trouble if the Ministry realized that the Hufflepuff cup was missing. But Harry wasn't planning on letting anyone see him, or James rather, picking up the cup or leaving with it. Hopefully, no one will realize what happened to the cup. And if somehow, James was dragged into this, he would have plenty of people vouching for him since he was at a Quidditch game. Harry hurried along the corridor and went into one of the elevators. According to the book that Hermione had, it stated that the Hufflepuff cup was in the safe custody section of the building. That was the only thing that Ron or Damien couldn't help with. They had no idea where this section was. Harry went into the elevator and saw the names of the departments. He saw straight away the most probable department. It was named Secure and Private, No Unauthorized Access. This had to be it. Harry pressed the button to go up to the 23rd floor. Harry hoped that his plan worked. He didn't want to attract too much attention. The lift opened when Harry was at the 15th floor. A tall man with brown hair and gray eyes came into the elevator. Harry kept his face down. He didn't know how many people James knew and didn't want to get caught out. What's the matter, Potter? Trying to keep yourself hidden away these days? Harry looked up and saw the man was speaking to him. What? Harry replied. Harry could tell, just by the way this man was speaking and looking at him, that he wasn't friends with James. Not that I blame you. If I had a murderer for a son, I would be hiding as well, the man continued. Harry felt like someone had poured ice-cold water over him. He couldn't believe what this man had just said. Harry's fists were clenched hard and he took a step nearer to this vile man. What? You're going to deck me one, like you did with Keith. I have to remind you, Potter, that we're not saying anything wrong. Your son is a killer. You should get used to people calling him that. Harry was taken aback. His father was going through so much grief because of him. People at his work were insulting him. This Keith person had already suffered because of James and now this idiot was trying to get into trouble as well. Maybe you should keep your mouth shut or someone will shut it for you, permanently, Harry hissed at him. Is that a threat? The man asked. Does it sound like one? Harry answered back. You better watch your back, Potter. Not everyone wants the best for you. Harry rolled his eyes. The stupid man couldn't even threaten someone properly. Listen, it's obvious what this is really about. You're jealous because I'm one of the top Aurors and regardless of what's happening in my personal life at home, I will continue to be at the top. If you can't stand the heat, my friend, you should just get out, Harry said with a smirk. As soon as the last line left Harry's mouth, Harry waved his hand and the man was thrown into the side of the metal elevator. The man was shaken but still conscious. What the hell do you think you're doing? The man exclaimed as he tried to get to his feet. Harry smirked and leaned forward so that he was looking directly at the man. Harry lowered his glasses so that his emerald eyes shone like emerald jewels. The man opened his mouth in horror. You're him. He stuttered in shock. You should really watch your mouth. Next time, a killer might just close it for you, you worthless waste. Harry said venomously. Harry stuck the man with the heel of his palm and successfully knocked him onto his back. The befuddled man tried to whip out his wand, but Harry shot his hand across and grabbed the wand from him. The man was still on the ground while Harry pointed the wand in his face. Let's see now. What should I do with a pathetic excuse of a wizard? Let's see. Harry mocked. Harry smirked and waved the wand once. The man started to shrink and soon there was a small dung beetle sitting in the man's place. Perfect. Harry smirked as the transfigured wizard scuttled across the metal floor of the elevator, in a bid to keep itself from being squashed. Now, you're free to act like you were. It's more fitting in your current state. Harry laughed. Soon the dung beetle slipped past the doors of the elevator. It served him right for talking like that to James, Harry thought to himself. It was only a transfiguration spell and it would wear off after a few hours. There was also a protection spell built in with that particular spell. It meant that while the person was transfigured into an animal, or in this case, an insect, they wouldn't be harmed. So even if someone stepped on that dung beetle, he wouldn't be killed, just hurt. At least he'll stay away from the Potters now, Harry muttered to himself. Harry had arrived on the 23rd floor. Harry slipped out as soon as the doors opened. Harry was glad to see that the corridor was empty. Harry took a deep breath and slipped on the invisibility cloak. He saw the doors leading to the storage chambers. Harry saw that there was 4 oars positioned in front of the doors. He really hoped this would work. If any of these men could detect the invisibility cloak, then Harry would have to go to plan B, and that included a lot of dead oars. He would rather not do that at such a delicate time. Harry pointed the wand over at the opposite corner and caused the window to smash. Two of the Aurors went immediately into fighting mode and ran towards the window, with their wands drawn, ready to see what the commotion was about. The other two moved in front of the doors, protecting them further. Harry moved slowly towards them. It was apparent that they couldn't see him. He moved forward until he was standing right in front of the two Aurors. Trying to be as silent as possible, Harry removed the small bottle within his robes. Without taking his eyes away from the two Aurors, Harry opened the bottle. At once a shrieking sound filled the corridor. The two Aurors jumped, and in the midst of their initial shock, Harry slipped past them and cracked the door open. The shrieking bottle was thrown in front of the Aurors, who couldn't see where the sound was coming from. Harry slipped past the door and moved inside. Harry kept the cloak on and ran forward. He saw that the chamber was filled with rows and rows of shelves. Harry moved forward until he saw the small silver cup sitting in the third row. It was encased in a glass jar and was looking pretty magnificent. Harry almost felt sorry that he had to destroy it. Harry pulled off his cloak. He moved his hand over the jar and felt the protection spells put in place. Harry moved his hand over the jar. This had to be done wandlessly, otherwise the use of the wand would set off the alarm bells. This was just like unlocking a door, wandlessly. You just needed to know what locks to pick. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on the magic before him. He picked up the magical bonds right away. It took 3 minutes of pure concentration, but finally Harry had neutralized the magic before him. He heard the click that signaled the spell had been deactivated. Harry lifted the glass jar and pulled out the silver cup. As soon as Harry's fingers touched the cup, his scar seared with pain. Harry bit his lip to stop any sound escaping him. Harry's scar had been playing up ever since he destroyed the Slytherin pendant. It was now a more regular pain, but it seemed to dull down at times. Harry had realized that with him gone, Voldemort was probably angrier than usual. Definitely a Horcrux, Harry muttered to himself as he rubbed at his scar. He put the cup away safely in his robe's pocket. Harry slipped on the invisibility cloak and moved discreetly towards the door. He was just in time as he saw 3 Aurors move inside the chamber. Crap, thought Harry as he moved out of the way. The Aurors were firing jets of blue lights that were illuminating different objects. It was obvious that they were trying to do a locator spell, to see if anyone had come inside. Problem was that they didn't know who had entered, so the locator spell was just being fired randomly. Harry tightened his grip on the cloak and moved quickly, dodging the jets of blue light. If those lights hit Harry, he would be illuminated, so everyone would be able to see him. Harry moved at an incredible speed, and soon had managed to slip past the 3 Aurors. Harry saw that one Auror was still stationed outside. Harry slipped past him and very slowly crept towards the stairs. Harry didn't realize he was holding his breath until he reached the stairs. His chest ached from holding his breath for so long. Harry let out a breath of relief. Harry hurried down the stairs and went down a few floors before using the elevator to go down to the main floor, the cup tucked away safely in his pocket. Harry couldn't believe he had managed to get this far, without having any major problems. Damian and Ron couldn't believe their luck. The game that they had gone to was over in 40 minutes. The stupid seeker had caught the snitch in record time and the game was over, even before it had properly started. They were on their way home and Damian and Ron were praying that either Harry had already succeeded and left the ministry or that James was not going to go into work. "Dad, don't you think we should all go out for dinner tonight?" Damian asked his dad, as they drove home. "Yeah, if you want. I guess it'll be nice for your mum. She's been quite stressed lately," James said quietly. "Good. I think that you should come home and tell her yourself. She always gets excited when you come home and surprise her," Damian said quickly. "All right." James chuckled. Damian and Ron leant back in their seats, glad that James was going straight back to Godric's Hollow. Just as the two boys were getting carried away with their own conversation, Ron looked past Damian and let out a gasp. "What?" Damian asked. "Look." Ron hissed back at him. Damian whipped around and saw to his horror that they had arrived outside the Ministry of Magic. Their car was heading towards the phone box that was used to enter the building. "Dad, what are you doing? I thought you weren't going into work today," Damian asked in his most faked calm voice. I'm not due in for work. I'm just going to pop in for a second. I have to pick something up, James replied as he parked his car. Ron and Damien shared a panicked look. What were they going to do now? Their job was to keep James away from the ministry. They couldn't let him go in now. Harry was probably still in there. Oh, okay, Damien said to James and turned to Ron to mouth the words, "Oh holy crap." The red-haired boy was also looking ready to collapse in sheer panic. Mr. Potter, is it okay if we have a quick word with you about something before you go in? James parked the car and turned to look at the two boys sitting in the back seat. Sure. Ron looked at Damien, obviously suggesting that Damien had something to say. James looked at his youngest son. Something wrong, Damie? James asked. Damien shot a glare at Ron and then turned to look at his father. Yeah, actually I don't know how to say this, but, Damien was trying to get his frazzled mind to work and think up a good distraction. Damie, is it really important, or can it wait until we get home? James asked as got ready to open the door and get out of the car. No, I have to speak to you about it. If Mum finds out, I don't think she'll understand, Damien blurted out. That got James's attention. He turned around so that he was facing Damien fully. Damie, what's wrong? He asked, genuinely concerned now. Damien cringed. He was upsetting his dad, without really needing to. You see, it's like this. I kind of like this person. I know that you said that I can't date anyone until I'm a little older, so I didn't really approach this person. But now we've left Hogwarts and I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to ask now. Damien decided to go for the half-truth. Oh, okay. Who is this person? James asked with a smile. Well, it's Sam. I really like Sam and I think that, Damien was cut off by James's cough. Sam. You like someone named Sam? James asked. Yeah, Damien said quickly, unsure of why the color seemed to have drained out of his father's face. Oh, I think that we should talk about this somewhere else. Not like this, James said, now going pink in the face. Dad, I want to talk about this now. Sam only lives across the street. And if you think it's okay, I'd like to go over and see her, Damien said grumpily. Her. Sam's a her. Sam's a she, James said looking very relieved. Damien realized what James had thought when he said the name, Sam. Yeah, Sam, you know, short for Samantha. She came over to our house last July. Remember? Damien asked, stifling the laugh that was threatening to come out of him. Oh, yes. Lovely girl. I like her. But Damie, you're still a bit young. I think you should be at least 15, before you start dating anyone. Okay. James said, now looking very embarrassed. He didn't remember anyone called Samantha, but he was willing to just agree with Damien. Alright. But don't tell Mum. She'll just tease me. Sam's her best student, you see. Damien explained. Don't worry, James replied. Damien's smile faltered slightly as he caught sight of Harry, looking exactly like their dad, come out of the phone booth. Harry quickly made his way down the crowded street and moments later disappeared. James got out of his car and told the two boys to behave, while he went into the ministry. Damien and Ron burst into fits of laughter as soon as James left. Crikey, Damie, I thought you were going to give him a heart attack. Ron exclaimed. It's the only thing I could think of. And I wasn't lying. Sam is pretty hot, Damien said slyly. She's in my year, Ron said a little sternly. So, I can't like her just because she's 3 years older, Damien argued back. Alright, you can like whoever you like. So, Harry's away then, Ron said looking out the window. Yeah, let's just hope everything went according to plan, Damien said quietly. James went into the main hall and quickly walked towards Benji. Hey Benji, how are you? How's the wife and kids? James asked as he stopped next to the receptionist. Benji gave James with an odd look. I'm fine, Mr. Potter. But I think you're getting a little forgetful. You already asked me how I was this afternoon. James looked at Benji with confusion. What are you talking about? I just walked in for the first time today. James said with a laugh. No, This is the second time you've come here today. In fact, you just left about 2 minutes ago. I waved goodbye to you myself, Benji said, looking a little annoyed with James. What are you? Suddenly it all made sense to James. James raced out of the doors without another word. He slammed himself into the telephone booth and willed the stupid machine to go faster. Harry had come to the ministry. Harry had made himself look like James to get access to the ministry. Benji said that he just left a few minutes ago. Maybe James could still catch him. James raced outside and ran to the corner of the street. His eyes were searching for Harry everywhere, but there was no sign of the raven-haired boy. Damien and Ron watched with sinking hearts as James rushed around, obviously looking for someone. Deny all knowledge, Ron whispered to Damien as James thundered over to them. Damien and Ron found themselves sitting in one of the rooms in the ministry. James didn't suspect them at all. He had rushed over to the car and asked both of them to come inside the ministry. There had been a situation and he had to sort it out before going back home. To say the situation was tense was an understatement. The entire ministry was in an uproar that someone had broken into the ministry, and the fact that it was the Dark Prince who had been the one who broke in, was even more distressing. James had tried to keep things under control, but Benji had already raised the alarm by the time James had come back into the ministry. A boy comes into the ministry. Comes in at his leisure, does whatever the hell he came to do and leaves without anyone noticing. Explain how this is possible. Minister Fudge roared. James winced, not because the minister was yelling but because there was spit flying everywhere. Which idiot told him? James thought angrily to himself. He just wanted to know why Harry had come into the ministry. What purpose was there to do such a dangerous thing? It soon became apparent why Harry had come. After the alarm was raised, all departments were asked if anything out of the ordinary had happened that day. That's when the Aurors placed on the 23rd floor had come forward and explained the strange happenings earlier that afternoon. A thorough search later, it was reported that the priceless Helga Hufflepuff cup was missing. This made things blow out of proportion. Minister Fudge went into a panic at how he was going to explain this. He ordered that the day's event was not to get out into the wizarding world. Under no circumstance was the wizarding population to find out that the Dark Prince had waltzed into the ministry and took such a priceless artifact. James and Sirius were in a panic of their own. Harry had taken such a risk to come into the ministry. Why? Why did Harry want the Hufflepuff cup? They knew that Dumbledore would have to be informed. Perhaps he could shed some light on this. Ron and Damien were inside the room, totally oblivious to what was going on outside. They were just glad that the suspicion had not fallen onto them. They were safe. Suddenly a loud shouting noise caused the two boys to jump and race out of the door. Damien saw his dad and Uncle Sirius sharing some very loud words with a tall brown-haired man. The man was an Auror, who Damien and Ron recognized as Charles Blake. He was a very arrogant and pompous man who loved getting into fights with other people. He hated James and Sirius, from their days at Hogwarts together. Sirius had once told Damien that he was certain the Blake had only become an Auror to copy him and James. I'm telling you, he was here, and I saw him. Blake shouted in frustration at James. Who was here? Talk sense, will you? James shouted back. Your son. He was here. He attacked me. Blake shouted back. His face was turning purple with rage. What are you talking about? If you saw him, why did you let him go? Kingsley Shacklebolt interrupted. I would have arrested him. But Blake seemed to trail away. It was apparent that whatever Harry had done to keep Blake quiet was greatly affecting him. The truth was that Blake was embarrassed about getting turned into a dung beetle. If that truth came out, he would never recover from it. So he decided to just turn and stomp away. He threw James a dirty glare before turning away. He swore to himself that he would get his own back even if it was the last thing he did. Harry had opened the door to his room and came inside. He locked the door and went to his bed. He took out the cup and held it in his hand. It seemed that Voldemort had calmed down, since Harry's scar didn't hurt this time. Harry examined the cup. It truly was beautiful. Harry found himself drawn to the cup, much the same way he was drawn to the Slytherin pendant. Harry tore his eyes away from the cup and placed the cup on the bed next to him. Harry ran his hand through his hair. He had got the cup, but he wasn't sure if he would be able to destroy it. The pendant was different. Harry had managed to destroy it in a moment of rage. But this was different. He didn't even know what spell to use to destroy it. Harry thought back to the anger he felt just before the silver pendant had been disintegrated. His rage had been the cause then. Harry held up the cup and focused on it. He thought back to all the times Voldemort had said kind words to him, all the times he had told Harry that he was powerful and that his parents hadn't loved him because of this power. He remembered Voldemort's words. You have a darkness within you, Harry. A darkness that gives you pure power. This is what your parents hated about you. They didn't understand it. Your darkness will be responsible for our victory. Harry's eyes turned black for another instant and the cup in his hand burst into flames before exploding into a cloud of dust. Harry's eyes were back to their emerald green instantly. He looked at the pile of dust sitting in his hand. Harry closed his hand, holding the dust in his fist. You were wrong, Voldemort. The darkness within me will not be responsible for our victory, but will cause your downfall. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.